they're in the lower bracket, but I do have to say that I feel like they've refined what they needed to, and at the same time, maybe they play the best in the lower bracket when their backs are kind of against the wall.
I'm looking at this as Christmas coming early. For millions of MLBB esports fans watching, this is less of a heartbreak. This is more of a, so we get to see what peak ONIC and peak Liquid look like on the world stage.
In that case, we get to see both Christmas Miracle and Christmas Nightmare, because I don't think any of these teams want to go home.
Hey, here's the thing. I actually have questions for the both of you. First of all, I got to ask Leo, because so far Team Liquid, in terms of fighters, they only really showed Freya. All the while, it's been a marksman. But we've seen here in the M7, fighter in the gold lane is a very hot commodity. Do you think Team Liquid will change it up, or they will still with marksmen?
I think there's more to the question, because we also saw earlier today Team Spirit bringing out the mage in the gold lane. Yeah. Since Sora is a big threat, you want to be able to play that Valentina as well. Not to mention, last night, Harith. Dominkite picked up Harith once again to an MVP performance. So I'd like to say the gold lane is wide open. Both teams should respect that, both Skylar and Oheb.
Thank you very much, Leo. Now, here's the thing, Mirko, if I ask you, you might curse someone here. So I'm going to stay away from that. In fact, right now, let's look at our panel. We got the Trex as well as Wolf. By the way, coming all the way from the America of the North, having to cast the longest game in M Series history. You're amazing, my guy.
Thank you.
What a guy. But for now, we do got to talk about this matchup. ONIC going up against Team Liquid, champions coming in from both regions of the Philippines as well as Indonesia. Greatness offers no immunity, and this is the thing that we got to talk about here, Trex as well as Wolf. Doesn't matter if you're a legend, right? There's no immunity here. If you lose, you lose. What do you think about this matchup that we're going to see either ONIC or Team Liquid that's going to get eliminated?
So far, we've seen ONIC start off shaky and get a little bit better, honestly. And then it's the other story for TLPH. They start off very strong, and now they're starting to lose games here and there. So the question is, are they meeting in the middle, or is, at least in my opinion, TLPH still a couple notches ahead? We came into this event thinking they would be the favorite, but right now they're in a shaky position along with ONIC.
What about you, Wolf? What do you think about this matchup?
I think Team Liquid is not struggling. I think that's the hot take, because they lost. The only teams that they lost to are the teams that are in the upper bracket finals, right? Minimum top 3. That's SRG as well as Aurora. So I don't think that they are weak or whatever. ONIC, however, I think that we can prove that there are so many games that they have lost because they have struggled or they made bad decisions. But we know ONIC, Indonesia, is a team with great support from their organization, and I'm sure that they can come back. They have great players as well.
Yeah, I mean, like, here's the thing, because if there's anything that both ONIC as well as Team Liquid is hiding, at this point, there's no more room for you to hide. Whatever your best composition is, you got to bring it out now. So with that, Wolf, we've seen the matches coming in today, 3-0 for Team Spirit against Yangon Galacticos. Do you feel like there's any picks that both ONIC as well as Team Liquid is looking out for?
I'm going for Harley and Leonward here, and I feel like both teams, Kyrie and Carl TZ, we have seen them play the assassins, the utility junglers, but maybe this time they can focus on those niche picks, like the Guinevere maybe, but Leomord and Harley on Kyrie and Carl TZ, that's going to be exciting.
What about you, Trex? So far, we've seen a lot of damagers in the jungler. Do you feel like we might even see a utility? Because personally for me, I do not want to see Kyrie on the Boxia anymore.
I definitely don't want to see Kyrie on the Basha. I wouldn't be against seeing Carl TZ on the Fredrin or something of that nature. We haven't seen it pop in yet, but honestly, the meta has changed so much from Swiss to now that just about anything is possible.
Yeah, we're going to talk a little bit more about this one. We're going to be looking at the matchup coming in from both teams here. The Sky King versus the Cavalry, right? These are organizations that have met multiple times. We're just looking at the MSC here in the group stage. Team Liquid was able to beat them, same as the semi-finals. Although in both situations, ONIC was able to take one game off of them. And with them being shaky here, if I'm being completely honest, I'm actually more worried with ONIC rather than Team Liquid, because I feel like the problems with Liquid is easier to solve than ONIC.
Yeah, especially because when you're looking at the games that the Sky Kings have played, they look really shaky in those individual games. As a series, though, we know that ONIC Indonesia is a team that can easily recover. Now, for Team Liquid, what you can actually expect from them is for them to perform so well after a loss. Team Liquid is a team that whenever they lose a series, be it in the regular season of a local league or be it an international event, they really can perform.
The crazy thing here is because since Aurora was able to defeat Alter Ego yesterday, that make it so that there's no Indo Grand Finals. That's not possible anymore. And this makes it, I would say, quite a nervous situation for Indonesia, because if ONIC does well, eventually they will meet up against Alter Ego if Alter Ego also does well. So you coming in all the way from the States, what do you feel like Indonesia is feeling like right now, where both of their representatives are here in the low brackets?
I think nerves have been on edge for a while, and overall, if I'm an Indonesian, I have put my faith heavily into Alter Ego. They've done an amazing job so far. Yes, they got knocked down in the lower bracket, but if I had to choose between which Indonesian team had a better shot at making it to Grand Finals, it's definitely Alter Ego for me. But if ONIC wins this against TLPH, it's a whole different story.
I'm going to set this up. Wolf, if somehow Team Liquid loses this one, can we just say whoever is aiming for that golden road is bound to fail? Because, dude, every single team that attempts it at the very last stretch, there's some kind of problems. I still trust Team Liquid, honestly, but if, you know?
That just proves how competitive Mobile Legends could be. And if you think about it, no one has ever actually done the golden road, even outside of MLBB. So it's just a difficult feat to have. But yeah, you're true. I think you're speaking true. I mean, I think the golden road
is the impossible road.
It's almost an impossible road, but who knows, man?
Hey, like, we're going to be seeing this matchup. If Team Liquid is able to beat out ONIC, and I feel like if it's convincing, then there's a good chance that it might still complete the golden road. I'm just worried if it's like really competitive. It's going to be amazing for us, right? The audience, the casters, us panelists. But I feel like for the fans, they're like, okay, hold on. Against ONIC, it was very difficult. They are the champions of Indonesia, but you got to admit, man, Team Spirit looks solid. Aurora from the Philippines looks amazing, and SRG as well is on a roll.
Yeah.
Now for ONIC, Strikes, what do you think like they really have to improve on?
I think in contrast to TLPH, it's not just a few small draft issues. There's also some in-game issues. I think a lot of teams had trouble adapting to the meta, and now even into top 8, where we're seeing things like Leo Mord and even more different meta picks are still having trouble, but that's not the only case for ONIC here. There's some in-game things that they also need to improve, and I think a lot of that comes down to pacing. Pacing has been so important in the laning phase. It's something that a lot of these more, hey, let's wait till late game, things like that, those type of teams, they need to change it up and win out in these first few turtles.
What do you think about Dimitri of ONIC? Because I kind of feel like, honestly, they've been lacking a little bit.
That's a good question, because yeah, I do feel like they are lacking just compared to other teams, because other teams are more consistent. Surely some other trios out there, like the YSS trio that you like for SRG, they have
Yum, Stormy, and Sakai's, yeah, the YSS.
Right. A Team Liquid, for example, JP, Carl TZ, and Sanji, that's been pretty solid. Keyboy Sans has the highest peaks, though, when it comes to like a duo mid. And then when you combine Kyrie in there, they are so mechanically skilled that they can actually turn things around no matter what happens. It's just that they're so inconsistent. Yeah. And there are so many clips that we can show you to prove that. And I don't think we don't even have to prove that at all, because we can see that. If they pop off, though, they are going to be exciting to see.
Yeah, and I like that you point out, we can show instances of why they look pretty shaky, but the thing is, even the audience, you guys at home, you guys have really been vocal about this one, saying like, yeah, the mid trio hasn't really been performing all that well. Loopy has been looking amazing. Skylar's a bit here and there, but I kind of feel like it's more of a meta thing, right? We got to see whether they can fix that or not, because going up against the final boss, Team Liquid, that's going to be a quite a steep hill to climb. And one of the problems is, I really feel like, is the hero, because Keyboy so far has tried the Hellcurt. Doesn't really work. Kalia, which is one of his signatures, doesn't really work. So it comes to the question, what can work for Keyboy right now?
So is it really just like the Kalia for Keyboy, or is it a bigger issue at hand? Because we are seeing Kalia work for a lot of teams. We're seeing some of these picks do very well for a lot of teams. So is it a hero or a pick problem, or an in-game rotation, mechanics, macro, those type of things that ONIC is lacking on right now?
And the problem is because, again, we don't know what's going on behind the scenes. We don't know what's happening in their camp. We can only speculate whether it's an in-game issue or out-of-game issue, because as much as you want to talk about the things happening in-game, it is a reality that we have to think about, because esports, Mobile Legends, it is a mental game. If there's something happening in the background that we all just don't know, it could really throw a wrench in how you make your decisions, especially because we saw earlier Team Spirit going up against Yangon Galacticos. It was even up until the point Yangon Galacticos could not make a decisive decision around the Lord.
Yeah, it was rough, and I think mentality. Definitely
good job.
It was rough. We made it for sure. But mental, I think, has been the story for a lot of these games over the past 2 days. It's kind of been one of our hot storylines in general. How is this team going to recover from losses? How is this team going to do when they are on a roll and gaining wins or pressure in game? And that seems to be something that ONIC has kind of had issues with throughout time itself.
I was able to talk to some of the players of ONIC in an interview that will eventually come out there, but he basically said that there is something that is beyond what we can observe as just the viewers. And it's not that necessarily that they have problems on their own. I think it's more about them not being locked in during the starts. I think they're just not activated at the right moments, whereas for other teams, with just a snap of a finger, you can see them just being so locked in when it comes to games. You can see Team Spirit, for example, all of a sudden show us their 100% strength up against Yangon Galacticos. You can see even Alter Ego take a game away from Aurora, Aurora eventually winning that, and then SRG almost losing against Aurora Turkey. What I'm trying to say is that every single team has their switch. It seems like we haven't turned that switch on yet for ONIC ID.
So now I want to swap it down to Team Liquid. They're looking very strong. But if there's any reason that Team Liquid drops the game here against ONIC, since you know them a little bit better, what could be a reason where Team Liquid just doesn't perform today?
That is so interesting because I think that that there is no reason that they have built their lineup around and their organization around them being really good at the games no matter what happens. And if ever there will be someone who will underperform, there is 4 other people that will actually catch them. So I don't know how to answer that question, but I think it will definitely start with the meta game. If for some reason ONIC ID invents a meta game or a strategy that Team Liquid is so unaware of for now, then that might be their weakness. Because if I were to look for a hole in Team Liquid for the longest time, through the years that I've seen them, the only time that they will not win a tournament is if they're not updated when it comes to the meta game.
So do you agree with Wolf here? Because so far he's saying like there's no reason for them not to be looking good here unless they just could not keep up with the meta.
Yeah.
Well, I think one of the great things about ONIC, at least, you go back to some of their prime times, M4 and M5, they were willing to push the envelope sometimes. They were willing to do things like Aurora Turkey A, picking up the Harley and turning it into meta. They were willing to kind of pick up picks, and they made them work. We saw things like Lunox Kyrie. We saw all kinds of crazy picks. And now, ONIC, when they do try that, they fall short, and then it's like, oh, we're never trying that again, So I think ONIC, it's an identity crisis. For me, it's, who are we right now? Are we trying to be a Filipino team? Are we trying to be an Indonesian team? I think they need to just be ONIC.
Yeah, so honestly, we will talk about that a little bit more when we actually go to the draft, because sometimes creativity works out. Sometimes it just goes a little bit too creative. Now, before we jump into the game between ONIC going up against Team Liquid, let's look at some of the videos to see how they've been rolling here in the M7 World Championship.
Aurora turned the tides with one team fight. They sent the Golden Road Dream to the lower.
We had doubts for ONIC ID. I gotta say, their next fight, it's now or never.
Kalau menurut gua ya M7 ini sangatlah berdarah-darah ya. Kita pasti bisa bangkit lagi dan kalah lagi.
I'm just really frustrated because I can still do more, but at that time I didn't do it, so I still have my regrets after that game.
Kemarin sempat sedih, cuman ya balik lagi kita harus cepat move on karena kita belum berakhir.
Dan ya gue berharap kita bakalan bangkit lagi lawan TLPH karena siapapun yang menang, yang kalah bakalan pulang. Jadi kita bakal berjuang juga karena kita pengen balas dendam lah dari kekalahan terakhir.
I wish them luck. They're not gonna get the sweet revenge that they wanted.
After I beat him, I'll become #1.
Last time in the MSC, they taunted us first, especially Kyrie, and I just gonna get back at them. If they taunt us in the match, I don't know what's gonna happen. For Liquid, the lower brackets, a very comfortable place for us because we like the pressure, especially when we only have one life. We kind of give our best and we kind of improve very fast.
ONIC chance-nya masih ada banget. kesempatan buat juara atau masuk final, kita nggak peduli mau lewat mana lah. Misalnya mau lewat upper bracket, lower bracket, selama kita bisa menang terus, nanti kita bakal fokus one by one dulu sih. Mungkin dari tim Liquid dulu, baru next lagi.
I am personally confident because I just want to play. I want to also get my revenge for myself and I want to meet SRG in the near future.
TLPH juga kan ngejar Golden Road, terus kita ngejar settle terakhir kita yang belum kita dapetin yang series. Tapi realitinya cuma satu tim yang bisa dapetin nanti.
We wanna do more to achieve the Golden Road because it's much more harder to get the Golden Road and much more satisfying and also good for the storyline if we make it.
Kita bakal berusaha gagalin, bikin tetap jadi curse aja.
Indonesia, are you ready? It's time for the Sky Kings to take the stage.
Onyx. What time is it, Onyx? What time is it, Onyx?
Tennis indoors
What time is it,
tonight.
Onyx?
What time is it? The Sky Kings are ready to bounce back. Skyler, Lutfi, Kimoy, Kyrie, Suns, and ONIC time!
Ladies and gentlemen, ONIC are on the stage, but going up, it's gonna be the final boss of M7.
Right here in Jakarta. Let's go, Team Liquid!
Ladies and gentlemen, both champions from the Philippines and Indonesia is up on stage. And again, just to remind everyone, this will be an elimination match. So whether you like it or not, one champion goes home.
One champion definitely goes home, and one will move forward to even harder matches. Nobody would have thought that both regional champions would be here today. in one of the first lower bracket matches going up against each other on life support.
You wouldn't think that this will be an elimination match between the two of them, but here we are. And what's good about this is that we can expect them to be prepared after days of preparation. Maybe a new hero will come out. Maybe a new duel will come out. This is going to be an exciting match for sure.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, looking at both teams are on stage alongside their coaches. This will be the final match for one of these teams. So make sure you give your support because both of them will need it in this best of 5 elimination match. Now we call for the fist bumps for both teams as we start the match.
And a match it's going to be, I mean, at this point, we've broken down the possibilities for each team to win, right? We think our ideas, at least, on how this is going to go. But I do at least want to ask, you know, we haven't been able to give any predictions.
I try not to because I want to make it fair. But now,
he's a safe guy now.
Yeah, of course. Now we're going to look at ONIC ID here. Loopy, Kyrie, Sanski Boy, as well as Skylar. I got to say, out of everyone, Loopy has really impressed me the most, especially the final game where he was using the Alice is basically unkillable, trying his very best to make sure that ONIC has a chance against Alter Ego. But again, it can't be a one-man army. Everyone else has to step up.
I think ONIC definitely needs to be able to work as a team here. They need to find a way to be able, I mean, TLPH has been a more passive team in a sense, so I think ONIC can maybe take advantage of that in the early game.
Yeah, right now we have Team Lico, we got Sanford, Carl TZ, Sanjay, JP, as well as OHEB. And again, all 5 players have been known to be the best in their individual positions. But again, looks like here in the M7 World Championship, just like our panel has been talking about, it has been very competitive. So each of their position, gold laner, EXP, jungle, roam, and mid, every single one of them is being highly contested here to see that who is going to be the new king of each position.
Oh, wow. That's a scary thought just to think about it. The jungler, of course, is there. Carl TZ, everybody's eyes is on him, right? And I think that the Team Liquid as a whole, when they enter this tournament, if there will be a pattern for which team you want to beat, Team Liquid will always be on top of your list when it comes to try to study it. And that's probably why the teams that Team Liquid have faced have always been prepared against them.
Another thing to point out, Sanji's been #1 in first blood kills in the mid game, tied with Rosa overall, and that shows that they do have control over that mid lane tempo, something that we're looking for in this match to come up.
Yeah. Right now I have a question for Wolf. Have you ever feel like a situation where you just wasted your time?
Yeah, many times, yeah.
Like you're trying to set up a joke and then it just won't happen at least for another 40 minutes?
Pretty much. Especially with the amount of effort that you've put in. Yeah. And
I'm just saying,
hassle for your teammates that you did.
Yeah, I feel like lowering your vision is not needed anymore.
Yeah.
So
I thought we were gonna have like an interview with a player.
You can take it off. You know, I'm just saying.
I actually can.
He was committed.
Yeah, he was very committed, and now he looks very, very disappointed. But now we got to talk about this matchup here because I feel like just like the matchup between Team Spirit against Yangon Galacticos, when it comes to the bans, it's going to be something that we really have to look out for because if we do see a Freya ban, there's a very high likelihood that we might be seeing a Claude, which is very interesting considering we have not seen a Claude almost at all, only Innocent, and it's just one game.
That's my big question right now is how different is the lower bracket meta going to be from the games we saw earlier today? Is TLPH and ONIC going to follow the same pathing of, you know, first picking Leo more, things like that? It's nothing but Sora Gold and Claude essentially tossed to the side at this point.
The way I see it is it will be completely different, Trex. I think that we will see some exotic heroes or at least a different pattern for both these teams. And the reason why I say that is because of familiarity. These two teams have battled against each other many, many times before. In fact, I would even wager that they have scrimmed against each other during the regular seasons of their own leagues many, many times. So what I'm trying to say is, if you already know what your opponent is gonna do, if you know their pattern, you try to outplay them and then they try to outplay you, all of a sudden, it's an entirely different battlefield. So, in conclusion, I think this series will have such a difficult draft pattern to predict.
Well, speaking on draft pattern, ladies and gentlemen, looks like Team Liquid will be the first pick here. So now, Wolf, run by me. What are the possible advantages that Team Liquid can have being first pick blue side?
Okay, so that offering a trade is the most important part of it. And what I say about that is you force your opponents to even open up a Jushin, for example, in exchange for a Claude. The first pick is so important when it comes to the trades that this is something that we can expect them to actually go for.
Now, well, ladies and gentlemen, this will be the first draft between ONIC Indonesia going up against Team Liquid from the Philippines. Team Liquid will be having first pick, and it looks like the map will be Dangerous Grass, one of the faster maps here in the M7 World Championship. And we'll, like I called it, it is going to be a first pick Sora, with Team Liquid betting on the Fanny, the Kalia, as well as the Eve, and ONIC Indonesia betting on the Yuzong, the Claude, and the Jushin.
Okay.
So there's still enough respect to ban out the Claude from ONIC here, but that leaves the Sora open. And yes, we've been seeing nothing but gold lane Sora, but also we know it's possible in the EXP, which makes TL very flexible from a starting position.
That's why you want to pick up the Hilda if you are ONIC in this case. Using Hilda could be a good opener because it kind of prevents... Okay, so they went for the CC instead. What I'm trying to say is it might prevent Team Liquid to go for an assassin, but in this scenario, you just might as well get the Lancelot, right? You're up against just the CC. Lancelot Hilda might be the opener here for Team Liquid.
I'm thinking maybe Hilda Farza, you lock in mid, and then you can still go to a jungler into second phase comfortably. You have things like the Sora already in.
I agree.
Something I do have to say, ONIC has a very SRG kind of opening here, being able to CC as well as the Yisun Shin. I kind of feel like if they get something like a Farsa or a Cho is still open as well. I kind of feel like that's going to be a priority here. The Farsa taken away and the Lancelot shown up here. Now the question is, do they want to go for a Valentina pick? Like, is that too much?
I honestly feel like Hilda is better for ONIC here. Valentina is gonna be a massive pick though, because it has two ultimates to answer already, and I will not be surprised if that is going to be the case. But I feel like you have to really stop Cartesi from farming, and Keyboy has been so good with that hero. Maybe you can pick up the Valentina now and ban the Hilda if you're not that scared for your Valentina to not have a good game.
The good thing about the Valentina here is you still have the option to read the last two picks of TL.
Yeah.
And if they decide not to put Sora into the gold lane, you can flex around, right? You can leave Valentina as your mid and pick something else up. So I think picking it up here now leaves them a little bit more options coming into the second phase.
Gentlemen, right now I'm looking at the roamers, Keyboy as well as JP. Their primary heroes are still up. We still have the Cho, we still have the Hilda, but we also got to talk about the Khalid, the Hylos, and even the Gata. The Gata hasn't been picked up so much, but still, especially that Khalid. I feel like Khalid is something that both teams are thinking about.
Yeah, I think that for Team Liquid, they're more likely to pick up the Khalid than for ONIC, especially because they want to preemptively, kind of counter the Hilda. But at the same time, you don't want to give a good ultimate to Valentina anymore. Of course, you've already given the Sora ultimate as well as the Farsa ultimate, but if you give something like a Khalid, it will give so much options for Sans, one of the best Valentina users that we've seen all throughout the history of MLBB, another good ultimate to steal.
So TLPH needing to pick these two bans here. You guys mentioned the Kadita earlier as a pickup for ONIC. I know it's like a fallback pick for Sans, but it hasn't been performing for just about any teams at this point. And yes, it's supposed to work good against the Farza, but I think TLPH has that card checked at this point. And ONIC needs to, dig a little deeper than just comfort with Kadita or something of that nature.
Yeah. And I guess the predicament that ONIC have put themselves in is, if they do pick up the Keyboy hero 4th pick, Red 4, that means the Team Liquid can easily adjust. But then if you pick up the Lutpi hero or the Skylar hero on 4th pick, you also reveal so much, so you get countered heavily. That's why I feel like the blue pick is the blue side. I mean, is just so good and so flexible.
We're not gonna feel like the Cho. What do you guys feel about the Cho for ONIC?
For ONIC, it will be countered by a Hylos. That's what I'm saying. Like, everything could be good for ONIC. I mean, there's so many options for them, but at the same time, they can be answered by Team Liquid. But yeah, Cho could be good for ONIC. They take it away from Team Liquid. Team Liquid will eventually have answers to that, though.
I think at this point, honestly, I know that I know the Valentina does well against Sora in the gold. Oh no, no matter what, because you already have CC. CC's got to go to gold, right?
Yep.
I mean, essentially, so we know the Valentina's in mid. You just pick up the XP lane at this point.
I mean, they can still
Save their
flex it.
moments to counter.
Yeah. They can still kind of flex it, put CC in EXP Valen Gold, but again, just like Wolf said, you kind of have to pick T-Boy's Heroes fourth if you do want to move it around. If you show either side lane, then that's it. We're locked in. Valentina has to go mid. So I feel like this fourth pick from ONIC is going to be one of the more important picks in their entire draft.
I'd rather them go for a Hilda than a Cho, but a Cho for Keyboy with the Valentina on Suns that can copy the Farsa ultimate to be good. It is indeed going to be the Hilda. And you take that away from Team Liquid because this is a hero that doesn't have many answers, apart from a Khalid, for example.
And this is a hero that could still possibly be flexed.
That's right.
Yep.
So it leaves themselves open as well for this final pick, depending on what TL picks up here. Now, they're pretty simple, straightforward, rounded out.
Yeah.
For Rome, what do we think we're looking at? You mentioned Hylos earlier?
Yeah. Oh, they pick up the Cho. This is interesting, and they heal the answer. I think ONIC are okay with this, the picks coming up from Team Liquid, in all honesty. They can really just use this Hilda as a sandbag for the Cho. Esmeralda is not that big of a threat if it's just the Hilda, especially because they have this CC. Now, they cannot go for a Harith. Maybe a Granger could be good for ONIC in this scenario. Overall, it's a good hero to have. They go Alice instead.
Okay, so it looks like this is going to be Alice EXP, which again is one of the loopy standout hero against Alter Ego. So right now, Trex looking at draft coming in from both teams. How do you feel about the draft overall?
I mean, overall, ONIC trying to pull off what SRG did to TLPH in the Swiss round with a heavy fighter dive composition, the CC, the Hilda, things of that nature. If they're going to be able to pull it off, it is a big question. The lineup rating skews heavily into ONIC's favor right now. But like I said earlier, with so many fighters in the meta right now, so many weird offlane picks, I think it has trouble. I think the AI has a little trouble reading.
Thank you very much, Wolf, as well as Trex. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is champions versus champions in an elimination match. We're going to be throwing it over to the casters. It's your turn.
5 seconds till
Thank you so much to the panel here, and once again, everyone, welcome to the land of Dawn. It's a crucial match between the champions, one of Philippines and one of Indonesia, to take us through. It's me, Naisu, joined on the desk with Leo and Mirko to bring you the action of this best-of-5 elimination match here in the MS7 World Championship. Boys, the panel shared their sentiments on this draft. I have to agree with Trex, man. I think the AI gets a little skewed sometimes because, man, those lineup ratings.
That, and they may be blinded by the aggression that ONIC could potentially bring out. You're looking at a very strong mid lane, Valentina and Hilda. And you're seeing here, Team Liquid is answering back. They essentially held the line.
That they did.
Yeah.
And at this point, I'm wondering what the matchup's going to be like, right? Because we haven't really seen too many Alice versus Sora matchups. The fact that they ended up flexing this Valentina into mid so far is kind of crazy.
Part of this, too, as we look at the emblems here, this Sora in the hands of Sanford will be going with that concussive blast. I know we've seen a whole lot of gold lane Sora so far through this. Oh, early poking?
Yeah.
Keyboy should be fine. All right, Keyboy is able to get out of there. But yeah, the Sora has been such a priority so far, alongside the Leomord, especially here in the knockouts. You know, we've seen that, but again, gold lane Sora works a little bit different, temporal rain there, but this tankiness that we see from Sanford, we've seen this a couple times, even through the Swiss stages, and it provides a good amount of crowd control, takes some of that responsibility away from JP needing to constantly kind of be there, and opens up that window for him to go and hopefully find the right target acquisition with the Cho. We've seen Cho, I think even based on the win rate, what is it, around the 50% mark, I think.
It's definitely a very reliable hero in the Swiss, in the knockouts, and was almost single-handedly responsible for SRG's comeback win last night. That's why they're sitting in the upper bracket. See here, JP jumping in between two.
Yeah. Getting some good damage over on Kyrie, forcing regen, both really setting up for Turtle number 1.
All right, Turtle 1's up. Again, Dangerous Grass being a part of this whole dance when it comes to the objectives here. You're going to see the team get into position. Pretty much everyone going to join this fight. Half health already on the Turtle.
Yep, JP going to be taken very low. That's going to be thrown. Ruin Carl still winning on to Retribution. It's in the back line. It's Sans with a sword. Actually, just an assassination. Oh, but it's the same. Both Sora ults taking a kill, but now it's going to be Keyboy who jumps in on Sanford with the help of Lutpi. That's 2-1.
40 in too deep. Had to use the flicker as well. 2 for 1. ONIC happy with the returns on that. Up by about 500 gold here. 2.5 minutes into game number 1. And what do? When you get this kind of advantage, you dive deeper, you take away a little bit of the jungle. Farthered airstrike by Sanji.
Carl wants more, gets shot down by the arrow, but Lutpi has taken a bit of damage now as Carl goes over to Phantom Execution now with a puncture as well. Doesn't go for the Thorn Roll just yet as Keyboy is able to walk away, baiting a few more abilities, but it's Sanford who takes the kill.
Good pickup, man. Just a whole lot of trades going here already early on, even after the objective was secured by TL. They still go ahead and battle it out. This is pretty much what I feel like we can expect here throughout the knockouts, of course, and already in this kind of matchup. Hopefully we get 5 games of this kind of back and forth to see which champion will come out on top of it. But now, as we look into exactly what's going to be happening here throughout this game 1 already, you know, pace is showing, and I think one thing for sure that ONIC from Indonesia needs to be able to do is match the pace that's being set up by TL. A lot of this comes down to even the usage of that feathered airstrike. We have seen this constantly throughout M7, setting it up, and then that's why Sans works well with the Valentina here.
We literally saw it just a minute ago when Sans was behind maybe a step or two, and he clicked it, he grabbed it, but there was no one there left. And what this is saying for all of us is 4 minutes in, it's a game of inches. Whoever can turn that inch into a foot, into a mile, will definitely run away with the game. 500 gold is what Team Liquid is playing with. 10 seconds until this turtle spawns. And I can tell you now, the cavalry is in a better spot. ONIC ID, currently they're suffering 2-step syndrome. They need 2 steps to be able to get a good foundation on fights.
Yeah.
While Liquid, all they gotta do is just get a good kick, and Carl just commit.
Yeah, that seems to be the case here. Anytime a Cho is on a composition, you can see Sans holding on this time to the Sora ultimate. Oh, this play up top.
Gank up top, Auto Shocker lands. Oh, he's going to be caught by the curtain call as well. As Keyboy picks up the kill, as JP's able to find a way to drag it over to Skylar for the ruin.
What? Skylar gets away! And now they change targets on a Sanford. Going into Thunder form, finds Keyboy!
Sanford will fall as well, though. Sans gets the pick, and now it's ONIC who move on to Turtle. Carl holding this angle. It's going to be Lutpi trying to zone him away, but still, he has the punctures, the free resets. Lutpi's going to zone him away entirely into the mid-wave, so we will be free for ONIC ID.
Oh man, a fight, and even a feathered airstrike drop down.
Oh, the chef wants more! He finds Kyrie!
As I was saying, there's trades everywhere. You don't take anything for free in this game of 1, it seems like. And so they go for a trade, but still, nonetheless. Oh, whoa! Big JP?
On JP. Now Sanford wants to go in, goes on to Sans. A desperate feather airstrike earlier to try to deal more damage before he dies.
Leo.
He wasn't done.
He wasn't done, man.
He wasn't done.
I'm looking at you here because I just feel like we have seen the teams and the players from the Philippines really adapt to this more hectic, chaotic, brawly play style.
Oh, yeah.
I love it, man. What? As I say it, Skylar falls.
Yep. Welcome to Indonesia.
It's something in the food, man. I don't know. It makes
the spice,
It's
bro.
the spice. They brought it to the game as well. And it's working. I mean, look at this. They built up a small lead up to this point.
And this is what Liquid revel in. They enjoy the fact they can keep fighting, and all the more the reason why is because ONIC ID is not ready to fight just yet. I'm looking at Kyrie, he's a scaling jungler. I'm looking at Skylar. Yes, you are a CC, you're a fighter, quote unquote. But compared to an Esmeralda that's just happy to peel, you kind of need to clap back, and they find the kick!
Way the dragon into the airstrike, and everything in the kitchen sink thrown at Keyboy.
That's that Cho play we're talking about, man. Every single time he's up, that kick is available. Oh, okay. He's gonna get out of there, right?
Yep.
Is holding him back, yeah.
Got about half dozen dashes on this Thunder form, he's fine.
There's a reason why this Sora does keep getting picked. He's gonna get chased down. Whoa, okay, at least, again, I said it before, you don't get anything for free, but here comes JP.
Good traceless out of G Kundo. Oheb was holding on to the falling star move, just uses it onto the wave, gets prio, and now they move to Turtle. But Lutpi is gonna be caught by the airstrike now to G Kundo as well as the way the dragon. Lutpi pinned down, but there's not enough damage to take him out. As the ruin will react in time for Sanford and Sanji. But now JP getting bombed.
The father has fallen, and now in Thunder form, Sanford are going to deal a lot of damage.
Whoa!
The Keyboy, oh, have fight Sans dancing around him.
The Filipino sniper on an Esmeralda as Carl Teasy gets a free turret up top, now rotates into the purple buff and takes it away from Kai, but he wants more, jumps onto Keyboy, not enough.
Tote is guilty of Grand Theft Purple. Again, a game of inches. That start was, whoa, wait. Skylar? It's fine out, that's 4 members!
All alone, no way you can survive that. Oheb on a killing spree now.
Man, oh man, I feel like we're watching 4 different games or 1v1s go on and break out throughout this game. Neither team wanting to let up just yet, too, up here up top.
Traceless out of the way of the Dragon, but now it's going to be Carl with the Phantom Execution and a Thorn Rose. Great Traceless again, but again, it's going to be Kai caught in the bad spot. As you see Carl rotate him over, it's Lutpi who gets the blink in time.
Okay, so they go, they make it happen, they'll find a pickup, minus everything that's been happening here in the past minute or two. All these constant fights will lead us nearly to that lore in about a minute. They want to start to open up the map at this point, take down this tier 1 turret. That's exactly what TL wants to do. Can ONIC hold on to this turret?
That's a good question. Sanford walking up, able to go for the CC, but it's only onto Lutpi now as he dashes out again. And look at JP.
That's what you get with a Cho pick in the hands of Team Liquid's Patriarch.
On dangerous grass.
On dangerous grass, again, there's very little he needs to do to get in there. And just to call back to a kill that Kyrie suffered up top, that rarely happens to the Sky King. Sanji's fine here. The Gleam, Lutpi did fully commit. And now Oheb is in a position with, 2 items? Oh, the King on the Suns!
All in on Sans. Oheb picks up the kill. Lutpi's a bit late to react now. Gets shot from the skies by Sanford. And man, you can really start to feel that damage.
What a kick again from JP. He has been a menace on this side of the jungle of ONIC. And right now, they're going to go ahead and work to take the purple buff as well from Kyrie. Still going for the tier 1.
Oh, look, he gets the blade, but he gets disintegrated before he can tap the second part of it. That's a free turret in the mid lane, and Kai can only get a trade up top with a tier 1.
Team Liquid make a beeline for the Lord. Massive conversions. ONIC ID not down and out just yet. There are still trades happening for the defending champions of Indonesia on home soil. They are suffering quite the losses in the opener of this best of 5, and now they're going to commit even more atrocities in the jungle.
Jeez, what you got to do, man. You got to continue to pull pressure where you can, and they'll do exactly that. Kyrie, no buff, no orange buff, no purple buff either, and you expect JP to pretty much just live on this side of the jungle of ONIC. So they have a Lord approaching. They've got to defend.
Leo, usually when we talk about these Grand Theft Purples, it's sneaky with it, you know? It's kind of like a sneaky heist, but they're just going in. They're in front of their faces, they're stealing it.
This is blatant thievery, is what's happening. Highway robbery, in your face. I know you know, but I'm going to do it anyways. Sanford checking range in the back. JP just crossing straight up. He's honest about it. Feathered airstrike.
Pop and Mana Shocker there. Carl's easy walking up against Skylar, trying to survive. Blinkers out to safety. Now they're throwing a ruin into the Blinker defensively. Carl gets the kill. It's a big double for the GOAT.
How many times have we seen a Carl TZ on this Lancelot, or Lancelot on Carl TZ, man?
He is him.
He is him. He's able to follow through with whatever JP sets up for them. They get these shields down. Lord is still up. It's got to be worked with. Sanford's low. He goes back. But I think that's all TL wanted. They ballooned their gold lead even further, almost 8,000 gold ahead, and they're nearing these base turrets to fall in the base of ONIC here.
Wait a second.
They're gonna fight?
Point Starman on 2, Carl's in the back, Phantom Execution, and the Thorn Rose down with the help. Skylar taken out by Oheb, who's unstoppable.
Team Liquid, up now 8,000 gold. The reason why they're going fast and picking fights and stealing everything away from ONIC is I believe they know that they're on a timer. With no marksmen and no quote-unquote generic hitters, typical for taking objectives, they know that their time is limited, especially in the face of Lutpi. Lutpi showed signs of life by holding out, and now by pushing this bottom lane inhibitor, they jump in, Oheb!
2-man falling Star Moon, Carl, Phantom Execution backwards. He knows. I think a couple of times we've seen Team Liquid actually get overconfident to the Swiss Sage, even in day 1 of play-ins. So they've learned from that. They've corrected their errors.
I like that they've corrected their errors and they learned from it, but at the same time, you see them pressuring in a way that's like, hey, will they fight us or not? You know, and ONIC is deciding not to, which is the best option because you can see between the items here how much work and ground it needs to be covered by ONIC. They're almost 10,000 behind. We have seen games and teams turn it around before, but this is tough, Leo.
9,000 between them, but you're looking at the deficit that ONIC is suffering it's not like they're looking at the same currency. Liquid is counting gold. ONIC, bronze, coins.
Yeah.
It's a quick winner crown from Sanford. He's really going to be looking for the set and instantly for the freeze, so no one can target him down.
That's what I'm saying, man. You see the Sora going in the XP laner's hands. You know they're going to go ahead and try to utilize that crowd control, which works best for more of a tankier build as Sora than what we usually see. You can see him picks up the Radiant Armor now, too. He's quite stacked up defensively. Even Carl Teasy building him. This should just be a free Lord for them.
I would say this is still a hybrid Sora for Sanford. You see how lethal his Thunder form is, especially when he finds Kyrie alone, even Sans. So, with that said, they can just take this slow. Again, this could be the final Lord if Liquid gets this right.
Yeah, even if it's not the final Lord, I think it's guaranteed one more base turret.
Yeah.
Best case scenario for Team Liquid, it's an N. But even then, I think 2 base turrets isn't even a stretch. ONIC don't have the best clear.
This is why you see Sans take the Feathered Airstrike, because they got to rely on that and somehow stop this push in. There's a forced fight.
Way to drag it onto Keyboy. The point summoned as well, and after the Sora, looking for the big set. Won't be able to find it just yet as Lil P still able to survive, but Winter Crown is there for him to survive. Lil P taken out. It's a fadeaway kill from Sanji.
And that's 2 taken out from the Sky King's ranks as Liquid waits for that Lord down bottom, pressuring a mid, pressuring top. This is gonna be a defense.
Yep.
That could be their last.
This is tough to deal with. You're down 2 members for a little bit longer. You're gonna work on the base. There they go, Sanford.
Yep. 3 members down, or just 3 members alive rather. Sans taking a shot at the Feather Airstrike on the point. Sarmoon cocking him in place. That's gonna be, oh my goodness, the way the dragon. He loses the immortality. Carl in the back, able to find a Thorn Rose. They still have the Lord to play with as Keyboy tries to zone them back as Sans. In a desperate attempt to save the game, stole away the Phantom Execution. Last base turret up top gonna be falling as well, and ONIC now are stripped down to just the crystal.
And with that, they expose the base of ONIC. Off that Lord, it looks like they're doing exactly that, playing the discipline route for TL, even up 12,000 gold. They'll just go ahead and stick to the foundations here, taking down the base turrets and reset.
To put it into context, ONIC ID are playing with less than a full deck. Already, a Hilda that can't get the brushes, that can't get the grass, is gimped. You are literally
it's just
playing
grass.
with a fractured hero here. And Kyrie isn't, well, sure, he did get the big tree items, right?
Yeah.
But moving from there, he can't even get a good position because no one's going to peel, no one's going to set. Lutpi dies like 3 seconds into a fight with Team Liquid, and here they go!
AP again with a way to drag it over a Keyboy, but Subs gets caught by Sanji! Throwing a ruin to the Blinker, able to find 2, but that's it!
There you go, Lutpi gleams on out, the kick, and the knock-up, Kyrie falls! Skylar gonna come up next, by the time OHIP gets 2!
A big double, and now it's just Lutpi and Keyboy! Can they defend? No, they cannot. Lutpi trying to hold down the waves. A Phantom Execution from Carl. Lutpi is in the midst of it all, healing. Wow. Best he can. He buys a bit more time. He actually gets away in time. Keyboy there, Feather Airstrike, the Blinker. Keyboy gets the shutdown.
They need the wave. Keyboy's gonna fall. Lutpi's holding on.
And now it's Liquid who stick onto the base to secure game 1 in this best of 5.
A dominant game 1 from the Cavalry here. Team Liquid comes in non-stop against ONIC Indonesia. An amazing start to this best of 5. They controlled the game from start to pretty much finish. And I'll tell you what, this is going to be a tough adjustment, I feel like, for ONIC Indonesia, because there was a lot to work from.
Massive meta evolution in terms of how Team Liquid changed their game. ONIC, luckily, they have time to recalibrate, but what happened here should never ever happen again. I'm looking at a 13K deficit.
Yeah. That's why I was concerned with the Valentino flex into mid, because the Esmeralda was already visible. They just had no shred, yet they forced that pick into Sans, and with no shred, that's the result.
The result is true, and again, this is one of those crazy games that just started off the foot of, you know, you have a Cho, you can find someone to lock down, set things up. JP maybe only had 1 bad kick, or a kick that didn't go his way. It's not necessarily bad, but it just wasn't what they wanted, but Carl Teasy was still there to follow through. And again, that's just the synergy for TL. We're gonna go ahead and throw it over to our panelists to break down game 1 a little bit more for you guys here. It was dominant 1. Guys, what do you guys think about it?
First of all, thank you very much, Mirko, Leo, as well as Naisu. And yes, first of all, we do have to talk about this, where this is a very Indonesian kind of game, you know, fighting over and over and over and over again, because it does seem like ONIC they want to bring the battle. And Team Liquid's like, hey, we got you, fam. But at the end of the day, Team Liquid just looks much more cleaner. JP having amazing kicks. And Carl as well, before 12 minutes, is full build. Kyrie was nowhere near that kind of gold, Rex.
I mean, Carl TZ just showed that Assassins are definitely still alive in M7 top 8. That's been the question on our minds, and he's showing that it is very possible. The guy was a monster.
Yeah, this is called the Liquid Stampede back at home. But I think that if you think about it, it's really just the same as how you treat it like in the Brawl server. Unfortunately, though, the main difference is they are timing it correctly. For the side of Team Liquid, they waited for the Esmeralda as well as Sora from the side lanes, which kind of means that if they join together with Kyrie in the middle, they will have relentless amount of just overall team fight, right? They will never run out of ways to team fight. Even when you say that the Cho ultimate as well as the Farsa ultimate, their cooldowns are quite longer than what you would see from the Sora as well as the Esmeralda, the idea is the same. You constantly apply pressure to your opponents. And I think that this game, if you just look back at it, probably had 1,000 plays that happened every single minute, you know?
Can I just say, like, throughout the M7 World Championship from the Swiss stage up until now, early picking that Valentina is such a huge risk. In fact, the only one that can really work out was coming in from Sunset Lover from a Team Spirit. But other than that, the fact that you don't have that range really hurts your composition a lot.
Yeah, that's why I said that during the draft, right? You also called out the Valentina that will be picked up, and it was in the right spot. Lafel, you actually predicted that, but I thought like it wasn't the right idea because it kind of limits them to this spot. I think that that ONIC Indonesia generally have put themselves in a spot where it's difficult for them to get a good matchup in the roam role. In K-Boy, for example, he was forced to get that Hilda. We did predict Hilda to be picked up, but in that scenario, the Cho was banned out. So I feel like if they kind of bumped the priority on the Hilda on the third pick, they could have banned the Cho, for example. That's what I'm thinking about. But they were put in this spot, and now they lost because of it.
I mean, I feel like ONIC felt big brain for picking the Valentina because of the possibility of flex towards the end. But in the end, the Esmeralda comes in from TLPH and the outplay to return that no, this Sora was going to Sanford all along.
Yeah, I gotta say, fourth pick on the Esmeralda really threw them out a little bit. Here we have the MVP by Realme, 5-1 and 10. Sanji, by the end of the game, he was one-shotting everyone.
That's the thing, right? That's what you look at Team Liquid. You can never really pinpoint who the MVP is because I could have sworn that there was a time where JP was the MVP of the match, but I think
because of the control in the kicks, or
exactly, Sanford was important in the first few minutes where they were able to apply pressure on the jungle so that Kyrie will never be able to catch up to Krautizi. Krautizi himself has delivered MVP performances, but I think specifically for Sanji, the way that he manages his ultimate and wings by wings, and to always be there in the team fights, whether or not he has the ultimate, meant the world for both Sanford as well as Oheb, because now whoever connects with Sanji has a kill threat no matter what.
Now, gentlemen, the thing that I want to talk about, even though Sanji is our MVP, is actually JP. Because if JP is performing like this the entire match, ONIC will have a problem. And I would say JP is not bannable, because if you take the Cho, there's a Hilda. If you take both, there's a Khalid, right? He has so much picks that I feel like if ONIC pays attention to that, everyone else will be free.
Yeah, I mean, you go far back enough, and JP came in during more of a support roam meta.
Yeah.
And then now he's becoming this more aggressive roamer and has just grown as a player so much. And that is a great point that I don't think a lot of us think about. He is almost impossible to ban. No matter how many things you take out, he still has more options.
There's always a system. If you pick this hero, this is our answer. It's almost like programming when there's an if-else statement that if you pick this is our answer. If there is Hilda, they will pick up Cho. If you pick up the Cho, they will go Hylos, they go Khalid, they go Graf, they go all around that. And you're right, it's almost impossible to ban, because if you commit enough bans to it, then you'll open up other heroes for the other roles.
Yeah. You know, the thing is, if the monitor wasn't slanted that way, we could see the monitor.
Yeah, but we can't.
Yeah, right now is a little bit difficult. Yeah, we can look at the back.
I want to point out some of those final plays towards the end there. This is, you know, the Liquid Stampede. This is the Team Liquid that I think I've been waiting to see overall, where they're aggressive. They're not too passive. Of course, they're a team that has patience, but Team Liquid, all the way back to Echo days, all the way back to these hollowed halls, have always been known as a Filipino team that are willing to really, you know, punch you in the face a few times. And that's what they did today, layering those skills, Falling Star Moon, into the punctures, into Sanji's Wings by Wings to catch someone off guard. You know, this is prime TLPH in that last game.
What I don't like about the Alice last pick for ONIC is that they kind of told themselves that, okay, we're just going to work around the Alice ultimate, because apart from that, they don't have a stun. Maybe eventually if Suns was able to copy the way of the Dragon, they could have a way to engage, but that is not the optimal way to do it. The problem with picking up the Hilda, although it is a very good pick, I would feel like for ONIC up against the Lancelot, is that it doesn't have the stuns for you to set up. That's also kind of counterintuitive when in combination with the CC. So I feel like for ONIC, if they do want to keep up with how Team Liquid wants to play the game, they have to have other sources of stun. That is not an ultimate. So the Alice, although this hero is in theory good, in application, it's so difficult to pull off.
Now, speaking of Alice, the EXP lane, I want to focus on Sanford's item build here in the EXP lane. He does go for the hybrid build, Malefic Roar, Rorax. And we saw earlier, previously in M7, some EXP lane Sora's going full tank build. But I think this type of build fits Sanford so well. He can still be that proactive, aggressive EXP laner, but he can also take a decent amount of damage.
Now, here's the thing, gentlemen. I kind of feel like we got to talk about this after 2 days, well, technically 3 days of the knockout stage. And I feel like all of the players here, they're very impatient. So I feel like if you're going up with the draft that has scaling in it, it's kind of to your disadvantage, because all the drafts that we've seen so far that has a clear and then what, right? Then what, right? I really feel like since Team Liquid looks like they're so ready to fight, so ready to brawl, I kind of feel like that shows that the meta is shifting, so that if you have a lot of skill in your lineup, you're not going to be having a good day. That's what I've been seeing.
That's interesting, but I guess like that might be so applicable in the two teams that we have right now, mainly because they're so dependent on momentum to start the match and start a game, for example. And this is so evident for every other Team Liquid game, because yeah, they're highly skilled. They are so they can execute lineups that have, you know, high skill ceiling. And
I mean scaling.
Yeah,
meaning like you need a lot of farm. I feel like maximum 1, 2, you're already stretching it.
But they speed it up in a way that you kind of accelerate your scaling. So it seems like if you have so much scaling that will depend on 18 minutes, but if you play so fast that you get kills and assists, all of a sudden that 18-minute mark becomes 15 minutes, if you get my meaning.
Yeah, so right now, basically, if you're going to use scale, just play faster.
Yeah, that's what I feel like.
Yeah, and I feel like you can...
faster.
I feel like you can't, like... It's kind of like saying, wait faster. Yeah. You know? I feel like you can do it if you have Farsa and Cho. I feel like that's the skill. No, that's the secret sauce.
The skill?
That's the secret sauce if you want to go for a big scaling...
I call it a bridge.
The bridge.
The Farsa is more of a bridge where you have this, you want to go from point A to point B. That's the bridge.
And you can get the bridge here because we got to talk about the Realme 15 Pro. It has the AI insights to actually give you quite a lot here. You know, it gives you gold analysis, win rate prediction, items, everything in real time. It really is just like a coach on this phone. And here's the thing, if you're using a hero that you're not too familiar with, you can actually set up your combos quite early and then use the consecutive skill button, and then all the while, it will just execute the combo for you. It guides your strategy and elevates your execution. That's a full AI-powered edge. Prediction of performance is the complete package. You play, we carry. Is the Realme 15 Pro M7 official gaming phone. Which, by the way, if you're using this phone, yes, try to get Farsa as well as Cho or Farsa, Grok, or whatever. And then at that point, you can kind of use whatever you want. Speaking of using whatever you want, you guys at home, you guys can witness the true prestige with Granger's new Prime skin. This beauty is waiting for you at level 75 of the M7 pass. There you go, it's down there. Unlock the pass and start grinding today, because look at this figurine, man.
I think it's the best yet.
It is the best, I agree.
It's the best one yet.
I agree, I agree. I feel like we're going to talk about this a little bit more, Wolf, in the draft, where we really need to see that bridge.
bridge.
If the bridge is not there,
Unfortunately, the bridge is not here today.
if the Farsa and Cho is not there, you really got to go to a different kind of plan. Where yeah, I just don't use too much scaling. If you can't have those heroes, just fight all the time.
But if you think about it, Team Liquid.
Okay, at least Farsa. At least Farsa.
I would
At
say
least Farsa.
balance, you know? Balance. Like Farsa, you get the Hilda in the beginning, something that can help you get to that scaling place. Have a scaling hero, have an early game hero, you know, everything should be perfectly balanced.
Oh. Well, unfortunately for MLBB, that's so difficult to achieve. Just because of how good our drafters are. I think that they force you in this situation. I think, for example, Team Liquid, the way that they drafted it. Yesterday, when I saw SRG eventually win over Aurora Turkey when it comes to their picks and bans, I think they just forced mistakes in the draft.
Yeah, like for example, Sora. Sora is incredibly balanced, right? Sora looking good, tanky, does a lot of damage. But now we got to look at Team Liquid, and we got to look at behind the scenes. How is it going on with the Golden Road? Let's check out this video with Team Liquid to see what's up.
Oh my God! The Golden Road Baggins! Stampede complete! The cavalry! Team Liquid are on the Golden Stampede! Team
Yung Golden Road kasi sobrang bigat siya na title na kunin dahil kailangan mag-win streak muna sa mga international tournament and local.
The Golden Road for this year is for the Sky King.
Membuat Golden Road sulit. Mungkin harus selalu konsisten karena pas 2023 kayak hampir gak ada tim yang bisa kalahin kita dan susah aja buat ini stay on top.
The Golden Road!
So difficult to achieve because it is gonna take so much momentum.
Takes him down! And there you have it! Team Liquid taking all four
Golden Road. Tingin ko hindi naman siya curse. Parang ano kasi yung kaya naging champion, kaya may tinatawag na Champions Curse kasi parang ano, naglaylow sila. Hindi sila nagtutuloy-tuloy ng bata kasi nga nag-champion, gusto muna magpahinga. Karoon ng mga bagong patch, hindi sila nakakasabay. Kaya may mga new teams na umaangat kaagad kasi hindi sila tumitigil sa paglaro.
Tingin ko po hindi siya curse kasi parang sobrang naming binrake na curse na magkakasama. Kagaya ng yung mga naglo-lower, ganun, di nanalo, and yung mga upper na di nanalo. Tingin ko talaga hindi siya totoo.
Kung malakas talaga yung team nyo, makakaya nyo talaga. Walang curse for me.
Kami yung kauna-unahang maka-achieve mo.
Or does ONIC find a way to deal with Team Liquid? Now I gotta ask you, Trex, like based on game number 1, do you feel like ONIC, was it really the draft issue, or were there some executions that weren't really all that clean that allowed Team Liquid to take the advantage?
I think the draft suffered a little bit in the beginning. The Esmeralda was uncalled for. The ability to dive on to ONIC. But ONIC had a good game plan, I think, in mind. With the Hildo, with the YSS, they had an idea of let's scale early, but they just weren't able to really fully follow through on that.
Yeah, I kind of feel like it's safe to say Valentina Yi Sun-shin is not the best friends right now. Right? I feel like Yi Sun-shin with the E, with the Farsa, maybe even a Zetian.
Yes.
Would have been better.
Yeah, because you can easily supplement the damage output or even the vision that you get, the utility that you get from the Yi Sun-shin with long-range nukes. Valentina needs to get up close and personal, that's what I feel like. But when it comes to like Farsa, Yi, and the Zetian, when you have so much range, that means that you can maximize the strength of a Yi Sun-shin.
Yeah. Which again, range, like, they could have gotten through to it, but it's just too much of a front line. TLPH were able to just stiff arm them completely, and once they got to mid-game and those frontliners could absorb a little bit of damage, there was no way for Valentina or YSS to ever even get through.
Farsa should be the pick here for ONIC, I feel like. Yi Sun-shin Farsa in this scenario would be good, especially because most of the heroes that you are looking for, like Yi, counter it, is already taken out.
At this point, maybe you just ignore the Valentina completely. Go for the Cho instead. Keep themselves, I mean, don't get me wrong, there's been plenty of jungle picks possible. I don't think they need to pigeonhole themselves into a YSS or something of that nature, right?
I guess. And also that means that Team Liquid will think about their jungle choices as well. Now, I do feel like either the Hylos or a Grok will be good here for Team Liquid. Both are super good. And I think they have to pick the JP hero now. The reason for the Grok is that you can easily cancel the Farsa. It's just a good laner. Reason for the Hylas is you can also be a problem for the Farsa, but also you are not a valid kick target, unlike in the previous game. So Eason Shin is going to be the other choice as well. And the ONIC will, hopefully, they do answer with the Lancelot.
Peace shall reign.
What's that?
Louis. Early Louis.
Yeah.
Okay.
I kind of feel like
wow.
I think it is still pretty good. If JP is able to zone out away this Farsa, making sure that the Farsa does not disrupt her, I think it should be fine. So now with the first 3 picks have been done by both teams here, Wolf.
Yeah.
Run us through about this draft, because we did talk about the Cho and a Farsa now in the hand of ONIC. With that Leomord, how does the draft look like for ONIC?
The Leomord tells us that they want to go for the fighters because they are quite scared of this, the airline support, the airborne or the air force coming out from the Louis, wherein you just
force the air.
Force the air.
You just teleport this Sora to anywhere in the map, maybe the backer to kind of disrupt the formation of ONIC, and then all of a sudden you don't have any good kick target anymore because your backlines you have to protect as the Cho. Leomord also makes it so that you have a lot of damage with the Cho. So for example, you go for a kick, maybe if the Farsa's ultimate is not there, you still have a source of damage. However, this could easily be answered by Team Liquid with maybe a Charizda onto Sandford or maybe a glue.
I think ONIC right now, this time they have the range, right? And I think you could keep it that way. I'm looking at gold lane. With the Leomord, do you think we fully commit to fighters? Do we see something maybe like a Freya Gold here? Something of that nature, and then with the XP, and it's kind of just everyone protect Farsa so that the Louis can't get to the back end. And Leomord can also just be your big damage dealer.
Especially because there's the Louis and would really support that. They're facing up against the Louis. Their gold laners should be very self-sufficient.
I think definitely Freya, something of that nature. For EXP lane, I don't know, do you go full bulk, or do you maybe pick up something like the Lapu that can still do a little bit of damage? Maybe something, so we have Lapu, we saw Yuzong's banned out, so no Yuzong.
Alice maybe. Maybe this is the game where you can say Alice, but yeah, I do agree with the Lapu Lapu because...
But you don't want to give it over to TL here, right?
Don't want to give it to that's what I'm also getting at. Especially because you're running the Farsa. So Freya or Lapu Lapu, the 2 heroes that can be picked up here, they pick up with Uranus.
Something that I do have to say was that I was looking at ONIC to see if they were going to take the Terizla, because fun fact, in case people don't know, there's a special interaction in Terizla as well as the Louis where you can stop the teleportation with the penalty zone.
So we can just get...
Yeah, you pull them so they don't teleport.
That Uranus kind of hit them in the end. The Trex, this is such a bad 4th pick for ONIC in a way that it gave a very good hero for Sandford to utilize. Now, I think you're just left with the Freya here, or maybe a carry if they're,
Myriad of stars.
Okay, yeah, the Freya. See, if they pick up the Freya first,
then they leave options.
Oh no, yeah.
Or at least if you're gonna go EXP lane first, you take the Lapu, right?
Right.
Or even like Hilt, like anything, you steal something away.
Not gonna lie, I was even thinking if Skylar was gonna entertain the idea of picking up a Lunox because they used that before to go up against tanky lineups like the Hilda. So, any last thoughts about the draft here, Wolf?
Watch out for the teleport, the Sora play.
ONIC needs to be aggressive. I think at this point you have a draft that can do it. Get in their face and push back.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to jump into the second game. It's going to be Expanding Rivers. And now, gentlemen, Naisu, Leo, as well as Mirko, get ready because game number 2 is here.
Thank you so much to the panel to break down our draft here for game number 2. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the land of Dawn. It's me, Naisu, Leo, and Mirko. And we're after a heated one-sided match for Team Liquid Philippines. I don't know about this draft, gentlemen. Is this what ONIC Indonesia needed?
It's not about what they need, it's about what they're comfortable with. At least, despite all the weird flexes and the odd order of the draft, as noted by our analysts on the panel, I think they're comfortable because look at how aggressive they are. Look at how fast and how forward they're being from lane to lane. Even Luthi, even at a third of his health, I think he should be fine. This is still a Uranus.
You know, I think one thing that they have to go ahead and adjust is making this, for example, the Uranus pick, like they said, Red 4 being brought up. that could be playing a part in here. Some of the drafting patterns or choices, I feel like, is one of the biggest things the panel is trying to highlight here. So we'll have to see if ONIC decides to go ahead and utilize that, specifically even this gold lane fray in the hands of Skylar here. Yes, he's running that Warcry emblem as we take a look at the emblems here specifically. But, you know, even that flexibility to go ahead and switch things up with that priority Sora like we saw, you know, once played in the XP lane, now in the hands of Oheb here. He does still have that Temporal Rain. He's got a little bit of Vitality and that Festival of Blood. So his trading is going to be pretty good against Skylar. And then if they're able to build up that lead like we saw them do in Game 1, that's where things could get a little scary for ONIC.
This matchup, though, right in the gold lane, Sora versus Freya. We've seen Freya as a way to counter the Claude, but against the Sora, I think it comes down to just clearing out the waves and rotating. Whoever manages to rotate and to get the activeness earlier is the one who actually wins out in the matchup. But you can already see Oheb doing a much better job rotating straight after that wave to cut, and he's going to have a bit of a tempo advantage.
What happened to our game? It's the gold lane that's doing these proxying this early in the game. Turtle spawned, upper quarter, JP pushes out these three, spacing them out. Mount Shocker coming in.
Stanford with a wave of Spider. Now it's going to be Kyrie, still able to dodge away with a Shadow Stamp. Or the, oh my god, the damage on JP was actually quite big. Wow, Reggie from Carl still winning, and Ludpi still able to walk in forward though, but that's first blood for Stanford as Ludpi falls as well. It's a double to CC immune.
Man, oh man, and Skylar, he should be able to get away. Oh, he's dragged back.
More! Regen! Oh my god, Skylar gets away with the help of the regen tap. But look at this diversion just to send him back to gold, and look at the instant conversion of gold.
I guess that's being a Valkyrie right there, man. I'm so surprised Skylar survived that, but still, that's only one problem. All that double kill for Sanford, and now an objective under the belt of TL.
You might be scratching your head how, why Skylar gets extra shields when he procs abilities, and I think Sanji did throw out a basic attack, thought it was going to be enough.
And wait, hold on for the airstrike. Untargetable Oheb though, just flies away. But this is why I was shaking my head to Wolf, just saying it's over when I saw the Leomord pick. We were both expecting Lancelot, but they went Leomord. Like, sure, Leomord has been great, but it's so not Kyrie.
Hasn't that been the question even back in the previous games at the Swiss stage when we were like, man, you know, the Lancelot was left open, and it's like, why
they don't like
they not want to play it?
ONIC hate Lancelot. I don't know why though.
You know, that was at the time to be comfortable and have preferences because you need to evolve with the metagame. Team Liquid, even they did it.
Yeah, they did it. The Leomord has done pretty well, especially when we got to see the glimpses of it yesterday, but for some reason, ONIC just isn't able to go ahead and get the lead that, you know, some teams and some viewers that have been watching ONIC for a while are used to seeing them have, and there's been a constant kind of struggle for making them or showcasing the compositions they bring to these matches and then making them work. And right now, as the turtle comes up in about 10 seconds, I feel like they're going to have to figure something out, some way to utilize Keyboy specifically, like we saw JP in the previous game, to potentially get a setup going on with Sansa's damage with Feathered Airstrike.
Step by step, number one, make use of the dead lane. Know that Ludpi is going to be fine. Don't bother with it. Step two is find a way to get Coyote good with the Leomord. Getting through here.
Wait.
Battle Steed.
Wait, the Dragon from JP was able to actually escape for a bit. Ludpi picking up the kill. Keyboy able to flicker on the safety, but look at the damage on Skylar now from the Sora. Carl picking up the turtle. Ludpi with a chase.
They deny the deep trenches from Carl Teasy. Liquid helps him off camera. Sans finds Oheb. They're not done with Ludpi. Where are they going with the diversion?
Straight into the mid bush.
Okay.
P bought so much time.
Wow, okay, again, this is just like we saw in Game 1 where there's multiple fights happening across the map, and even more so with Aloy Yi in play here for, okay, able to get away, just barely. Skylar there, getting away with his life. Oracle now picked up here for Ludpi.
A little jump scare moment.
A little jump scare, but this might be he's actually going to be able to get this turn down. He should be able to. Yeah, wow,
Ultra aggro there. It's okay. I think he should still be able to escape. Mount Shock coming down as well, but he's on Consecration. Now with the ultimate, never mind. Oheb fisting him down.
That's Thunder Form for you. Bottom lane opened up for ONIC ID, so they could get some farm now on Skylar. It's not like he's in trouble, actually.
Yeah.
He hasn't died, and the map isn't exactly bearing down on him. They go for the swap. A minute until the turtle spawns. Again, looking at Keyboy, I think that's a good step. Whatever happened in the turtle, save for the part where Carl Teasy still got it.
Yeah.
Find a way to use that kind of approach.
that's what I was saying. You know, step one, step two. Sans had the damage there, but JP did flicker out. That's how he was able to kind of like avoid that a little bit. But then he eventually died anyway. There's a setup in the mid.
Oh, Sans brought back to the team. Instant damage from the in-air reaction. Keyboy really looking for the play, but he gets bonked, and then Oheb comes in and smacks him.
Man, that can't feel good. You know, you're getting yin-yang reaction thrown around. You're getting torrented around. At the end of the day, you just want to be able to play. And right now, this composition, here's a diversion.
They collapse onto Kyrie. He's fine. Dashes out of there. And they go for the tier 1 in mid. Sure, take your win in the bottom lane. Oheb's back to reclaim it, but the map is gone once again. It's looking like it's all liquid.
Yeah, it just feels so lost for ONIC. They're late to the rotations. When they do get the rotations, they don't know what to do. And now it's Keyboy trying his best. Sanford with the Brave Spider again. Gets kicked out of the way the Dragon. Now it's going to be the all-in with the Phantom Steed as well. Over on Sanford. He's still buying so much time. Reject away. Oh my god! Sanford still surviving. What the hell?
The bravest fighter keeps him up. The Landshaker sends away 4, and Carl Deasy secures a turtle. Down goes Sans. Keyboy gets away with 1 HP. It's all liquid now. 4K up.
How many times do we have to see Sanford pull something like that off? Especially on this hero, the Lapu Lapu. He does it again, surviving amidst it all.
Oh my god.
This right here is fresh hunting grounds, and the apex predator is hungry.
This guy really makes me want to curse, like,
in a good way.
Curse the team, not
that way.
Yeah.
Oh,
boy. Uh-oh. Gets away the Dragon, but there's just no damage, right? Oheb takes him back to the team, and it's straight into the Mountain Shock, and now with the Phantom Steed as well. Kyrie trying to look for damage, but JP inside of the bush will not take any damage.
Shell didn't even need to flicker. He knew he was going to survive. Torrent form gave him the extra HP.
That Festival of Blood, being able to go ahead and heal back up, and that was about of a good setup that you could expect from ONIC. I mean, they made the play, they went for it, they had the damage, but unfortunately, they're not scaled up the way they need to be. Again, this is a gold lead that has been built up, especially in the last couple minutes or so. It's now ballooned nearly 5,000 gold, which is just right on time for this lore to come up. There's the chastised pauldrons too, now in the hands of Sanford.
Chef's kiss. You did say there is some damage for ONIC.
Yeah.
But for that to be completely shut down and neutralized, Sanford picks up the chastised pauldron. So all the more there is going to be little damage. You're looking at Skylar to scale up. Kyrie maybe some way, somehow, if he gets the stacks, not going to happen anymore.
And that just says they're relying on their fancy footwork.
At least for the next 5 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, this is tough because even more so does Sans have to be on point with the feathered airstrike into this objective. Lord's going to be up here shortly, and look at the play up here. Diversion's going to be used.
Yep.
Relocating TL to this side of the map. They're ready to go ahead and start the objective here in just a bit. Once things get situated, and Carl Teasy makes his way again. Expanding rivers, fast rotations here. ONIC knows what's up, and they'll also get in position. Despite being down this much, it looks like they do want to contest if they can.
Oh man, taking a lot of damage there. Oheb walking up, forcing the flicker out from Sans before he can actually get the CC down. And that's a big gun from Mr. Goat.
Brush control totally in Liquid's favor. Holding down that Y brush while playing with the nearby lane. And they do get the kick, finding Sanford. They answer with all of the ults that they got, yet he still stands!
Yeah, there's no way you can kill him. That's CC immune. JP now caught in the midst of it all. He doesn't die. Oheb goes in again, this time on Keyboy! And he takes him out! Oheb on a killing spree. JP regenning in the bush again. ONIC have no answers.
What can you do against Sanford? Even when you get the setup right, he doesn't die. And now off of it, Loopy gives the information. They're going for the Lord here. But there's just nothing that can be done unless... Nope, Lord already secured. They're going for more.
Oh man, Kyrie with the Phantom Steed now jumps in, but look at that CC immunity in the air. Oheb. Skylar can only just look for a trade up top, and really, for Liquid, they're taking a chill pill at this point. They're not even going for the diversions aggressively anymore.
They are putting their hands up while they're stepping on ONIC's neck. Literally. To be fair, they are less aggressive in taking these buffs, these camps, so they're not attacking the economy, but what they are attacking is ONIC's propensity to fight back. And I'm pretty sure this is getting into the mental of the Sky Kings. Again, if you get at the match point, that's literally every game is a must win. Now is a must defend situation. They're going up against the Lord, pushing down bottom, and I'm looking at a situation wherein these Holy Shields pop.
Yep. Holy Shield up top just popped. Working on this tier 2 in the mid. They do hold that Lord there, so they're going to try to hold on to the mid and bottom if they can. They do have good clear. They'll go ahead and clear this out. Diversion used here. And this is the thing, man. It is more so on the mental state. I feel like with ONIC right now, they're kind of scrambling. I mean, even the way that they're approaching some of these fights, again, you got to think, how many times do you actually get that setup your composition is supposed to allow you to do, and not capitalizing now, what, 2-3 times in this game? You start to think, is that the play? Like, who are we going to lock down? If they can't get to Sanji, who is? Because if you can find Ohem and kick him, because you don't want to go for Sanford anymore.
There was moments in game 1 wherein the shoe was on the other foot. It's Keyboy on the Hilda, and the same thing happened.
Yeah.
So I think it's less of what they're playing with and more of how they're playing it. At this point, you can't cry over, oh, we picked the wrong heroes.
Yeah.
You're deep in. You're 12 minutes in. Lord spawning in a minute.
Gotta use what you got.
I love how the game has evolved, wherein XP lane and gold lane can just share the same things. They can just do the same things. And you're seeing a Winter Crown almost on Oheb.
Yeah.
That's it, all the more. Everybody's just going to be really hard to kill.
Yeah, and he already has the Queen's Wing, so I think even for Sanford, he's already immortal. He doesn't need a double on that, right? No need for the immortality.
There's nothing ONIC can do for at least the next 8 minutes that can kill Sanford.
Yeah, he doesn't need too much anyway, because again, it's just been his mechanic skills that have pretty much kept him alive. And so, you know, for ONIC, as they kind of get ready for this next Lord, because it seems like they're also just going to kind of calm down, get what they can. In terms of items here, you can see the concealed now being swapped in. Now Keyboy's got that. So they are going to most likely try to make an attempt here, a play with the concealed, the kick. And it's just about target acquisition here, like we mentioned. Oh, you can already see him, on this side of the jungle too. It's going to be spotted out, though.
It's a good angle, but it's the wrong person you're tracking.
Yeah. So Lord up, fighting for position here now for this Lord take. Carl Teasy will start it up, but with ONIC in tow, they'll go ahead and get ready to fight this Keyboy.
Able to play, able to find the Jiku. No one's Carl Teasy with the dragon as well. Skyler walks up and Keyboy gets the pick on the goat. That was the damage coming through, and Sanford just slicing them.
2 for 1 currently as ONIC are thinking, should we stay, should we go? Kyrie dancing around, bumps into JP. JP very low.
Yeah, Kai bonked around, still trying to go for more damage. Is able to kind of away, but Sanford takes him down, picks up the mega kill as Ohem walks into the mid lane, and now goes for the chase onto Sans, forcing the flicker out, and now it's Lutpi who's trying to buy time for the airstrike coming down on him with the stun as well, but Ohem goes to the skies and goes back onto Lutpi. Now with the help of the Bravest Spider in through the consecration. They swing him down, but Lutpi's able to flicker out.
They're buying time. Sans joins the tag team battle, and the Lord has gone ahead and scaled up here. 14 minutes, still standing. Purple in jeopardy. Carl Teasy is a respawn too.
Everybody's pretty much going to reset after that, but man, give it up to Keyboy. He found the target he needed to find, and still yet, they weren't able to secure the Lord just yet. So we come back to where we just were. Now, if Keyboy can do that again, he doesn't have the flicker this time, though, so that is a bit of a loss here. Oh, hold on. Whoa, kick already used.
Sans able to cut away there from the stun of the Bravest Spider. Now it's going to be Skyler in the backline going in all the way onto Carl T. No, it's Sanji, actually. He gets the kill back, but he's going to be dead as well. Oheb finding the trade. Lutpi taken down by Oheb, but Keyboy did the same to Sanford now. It's a 3v3.
Oh, Liquid taken away from home court as Carl Teasy in the midst of the chaos secures the Lord. He finds Keyboy, serves up a kill to the GOAT. He's feeling himself.
ONIC is fighting. They're going for these fights. They're trying to turn it around, but man, TL right now just has the upper hand. A Phantom Steed thrown out to go ahead and clear out this lane, but the Lord is the problem as ONIC waits for everyone to be up for this defense. Once again, TL finds themselves with a lead to work with as they approach the base in game 2 of this best of 5, potentially knocking down these base turrets of ONIC unless somehow they're able to turn it around in this game. We've seen it before, teams turning around at big gold deficits. Can they keep it together here? The mid turret's gonna go down as that Lord charges in.
Uh-oh.
And a full force of ONIC on the defense here.
Yep, look how the airstrike is zoning him away, but the position that Team Liquid have right now, it's like, they don't really care for the team fight. They can just go for the slow build-up again, wait for the next neutral objective to spawn in, and then take ONIC into deep waters.
And what's troublesome for ONIC is Liquid are playing with both mid and long-range heroes.
Yeah.
You have Sanji, you have Carl Tizzy, and then if things get worse, you want to play in the paint, you have the Sora and the Lapu Lapu. So the only real solution for ONIC is a pickup. That's the only way that Lord was delayed. The second Lord could have been theirs. It's just, I don't blame them. I don't blame ONIC because that was their one chance. That was their one try. Oh my God, Lutfi here gets caught out. Tail end of the Bravest Fighter, and they get him. Oheb.
Oh no.
Diversion into the midst of it. Oh, Keyboy trying to go for the way the dragon cannot find it. Sanford takes him down. And now with Lutfi and Keyboy down, they have a wave in the mid lane to play with, but they'll just go and play it safe. They go up top.
A surprise stampede from the chef. He cooked this one up. And ONIC ID in just a few moments might be cooked because it looked like Liquid are going for it.
Oh, him in the back. Sanford popping Bravest Fighter. Kyrie almost for the goal for the kill, but again out gets stunned out by Sanford. And he all in and he takes him down. Skylar in a whoa! He hits the wall! Victor in looking for the kill. Desperate plays from ONIC, desperately trying to stay alive.
It's just the base left standing. Lutfi and Sans doing their last stand. They clear the wave.
They clear the wave, they stay in the game, but man, what is going on for ONIC? They still have to deal with a wave pushing down a bot with Carl Tizzy. Does Team Liquid look to do any more than take these base turrets down? Uh-oh. Well, items being picked up here. Immortality for Keyboy as well. They're going to push it in.
Sanford, really looking for the play again. Every time it's up, he goes for the Bravest Fighter, dude. And it's crazy because I have never seen ONIC panic like this before.
Yeah.
They are usually composed in even the toughest situations, but something's gotten to them, bro. What was that?
And from one P-word to another, what is the plan? Usually when you draft a certain way and you end up in less than ideal situations, there is a game plan. But for now, ONIC, again, the best thing we can say is get a pick-off.
They're going for it.
Find one. And that's gonna be a winner crown, the safety! Oh, have okay!
Phantom Steed coming down from Kyrie. He's gonna be stunned up again. JP is still looking for the play right now as Daphne Skyler, the backline taken down by Sanji. Sanford looking for it, doesn't get the stun down. They're all trying to run away. Diversion from Sanji!
A surprise stampede from the back! Kyrie gets run over! Sans? Wings by wings? Oh, he can't save the base.
There's a cannon minion in the base. TL with ease. Take the series to match point.
Match point. You can't stop a cavalry coming through the diversion just when you think you've got the kick for the 5th or 6th time. It's all stopped in its tracks here. You can see just how disappointed right now ONIC is feeling with this, man, because match point.
Multiple times, the Loyi has given Liquid, this squad, multiple accolades. The surprise stampede, you never expect an 800-pound stallion in your closet. That's what ONIC woke up to today.
It's GG. I think at this point, after the panic we saw in game number 2, we know what's the outcome of game number 3 already.
Yeah.
Predetermined, Naisu.
It is, man. It's going to be a tough one here just with what they've got to work on because, again, you said it, man. They were shaken. They weren't playing their game, ONIC here. They were making mistakes throughout these team fights, and you know, part of it again is it's mistakes because TL's just playing damn good, man. I mean, again, individually they're able to go ahead and pull off crazy things like we saw from Sanford, but just as a team making it all work, and that's what TL has been known for and why they're on that Golden Road adventure right now. We're going to be thrown over to the panel to break down game number 2 for us. Guys, what do you think?
Thank you again, gentlemen. And I kind of feel like 2 things that we do have to talk about. Number 1 is Liquid basically out-brawling ONIC, and now we need a one.
He's always been this tall. He just looks small on camera.
I see.
He just looks small on camera.
How are you at 2 places at the same time?
Again, I am CC Immune, so you may confuse me now. Right now, Sanford is playing, but this is CC Immune we're talking about.
CC Immune, I have one question for you.
Okay.
How's your vision?
It's so limited.
That's what he has his roamer for, to give him vision.
That's right. I'm relying on just your information, guys.
Okay, if that's the case, I want to ask you, how is it that you were targeted a few times, but you did not die? That was amazing on that Lapu.
I guess because there's not much magic damage that can come from the composition of ONIC that's ready enough to take me down. My 30% damage reduction from physical is just so good because I'm always hitting all my spells, and also because I'm the one to start the fights first before you're able to react, and you can deal damage to me.
This might just be the best player interview we've ever had, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
So talkative, very well spoken. Normally you're so shy, and it's just surprising to see you like this.
Yeah, you can't be shy if you're winning like this, man.
That's true.
I just don't know whether he has a beard or not. Like from some angles, he looks clean shaven. Other angles, a bit of something here. But right now, we're going to be looking at the MVP by the official gaming phone, Realme. And it could go on to anyone because everyone from Liquid is looking amazing. And hey, you're the MVP. Congratulations, CC Immune. 6, 1, and 3. Not going to lie, I thought you would die more times there.
Yeah.
Getting kicked around.
It's mainly because of my itemization, right? We're going to see it's Queen Swings after the Oracle, which normally is not something, a build path that you would see in this game. And like I said, it's difficult to die if you're the one to start the fight. And I think that this is what us, Team Liquid, have done in this particular game. We start the fight first before ONIC is able to set up and actually activate themselves.
No, see, that's the funny thing because you were quick twice. Right, Keyboy kicked you into 5 men.
Yeah.
Like, personally for me, if we're talking about tilt, right? If I have my entire team, if my roamer had a good kick, and we still cannot kill this guy,
get tilted.
Not gonna lie, I'm ready to surrender.
Yeah. I'm sorry, by the way, I have to go back to our...
Hey, no, it's okay. Trex.
What's about to come up here?
Yeah, Trex. Run us through this on Sanford's greatness while we let CC Immune go back to his camp.
I mean, Sanford is... The guy's just a monster. I think the moment we're finally seeing him in peak 40 mode, this is his season. We came into this event knowing that with these heroes, he was going to shine. And the moment I saw that, what was it, top tier 2? The flicker back...
Yeah.
Earthshaker to dodging to the left and right. I mean, he's locked in right now. And I think this just speaks the story completely for this match because honestly, no, I wasn't completely against the draft of ONIC. I think TLPH are just playing better right now.
Yeah, especially
just playing better.
Yeah, especially because of how they utilize this Louis. Feel like maybe if you're ONIC, the reason why you don't really want to fully commit to the kick is because you always you kind of feel like you always have to look over your shoulder where there could be a TP play because that happens so many times. And I'm sure that if we look back into the game, we're going to see how beautifully those teleports were coming out from the Louis, from Sanji himself, because this is what allowed Team Liquid to just keep on pressuring.
Yeah, we're going to be looking at the highlights just to see all the fights that really happened in that game. And I kind of feel like, again, as impressive as it is for Team Liquid, this is match point. And ONIC Indonesia, they are playing in home turf. So there's a lot of pressure for them on this one. And I believe the casters have said it, Trex has said it. Honestly, the draft, even if you're going to say, oh, what if they change this and that, it's really nitpicky at that point. The draft is okay. It's really all on the execution.
Yeah, I mean, because the reality is this. I remember Mirko saying that, you know, this isn't a Kyrie hero. But the thing is Leomord is the meta, and every other jungler has been able to make it their hero. So if you want to be a champion, you need to make whatever works your hero. And that's just the reality of the situation. And it feels like ONIC just isn't quite there, at least not against TLPH right now.
Yeah. See how much Team Liquid were going in and out and trying to zip in, zip out of the fight, start to kite essentially on ONIC ID in here. Because the idea in order for you to get out of the zone of the Leomord is just to invite him into your box. And then what generally happens is that you see the Farsa onto the backlines that eventually now gets into trouble because ONIC ID are so conditioned into committing into the team fight. Then the teleport play happens and all of a sudden you lose control of the skirmish. And I think that's Team Liquid's MO in this game.
Gentlemen, here's the thing. As we're going to be looking at the items here, I feel like partly why it was so difficult for ONIC is that even if you discount the diversion, let's not even talk about the diversion, I would say the dive comes from many different directions. A dive, let's say from the left, Sanford, from the right, Oheb, and all of a sudden, while JP is on a Kyrie and Carl Cheesy is just looking for anyone that is overextending, right? So I kind of feel like a Team Liquid is just a moving a box, right? So no matter where ONIC is, while you're looking in front, someone's attacking you from the back.
I like it because normally when you set up your box, it's just you plant yourselves into that spot and you make sure that if your opponents get into that box, you take them out, right? And then when ONIC ID tries to get away from that box, hey, all of a sudden there's a box behind them. So I really like it.
It's a rectangle at that point.
It's a rectangle at that point. But now if you are ONIC, you're going to have more problems heading to game number 3 because now do you actually have to ban in the low Yi? Because how difficult it was for you to play against it.
I feel like it's very difficult because if we're looking at things to ban, there's always something, right? You're like, okay, we're good, we already banned this, and then, oh wait, he can use that too, right? So I feel like that's part of the problem drafting against Team Liquid.
I mean, at this point, I don't know, I feel like I'm past the whole super deep analytical phase. I honestly believe that TLPH is just playing much cleaner right now. Their gameplay from micro to macro, and especially in micro right now, it's not even like they're out mapping them completely. They're winning in straight up just brawly team fights, meeting them head to head, and their mechanics are just better overall. Don't get me wrong, the picks have been nice, but ONIC had the Hilda and the YSS last game. They weren't able to pull it off in the mid. This time TL gets it, and they're able to slaughter with it, so...
Yeah.
I get what you mean.
Firstly for me, I feel like what ONIC needs to do, and it's very difficult to do, which is to win individually, right? Basically, like, whoever you're 1v1ing, you have to win, because I feel like once the mid duel lost, it's on the side lanes. And then if the side lanes lost, what can Kyrie realistically do, right? Kyrie can come, help out neutralize the mid, but no matter what, whatever draft that you get, you just gotta win that 1v1. The moment you lose, your entire team is out. So essentially you're saying, but like what I'm saying is, for you to be a good team, you gotta be good individuals.
I kind of agree with you in a way that because this is such a high-level match and we are now in the lower bracket and everything matters so much. If you lose your lane, you are pulling the weight down on your teammates, and of course, you're just really giving so much of an opening for your opponents in order for you to lose.
Don't be an anchor.
Yeah, no, honestly, like, this is do or die for ONIC Indonesia because right now, Team Liquid, they are match point. Just to remind everyone, this is an elimination match. So before we even jump into game number 3 between Team Liquid and ONIC, we're going to be throwing it over to our host to see what they are up to.
In the second elimination match of the day, Team Liquid is currently at match point. And of course, from the side of the Cavalries, I see a few familiar faces from the Philippines. Over here, we have Hans.
Hello, hello.
How are you?
I'm good, I'm doing good. Come on, I want to hear you guys. Let's go, Liquid!
The energy is electrifying here in the arena. Hans, how do you feel watching Team Liquid secure a lead like that?
You know, it's just a natural thing in the Philippines to play like that. You know, I can't help but also respect ONIC because they've got here to this point, but you can't help but deny that we're looking at probably a team that can complete the Golden Road, and they're gonna do that here in M7.
Oh my goodness. A team has not yet completed the Golden Road in the history of Mobile Legends Bang Bang ecosystem, and you really think Team Liquid has what it takes?
Yup, not only Liquid, but also Aurora. We're also looking out for you guys later, okay? So go on, guys.
I see the Filipino fans have brought so many of their people here. I even see Myrtle. Hello, how are you? Come join us.
Come over.
Hello everyone! Hello Indonesia! Hello
So cute. Myrtle, how is Indonesia like for you, and how is watching two Filipino representatives still alive in the knockout stages?
Of course, we're very proud. These two teams right now that's competing are two of the top teams from Indonesia and the Philippines, and as a huge fan of Team Liquid, sobrang nerve-wracking to watch here right now. When we saw Sanford choose Lapu-Lapu, and when we see Carl Tizzy really just bring in his skills, sobrang nakaka-proud bilang mga Pilipino, and we're so excited for Game 3.
Oh, it definitely is electrifying here in the arena. Thank you very much, Myrtle.
Thank you so much.
Hans, do you expect this series to close in a 3-0, or you expect a bit more fight from the side of ONIC to push this to a potential 5-game?
Well, we manifest for it, that's for sure. That's what we want to happen. I wouldn't be surprised if ONIC would give us a fight back, but Liquid can get this in the bag if they play just like the past 2 games.
Yes. Now, as you guys can see over here, we have a few more buffs. Let's make this quick, girls. Who are you here to support?
Sanji.
Sanji, what about you? Carl Tizzy. You know what, girls? I hope the very best for your men later on. Thank you so much. And of course, we have the community leader of Team Liquid Philippines. How about you give us a bit of a cheer before we wrap this up?
Okay, let's go, guys. 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's go, Liquid! Let's go, Liquid! Let's go, Liquid! Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, the Cavalries, and congratulations, guys, on a match point. However, it is time to enter a match point for Team Liquid. Which team will get Game 3? Will ONIC Indo push back, or will Team Liquid finish this off?
Thank you very much, Rose, and shout out to Hans as well. So far, he is looking like this is going to be a 3-0, and looking at the first 2 games, it's hard to argue with that. But we do want to see if ONIC can really push things through, because for you to become a champion, you need to have a strong mentality and have that fighting kind of attitude, which we do want to see for Game 3.
I definitely would love to see something. Hopefully ONIC pushes us the distance. They've been known to do things like that before, but it's been a while. And if they can take us to a Game 4, Game 5, there's a lot of things that have to change. There's a lot of things that have to change in that laning phase to mid to late. The whole package needs to be flipped.
It's crazy that we are in this stage in the M7, and we are expecting every team to have this already, but there are so many mistakes. I was looking through my timeline, through my social media, and I've seen a lot of those moments where you can really blame ONIC Indonesia to not play well. Their matchups, you know, the way they're throwing their spells. There was a time where Skylar just ulted on a wall, Kyrie not knowing where to go, and it seems like these are fundamental mistakes that you should not be doing at this stage of the international event. I feel like in this particular game, we have to really look at improving how they execute how they perform.
Yeah, and right now, while all of it is going on, we gotta let you guys know, because Acecraft is an amazing game. While we're talking about Acecraft, we gotta see where V is really hiding out. And for you guys at home, make sure you guys log into the game at Acecraft, because I gotta say, of all the mechanical designs here, it's really all about that retro kind of feeling, as they're deflecting bullets, all with the special skills. It is an STG where you guys can come around and play, and I gotta say, I played it myself. And even though, yes, you can play co-op, but even playing solo, it is quite a lot of fun. I'm able to get a Tom, and it's amazing. So make sure you guys jump into Acecraft now for some nostalgic fun.
Have you played yet? Have you downloaded?
Oh yeah, I've downloaded. I'm actually quite a few levels ahead.
We should play together. Okay, isn't it co-op? Can't you like play together?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. But
you don't.
How do I say?
You don't play with America.
Malaysia and North America, they're a few kilometers, few miles away.
Few miles away. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
too far away.
It's like this far, at least.
Yeah, and if it's in kilometers, it's even like...
Yeah, kilometers
bigger?
Longer.
What's a kilometer again?
1.68 miles, or is it the other way around?
Something like that. As Malaysia, we don't use miles at all. So, you guys know where this is? Is it around?
They have taken.
Oh, they've taken it. Well,
there is no V.
Well, the GG then. So might as well talk about the upcoming game here. As I'm looking at the players. They're still probably discussing on what they want to do.
Yep.
And the draft is good. Like, if you were a coach here, Wolf, like, what would you say to your players? For ONIC.
For ONIC, all right.
Because I feel like Team Liquid, just do whatever you want.
I gotta tell them that they have to relax and just focus on winning their matchups, as you mentioned. And also, just hit your spells. Maybe something good comes from. Because I feel like when you put so much pressure at this stage, they might just mess up further because they're overthinking.
So are you on board with me that the fact is that it's not exactly a draft issue completely. There's been spells missing. There's a skill diff happening. Not exactly that TLPH is playing amazingly, which they are, but ONIC does seem to be having some issues.
Oh yeah, for sure. And when it comes to their issues, here's the harsh reality about being a professional player, which is it doesn't matter what state that you're in, right? You could be sick. You could have a lot of things going on in the background, but at the world stage, just got to show up. Speaking of, a bit of a fun fact here, Britt, for ONIC Indonesia, quite a few times this has happened where if they have a big success in a previous international tournament, the next one kind of doesn't look good. It hasn't been 2 or 3 years. It's kind of been in that kind of route. You know what? I kind of feel like CC Immune took your headset, so you can chill a bit. Like Trex, have a conversation with me. I don't get to talk to my fellow American for a lot.
Well, we're a lot of miles apart.
Kilometers, but you know what? It is what is it, right? As we're looking at the players here,
like Fahrenheit, it's like 100. It's like
wait. Fahrenheit is you or me?
I'm Fahrenheit.
You're Fahrenheit.
You're Celsius.
I'm Celsius. There you go. I'm centimeters and you're inches.
Yes, exactly. You're centimeters. And I'm inches.
Well, dude, we should all celebrate our differences, no?
Yes.
Yes. So let's see how we're gonna celebrate the differences between ONIC as well as Team Liquid here. Trex, you're my best friend here, so let's talk about Team Liquid. Is there any situation that they just change things up, get too creative, and then just end up like ONIC taking a game because they were doing too much?
You want my biased or unbiased opinion?
Unbiased.
Doesn't really matter because either way they're gonna stomp. It's all the same at this point. The reality is it would be nice if ONIC took a game or two at this point.
Yeah.
That's what I am hoping for. But Team Liquid, what I was worried about them in the beginning through Swiss stages, they were playing almost too Filipino. They were playing too passive. They were playing too safe. And now they're getting back to that Liquid Stampede, Echo Express. What we've known to grow and love them for is they are the best of both worlds when it comes to play style. And they are in that mode right now in the top 8. And ONIC has to be able to face two sides of the coin when going up against this team.
Yeah, it's very dangerous when Team Liquid gets that sambal, them spices, the nasi uduk, nasi padang. It really changes your DNA, your chemistry, your biology, your language, sometimes even your hair.
So like if they win here in Indonesia again, is that the key?
I mean, like they won it here before.
Exactly, that's the only time they've won it here before.
Maybe that's the secret. Everywhere they go, they actually have sambal. They just don't tell us. Whenever they need to be aggressive, it's like, hey, coach, you got them red stuff. Right? Something red, something orange. But ladies and gentlemen, we're about to jump into the draft here. Let's look at the map. It looks like it's going to be broken walls. If it's difficult for Kyrie to play in the jungle, oh my goodness, it's going to be more difficult now, Trex.
All right, so first pick is over to, last ban over to TL. Sora is banned out this time, which makes a huge difference in what we're gonna see because the past few games, it has gone through. Claude gone as well. Grok on the field. Do we think we see something like a Grok up front here from ONIC? Cho? I don't know. I think you go for something more group crowd control. With the way that TL's been playing, the Cho, Keyboy, I think you need something that can really stiff arm the advance of TL. Something that can slow them down.
But it's banned out by themselves. Maybe a Yu Zhong, but it's also banned.
So banned, yeah.
Grok?
Yeah, Grok maybe.
Or just Farza YSS, okay.
Essentially, this is so scary because you could just go, well, Hilda is not available, but TL can just go for Khalid eventually.
Or TL just take away the Cho now.
Lancelot Cho. Well, Lancelot Cho might be a...
Cho Farza?
Cho Farza.
Cho Farza looks so good. I like ONIC. I really feel like go back to the most basic thing and get winning lanes. Like I feel like once you see the Farza,
Yep.
I kind of feel like take the prio side leaders. I don't know because it's difficult to go up against OHEP and Sanford. Even if you get a counter matchup, you still somehow win.
Well, I think with the Sora gone right now, there's not exactly like prio offlane. You want to go for counterplay. The Esmeralda, though, what I do like about it is we know OHEP can play it. If they have to, they can use it elsewhere. Most likely going to the gold lane, though. But still, the option is very open, right?
This kind of tells me that Team Liquid really wants to put JP0 onto the second phase, which also has worked in the previous games, though. So ONIC cannot easily just pick up the Cho here because of the presence of the Esmeralda. I think the Grok is going to be better.
Yes.
You also have that Hylas to protect your team. That's going to be for Keyboy. However, maybe they just deprioritize Keyboys here now. I think they just might go for EXP. Maybe get a... Oh, they go Kalea. And maybe Violet Lunox. This is really scary. But Team Liquid can just go for can go back to the Lancelot, I feel like. I don't think they're a team that will go for the Leomord, especially in this scenario where there's a Lunox and a Kalea. You might want to go for an Assassin here. Hayabusa or the Lancelot. There you go.
That's how they beat him in the first game.
Yeah.
Carl TZ felt comfortable against the YSS with it. Coming into second phase of bans, though. So both sides we still need a roam for the side of TL, so does ONIC just kind of, you ban out the Grok here, you ban out some of those options?
Yeah,
get on Catcha, I guess.
Right now, I feel like TL is in such a good position. It really is just on ONIC. So most of my questions will be closely related to ONIC. So first of all, how do you feel about the first three picks here, Wolf, the Yisenshin, Lunox, and Kalea?
The Yisenshin and Lunox, I really like. Kalea, it's just the slot where the Kalea is right now, which I'm scared of because Team Liquid can draft accordingly, but they can also just ban out Zingers that will eventually counter the Kalea, like the Katot Catcha, for example. So to answer your question, I like it actually. I think this is much better than the first three picks of ONIC in games 1 and 2.
So what about you, Trex? What does ONIC really do not want to deal with just to make sure this first three picks is not going to be disturbed?
Oh, man.
You got to look at JP's hero?
I mean, I think you definitely look at JP's hero. The Hilda is already gone. Again, I think the Grok could be a problem. Anything hyper-aggressive, you get rid of maybe the... So they did ban out Galacticos here, and then maybe just get rid of the Grok next and keep it simple?
Yeah. Grok Farsa, though, that's going to be scary.
What if ONIC throws a curveball? Because they have done this before. They put the Lunox on the gold lead. Yeah. I'm not saying it's a great idea, but because they have done it before, we do have to talk about it.
Yeah.
I mean, if the hand gets shown of Esmeralda being in the gold lane, but the problem is TL gets final pick, so it's very hard. They have to make that call preemptively, essentially.
You know what? What if Team Liquid picks up Chip?
Yeah, that would be trouble.
That would be a lot of trouble for ONIC, especially if it's going to be
because their mid trio is kind of selfish in their own defenses.
Yep, that's right. Kalea as well as Lunox. There's the Lapu Lapu being banned out.
They leave the Grok open.
Let's see. Uranus is also open. They can actually... Oh, it's panned.
Yeah. Yeah, I know the monitor shifting is it's something to deal with, you know?
Yeah, it's hard to deal with.
Yeah.
Okay, Arlet is left, Terizla's left, but you want to pick that up now if you are TL? Actually.
Yeah, Sanford has used quite a few heroes to glue as well. They pick up the Alice here.
And I can really see. Because what happens now is that you don't have a luxury of side laners now for ONIC. What do you pick up against these two heroes? You need some sandbag and you also need that damage. I think Ranger might be an option for them.
I kind of want to see ONIC kind of like have a lot of crowd control here because they only have a single lock.
Yeah.
I want to see just a little bit more. But that's
Ranger Terizla, man. I think they don't have any choice.
Terizla We haven't seen a Ruby in a really long time. It goes well with the YSS.
Oh, you're right. That could be good. Maybe you take the maybe get Khalid. Edith. How about Edith though? Is it something that ONIC like Ludwig can play? CC, by the way. Oh no, it's bad.
Yeah, you just got to.
There it is.
You just got to get used to the monitor facing
the monitor
away.
bans. It really actually glares the bans. I cannot see it.
I've been waiting like 30 games for this Ruby pick right here because I feel like it still works well, especially against the double fighter off lane.
Yeah.
Because what they want to do is all jump on you and Ruby slows that pressure down.
Hylos might be the option here for Team Liquid, but I do want to see a chip. It might be so spicy. There you go. It's a Hylos.
Hey, you gotta go with the low and easy, what's it called? Low hanging fruit. Like if it's obviously a high loss, just pick up a high loss.
Yeah.
So Trex, is there a chance ONIC can extend this?
Because I'm a Ruby fan, I think there is. I think there is a chance. I'd give it like 35 to 65.
Well, I'm not good at numbers. What does that tell us?
That tells me that they have a better chance in this game compared to the previous 2 games.
Okay. I'm still not all that good in numbers. There's a scissor here. Well, this is potentially the final game between ONIC going up against TL. Will TL drop ONIC in their own home turf? We're throwing it over to the casters for this one.
You know what? I'm not good at numbers either, LaFell. And that's why I'm right here, joining with the boys Leo and Mirko. We're bringing it in Game 3. It's match point right now for Team Liquid. 2 champions once again that started this all out, and it has been dominant so far for the champions from the Philippines. Gentlemen, are we thinking the same things here with the draft?
If we did not watch the first 2 games, worrying about the mental of ONIC right now, then yes, I'd even up those numbers. I'd say it's a 60-40 in favor of ONIC. I really like this draft.
But the thing is, the first 2 games happened, and in game number 2, it was honestly quite brutal to see ONIC panic the way they did in the base defense. Skylar hitting a wall, going for the Valkyrie's descent. Keyboy flickering, trying to really look for a way to Dragon, but unable to. So they are on easier to execute compositions now, on easier to execute heroes. It's back to the basics, even the Ruby, something that we haven't seen in a while, getting to the hands of Skylar.
Not just easier, I'd say even at an advantage. You're looking at Keyboy, who is holding on for dear life and can hold on to these softies. I'm looking at Carl DZ, I'm looking at Sanji. Hell, there might even be a world where he holds on to Sanford, hits him with a Tsunami Slam when he's not ready, because again, you have to scale up. You have to get the right items on Sanford for him to, you know, literally be CCMU. They catch JP.
Oh man, Revitalize can be popped instantly now as JP still able to sustain back up. And that's it. ONIC just want to bait out the Revitalize. But the thing is, they're getting poked down. That lethal ignition, take down on Sans.
Yeah, that's part of it. Take down the Revitalize. They even have to work through 2 Purifies over there on the side of TL. That's something they can work on. You see the emblems here coming through. Yeah, you're going to have a lot of crowd control. And I have to agree with the panel, you know, when Trex was saying, like, bring out the Ruby, bring out some crowd control to go ahead and compliment Keyboy on this Kalea, who traditionally, this hero, the Kalea, does really good at setting things up, obviously, and then the sustainability that comes with it built into the kit. So they've got to be able to play around this potential. JP?
Or Revitalize this time around. Mountain Shocker locks him down with the help of Keyboy, but JP stood alive for quite a bit. Carl TZ looking to play now with the Thorn Rose, but it's actually a bit too aggressive. Keyboy gets away, gets Sans back to a comfortable spot too, but look at Sanford already holding in the turtle. Sans going in over on O'Head. He might be able to get them down completely. Skylar walking up now. Keyboy gonna go in as well. It's a double flicker from Skylar and Keyboy. But O'Head getting pulled back by the Apple Friend. It's on a ruin.
Oh, there you go! CC Immune coming in. Knocks up the trade for Keyboy. They fight Skylar even after he hits the flicker. And Lutpi cannot catch Sanji.
Dark Wave on 2, that's gonna Inferno pursue the puncture away to Thorn Rose, locking him down, and it's JP with the DPS taking him out.
It looked so good for ONIC for a minute there, but then it all fell apart. And they're going to be zoned off this turtle with Sans.
Doing a lot of damage over on Sanford, but he's able to flick around now. Kyrie jumps in with the traces, and a Mountain Shocker is the right tree in for Kai! And now it's JP to fall! Sans gets the last kill in the skirmish.
And there's the counter punch, man. When I was saying it looked so good, well, ONIC took it back and said, here we go, we'll make it look good.
It's all ONIC. After the first turtle, Liquid, what they're looking at is off-timing engagements. ONIC has better uptime in this draft. They're 2,000 gold up at 3 minutes. This is dangerous waters Liquid swimming in.
And for the first time, no joke, nice Leo, for the first time today, we hear the Sonics roaring as JP falls again.
Roaring,
He needed it.
roaring with purpose.
Yeah.
They were roaring before the match even began, but now they're roaring in celebration. They can celebrate the fact that the mid lane has been won. They can celebrate the fact that Ludwig can freely leave the EXP lane because Sanford is still on wave clear duty. So that means that's taken care of. Up top though, that might be where Liquid can find a little bit of breathing room. Between the Esmeralda and the Ruby and the Esmeralda, OHEM can dance around, threaten something from Skylar, and then leave. They actually are still at the 50-50. This is the only lane, I think, that Liquid can hold on and say, can we do something here? That's why JP is kind of scouting out, and they send up Sans.
Yeah, Donor Wolf King now. Sans under target though, goes in for Brilliant. Skylar still able to sustain, but the Glorious Pathway is right there. No kill, just yet for ONIC and for TL.
And that's why you were just saying that. You know, ONIC knows that exact compilation up top. They have to go ahead and deal with it. They tried to make a play, it didn't happen. But they did get a Purify out, so that's something for them. It was a great response from TL, but now with this bit of a lead that ONIC has built themselves, they're in a good position to go ahead and get control of the next objective. Yeah, they secured the first one. It was a little messy, a little chaotic, but that's fine because this lineup also allows them to kind of take these fights. Again, with a Kalea on your side, your sustainability can be there. You can see them fighting for the position here. TL in their own position. They want to fight for it.
Glorious Pathway by JP. Falling Storm would lock it down. Ludwig now as JP's going to be caught low. Throwing a Ruin on 4. But there's not much damage coming through as Carl Teasy is able to secure the turtle. Tsunami Slam.
Liquid with the body block, securing the turtle for Carl Teasy. Down goes Sanford, down goes JP. Sanji follows through. The Sky King is angry. Order in the court.
You might have gotten the turtle, but we got the kills, and now they continue to put the pressure here. In that mid lane, Sans will be fine. TL holds on to the tier 1 in the mid.
So the one way Liquid did that is through sheer threat of damage. And their main source of reliable damage right now is Sanji. Sanji got the pop off, a good amount of salvos from feathered airstrikes in that engagement, more than he had all game long, 5 minutes in. So what is the trick? ONIC has just better vision right now. Mountain Shocker, almost guarantees that Sanji cannot pick a good brush to fire from. But look at this, 1v1. This is a dream come true for a lot of fans watching.
Yeah, but
not going to break out.
Carl knew something was off, man. There's no way Kyrie wants a 1v1 like this. Someone is definitely in the vicinity and he spots. Well, he didn't spot, but he sniffed Ludwig out.
Yeah, not going to happen there. Again, they want to fight mid.
Only starting one of the Glorious Path we used together as Sanford walks up as well. The Brilliance aggressively with a feathered airstrike, not doing too much as Skylar rotates into mid, but again, it's just the fate from both teams.
It seems like the Stallion sense is something that all members of Liquid share.
SS.
The fact that there was Skylar coming through the side lane and then, wait, they're fighting this. They're fighting this. We shouldn't be going in. Man, all right, despite it being a good position, we shouldn't overcommit. Again, we are still down 3,000 gold.
This is the first time the win rate prediction is favored ONIC.
Realme knows what's up.
Realme knows what's up.
That's map you can follow right there, right, from Realme. So 10 seconds up for this last turtle. 1 for 1 right now in terms of turtles for both teams. But right now, ONIC has been winning these fights.
Oh, yeah.
And look at this, wants to get a position.
Walks up, dashes through. That's going to be the stun from JP to lock him down, but now Dark Wave lands on 2. No way for the pursuit just yet as Ludwig holds it in. Sanford, opponent's angle in front of pursuit finally with I'm offended as well with the Glorious Pathway used up, and the following Starwood comes out with Revitalize as well, but Carl wins out the red tree. Thunder Ruin on 1, Sans!
2 turtles over the Team Liquid, but Kyrie continues the onslaught, finding 2, serving up 1 to Sans.
Kai in the back with a double. Now it's Carl and OHEM running for the hills, and Kai wants to go for the traces, will be able to find the angle, now goes on to the goal, that's an offended. Kyrie with a maniac.
They will wipe out the Cavalry Team Liquid for the first time in the series. Feels it here in Game 3.
Baby Cakes reeling. No farm for OHEM. No farm for Carl Teasy. Sanji can't even stand 2 seconds with the feathered airstrike. This is looking like ONIC have woken up.
Ooh, man, I'll say
too late.
Yeah. Well, good thing it's a best of 5.
If they take it a game at a time, it's not too late.
They start with capping out this game, getting it secured. Right now, man, Kyrie, I feel like, has woken up. 8-0-5 on this YSS.
Not a real KDA line.
Hey, man.
8-0-5 in 8 minutes. Better airstrike. Start up, cancel just as quickly. The answer, Mountain Shocker, Liquid, back out of here.
All right. We're under a minute away from this Lord to come up here. Things are settling into place. Team Liquid drastically trying to catch up.
Thing is, Nice Leo, the last time these two met, it was in the semifinals of MSC 2025, and it was the same story. Team Liquid started up 2-0, ONIC getting 1 game in, and then it ended with a 3-1. Now that's why I'm asking, is it too late? Because it's a best of 5, but if you only get going now, Team Liquid, they've yet to adapt.
They're already going.
Exactly.
So they don't stop at this point. Even with this, again, for the first time throughout the series, you see TL down this much against ONIC. They've turned games around before, but right now it's a complete control fest for ONIC to deal with this. They're on this side of the jungle of TL. Are they going to force a fight for the purple buff? Glorious Pathway.
Skylar already using that earlier. I'm offended by the airstrike coming out. Keyboy instantly canceling it out. Now it's Sanford is still in the midst of it off. Don't ruin from Sanford. Doesn't land on most of them.
They do take a lot of damage. Down he goes. Punished hard by Kyrie. They do trade out 2 for free. ONIC are running right through Liquid.
They're going to take this tier 2 turret down. That was a team fight that they wanted to force TL under. They went for it. They tried to make it happen. I mean, they used a lot of ultimates and even battle spells to fight it out, but they lost it.
Look, when you're down almost 10,000 gold,
what do you do?
Your mistakes are super punishable.
Yep.
You can see Skylar again. What was that? I'm offended early. It doesn't matter. That might have just been a false gleam of hope for Liquid to overcommit.
And it's because of Lutpi. He has stepped up immensely in this game. Look at those dark waves. It really staggers you. It's not like a big CC ability, but it stops you from moving just for just a second. And against this kind of composition, with so much damage output, just a second, just a millisecond will count. And you can really see how the frontliners can't handle that damage. They can't walk through. They can't try to look for any stuns.
I can't even see frontliners. That's what Liquid is right now. They're just a big ball of mush that ONIC are running through.
Lord charging in. That's going to be a dash with a Tsunami snapping it all in onto him. That Sanford with Throne Ruin, but only lands onto again. As Sans able to dash with the brilliance. Now JP falling. Lippy jumping around.
Sanford falls. It's all ONIC so far. Oh, but look at the HP bars. Kyrie gets jumped down by Carl. The Carl falls. It's just Sanji left. The Lone Stallion facing off against 4.
For the first time in this series, the Cavalry will fall. Sanji taken out. It's a wipeout for the Sky Kings. They have a cannon minion in mid, and they will end it. The first strike for ONIC.
ONIC, Indonesia, come alive. First point on the board.
They desperately needed it in this series, and man, I'll tell you what, if you guys could hear the stadium erupt off this win, the morale boost for them might carry through the series, but it's just 1 game under the belt of ONIC. They still need 2 more to make it happen, and this is a check for TL to kind of readjust. They need to go ahead and readjust some things here desperately and in this game, because again, it was a tough one.
Again, Nice Leo, panel. This is something we've been talking about all the way from Swiss. It always seems like they're overthinking the drafts. It always seems like they're trying to go for the highest execution comps available instead of prioritizing simplicity when you have the players that you do. You have Kyrie, Keyboy, Sans, Lutpi, Skylar. You have the best team form in MPLID history. Yet you try to overthink, you try to go the extra mile when you don't have to. Play around your players.
And it seems like ONIC's comfort trumps Liquid's comfort, at least in this game. And they can take it a game at a time to take us all the way, possibly. Not out of the woods just yet. It's 2-1, and Liquid's turn to adapt. It's their turn to evolve.
I was hoping that we would get a 5-game series, and this is a step in the right direction for that to happen. Let's throw it over to the panel to break down Game 3.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And I gotta say, Trex as well as Wolf, if this tells me anything, right, it reminds me back all the games in Swiss, and I feel like when the meta is like this, the #1 priority is gonna be Shred, right? The Lunox, the CC, whoever can take down front lines, that's the key in every draft right now.
And something that paired up so well with that was the heavy crowd control to give them that ability. having something like the Ruby, having the Phobius in the offlane, able to hold TLPH still enough to where they can shred through.
I really like the first 3 picks coming up from ONIC Indonesia. We did say that it was a really good first 3 picks. For them, it's one of their better choices in the past 3 games. But the way that they executed it is kind of reminiscent of how ONIC ID has been dominant in their local leagues. And if they play like this, they're so confident, they are decisive, and they are always fast when it comes to the trigger. It will mean that it will be difficult for Team Liquid to react. Team Liquid have chosen to go for this Alice plus the Lancelot, which has been successful before, but you can really feel how slow it could get if the enemy has gotten the first few turtles over them.
I wonder if the coach is like, you know what? Don't imagine you're fighting against TLPH. Just imagine you're fighting against TLID.
Yeah.
And that gave them the confidence, like, yeah, let's just kill him. Easy. TLID. Shout out to TLID and
I'm not going to add anything to that, but I do know that that is a good mentality, actually.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you can just erase that aura that they exude. You know for sure that Team Liquid Philippines is a force to be reckoned with, but if you think about it as just any other team and execute accordingly, be comfortable in your own skin, you can actually be successful, and that's what we saw in that previous game. We saw how decisive ONIC ID can get if they do have their signature heroes. Keyboy on a catch-type hero. You can see Suns on the shred type of heroes, which will now make it so that even when the Alice is tanky enough, or if there's a frontliner like Nihilus, nobody is safe from the DPS that can come out from Suns.
Well, I'm not comfortable in my own skin. What about you, Trex?
I'm very comfortable in my own skin.
I can see why.
Yeah.
A lot of advantages.
You're driving miles. You measure with inches.
You know, there's a lot of advantages. Either ways, I'm not going to continue that one. We're going to be looking at the MVP here. Honestly, even I don't know who the MVP is going to be.
Kyrie had amazing.
They hear from the official, hey, it's Sans. And here's the thing, he 100% deserves it because Kyrie had an amazing game, got a Maniac, a very good KDA, but I really feel like without this Lunox, it was not possible. If Lunox gets banned out somehow, they got to figure something else out.
5-0 and 14. Somebody has to keep track on how much kills per minute these two teams can do in their games and show us how good the Brawl meta is. But if you are playing like Suns in this particular game, going in for full penetration, full damage, and of course, playing so well because of how fast your teammates are also looking, it means that your GPM will really shoot up, even when you're a mid laner, even when you're technically a support for your team. Suns, I think that this guy, you know, when I do all my dream team, you know, when I interview a lot of pro players out there, and when I do my tier list, Sans' name will always come up, and he will always be considered as one of the best players out there. So far, the entirety of M7, this might be the only game where we can say that, yeah, finally, the Sans that we are all looking up to has now returned.
Yeah, not only does he pick a hyper-aggressive build, but also into his emblems, cooldown, Wilderness Blessing, wanting to move around and use skills as much as possible. And that was the goal here, pressure quickly and end the game faster.
Yeah, we're looking at the highlights here, and this is basically where ONIC ID, they're just saying, like, what are we best at? And that's fighting. So let's just get a draft. We're fighting all the time. And I want to go back all the way from game one, where I said what I want to see is they get a draft where they can fight at any moment, right? You don't really have to think, oh, we need conditions A, B, and C. We just go in and then hope for the best. And this is what I'm getting at with this kind of draft. The only, you know, quote-unquote difficult thing is really Kyrie. You want to make sure you're positioned well. You want to get your items. Everyone else, as long as I see someone, they're dying.
You know, I really got to give it up to the Kalea, the Ruby, and the Phobius. I think we're focusing a lot on Kyrie and Sans, but realistically, I think this heavy crowd control, triple crowd control meta in their hands is what really sealed the deal on this game. It completely puts a stop to the stampede that TLPH wants to bring, and we saw TLPH try to dive in a few times and just get immediately stopped in their tracks and taken out.
I mean, as a roamer, I love stun, so I'm not going to argue with you on that one. What about you, Wolf?
Yeah, you see also, not only do they have multiple stun composition, they also have a winning composition in their side lanes. Obviously, the Ruby does not outright win against the Esmeralda. In fact, some people will even argue that Esmeralda is better, but you don't lose your lane, unlike in the previous games where the side lanes of ONIC ID were struggling.
Looking at the itemization here, this is a pretty quick one. 11 minutes and 14 seconds, 21 kills to 5. If there's any game that they are comfortable, this is definitely one of them. But again, just like how our casters were talking about it, is that ONIC has now figured it out, but for Team Liquid, they've been playing standard, but now after seeing what ONIC did, it's on them to adjust. And I don't know, like, the Lunox will be a question mark whether Sans will get it again. I do want to see if ONIC, without that Lunox, what other shred options do they have?
You're definitely risking it. I mean, they could, I still think a Farza or something like that could do decent with this composition as long as they have protection around them. My mind really goes into they were able to protect Kyrie and Sans. And as long as they can protect them, gold lane, maybe damage gold lane isn't as important. They don't need damage on anywhere else but Kyrie and Sans, and then it's just protect the guy with the ball, you know?
Yeah, I think for ONIC, maybe if the Lunox eventually gets banned, or if it's like useless in the game. For example, there are no tanky heroes from Team Liquid that will make the Lunox powerful. Maybe a hero like the Lilia might appear for ONIC, or maybe even a Selena, with two heroes that are really good when it comes to compositions that don't require you to shred through, just unlimited amount of poke that you're looking for, and at the same time, Sans plays it well.
Let me just say, because of this game, also gives another reason why I prefer picks like Ruby, like Phoveus, like Arlet over a Uranus. I know Uranus is strong. You kind of can't kill the guy, but at the same time, don't you just love all this crowd control, knock-up, displacement? That makes the game cooler.
I'm a fan over a lot of picks over Uranus all the time.
Most of the casters are pretty Uranus haters, huh?
I mean, I know
I'm not. I'm a Uranus enjoyer.
I know.
I even prefer Hylos because at least he has one stun.
See,
and he
can use Petrify.
Petrify
wait,
what?
Can
Petrify
you,
Uranus?
Petrify Uranus.
Do you know on the Hayabusa, if you use Oki Shadow Kill and Petrify, all of the people that got caught will get petrified.
Because they're all so close to you?
It's kind of like the same as Benedetta, you know?
Maybe if you have the macro that real need,
But then what lane would you play it in?
No, see, in my game of Brawl, that's the only time I was able to execute, and I'm like, oh, so that's how it works. Okay.
I find that hard to believe, but maybe you had the AI actually. I feel like.
Look, let me just say, if at any point Hayabusa gets some kind of revamp, where Muntan is saying, you know what, we want Hayabusa to be a support mid laner. Maybe. We'll see. But yeah, at least it's not a 3-0. So now it's looking much more competitive because again, this is gonna be an elimination match. And I believe when you're the champion, you kinda don't want to go down. But hey, before we even talk about that, we gotta talk about our good friend. Because visiting us is here V, the cheerful buddy at the heart of Visa's biggest cultural moments. So, you know what, V, let me just ask you, do you have anything to say to the fans? Kumusta ang pagalang ko ay V? Ako ay mula sa Visa, ang brand na nagunay sa buong mundo, at ako ang inyong mapagkakatiwalang mascot. Ang aking tungkulin ay tulungan kayong magbayad ng mabilis, ligtas, at matalino, pas mimili, paglalakbay o malilit na gastuin sa araw-araw. Kasama si V, lagi kayong panatag. Kaya naman sama-sama nating simulan ang mas praktikal at mas masayang cashless na buhay hanggang sa muli. So that's how it sounds like if Naisu is saying that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Naisu.
Did you feel like
you actually sound like Naisu. I mean, V, you.
Yeah, V actually sounds like
actually
Naisu.
sounding like Naisu.
Tagalog with a mix of
built like him too, like
Florida.
The Florida energy.
Where are you from again?
Inches energy.
Where are you from again?
Florida. Oh.
Yeah, from Seattle.
Yeah, yes, actually from Florida. Actually.
Yeah.
There's a real states. Yeah.
So it's a combination of the Philippines and Alabama. Shout outs to V, guys. He's the real MVP, and Visa is our official payment partner. Honestly, amazing. Even CC Immune made a quick debut there to spot with V. Where is he? Come back in.
There you go.
There you go.
Vanuya.
Ignore that he doesn't have a body. Yeah. Other than that, this is the perfect thumbnail for the M7 World Championship.
That's right.
Honestly.
All right, so take
one of the two things that we really like about the M7 World Championship, Sanford and V.
We love both. Both are amazing. I kind of feel like with the shred and crowd control kind of conversation, I actually want to talk a little bit more about the crowd control. But before that, we got to talk about the MLBB Academy, which has been fully upgraded. And here's the thing, you guys can get personal weekly reports to understand your strength and weaknesses, along with a complete match history. So every big moment is recorded. You can also rate the trending topics and share your perspective. Like, for example, we can have the topic, which one is more important, the shred or the crowd control? And you guys can contribute by letting us know what you guys think. The MLBB Academy is where you watch matches and understand your growth in MLBB. Now, the question is, where can you guys catch that? Well, you can check it out on the mobilelegends.com/academy. And of course, something to talk about as well is Magic Chess Go Go. Like, I gotta say, I'm a go banger, you know? I go, I bang. And for you guys, from now up until the 8th of February, reach level 45 in the Go One Pass to unlock the Yuzong Emerald Dragon for free. Purchase the Go One Pass to instantly unlock Yuzong's Go One skin, the Dragon Shade, and reach level 75 to unlock Yuzong's Prime skin, the Cosmic Dragon. And along the track, you guys can get the Yuzong piece as well to eventually upgrade all the way to 3 stars. So make sure you guys go while we bang. Speaking of crowd control, right? If not for the Ruby, what other gold laners that can actually contribute that? In ID, it was the Cho. I haven't seen Cho gold just yet.
Yeah, but are they going to ban a Ruby? I think the Ruby will.
I feel like
at least one more game. At least one more game, Ruby will slip through.
You know what? Maybe. Right now, I love streamers, right? So I want to see who is the top 3 co-streamers in terms of PCU viewers here on M7. And looks like it's a Zay Casting Channel and the CEO of Alter Ego, as well as Sitya Wande. I actually thought, I didn't thought that Code Delwyn would actually have higher than Sitya Wande.
That's 396,000, but
almost 400,000, yeah.
That deserves the double. W's in the chat for all these streamers, man. They're keeping it.
Shout out to CEO of Alter Ego. He really needs to get that King Crab for the boys.
Yep.
I think Zay Casting is a Myanmar
maybe
caster, and that's what. Like I saw something about him. He's been killing it, watching all the YG games and everything. So the Myanmar fans have been showing up.
And of course, again, shout outs to Mas Ade. Probably going to be hanging out with Mars, so we'll see how that one goes. And now I'm back to the question here. And yeah, as you said, there's a high probability that the Ruby will be ignored for at least another game. But if they do that, it will be match point for ONIC ID as well. And if ONIC ID wins this one, that's going to be a very interesting situation. They're not looking at you, by the way, so you could miss. You could miss? Okay, you didn't miss.
You did not miss. Yeah, and something that will definitely not miss is if we actually go to game number 5. But then again, it's going to be dependent on the draft. I think any other team out there, particularly Team Liquid, would wish that this will end at 4 games. But obviously, we got to have to look for a draft first.
All right, so we saw ONIC finally put some hope in the fans, hope in themselves. Now I know the talk has been all shred, but still for me, I think crowd control is the key here. They need to find an answer to the advance of TL, and as long as they can do that, it's going to be huge. Now let's jump into game number 4's draft. LaFell, anything big you're looking for here?
Nope.
Well, not even me and you right now. It's me and you, big boy.
I guess. For expanding rivers, I would want to see a lot of action. Sora being banned out, Team Liquid at the first phase. Might go for, are going to be eyeing for Eve if it will not be banned out by ONIC.
Yeah.
But then again, they can always just go for the Luigi. So maybe they will still go for the Yisenjin first pick, Team Liquid.
Yeah, they are up front this time on blue side. Eve gets banned out.
Sora. Oh, sorry, Ben. Sorry.
Sora's banned.
I think you would want to go Yisenjin now if you're Team Liquid. That's what that is the trend that we have seen from both of these teams. But you also have the Claude, which so far has not been the priority for any other series, but in this particular series, it's Oheb and Skylar.
It's kind of like the teams are saying, boo, Marksman, boo, boo.
Well, they banned it in game 1, right?
That's right. So I think this is just between Yisenjin or
Boo-ish. Well, there's the Claude.
There's the Claude.
Can we see Skylar on that Freya, but this time actually making it work?
Yep, decent Shin and or Leomord Freya could be good, but Yisenjin or actually Cho Freya would be good. Okay.
Hey, if it works, right?
I think you can even go as far that second phase if it's open. Just pick up the Ruby against the Claude again.
I agree.
Anytime it dives in, boom, catch it for a second.
That's right. Team Liquid though, what if they pick up the Luyi this time with the Claude? That's a good combo.
Yep,
And
very
then
annoying.
Maybe they don't go Lancelot anymore. Maybe they're the ones to go for the Leomord. So Leomord Luyi, that could be a good pickup, but at the same time, this could be as simple as a... Okay! Fred and Varsa.
Rock?
No, you don't necessarily want to go Kalea here.
Is it crazy for them to go for something like a CC?
It's not crazy at all because they really like that hero.
And it's good against the Fred. In a way, you can deal with the Claude. They go for the Grok.
Go for the Grok. I think it gives you some turtle priority once you get to level 4. It helps. It's one of the few heroes that can get up close and personal with the Fredrin and still crowd control him without getting taunted. I think it's a decent answer to the Fredrin and the Farza. So you get kind of 2 answers here.
Yeah.
I still, if possible, I want some kind of diver, maybe like a Lapu, just to make sure that Sanji does not have a good time. But again, if it's not broken, why fix it? If they want to go for Phobius, Ruby, or any kind of crowd control of that nature, then I think it's still going to be all right. Oh, they banned the Lapu. Honestly, that's pretty good too.
Okay, because this is the Exodia lineup from Team Liquid. They eventually will just get somewhere along the lines of a Hylos, of a... if against the Grok, they will pick up typically the Hilda. Hilda is actually pretty good here for Team Liquid. And I'm sure that
ONIC maybe bans it?
Yeah, ONIC just needs to ban it. But what else? You don't have the Yuzhong. Maybe Esmeralda could be the ban here for Coach Ali, or maybe Alice.
Yeah, considering that they do have the Lunangs, I kind of don't want them to ban all these tanky heroes, Uranus, Esme, and such.
Yeah.
Especially if they want it, they can take it for themselves. Esme, not Uranus.
Or maybe they're
But they banned out
Hilda. I think that's such a good ban. The alternative for Team Liquid typically will be the Khalid up against this Grok, but you also have that Gatot Kacha. In fact, Team Liquid can even go back to the Arlet for Sanford.
I think we see the Ruby again.
Actually, I'm kind of worried about that because TL could go for that Arlet, and if TL does not have a good game in, I would say, the first 6 minutes, then maybe ONIC can snowball just like in game number 3.
Yeah. They need to pick an XP lane that can also be played in the gold lane here to keep it really, really flexible. What else do you come with? I think they have to pick up the Alice now.
About blue? Alice though, yeah, for ONIC you mean?
Yeah, for ONIC.
It's actually not bad.
Esmeralda can also work, but Alice might be the best option.
Anything solid with a little bit of crowd control, Esmeralda. And now they still have the flex option in the gold lane if they want to go fighter, depending on whether TLPH.
Arlet. I'm thinking Arlet here for Team Liquid.
Yeah.
Arlott, and then
either Arlott Gatot or Arlott Khalid both look pretty good.
Yep.
You know, for the first time, it feels like ONIC is ahead in some of these drafts. Like, they're actually the ones putting pressure on what TLPH needs to pick here. They found the magic answer, which is that YSS and that Lunox, and immediately puts them in this position of, oh, wait, we're now with the wheel.
Arlott chip or Arlott chip would be good as well, but I think the safest play is Gatot Kacha and then the Arlott. Alice might also be an option for Team Liquid, but seeing as they already have the claw, they typically would want to go for something that can actually allow them to have a lot of plays. There's the Gatot Kacha, and now they go to Rizla. I have been talking about this hero for the past few games, but now it's picked up. There is a potential for another shred here for ONIC. They can go carry.
Which it is a bit risky going up against the Farsa, but other than that, carry is pretty good. Skylar just dodges Fed S-Strike, you know, it's not that hard.
It's not that hard.
Just dash away from the meteors.
Yeah. Ruby's the safest option, but I feel like...
I still think, you keep it safe. I think you go Ruby. I think you just rely on Kyrie and Loopy to output the damage.
Yeah.
I'm okay with Ruby. I like Ruby. She's actually pretty nice.
But they can also go Uranus, actually.
This is a Gold Lane Lunox. Gold Lane Lunox. Again, this is
worth it.
This is why I bring it up. I mean, here's the thing. That Gold Lane Lunox was very unfair for the opponent. If Skylar can replicate that, ooh boy.
Oh.
In fact, not ooh boy. Oh, you guys are not going to reply to that? You guys are no fun. Either ways, ONIC against TL here. TL going back to the old-fashioned route. And now ONIC, they answer with this Luyi. They answer with the Gold Lane Lunox. Is this enough? Can this actually take down a TL? We're throwing it over to our casters, Mirko, Leo, as well as Naisu. Now it's your ground.
We will take it away, and this is about as Uno reverse card as you can get through the draft here. That was great planning that we saw towards the end of the draft. I like it too, man. Again, this is still a do or die situation for ONIC. Yes, they had a dominating previous game, game 3. Can they keep it together here to get to a game 5?
I agree with the panel. Naisu, Leo, they were a step ahead finally in the draft against TLPH. TLPH, I would say, they've been really dictating the entirety of the series in game 1, game 2. Then game 3 came along, a motivation booster, and somehow it also motivated Adi and CW because finally we're seeing some of those creative picks come back for ONIC. Already JP having to use a Revitalize.
This is very emblematic of their performance in game number 3. You try to steal away these little resources from JP, and you take away the early playmaking advantages Liquid is known for. Sans,
the wall
flying away.
The last one didn't land, man. But again, that's a flicker and a Revitalize now.
Just gonna say another resource taken out. You know, I'm sure Sanji was a little worried there too himself. We'll take a look at the emblems here for this match again across the board. You still got that Terizla there, a little bit of reduced cooldowns for him, but still nonetheless the same tanky Terizla. I know Wolf was mentioning the Terizla plus that Gattacacha there, so they come through, and this is going to be mainly that front line that obviously helps the Fredrin in the hands of Carl TZ. This is going to be a much different game for Carl TZ, but it's not a foreign game, man. He's played the Fredrin so many times up to this point.
In this very stadium with a Fredrin in his hands, he won his 2nd World Championship. Let's talk about the Gold Lane matchup. A genius stroke here by ONIC to switch it up. We could have sworn mid lane was going to be Lunox.
Oh, well, with the turtle up, they're going to go for the control here. So both Gold Lane are staying up top, but Keyboy not having the tech charge just yet. They're going to have to fight for this.
Shocker from Kai. JP already using Revitalize very, very early on as Carl holds onto it. Sanford is getting poked down to a quarter of his health, but it goes and regions back to half. Carl claims the turtle for free. ONIC do not want no smoke.
Our panel referred to this in a couple of matches back, talking about how Liquid was playing very Filipino in the Swiss, but now they've reverted back, and to their advantage, look at this. They push ONIC deep into their tier 1, and I don't know how this whole readjustment of pace is going to affect the Sky Kings.
That's why I love best of fives, man. You know, when we get into a best of five, you see very different kind of play styles and obviously compositions throughout those games, and that's been the story here so far. Now that we've got to game 4 with this, again, this is a bit of a different game plan for Team Liquid, and they can go ahead and play for mainly objectives, at least for right now, because, again, their ultimates that are going to be available for fighting into those objectives, especially when we get to Lord territory, is going to be a little bit tough for ONIC, I feel like, to deal with. You got to avoid the penalty zone, you got to avoid, of course, the feathered airstrike constantly, and then trying to get away or run away from an AOG from JP are all part of the plan. But even on the flip side, ONIC has a lot of utility themselves. A tech charge, man, that's probably been one of the most impactful ultimates we have seen throughout M7. This Grok is sometimes unstoppable, man. And so in the hands of Keyboy, that's who you want it to be with. Keyboy is known to being a playmaker, and when he gets roams like this, these heroes, you can pretty much count on him to go ahead and set things up for ONIC to shine on.
All Liquid has to answer back is, in my opinion, that penalty zone. You can't rely on the AOG. The AOG is for re-engaging. The AOG is for saving the back line sometimes. Fortunately, OHEB has a Purify, something that they really didn't rock in the series prior, that ended in 11 minutes. So now Liquid understand, oh, ONIC is playing with fire. We have to respect what the Sky Kings have on the Tempo Breaker game. Turtle spawning, it's Lutpi just scouting out. I wonder if he knows that there's 4 here.
Yeah, it has to be a double whammy with the AOG, right? It has to be a penalty zone first and then maybe an AOG.
Turtles up. Looks like it could just go in the hands of TL here. They're looking for something else.
Yeah, they're looking for a trade, but Sanford's able to escape there with a flicker out, even with the tech charge coming in. 2 turtles now for Team Liquid.
Taking it slow. Yep. Liquid is trying to step on the brakes and the clutch to change gears at the same time, while ONIC are just going by. Yes, we're not getting any kills, but in my opinion, if this continues, this should benefit the cavalry. Because again, they're waiting for OIF to come online.
This is the, you know, the old way of doing things, basically, when we were back in the utility meta.
The old way.
Yeah, it's the old way, right? It's going back to how things were with the Fredrin. Not the unbreakable they were looking for.
Respect, dispersion rotation. JP can be caught here, has the AOG, won't be cancelled, and he gets out with the Revitalize as well.
All right, so he tried to make a play, not going to happen, able to get away, but also pop the Revitalize again, so there's a whole lot of that happening where, you know, ONIC gets something out. But again, look at this. The gold lead is pretty much gone. It's not really anything big.
Dissipated.
It's dissipated. Dude, this is the thing they want to watch out for, though. That first item from Skylar was the Divine Glaive. He's keeping up with OHEB in terms of gold, farming up. So if a fight does break out, Skylar is actually going to have enough damage on this Linux to kind of burst the right targets down if he needs to. So that's something why we're seeing why Team Liquid kind of wants to take things.
Oh,
OHEB.
Damage. Oh my god, he just popped OHEB.
Big damn.
Mountain Shocker and the last shot from Skylar picks up first blood for ONIC, and they transition into a possible conversion, but it won't happen because Sanji was there. Lutpi trying to steal red tree from Carl.
Not even surprised. The most surprised person here is OHEB. He wasn't expecting Kyrie to be in that brush, and there's no amount of lifesteal nor regen from Demon Hunter Sword, which he doesn't even have yet at 6 minutes, that could save you from that kind of burst.
That's why I was saying, you know, Skylar picking up that Divine Glaive is just devastating to deal with. He is going to have some poke, though, but still, he's got to be cautious, and that's the whole game plan here for OHEB. Scale up, get to that Trinity. Usually, we have been seeing that before that 10-minute mark for them, but with this turtle coming up, AOG
with the airstrike now. Also, on Sanji tries to go for the dispersion, but it's not enough to get him enough shielding to escape there. Sanford now holding the lines, has the penalty zone. Lutpi trying his best to create an angle for Kyrie to walk up now. Mountain Shocker lands on Sanford. A traceless back, Carl TZ on the turtle. This looks free. There's no way for ONIC to really walk in unless Keyboy gets a big tech charge, and that won't happen. Perfect turtle for the GOAT.
A little bit of a silver lining on Liquid's part, given that they got 100% on the turtles. But still, that gold lane situation is just getting worse. They lost that tier 1, and they're going to have to find something else on the map. Keyboy, you're not going to survive. Oh, tech charge gets a shield, he's fine.
Keyboy got away, Skylar caught in the midst of it all. Pops into Brilliance in time as Lutpi holds them down. Penalty zone from Sanford.
Looking for a taunt, not going to need it. Skylar falls. Liquid happy with what they got.
Well, they force a fight or a response from ONIC. They get a couple of flickers down, and right now TL looks to continue to put pressure under there and between the tier 1 and tier 2 turret. But man, I'm surprised that Keyboy, you know, for the most part survived that. That was a kind of aggressive play from Sanford, but that's kind of what you expect here, especially when you're on a Terizla. So it's back to the basics right now as OHEB goes and farms up and continues to scale up.
Liquid now kick it into third gear. They're moving up in the world, no longer on scouting duty. Again, despite, I think, one of their major problems, that they blast Skylar out of the sky!
What is going on here? The amount of burst. No, Sanford.
Tech charge. Getting on Sanford. It's Kyrie who picks up the kill, so it ends up being 1-1. But a taunt in the bottom lane lands on Ludpi. OHEB doesn't want to go in.
All right, what I'm saying, better that Liquid surprises ONIC, because Liquid has, compared to what ONIC is playing with, zero vision. What can you do? Throw a BMI into a bush? Randomly throw spells out of Sanji? Send JP, send Carl, send Sanford to check these bushes? So no, compared to the Mountain Shocker, compared to the random spells Sans can throw out, even Skylar's relatively free. As long as you know that there's no crowd control in there, you can brilliance your way out of safety. So Team Liquid, vision is their #1 enemy, and I think for the past 8 minutes they've been battling that. Lost once again, that kill on the OHEB.
Yeah.
Deserve to do that. I think if they continue down this path, they should be fine.
Well, Lord's up here. Look at the rotation happening here on this side, though. They want to potentially try to make a play. JP's charging up the Unbreakable.
Uh-oh, Kai didn't really caught. Diversion trying to get him away from the airstrike there on Kai. He gets taken out by JP in time, but a diversion saves Sans. Ludpi goes in alone. Carl TZ on the Lord.
They tried to get him out of there with the diversion, but it was just too late. And so now this opens a window to take the Lord here.
A play with 100% conviction. Liquid were all in on that one sequence, and they took Kyrie out. The flicker from Sanji and the Federal Airstrike was enough. Now Carl TZ able to cure the Lord. T-Boy just setting it up. Did not have to commit. Tech charge out of there.
Great plays. Again, this is what TL looks to do when they can capitalize on getting a pick off, on making a play across the map, and they made the timing perfect for them. Now, this is just a bit of a lead for them, 2,000 gold ahead. They've got the Lord in their favor. ONIC's lineup will still let them defend it pretty well and potentially set things up around Keyboy's tech charge. Now that it's available, they just have to play this right. And part of this too, again, with Skylar being on this Lunox, that was flexed throughout the draft. You know, you're gonna have to start to pay that stock pretty much. And he's got damage. They clear out the Lord. You can see that. They deal with it well. They take the diversion. They go for Sanford.
Well, he's zoning the AOG there. Sansa able to flicker out the safety before the Unbreakable gets to him. Sanford taking low. Keyboy, no tech charge. Gonna be locked down. Appraiser's Wrath having to flicker out. Keyboy. They'll keep their Holy Shields alive for now, but that's a big cannon minion to take the Holy Shield down to the mid lane.
Liquid wasn't playing ONIC, they were playing the map, distracting the Sky Kings from defending and stopping the forward momentum of those minions in mid. Now top lane gonna be up next. Thankfully, they got a minute left on Holy Shield, so bottom and top should be safe. OHEB commits Grand Theft Orange. There really isn't much that this squad has been doing except for taking down turrets in the past 11 minutes, so they're fine. Liquid, they're comfortable where we are in the mid game.
This is a great pickup here now for Skylar, as I was mentioned. He's got his Holy Crystal now with the Divine Glaive, so he's going to be a pretty big threat in terms of damage, but look at the gold gap between him and OHEB. OHEB has been farming like a madman. Just absolutely. So OHEB's got his Trinity. JP providing that vision, like we were talking about, it's crucial for TL's lineup to work, and they want to put pressure around this purple buff.
Now this kind of vision is aggressive. They're coming in!
Now he's on the AOG. Ludpi goes in for falling. Sarmu gets disintegrated by OHEB! And now it's Keyboy holding the lines. That's a tech charge landing on 4, but a Purify comes out as Carl's able to taunt him down. Keyboy taking low, cooling down OHEB with a blazing duet. Gets 2 as Kai trades for it with a tier 2.
2 kills for Kiel1. Up top, Kyrie making some leeway for ONIC ID. So nothing comes for free. The long lane is taken care of. ONIC ID, despite the 5,000 gold gap, I'd say can still dance. I think they can still partake 30 seconds from now because of the singular factor that is the Mountain Shocker. And of course, the diversion. Because if in case they were losing, they can just skedaddle.
Yeah, the diversion is always going to be a big component that any team that has a Luyi can play around with. We're gonna look at the replay for this. Again, penalty zone starting things up. OHEB popping off the damage like we mentioned. And this is, you know, unfortunate for ONIC because they just didn't have the members for this fight, right? You have Kyrie pushing into what he can. Sans earlier was part of this. Whoa! Lord is up. They're going to fight for this before.
Sanford penalty zone into the back. Kyrie able to trace a Sanford again, jumps in, and that's the hammer down from JP.
JP closing off the exit. Keyboy with a tech charge. That is a desperation move as ONIC retreat.
Blazing Duet canceled earlier. They're still able to kite back, but they've lost Kyrie. And look at the timing. It couldn't have been worse for ONIC. The Lord spawns in the land of Dawn.
Almost clairvoyant like game sense on Sanji. One might look at the angle and say, why would you take the Feather Airstrike far away that way? But no, he was reading where ONIC was going. And that was almost just as important as all the damage on Kyrie that took him out of the equation, that keeps him going. Lord for ONIC, what's not gonna be done? Liquid takes it and take down Keyboy too.
Buy one, get one, Lord, and a free Keyboy.
Oh man,
in the lane.
That's unfortunate. For, ONIC now, Keyboy up in about less than 20. They're gonna have to face the fact that these base turrets might fall here.
Actually, what were they doing down there?
I have no idea.
Was ONIC hoping that maybe Kyrie could catch up and then they could snatch a little free Lord? They're inside the base, mid lane cracks.
In the base here, Lord is making his way down into that mid lane, and Keyboy will be up for this defense. Does it all end here with almost a 9,000 gold lead for Team Liquid as they approach the base?
OHEB with the BMI backwards. Ludwig holding in on the Lord right now. They can still go for the defense. They have Sans, they have Skylar. They've dealt with it now. Feather Airstrike in the bottom lane. That's going to be OHEB going for the siege as tech charge gets used defensively for Keyboy. AOG! Kai gets out with the Traceless. And that's it. TL say, all right, let's back.
Slowly does it as Liquid is aware that there is no wave up top to push for the inevitable 3-lane push. The waves have not equalized, so they're gonna go look at this Lord coming up in about 100 seconds, a minute and 40. And this is correct, resources for ONIC, but they're just not in a position to find those fights anymore. When was the last time we saw Sans pull off a diversion that actually did something?
Honestly,
I don't even remember it. Not
yeah.
a single time, I feel.
He tried. He tried to save, a couple of his teammates here and there, but ultimately I feel like Sans has essentially not been able to do much on this Luigi pick. Yes, there's been a couple. Oh no, Kyrie, is he going to be in trouble here? Loopy's there around the corner.
Baton is short. Sanford doesn't want to go for the penalty zone, but look at Sanji.
That push up top.
Airstrike 1, 2, Skylar! Brilliance! And that's it. I thought for some reason Sanji was going to flicker in there to look for the kill.
Seen it too many times.
The very last microsecond he could have clicked the brilliance, yes, but Sanji knows better. Again, that's 120 seconds compared to the 20-something that is the Feather Airstrike, so play for the Lord.
And that's the thing, man. Sanji just picked up, his last item was the Divine Glaive, and that's why you see that amount of damage coming through. They've been very good at landing those Feathered Airstrikes and zoning out. So now it's just ONIC. Like, if they're in this situation where they're 9,000 behind, this Lord is coming about 30, you have to start to think, are they in even a fighting position? Most likely they give up the Lord and they try to base defense here. But I'm just worried about this lineup because so far it hasn't shown much. I mean, they've been reacting to what TL's thrown at them.
Ludwig, on the taunt, and the hammer swings of Sanford. He's still very tanky though, as long as it's not OHEB or Sanji, he can take the beating.
Major problem for ONIC's lineup. Again, I hate to say it at 16 minutes, but I'm sure our panel alluded to this one way or another. There's very little range. ONIC can only really go mid to short, and then they gotta go long to reset with that diversion and then come back in. So unless they can find that, unless they can force Liquid to fight in that short of a range, in the mud basically, Liquid's not having any of this.
Yeah, that's why this is such a risk here. Lord looks like it's just going to be quickly worked and secured unless Keyboy tries, but no. Tech charge though.
On Sanji, it's going to be Sanzo, he hits the wall, penalty zone, locks him down! Sanz with a mistake call, Teasy with a punish! Kai with the traceless backwards, blazing duet from OHEB!
That's a Boy Scout attempt on Skylar from the angle, but Ludwig falls! Liquid finding them, dropping them one by one! Keyboy up next!
Just one member left for ONIC for the Sky Kings, and it's Kai! Can he do it? No, he cannot. Sanji silences ONIC, and they silence Tennis Indoor Sanayan. The Sky Kings fall beneath the charge of the cavalry marching through the Golden Road.
Two champions met in the arena of Tennis Indoor Sanayan, and only one can move forward, and that's Team Liquid.
Something about these hollowed halls here in Jakarta, Indonesia, awaken something in these gentlemen. They've all been here. They've all won here. But today, they've done something none of us thought they would do this early on in the tournament. They dropped ONIC Indonesia.
And it's just like MSC 2025. The repeat happens again. It's TL with game 1, game 2, match point. ONIC getting a quick game in, and then TLPH be like, all right,
yeah,
fun in games is over.
You can see it here, you know, them feeling pretty good about that game. I mean, the series in general, of course, tough to see. There's the hug between the GOAT and Kyrie. It was a tough match, and it's tough to see what the result always is for ONIC Indonesia.
But thinking about what's going on in the minds of the Sky Kings, of Kyrie specifically, he said he's lost so many times that none of this phases him anymore. GG, well played to ONIC Indonesia. Thank you for putting on a match. Thank you for being here for us in M7.
Again, a phenomenal performance here from Team Liquid. Just to go ahead and make this happen again, you look at the highlights here through this game, and they started strong. They responded to ONIC, wanted to throw at them. Again, they started slow. This is what the lineup and composition does with a Fredrin, right? It's utility jungle. You go ahead, build up slow, you let your Claude scale. Meanwhile, Claude has kind of been slept on a little bit through the drafts. Well, now he comes through, and again, this fits perfectly in this composition.
This is the right response after what happened in Game 3. Liquid read into that and said, we can't lose a draft like that anymore. This ends now.
It feels like ONIC in the game, complete 180 from the draft. They were creative, they were looking for those picks, but in the game, they played it safe all throughout.
Well, again, congratulations, TL. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the host on stage for the winning interview.
With pride, they represented the host country as champions, but unfortunately now they have to bow out of the competition. Terima kasih, ONIC Indonesia, for that valiant effort.
Yes, guys, and now on the brighter note, the winner of our second elimination match of the day, Tennis Indoor Senayan. Give it up for Team Liquid! Boys, an amazing match. But to Carl TZ, many people thought that this matchup between you and Kyrie, as well as ONIC ID, would be in the grand finals. And unfortunately, it just had to be in the lower bracket. How did you feel when you learned about this matchup actually?
Nung una po, nagulat din po ako kasi talagang expected kami talaga sa finals. Pero ganun talaga, dapat talaga nangyari iba sa, sa stage na talaga. And masaya lang ako na nanalo kami.
He said at first he was also shocked because he did expect to meet ONIC ID in the grand finals. But, you know, that's tournament life. You don't know what could happen on stage, and when it happens, one just has to continue their journey.
The beauty and the despair of the tournament, right? The ups and downs of the tournament, but you still were able to push through. Now for OHEB, a lot of people are talking about, every single person is talking about the possibility of you guys completing your golden road. Now, the thing is, this time around, it will be a little bit more tricky, considering that you guys will have to do it from the lower brackets. Now, for OHEB in particular, you've been able to achieve this in M3. Do you think that you can do it here again?
Yung run sa lower bracket, sobrang nakakapagod talaga. And ayaw sana namin siyang maulit kasi araw-araw na laban, sobrang nakakapagod, lalo sa mental namin. Pero kung gusto talaga namin ma-pull off tong Golden Run at makuha yung M7, wala na kaming pake kahit anong mangyari, kahit anong pagod, kahit anong sacrifice, bibigay na namin lahat para makuha lang namin to.
He said that as much as possible, he actually didn't want the lower bracket run to be the run that they will be having this M7 because it's very straining on a player having to play every single day in a back-to-back match. It's even more straining on the mental state because they have to go through so much. But he said he doesn't care whatever challenges comes his way. He just wants to pull off that golden road run. Wow, 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 OHEB. And of course, Carl, you were able to do it too back in the M2. Now, on your end, how confident are you that you will be able to do the same thing in M2 this time around in M7?
Siguro po ngayon yung nararamdaman ko, very confident kasi kakapanalo lang namin sa ONIC and alam kong sila yung isa sa pinakamalakas dito sa tournament kaya very confident talaga.
That is very confident, especially after the win up against ONIC. It gave them a momentum boost because they know that ONIC ID is one of the stronger opponents this M7 World Championship, Eterna.
Now, speaking of stronger opponents, we're gonna go back to OHEB, all right? Because your next matchup will be Turkey's representative, Aurora Gaming, and just like you guys, right? They almost took down SRG, the Giants of Malaysia. Now, we're curious to know what your thoughts are on this team. What do you think about Aurora Turkey?
Personally, tingin ko po sila talaga yung dark horse ngayong tournament. Like mga past tournaments, lagi talaga namin sila nakakalaban. At isa rin talaga sila sa contender. Feel ko lalaruin lang namin kung ano yung nilaro namin kanina and kung paano kami nag-prepare. Pero mas better. Feel ko ganun.
He said that Aurora Turkey is definitely the dark horse for him this tournament, and he won't deny it. They're very strong as they've met in previous tournaments as well. But the gameplay that they'll be putting up against Aurora Turkey is the gameplay that they did with ONIC, but even better. And of course, study the opponent even better. Carl, what about you? Going up against Aurora Turkey, are you excited for that?
Opo, excited din ako makalaban sila. Tapos alam ko yung capabilities nila kasi sa MSC nakalaban namin sila and respetuhin namin sila.
That is excited, and he's met them in MSC. They know what they are capable of. You know what, Carl Tizzy, despite playing in Indonesian home ground, I see so many of the Cavalries were actually supporting TL. Is there anything you want to say to perhaps the buff that came to support you all the way from the Philippines?
Thank you sa lahat ng pumunta dito. Thank you sa mga sumupport. And shout din sa girlfriend ko na pumunta pa.
Is that thank you to everybody who came, thank you for supporting, and of course, shout out to the girlfriend who flew all the way from the Philippines.
That was beautiful, Carl. We're still hearing the support coming in here in the arena, ladies and gentlemen. And while they celebrate their success today and prepare for their match tomorrow, we're gonna throw it over once again back to the panelists to break down that game.
Thank you very much, Rose, as well as Eterna. And yeah, Team Liquid still looking very strong. And again, the final boss of the M7. Well, yeah, they're going through the lower brackets. We heard from OHEB say that they would prefer not to. Yeah. There's a lot of games, you know, mentally it is going to be straining. But hey, it is what is it. Speaking of, Trex, ONIC didn't have a lot of crowd control, huh?
They did not. And, you know, I know we were hyping it up, but I was not a fan of the Lu Yi swap at the end there. I think they had the full package. They could have put a lot of other options. Like I mean, I know the Ruby. I'm going to say it again. I mean, I think that would have been the answer. It would have stopped. It would have done well against the Fredrin. But, you know, woulda, coulda, shoulda. In the end, that's what's the difference between champions and people who aren't champions. That's the difference between winners and losers at this point. And right now, TLPH drafted better. They kept their composure, and they were able to get the win.
And here's the thing, Wolf, where this is not the first time we see something like this, right? You already have a winning formula. So how about you change it, right? And it's not an ONIC exclusive thing. It's just almost every team, they do that. And sometimes it can be a bit frustrating.
It is definitely frustrating. I think that it is totally different from our side of the table to their side, their own desks, wherein they're under a lot of time pressure, and there's 5 people who are different ideas, even 7 if you count in the coaches, like 7 different ideas on what to take, and then eventually you make this decision where, okay, let's pick up this Lu Yi that eventually did not have as much effect as the Lu Yi that we saw from Sanji. And it's not mainly because of the player who played it, but it's because of the matchup. I think Farsa versus Lu Yi is so Farsa-sided, and you can see that there is no actual hero that they can put into that teleport, unlike the previous time where there is that Sora that they can use for the Sora delivery kind of play.
And honestly, like, even though the Terizla was picked after the Lu Yi, but even if somehow Sanji had a bad game, that Terizla could have stopped quite a few diversions, so they couldn't run away in the first place. But I feel like we're just going to keep it simple when it comes to analysis. If they just keep on Ruby Goat lane and then having that Lunox mid, we might have had a very different game, especially considering the Ruby could have stopped the Fredrin, the Terizla.
I mean, could have just essentially in Turtle Pit, it would have helped them get so much advantage, mainly for the Fredrin.
Well, we're going to be looking at the MVP for this one, and Could go on to anyone. Sanford had an amazing game. Sanji had an absolutely amazing game. You know, shout outs to the San duo. It looks like it is going over to Sanford 2-1-9 by Realme here. And again, Sanford, he was doing quite well in lane. The scary part is when he gets out of lane.
Yeah, that's generally what happens, especially when you put Sanford on a hero that he can actually make the plays with. Going for Inspire, actually, with a Flicker, obviously, to make him so active around the map, and when he is running around, you can see and expect that there will be a lot of plays in favor of Team Liquid Philippines. In the last moments, we saw that the big clashes went in favor of Team Liquid because of how fast they were and how decisive they were. Because the thing with Teresa and Fredrin together is that they kind of alley-oop things to each other. You can start with the initiation onto the Teresa, and then the Fredrin comes in. But you can also start with the Fredrin first, and then the Teresa. That is such a good combination and synergy that they have because of the nature of the heroes, and you always have that knock-up and those small crowd control that can come out of Fredrin to eventually help Sanford in initiating.
And Sanford does such a good job at not only being the first engager, but the second or third engager. You know, whether he wants to help his team get away, he has the full package when it comes to being an EXP laner, and he can be the aggressive person or just the support. And I think on something like this, no, he's not securing a bunch of kills. He's only 2-1-9, but he is consistently there in every team fight, catching the opponents when he needs to.
You know what's interesting as we're going to be looking at the highlights? It's kind of like Team Liquid saying like, hey, you guys actually have a good idea. How about we do it? Right? Where this time the crowd control is coming from the Terizla, the Gatot, as well as the Fredrin. So it's kind of like, we're going to do the same, a bit different, but still the same.
It's, yeah, we call it the Exodia here for Team Liquid. It's like, they just swap up some of the pieces, but essentially when they get this kind of lineup with the Fredrin on top of the Farsa, and then it's either just Lapu-Lapu or the Yuzhong, and now it's in this case, it's going to be the Teresa, and then whatever JP uses to counter the opposing center coming out from the opponents. In this case, Gatot Kacha versus the Grok, which is every time the Grok initiates, you just have the Gatot Kacha. That's the Exodia formula, and they just know how to execute this properly.
You know, there's almost never a time that a call is missed on the side of TLPH. Every time one of them engage, everyone else is on point with it. Sanji almost always hits. Comparative to where ONIC in this last play, you see the tech charge coming way wide. The rest of the team doesn't follow up, and that I think is the big difference. One of the major differences between these two teams is TLPH is an oiled machine where one player pops a skill, the next one comes in, Sanji rolls up, drops down the feathered airstrike, and it is always a great combo from everybody.
I get what you mean. It's like their synergy is so good because they essentially complete each other's sentences. Think about it.
Pretty much.
Pretty much. Because what we see is a fluid motion coming out from Team Liquid Philippines where they catch each other every time they try to initiate, but there's always going to be someone to finish the kill. And that's the reason why they're continuously winning.
I mean, like, it really does look like ONIC was getting desperate there, and I kind of can't blame them being put in this situation going up against TL. Which, by the way, I should have said this much earlier, but also shout-outs to Oheb because it's clear that he loves ONIC, you know, in his expressions, hugging everyone, you know, after the victory. It's great to win, but at the same time, you gotta crush someone else's dreams to be where you're at.
That's just how it is. On the way, I mean, I'm sure the Team Liquid would have loved to face ONIC Indonesia in the deeper into the tournament, the grand finals perhaps, but there's still more challenges to be had. Like Aurora Turkey, for example, as their next opponents, they're not too shabby at all. I think that will be such an interesting matchup.
Same. And you know, I want to go back to Oheb because it's true. This guy has been through the ringer before he got into the, you know, from Blacklist to now, from M3 to now, he's had to go into MDL, back and forth, has been, you know, and when he joined this team, for me, I felt like it was the perfect fit. I felt like his aggression matched up well with the rest of the team, and then the meta went to a place where, oh, we got some fighter gold lanes, Oheb is in peak. I mean, this is his time to truly shine here in this meta, in this M7, in Jakarta.
Honestly, even the change for the fighter emblem, changing from spell vamp to a hybrid lifesteal, I kind of feel like it's kind of good for a lot of gold laners because they're like, I can use a marksman and a fighter. I gotta say, for me as a tank, I find that a bit annoying, but hey, what do I know? I know about Ferry, now that's something that I know because the Ferry Games app is the place to create and host a room to play 1v1 online with your friends, colleagues, enemies, parents, and eSport club members. Stand a chance to win the M7 Tribute Rings, the MLBB Diamonds, new MLBB skins. Download the Ferry Games app now and register your MLBB ID to start playing. It's free until the 25th of January, which is 3 days from now. So, limited time. Get on it. Speaking of getting on it, make sure you guys get the Gatot Kacha skin as well. And it's for free. You just got to make sure that on the M7 Battle Pass, you go all the way to level 45 for you guys to get the Gatot Kacha Solar Spark skin. So essentially just play the game, get your level high enough, in fact go all the way to 75, and you basically get everything that you want. A little bit more you can get the figurine as well, but you know, that's on you.
It's a beautiful figurine.
You're a beautiful figurine.
Thank you. Inches, baby.
Oh, look at it.
Miles over kilometers.
I do have to say, I don't dare do that, but I respect you for it because it actually looks pretty cool.
Yes.
Yep.
After this, though, Selangor Red Giants going up against Aurora again, but this time coming in from the Philippines. So that's going to be an interesting match. It's going to be the upper bracket, no elimination, but winning means you go to the grand final. So thank you very much, Wolf, Trex, me, LaFell.
Thank you, LaFell.
We're going for a break, but when we return, that's going to be the upper bracket. We'll see you guys, SRG against Aurora.
especially here in the knockouts. You know, we've seen that, but again, Gold Lane Sora works a little bit different, Temporal Array in there, but this tankiness that we see from Sanford, we've seen this a couple times, even through the Swiss stages, and it provides a good amount of crowd control, takes some of that responsibility away from JP needing to constantly kind of be there, and opens up that window for him to go and hopefully find the right target acquisition with the Cho. We've seen Cho, I think even based on the win rate, what is it, around the 50% mark, I think?
It's definitely a very reliable hero in the Swiss, in the knockouts, and was almost single-handedly responsible for SRG's comeback win last night. That's why they're sitting in the upper bracket. See here, JP jumping in between two.
Yeah. Getting some good damage over on Kyrie, forcing regen. Both really setting up for Turtle number 1.
All right, Turtle 1's up. Again, Dangerous Grass being a part of this whole dance when it comes to the objectives here. You're going to see the team get into position. Pretty much everyone going to join this fight. Half health already on the Turtle.
Yep, JP going to be taken very low. That's going to be thrown. Ruin Carl still winning out the retribution. It's in the back line. It's Sans with a sword. Actually, just an assassination. Oh, but it's the same. Both Sora ults taking a kill, but now it's going to be Keyboy who jumps in on Sanford with the help of Lutpi. That's 2-1.
40 in too deep. Had to use the flicker as well. 2 for 1. ONIC happy with the returns on that. Up by about 500 gold here. 2.5 minutes into game number 1. And what do? When you get this kind of advantage, you dive deeper, you take away a little bit of the jungle. Farthered airstrike by Sanji.
Carl wants more, gets shot down by the arrow, but Lutpi has taken a bit of damage now as Carl goes over to Phantom Execution now with a puncture as well. Doesn't go for the Thorn Road just yet as Keyboy is able to walk away, baiting a few more abilities, but it's Sanford who takes the kill.
Good pickup, man. Just a whole lot of trades going here already early on. Even after the objective was secured by TL, they still go ahead and battle it out. This is pretty much what I feel like we can expect here throughout the knockouts, of course, and already in this kind of matchup. Hopefully we get 5 games of this kind of back and forth to see which champion will come out on top of it. But now, as we look into exactly what's going to be happening here throughout this game 1 already, you know, pace is showing, and I think one thing for sure that ONIC from Indonesia needs to be able to do is match the pace that's being set up by TL. A lot of this comes down to even the usage of that feathered airstrike. We have seen this constantly throughout M7, setting it up, and then that's why Sans works well with the Valentina here.
We literally saw it just a minute ago when Sans was behind maybe a step or two, and he clicked it, he grabbed it, but there was no one there left. And what this is saying for all of us is 4 minutes in, it's a game of inches. Whoever can turn that inch into a foot, into a mile, will definitely run away with the game. 500 gold is what Team Liquid is playing with. 10 seconds until this turtle spawns. And I can tell you now, the Cavalry is in a better spot. ONIC ID, currently they're suffering 2-step syndrome. They need 2 steps to be able to get a good foundation on fights. While Liquid, all they got to do is just get a good kick, and Carl just commit.
Yeah, that seems to be the case here. Anytime a Cho is on a composition, you can see Sans holding on this time to the Sora ultimate. Oh, this play up top.
Tank up top, Auto Shocker lands. Oh, it's going to be caught by the curtain call as well. As Keyboy picks up the kill, as JP's able to find a way to drag it over to Skylar for the ruin.
Skylar gets away! And now they change targets on a Sanford. Going into Thunderform, finds Keyboy!
Sanford will fall as well, though. Sans gets the pick, and now it's ONIC who move on to Turtle. Carl holding this angle. It's going to be Lutpi trying to zone him away, but still, he has the punctures, the free resets. Lutpi is going to zone him away entirely into the mid-wave, so we will be free for ONIC ID.
Oh man, a fight, and even a feathered airstrike drop down.
Oh, the chef wants more! He finds Kyrie!
As I was saying, there's trades everywhere. You don't take anything for free in this game of 1, it seems like. And so they go for a trade, but still, nonetheless. Oh, whoa! Big JP?
On JP. Now Sanford wants to go in, goes on a Sans. A desperate feather airstrike earlier to try to deal more damage before he dies.
Leo.
He wasn't done.
He wasn't done, man.
He wasn't done.
I'm looking at you here because I just feel like we have seen the teams and the players from the Philippines really adapt to this more hectic, chaotic, brawly play style. I love it, man. What? As I say it, Skylar falls.
Yep. Welcome to Indonesia.
It's something in the food, man. I don't know. It makes
the spice,
It's
bro.
the spice. They brought it to the game as well. And it's working. I mean, look at this. They built up a small lead up to this point.
And this is what Liquid revel in. They enjoy the fact that they can keep fighting, and All the more the reason why is because ONIC ID is not ready to fight just yet. I'm looking at Kyrie, he's a scaling jungler. I'm looking at Skylar. Yes, you are a CC, you're a fighter, quote unquote. But compared to an Esmeralda that's just happy to peel, you kind of need to clap back, and they find the kick!
Way the dragon, independent airstrike, and everything in the kitchen sink thrown at Keyboy.
That's that choke play we're talking about, man. Every single time he's up, that kick is available. Oh, okay. He's gonna get out of there, right?
Yep.
Is holding him back, yeah.
Got about half dozen dashes on this Thunder form, he's fine.
There's a reason why this Sora does keep getting picked. He's gonna get chased down. Whoa, okay, at least, again, I said it before, you don't get anything for free, but here comes JP.
The Traceless out of Jeet Kune Do. Oheb was holding on to the falling star move, just uses it onto the wave, gets prio, and now they move to Turtle. But Ludpi is going to be caught by the airstrike. Now the Jeet Kune Do as well away the dragon. Ludpi pinned down, but there's not enough damage to take him out. And Stone Ruin will react in time for Sanford and Sanji. But now JP getting bombed.
The father has fallen, and now in Thunder form, Sanford looking to deal a lot of damage. Whoa! The key boy, Oheb finds Sans dancing around him.
The Filipino sniper on an Esmeralda as Carl Teasy gets a free turn up top, now rotates into the purple buff and takes it away from Kai, but he wants more, jumps onto Keyboy, not enough.
Pote is guilty of Grand Theft Purple. Again, a game of inches. That start was, whoa, wait. Skylar? Let's find out, that's 4 members!
All alone, there's no way you can survive that. Oheb on a killing spree now.
Man, oh man, I feel like we're watching 4 different games or 1v1s go on and break out throughout this game. Neither team wanting to let up just yet, too, up here up top.
Traceless out of the way of the dragon, but now it's going to be Carl with the Phantom Execution and a Thorn Rose. Great Traceless again, but again, it's going to be Kai caught in the bad spot. As you see Carl rotate him over, it's Ludpi who gets the blink in time.
Okay, so they go, they make it happen, they'll find a pickup, minus everything that's been happening here in the past minute or two. All these constant fights will lead us nearly to that lore in about a minute. They want to start to open up the map at this point, take down this tier 1 turret. That's exactly what TL wants to do. Can ONIC hold on to this turret?
That's a good question. Sanford walking up, able to go for the CC, but it's only onto Ludpi now as he dashes out again. And look at JP.
That's what you get with a Cho pick in the hands of Team Liquid's Patriarch.
On dangerous grass.
On dangerous grass, again, there's very little he needs to do to get in there. And just to call back the kill that Kyrie suffered up top, that rarely happens to the Sky King. Sanji's fine here. The Gleam, Ludpi didn't fully commit. And now Oheb is in a position with, 2 items, the king onto Sans!
All in on Sans, Oheb picks up the kill. Ludpi's a bit late to react now, gets shot from the skies by Sanford, and man, you can really start to feel that damage.
What a kick again from JP. He has been a menace on this side of the jungle of ONIC, and right now they're going to go ahead and work to take the purple buff as well from Kyrie. Still go for the tier 1.
Oh, Ludpi gets the blade, but he gets disintegrated before he can tap the second part of it. That's a free turret in the mid lane, and Kai can only get a trade up top with a tier 1.
Team Liquid make a beeline for the Lord. Massive conversions. ONIC ID not down and out just yet. There are still trades happening for the defending champions of Indonesia on home soil. They are suffering quite the losses in the opener of this best of 5, and now they're going to commit even more atrocities in the jungle.
Jeez, what you got to do, man? You got to continue to pull pressure where you can, and they'll do exactly that. Kyrie, no buff, no orange buff, no purple buff either, and you expect JP to pretty much just live on this side of the jungle of ONIC. So they have a Lord approaching. They've got to defend.
Leo, usually when we talk about these Grand Theft Purples, it's sneaky with it, you know? It's kind of like a sneaky heist, but they're just going in. They're in front of their faces, they're stealing it.
This is blatant thievery, is what's happening. Highway robbery, in your face. I know you know, but I'm going to do it anyways. Sanford checking range in the back. JP just crossing straight up. He's honest about it. Feathered airstrike.
Pop him on the shocker there. Carl's easy walking up against Skylar, trying to survive. Flickers out to safety. Now they're throwing a ruin to the Flicker defensively. Carl gets the kill. It's a big double for the GOAT.
How many times have we seen a Carl TZ on this Lancelot, or Lancelot on Carl TZ, man?
He is him.
He's able to follow through with whatever JP sets up for them. They get these shields down. Lord is still up. That's got to be worked with. Sanford's low. He goes back. but I think that's all TL wanted. They ballooned their gold lead even further, almost 8,000 gold ahead, and they're nearing these base turrets to fall in the base of ONIC here.
Wait a second.
They're gonna fight?
Falling Star on 2, calls he's back, Phantom Execution, and the Thorn Rose now with the help of Skyler! Like Skyler taken out by OHEB, who's unstoppable.
Team Liquid, up now 8,000 gold. The reason why they're going fast and picking fights and stealing everything away from ONIC is, I believe they know that they're on a timer. With no marksmen and no quote-unquote generic hitters, typical for taking objectives, they know that their time is limited, especially in the face of Lutpi. Lutpi showed signs of life by holding out, and now by pushing this bottom inhibitor, they jump in OHEB!
Two-man Falling Star Moon. Carl, Phantom Execution backwards. He knows. I think a couple of times we've seen Team Liquid actually get overconfident to the Swiss stage, even in day one of play-ins. So they've learned from that. They've corrected their errors.
I like that they've corrected their errors and they learned from it, but at the same time, you see them pressuring in a way that's like, hey, will they fight us or not? You know, and ONIC is deciding not to, which is the best option because you can see between the items here how much work and ground it needs to be covered by ONIC. They're almost 10,000 behind. We have seen games and teams turn around before, but this is tough, Leo.
9,000 between them, but you're looking at the deficit that ONIC is suffering. It's not like they're looking at the same currency. Liquid is counting gold. ONIC, bronze, coins.
Yeah.
It's a quick winner crown from Sanford. He's really going to be looking for the set and instantly for the free, so no one can target him down.
That's what I'm saying, man. You see the Sora going in the XP laner's hands. You know they're going to go ahead and try to utilize that crowd control, which works best for more of a tankier build as Sora than what we usually see. You can see him picks up the Radiant Armor now too. He's quite stacked up defensively. Even Carl Teasy building him. This should just be a free lord for them.
I would say this is still a hybrid Sora for Sanford. You see how lethal his Thunder form is, especially when he finds Kyrie alone, even Sans. So with that said, they can just take this slow. Again, this could be the final Lord if Liquid gets this right.
Yeah, even if it's not the final Lord, I think it's guaranteed one more base turret.
Yeah.
Okay, best case scenario for Team Liquid, it's an N. But even then, I think 2 base turrets isn't even a stretch. ONIC don't have the best clear.
This is why you see Sans take the Feathered Airstrike, because they got to rely on that and somehow stop this push in. There's a forced fight.
Way to drag it onto Keyboy, the point summoned as well, and that's the Sora looking for the big set. Won't be able to find it just yet as Lutpi still able to survive, but the Winter Crown is there for him to survive. Lutpi taken out. It's a fadeaway kill from Sanji.
And that's 2 taken out from the Sky King's ranks as Liquid waits for that Lord down bottom, pressuring mid, pressuring top. This is gonna be a defense that could be their last.
This is tough to deal with. You're down 2 members for a little bit longer. Gonna work on the base. There they go. Sanford.
Yep. 3 members down, or just 3 members alive rather. Sans taking a shot at the Feather Airstrike, not a falling Star Moon, cocking him in place. That's gonna be, oh my goodness, the way the Dragon. He loses the immortality. Carl in the back, able to find a Thorn Rose. They still have the Lord to play with as Keyboy tries to zone the back of Sans. In a desperate attempt to save the game, stole away to Phantom Execution. Last base turret up top going to be falling as well, and ONIC now are stripped down to just the crystal.
And with that, they expose the base of ONIC. Off that Lord, it looks like they're doing exactly that, playing the discipline route for TL, even up 12,000 gold. They'll just go ahead and stick to the foundations here, taking down the base turrets and reset.
To put it into context, ONIC ID are playing with less than a full deck. Already, a Hilda that can't get the brushes, that can't get the grass, is gimped. You are literally
it's just
playing
grass.
with a fractured hero here. And Kyrie isn't, well, sure, he did get the big tree items, right?
Yeah.
But moving from there, he can't even get a good position because no one's going to peel, no one's going to set. Lutpi dies like 3 seconds into a fight with Team Liquid, and here they go!
AP again with a way to drag it over, and Keyboy with Suns gets caught by Sanji! Throwing a ruin to the Blinker, able to find 2, but that's it!
There you go, Lutpi gleams on out, the kick, and the knock-up, Kyrie falls! Skyler gonna come up next, by the time OHEB gets 2!
A big double, and now it's just Lutpi and Keyboy! Can they defend? No, they cannot. Lutpi trying to hold out the waves. About an execution from Carl. Lutpi's in the midst of it all, healing. Best he can. He buys a bit more time. He actually gets away in time. Keyboy's there, feather and airstrike. The Blinker. Keyboy gets the shutdown.
They need the wave. Keyboy's gonna fall. Lutpi's holding on.
And now it's Liquid who stick onto the base to secure game 1 in this best of 5.
A dominant game 1 from the Cavalry here. Team Liquid comes in non-stop against ONIC Indonesia. An amazing start to this best of 5. They controlled the game from start to pretty much finish. And I'll tell you what, this is going to be a tough adjustment, I feel like, for ONIC Indonesia, because there was a lot to work from.
Massive meta evolution.
Farsa. So Freya or Lapu-Lapu, the two heroes that can be picked up here. They pick up Uranus.
Something that I do have to say was that I was looking at ONIC to see if they were going to take the Terizla. Because, fun fact, in case people don't know, there's a special interaction, Terizla as well as the Lu Yi, where you can stop the teleportation.
Yeah.
With the penalty zone.
So because you just get...
Yeah. You pull them so they don't teleport.
That Uranus kind of hit them in the end, the Trex. This is such a bad fourth pick for ONIC in a way that it gave a very good hero for Sanford to utilize. Now, I think you're just left with the Freya here, or maybe a carry if they're
Myriad of stars.
Okay, yeah, the Freya. See, if they pick up the Freya first,
then they leave options.
Oh no. Yeah.
Or at least if you're gonna go EXP lane first, you take the Lapu, right?
Right.
Or even like Hilt, like anything, you steal something away.
Not gonna lie, I was even thinking if Skylar was gonna entertain the idea of picking up a Lunox because they used that before to go up against tanky lineups like the Hilda. So, any last thoughts about the draft here, Wolf?
Watch out for the teleport, the Sora play.
ONIC needs to be aggressive. I think at this point you have a draft that can do it. Get in their face and push back.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to jump into the second game. It's going to be Expanding Rivers. And now, gentlemen, Naisu Leo S2 is here.
Thanks so much to the panel to break down our draft here for game number 2. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn. It's me, Naisu, Leo, and Mirko. And we're after a heated one-sided match for Team Liquid Philippines. I don't know about this draft, gentlemen. Is this what ONIC Indonesia needed?
It's not about what they need, it's about what they're comfortable with. At least, despite all the weird flexes and the odd order of the draft, as noted by our analysts on the panel, I think they're comfortable because look at how aggressive they are. Look at how fast and how forward they're being from lane to lane. Even Lutfi, even at a third of his health, I think he should be fine. This is still a Uranus.
You know, I think one thing that they have to go ahead and adjust is making this, for example, the Uranus pick, like they said, Red 4 being brought up, that could be playing a part in here. Some of the drafting patterns or choices, I feel like, is one of the biggest things the panel is trying to highlight here. So we'll have to see if ONIC decides to go ahead and utilize that, specifically even this gold lane Frey in the hands of Skylar here. Yes, he's running that Warcry emblem as we take a look at the emblems here specifically. But, you know, even that flexibility to go ahead and switch things up with that priority Sora, like we saw, you know, once played in the XP lane, now in the hands of Oheb here, he does still have that temporal reign. He's got a little bit of vitality and that Festival of Blood. So his trading is going to be pretty good against Skylar. And then if they're able to build up that lead like we saw them do in game 1, that's where things could get a little scary for ONIC.
This matchup, though, right in the gold lane, Sora versus Freya. We've seen Freya as a way to counter the Claude, but against the Sora, I think it comes down to just clearing out the waves and rotating. Whoever manages to rotate and to get the activeness earlier is the one who actually wins out in the matchup. But you can already see Oheb doing a much better job rotating straight after that wave to cut, and he's going to have a bit of a tempo advantage.
What happened to our game? It's the gold lane that's doing these proxying this early in the game. Turtle spawned, upper quarter, JP pushes out these 3, spacing them out. Mount Shocker coming in.
That's for the wave of Spider. Now it's going to be Kyrie still able to dodge away with a Shadow Stamp. Or the, oh my god, damage on JP was actually quite big. Wow, Reggie from Carl still winning, and Lutfi still able to walk in forward though, but that's first blood for Sanford as Lutfi falls as well. It's a double to CC immune.
Man, oh man, and Skylar, he should be able to get away. Oh, he's dragged back.
One more! Regen! Oh my god, Skylar gets away with the help of the Regen tap. But look at this diversion just to send him back to gold, and look at the instant conversion of gold.
I guess that's being a Valkyrie right there, man. I'm so surprised Skylar survived that, but still, That's only one problem. All that double kill for Sanford, and now an objective under the belt of TL.
You might be scratching your head, how, why? Skylar gets extra shields. Extra shields when he procs abilities, and I think Sanji did throw out a basic attack. Thought it was going to be enough.
And wait, hold on for the airstrike. Untargetable Oheb though, just flies away. But this is why I was shaking my head to Wolf, just saying it's over when I saw the...
Lancelot was left open. It's like, why
they don't like
they not want to play it?
ONIC hate Lancelot. I don't know why though.
You know, that was at the time to be comfortable and have preferences because you need to evolve with the metagame. Team Liquid, even they did it.
Yeah, they did it. The Leomord has done pretty well, especially when we got to see the glimpses of it yesterday. But for some reason, ONIC just isn't able to go ahead and get the lead that, you know, some teams and some viewers that have been watching ONIC for a while are used to seeing them have. And there's been a constant kind of struggle for making them or showcasing the compositions they bring to these matches and then making them work. And right now, as the turtle comes up in about 10 seconds, I feel like they're going to have to figure something out, some way to utilize Keyboy specifically, like we saw JP in the previous game, to potentially get a setup going on with Sansa's damage with the Feathered Airstrike.
Step by step, number one, make use of the dead lane. Know that Lutpi is going to be fine. Don't bother with it. Step two is find a way to get Coyote good with the Leomord. Getting over here. Better Steed.
Wait, the Dragon JP was able to actually escape for a bit. Lutpi picking up the kill. Keyboy able to flicker around the safety, but look at the damage on Skylar now from the Sora. Carl picking up the turtle. Lutpi with a chase.
They deny the deep trenches from Carl Teasy. Liquid helps him off camera. Sans finds Oheb. They're not done with Lutpi. Where are they going with the diversion?
Straight into the mid bush.
Okay.
P bought so much time.
Wow, okay, again, this is just like we saw in Game 1 where there's multiple fights happening across the map and even more so with Aloyi in play here for, okay, able to get away, just barely. Skylar there, getting away with his life. Oracle now picked up here for Lutpi.
A jump scare moment.
A little jump scare, but this might be he's actually gonna be able to get this turn down. He should be able to. Yeah, wow,
Third aggro there. It's okay. I think he should still be able to escape. Mountain shot coming down as well, but he's on Consecration. Now with the ultimate, never mind. Oheb fisting him down.
That's Thunder form for you. Bottom lane opened up for ONIC ID, so they could get some farm now on Skylar. It's not like he's in trouble, actually.
Yeah.
He hasn't died, and the map isn't exactly bearing down on him. They go for the swap. A minute until the turtle spawns. Again, looking at Keyboy, I think that's a good step. Whatever happened in the turtle, save for the part where Carl Teasy still got it.
Yeah.
Find a way to use that kind of approach.
That's what I was saying, you know, step one, step two, Sans had the damage there, but JP did flicker out. That's how he was able to kind of like avoid that a little bit, but then he eventually died anyway. There's a setup in the mid.
Oh, Sans brought back to the team. Instant damage from the in-out reaction. Keyboy really looking for the play, but he gets bonked, and then Oheb comes in and smacks him.
Man, that can't feel good. You know, you're getting yin-yang reaction thrown around, you're getting torrented around. At the end of the day, you just want to be able to play. And right now, this composition, here's a diversion.
They collapse onto Kyrie. He's fine. Dashes out of there. And they go for the tier 1 in mid. Sure, take your win in the bottom lane. Oheb's back to reclaim it, but the map is gone once again. It's looking like it's all Liquid.
Yeah, it just feels so lost for ONIC. They're late to the rotations. When they do get the rotations, they don't know what to do. And now it's Keyboy trying his best. Sanford with the Bravest Fighter again. Gets kicked out of the way the Dragon. Now it's going to be the all-in with the Phantom Steed as well. Over on Sanford. He's still buying so much time. Rejects away. Oh my god! Sanford still surviving. What the hell?
The Bravest Fighter keeps him up. The Landshaker sends away 4, and Carl Teasy secures a turtle. Down goes Sans. Keyboy gets away with 1 HP. It's all Liquid now. 4K up.
How many times do we have to see Sanford pull something like that off, especially on this hero, the Lapu Lapu? He does it again, surviving amidst it all.
Oh my god.
This right here is fresh hunting grounds, and the apex predator is hungry.
This guy really makes me want to curse, like,
in a good way.
Curse the team, not
that way.
Yeah. Boy. Uh-oh. Gets away with the dragon, but there's just no damage, right? OHEB takes him back to the team, and it's straight into the Mountain Shock, and now the Phantom Steed as well. Kyrie trying to look for damage, but JP inside of the bush will not take any damage.
Kel didn't even need to flicker. He knew he was going to survive. Torrent form gave him the extra HP.
That Festival of Blood, being able to go ahead and heal back up, and that was about of a good setup that you could expect from ONIC. I mean, they made the play, they went for it, they had the damage, but unfortunately, they're not scaled up the way they need to be. Again, this is a gold lead that has been built up, especially in the last couple minutes or so. It's now ballooned nearly 5,000 gold, which is just right on time for this Aurora to come up. There's the Chastised Pauldrons, too, now in the hands of Sanford.
Chef's kiss. You did say there is some damage for ONIC.
Yeah.
But for that to be completely shut down and neutralized, Sanford picks up the Chastised Pauldron. So all the more there is going to be little damage. You're looking at Skylar to scale up. Kyrie maybe some way, somehow, if he gets the stacks, not going to happen anymore.
And that just says they're relying on their fancy footwork.
At least for the next 5 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, this is tough because even more so does Sans have to be on point with the Defended Airstrike into this objective. Lord's going to be up here shortly, and look at the play up here. Diversion's going to be used.
Yep.
Relocating TL to this side of the map. They're ready to go ahead and start the objective here in just a bit. Once things get situated, and Carl Teasy makes his way again. Expanding rivers, fast rotations here. ONIC knows what's up, and they'll also get in position. Despite being down this much, it looks like they do want to contest if they can.
Oh man, taking a lot of damage there. OHEB walking up, forcing the flicker out from Sans before he can actually get the CC down. And that's a big gun from Mr. Goat.
Brush control totally in Liquid's favor. Holding down that Y brush while playing with the nearby lane. And they do get the kick, finding Sanford the answer with all of the ults that they got, yet he still stands!
Yeah, there's no way you can kill him. That CC immune, JP now caught in the midst of it all. He doesn't die. OHEB goes in again, this time on Keyboy! And he takes him out! OHEB on a killing spree. JP regenning in the bush again. ONIC have no answers.
What can you do against Sanford? Even when you get the setup right, he doesn't die. And now off of it, Loopy gives the information. They're going for the Lord here. But there's just nothing that can be done unless... Nope, Lord already secured. They're going for more.
Oh man, Kyrie with the Phantom Steed now jumps in, but look at that CC immunity in the air. OHEB. Skylar can only just look for a trade up top, and really, for Liquid, they're taking a chill pill at this point. They're not even going for the diversions aggressively anymore.
They are putting their hands up while they're stepping on ONIC's neck. Literally. To be fair, they are less aggressive in taking these buffs, these camps, so they're not attacking the economy, but what they are attacking is ONIC's propensity to fight back. And I'm pretty sure this is getting into the mental of the Sky Kings. Again, if you get at the match point, that's literally every game is a must-win. Now is a must-defend situation. They're going up against the Lord, pushing down bottom, and I'm looking at a situation wherein these Holy Shields pop.
Yep, Holy Shield up top just popped. Working on this tier 2 in the mid. They do hold that Lord there, so they're going to try to hold on to the mid and bottom if they can. They do have good clear. They'll go ahead and clear this out. A diversion used here. And this is the thing, man. It is more so on the mental state. I feel like with ONIC right now, they're kind of scrambling. I mean, even the way that they're approaching some of these fights. Again, you got to think, how many times do you actually get that setup your composition is supposed to allow you to do? And not capitalizing now, what, 2-3 times in this game, you start to think, is that the play? Like, who are we going to lock down? If they can't get to Sanji, who is? Because if you can, maybe if you can find OHEB and kick him, because you don't want to go for Sanford anymore.
There was moments in game 1 wherein the shoe is on the other foot. It's Keyboy on the Hilda, and the same thing happened.
Yeah.
So I think it's less of what they're playing with and more of how they're playing it. At this point, you can't cry over, oh, we picked the wrong heroes.
Yeah.
You're deep in. You're 12 minutes in. Lord spawning in a minute.
Got to use what you got.
I love how the game has evolved, wherein XP lane and gold lane can just share the same things. They can just do the same things. And you're seeing a Winter Crown almost on OHEB.
Yeah.
That's it, all the more. Everybody's just going to be really hard to kill.
Yeah, and you already have the Queen's Wing, so I think even for Sanford, he's already immortal. He doesn't need a double on that, right? No need for the immortality.
There's nothing ONIC can do for at least the next 8 minutes that can kill Sanford.
Yeah, doesn't need too much anyway, because again, it's just been his mechanic skills that have pretty much kept him alive. And so, you know, for ONIC, as they kind of get ready for this next Lord, because it seems like they're also just going to kind of calm down, get what they can. In terms of items here, you can see the concealed now being swapped in. Now Keyboy's got that. So they are going to most likely try to make an attempt here, a play with the concealed, the kick, and it's just about target acquisition here, like we mentioned. Oh, Keyboy, you can already see him, on this side of the jungle too. It's going to be spotted out though.
It's a good angle, but it's the wrong person you're tracking.
Yeah. So Lord up, fighting for position here now for this Lord take. Karl'Tezi will start it up, but with ONIC in tow, they'll go ahead and get ready to fight this Keyboy.
Able to play, able to find the Jiku. No one's Karl'Tezi with the Village Dragon as well. Skylar walks up and Keyboy gets the pick on the goat. That was the damage coming through and Sanford just slicing them.
2 for 1 currently as ONIC are thinking, should we stay, should we go? Kyrie dancing around, bumps into JP. JP very low.
Yeah, Kai bonked around, still trying to go for more damage. Is able to kind of wait, but Sanford takes him down, picks up the mega kill as Oheb walks into the mid lane and now goes for the chase out the Sans, forcing the flicker out. And now it's Lutpi who's trying to buy time for the airstrike coming down on him with the stun as well. But Oheb goes to the skies and goes Desecration. They swing him down, but Lutpi's able to flicker out.
They're buying time. Sans joins the tag team battle. And the Lord has gone ahead and scaled up here. 14 minutes, still standing. Purple in jeopardy. Karl'Tezi is a respawn too.
Everybody's pretty much going to reset after that, but man, give it up to Keyboy. He found the target he needed to find, and still yet, they weren't able to secure the Lord just yet. So we come back to where we just were. Now, if Keyboy can do that again, he doesn't have the flicker this time though, so that is a bit of a loss here. Oh, hold on. Whoa, kick already used.
Sans able to kind of wave there from the stun of the bravest fighter. Now it's going to be Skylar in the backline going in all the way onto Karl'Tezi. No, it's Sanji actually. He gets the kill back, but he's going to be dead as well. Oheb finding the trade. Lutpi taken down by Oheb, but Keyboy did the same to Sanford now. It's a 3v3.
Oh, Liquid taken away from home court as Karl'Tezi in the midst of the chaos secures the Lord. He finds Keyboy, serves up a kill to the GOAT. He's feeling himself.
ONIC is fighting. They're going for these fights. They're trying to turn it around, but man, TL right now just has the upper hand. A Phantom Steed thrown out to go ahead and clear out this lane, but the Lord is the problem as ONIC waits for everyone to be up for this defense. Once again, TL finds themselves with a lead to work with as they approach the base in game 2 of this best of 5, potentially knocking down these base turrets of ONIC unless somehow they're able to turn it around in this game. We've seen it before, teams turning around at big gold deficits. Can they keep it together here? The mid turret's gonna go down as that Lord charges in. Uh-oh, and a full force of ONIC on the defense here.
Yep, good for the airstrike to zone him away, but position that Team Liquid have right now, it's like they don't really care for the team fight. They can just go for the slow build-up again, wait for the next neutral objective to spawn in, and then take ONIC into deep waters.
And what's troublesome for ONIC is Liquid are playing with both mid and long-range heroes. Yep. You have Sanji, you have Karl'Tezi, and then if things get worse, you want to play in the paint, you have the Sora and the Lapu Lapu. So the only real solution for ONIC is a pickup. That's the only way that Lord was delayed. The second Lord could have been theirs. It's just, I don't blame them. I don't blame ONIC because that was their one chance. That was their one try. Oh my God, Lutpi here gets caught up. Tail end of the bravest fighter, and they get him. Oheb.
Oh no.
Diversion into the midst of it. Oh, Keyboy trying to go for the way the dragon cannot find it. Sanford takes him down. And now with Lutpi and Keyboy down, they have a wave in the mid lane to play with, but they'll just go and play it safe. They go up top.
A surprise stampede from the chef. He cooked this one up. And ONIC ID in just a few moments might be cooked because it looks like Liquid are going for it.
Oheb in the back, Sanford popping bravest fighter. Kyrie almost for the goal for the kill, but again out gets stunned out by Sanford. And he all in and he takes him down. Skylar in a minute. Whoa! He hits the wall! And looking for the kill. Desperate plays from ONIC, desperately trying to stay alive.
It's just the base left standing. Lutpi and Sans doing their last stand. They clear the wave.
They clear the wave, they stay in the game, but man, what is going on for ONIC? They still have to deal with the wave pushing down a bot with Karl'Tezi. Does Team Liquid look to do any more than take these base turrets down? Uh-oh. Well, items being picked up here. Immortality for Keyboy as well. They're going to push it in.
Sanford, when you're looking for the play again, every time it's up, he goes for the bravest fighter, dude. And it's crazy because I have never seen ONIC panic like this before.
Yeah.
They are usually composed in even the toughest situations, but something's gotten to them, bro. What was that?
And from one P-word to another, what is the plan? Usually when you draft a certain way and you end up in less than ideal situations, there is a game plan. But for now, ONIC, again, the best thing we can say is get a pick-off.
They're going for it.
Find one, and that's gonna be a winner crown, the safety. Oh, have okay.
Phantom Steed coming down from Kyrie. He's gonna be stunned up again. JP still looking for the play right now. It's down to be Skyler in the backline, taken down by Sanji. Sanford looking for it, doesn't get the stun down. They're all trying to run away. Diversion from Sanji!
Surprise stampede from the back. Kyrie gets run over. Sans? Wings by wings? Oh, he can't take the base.
There's a cannon minion in the base. TL with ease. Take the series to match point.
Match point. You can't stop a Cavalry coming through the diversion just when you think you've got the kick for the 5th or 6th time. It's all stopped in its tracks here. You can see just how disappointed right now ONIC is feeling with this, man, because match point.
Multiple times, the Loyi has given Liquid, this squad, multiple accolades. The surprise stampede, you never expect an 800-pound stallion in your closet. That's what...
Well, this is potentially the final game between ONIC going up against TL. Will TL drop ONIC in their own home turf? We're throwing it over to the casters for this one.
You know what? I'm not good at numbers either, LaFell. And that's why I'm right here, joining with the boys, Leo and Mirko. We're bringing it in Game 3. It's match point right now for Team Liquid. 2 champions once again that started this all out, and it has been dominant so far for the champions from the Philippines. Gentlemen, are we thinking the same things here with the draft?
If we did not watch the first 2 games, worrying about the mental of ONIC right now, then yes, I'd even up those numbers. I'd say it's a 60-40 in favor of ONIC. I really like this draft.
But the thing is, the first 2 games happened, and in game number 2, it was honestly quite brutal to see ONIC panic the way they did in the base defense. Skyler hitting a wall, going for the Valkyrie's descent. Keyboy flickering, trying to really look for a way to drag him, but unable to. So they are on easier to execute compositions now, on easier to execute heroes. It's back to the basics, even the Ruby, something that we haven't seen in a while, getting to the hands of Skyler.
Not just easier, I'd say even at an advantage. You're looking at Keyboy, who is holding on for dear life and can hold on to these softies. I'm looking at Carl DZ, I'm looking at Sanji. Hell, there might even be a world where he holds on to Sanford, hits him with a Tsunami Slam when he's not ready, because again, you have to scale up. You have to get the right items on Sanford for him to, you know, literally be CCMU. They catch JP.
Oh man, Revitalize gonna be popped instantly now as JP still able to sustain back up. And that's it. ONIC just want to bait out the Revitalize. But the thing is, they're getting poked down. That Lethal Ignition take down on Sans.
Yeah, that's part of it. Take down the Revitalize. They even have to work through 2 Purifies over there on the side of TL. That's something they can work on. You see the emblems here coming through. Yeah, you're going to have a lot of crowd control. And I have to agree with the panel, you know, when Trex was saying, like, bring out the Ruby, bring out some crowd control to go ahead and complement Keyboy on this Kalea, who traditionally, this hero, the Kalea, does really good at setting things up, obviously, and then the sustainability that comes with it built into the kit. So they've got to be able to play around this potential. JP?
Well, Revitalize this time around. Mana Shocker locks him down with the help of Keyboy, but JP stood alive for quite a bit. Carl TZ looking to play now with a Thorn Rose, but it's actually a bit too aggressive. Keyboy gets away, gets Sans back to a comfortable spot too, but look at Sanford already holding in the turtle. Sans going in over on Ohead. He might be able to get them down completely. Skyler walking up now. Keyboy gonna go as well. It's a double flicker from Skyler and Keyboy. What? Ohead getting pulled back by the Amafendis on a ruin.
And there you go! CC Immune coming in, knocks up the trade for Keyboy. They fight Skyler even after he hits a flicker. and Lutpi cannot catch Sanji.
Dark Wave on 2. That's gonna be Inferno Pursuit. The puncture away to Thorn Rose, locking him down, and it's JP with the DPS taking him out.
It looked so good for ONIC for a minute there, but then it all fell apart. And they're going to be zoned off this turtle, but Sans
doing a lot of damage over on Sanford, but he's able to flick around. Now Kyrie jumps in with the traces. And Shocker is the right tree in for Kai! And now it's JP to fall! Sans gets the last kill in the skirmish.
And there's the counter punch, man. When I was saying it looked so good, well, ONIC took it back and said, here we go, we'll make it look good.
It's all ONIC. After the first turtle, Liquid, what they're looking at is off-timing engagements. ONIC has better uptime in this draft. They're 2,000 gold up at 3 minutes. This is dangerous waters Liquid swimming in.
And for the first time, no joke, nice Leo, for the first time today,
yes,
we hear the Sonics roaring as JP falls again.
Roaring,
needed it.
Roaring with purpose.
Yeah.
They were roaring before the match even began, but now they're roaring in celebration. They can celebrate the fact that the mid lane has been won. They can celebrate the fact that Ludwig can freely leave the EXP lane because Sanford is still on wave clear duty. So that means that's taken care of. Up top though, that might be where Liquid can find a little bit of breathing room. Between the Esmeralda and the Ruby and the Esmeralda, OHEB can dance around, threaten something from Skylar, and then leave. They actually are still at the 50-50. This is the only lane, I think, that Liquid can hold on and say, can we do something here? That's why JP is kind of scouting out, and they send up Sans.
Yeah, Donor Wolf King now. Sans under turret though, going in for Brilliant. Skylar's still able to sustain, but the Glorious Pathway is right there. No kill, just yet for ONIC and for TL.
And that's why you were just saying that. You know, ONIC knows that exact compilation up top. They have to go ahead and deal with it. But they tried to make a play, it didn't happen. But they did get a Purify out, so that's something for them. It was a great response from TL. But now, with this bit of a lead that ONIC has built themselves, they're in a good position to go ahead and get control of the next objective. Yeah, they secured the first one. It was a little messy, a little chaotic, but that's fine because this lineup also allows them to kind of take these fights. Again, with a Kalea on your side, your sustainability can be there. You can see them fighting for the position here. TL in their own position. They want to fight for it.
Glorious Pathway by JP. Falling Sun locking down Lutfi now as JP's going to be caught low. Throwing a Ruin on 4, but there's not much damage coming through as Carl Teasy is able to secure the turtle. Tsunami Slam.
Liquid with the body block securing the turtle for Carl Teasy. Down goes Sanford, down goes JP. Sanji follows through. The Sky King is angry. Order in the court.
You might have gotten the turtle, but we got the kills, and now they continue to put the pressure here. In that mid lane, Sans will be fine. TL holds on to the tier 1 in the mid.
So the one way Liquid did that is through sheer threat of damage. And their main source of reliable damage right now is Sanji. Sanji got the pop off, a good amount of salvos from Feather Airstrikes in that engagement, more than he had all game long, 5 minutes in. So what is the trick? ONIC has just better vision right now. Mountain Shocker, almost guarantees that Sanji cannot pick a good brush to fire from. But look at this, 1v1. This is a dream come true for a lot of fans watching.
Yeah, but
not going to break out.
Carl knew something was off, man. There's no way Kyrie wants a 1v1 like this. Someone is definitely in the vicinity and he spots. Well, he didn't spot, but he sniffed Lutfi out.
Yeah, not going to happen there. Again, they want to fight mid.
Falling Sun, one of the Glorious Path we used together as Sanford walks up as well. The Brilliance aggressively with a Feathered Airstrike, not doing too much as Skylar rotates into mid, but again, it's just a feint from both teams.
It seems like the Stallion sense is something that all members of Liquid share.
SS.
The fact that there was Skylar coming through the side lane and then, wait, they're fighting this. They're fighting this. We shouldn't be going in. Man, all right, despite it being a good position, we shouldn't overcommit. Again, we are still down 3,000 gold.
This is the first time the win rate prediction is favored ONIC.
Realme knows what's up.
Realme knows what's up.
That's map you can follow right there, right, from Realme. So 10 seconds up for this last turtle. 1 for 1 right now in terms of turtles for both teams. But right now, ONIC has been winning these fights.
Oh, yeah.
And look at this, wants to get a position.
Walks up, dashes through. That's going to be the stun from JP to lock him down, but now Dark Wave lands on 2. No Infinite Pursuit just yet as Lutfi holds it in. Sanford, opponent's angle. Infinite Pursuit finally with I'm offended as well with the Glorious Pathway used up, and the Falling Sunwood comes down with a Revitalize as well, but Carl wins out the red tree. Thunder Ruin on 1. Sans!
2 turtles over the Team Liquid, but Kyrie continues the onslaught, finding 2, serving up 1 to Sans.
Kai in the back with a double Now it's Carl and OHIM running for the hills. And Kai wants to go for the traces. Will be able to find the angle. Now goes on to the goal. That's an offended. Kyrie with a maniac.
They will wipe out the Cavalry. Team Liquid for the first time in the series feels it here in Game 3.
Baby Cakes reeling. No farm for OHIM. No farm for Carl TZ. Sanji can't even stand 2 seconds with the feathered airstrike. This is looking like ONIC have woken up.
Ooh, man, I'll say
too late.
Yeah. Well, good thing it's a best of 5.
If they take it a game at a time, it's not too late.
They started with capping out this game, getting it secured. Right now, man, Kyrie, I feel like, has woken up. 8-0-5 on this YSS.
Not a real KDA line.
Hey, man.
8-0-5 in 8 minutes. Feathered airstrike. Start up, cancel just as quickly. The answer, Mountain Shocker, Liquid, back out of here.
All right. We're under a minute away from this Lord to come up here. Things are settling into place. Team Liquid drastically trying to catch up.
Thing is, Nice Leo, the last time these two met, it was in the semifinals of MSC 2025, and it was the same story. Team Liquid started up 2-0, ONIC getting 1 game in, and then it ended with a 3-1. Now that's why I'm asking, is it too late? Because it's a best of 5, but if you only get going now, Team Liquid, they've yet to adapt.
They're already going.
Exactly.
So they don't stop at this point. Even with this, again, for the first time throughout the series, you see TL down this much against ONIC. They've turned games around before, but right now it's a complete control fest for ONIC to deal with this. They're on this side of the jungle of TL. Are they going to force a fight for the purple buff? Glorious Pathway.
Huh? Skylar already using that earlier. I'm offended, but the airstrike coming out. Keyboy instantly canceling it out. Now it's Sanford is still in the midst of it all. Throwing a ruin from Sanford. And on most of them.
They do take a lot of damage. Down he goes. Punished hard by Kyrie. They do trade out 2 for free. ONIC are running right through Liquid.
They're going to take this tier 2 turret down. That was a team fight that they wanted to force TL under. They went for it. They tried to make it happen. I mean, they used a lot of ultimates and even battle spells to fight it out, but they lost it.
Look, when you're down almost 10,000 gold,
what do you do?
Your mistakes are super punishable.
Yep.
You can see Skylar again. What was that? I'm offended early. It doesn't matter. That might have just been a false gleam of hope for Liquid to overcommit.
And it's because of Lutpi. He has stepped up immensely in this game. Look at those dark waves. It really staggers you. It's not like a big CC ability, but it stops you from moving for just a second. And against this kind of composition, with so much damage output, just a second, just a millisecond will count. And you can really see how the frontliners can't handle that damage. They can't walk through. They can't try to look for any stuns.
I can't even see frontliners. That's what Liquid is right now. They're just a big ball of mush that ONIC are running through.
Lord charging in. That's going to be a dash for the Tsunami. Snapping to the all-in onto him. That's Sanford with throwing a ruin, but it only lands onto again. San's able to dash away with the brilliance. Now JP falling. Lutpi jumping around.
Sanford falls. It's all ONIC so far. Oh, but look at the HP bars. Kyrie gets jumped down by Carl, but Carl falls. It's just Sanji left. The Lone Stallion facing off against 4.
For the first time in this series, the Cavalry will fall. Sanji taken out. It's a wipe up for the Sky Kings. They have a cannon minion in mid, and they will end it. The first strike for ONIC.
ONIC, Indonesia, come alive. First point on the board.
They desperately needed it in this series, and man, I'll tell you what, if you guys could hear this stadium erupt off this win, the morale boost for them might carry through the series, but it's just 1 game under the belt of ONIC. They still need 2 more to make it happen, and this is a check for TL to kind of readjust. They need to go ahead and readjust some things here.
You guys are no fun. Either ways, ONIC against TL here. TL going back to the old-fashioned route. And now ONIC, they answer with this Luyi. They answer with the gold lane Lunox. Is this enough? Can this actually take down a TL? We're throwing it over to our casters, Mirko, Leo, as well as a Naisu. Now it's your ground.
We will take it away, and this is about as Uno reverse card as you can get through the draft here. That was great planning that we saw towards the end of the draft. I like it too, man. Again, this is still a do or die situation for ONIC. Yes, they had a dominating previous game, Game 3. Can they keep it together here to get to a Game 5?
I agree with the panel. Naisu, Leo, they were a step ahead finally in the drafts against TLPH. Like, TLPH, I would say, they've been really dictating the entirety of the series in Game 1, Game 2. Then Game 3 came along, a motivation booster, and somehow it also motivated Adi and CW because finally we're seeing some of those creative picks come back for ONIC. Already JP having to use a Revitalize.
This is very emblematic of their performance in game number 3. You try to steal away these little resources from JP, and you take away the early playmaking advantages Liquid is known for. Sans,
the wall
flying away. Oh!
The last one didn't land, man. But again, that's a flicker and a Revitalize now.
Just gonna say another resource taken out. You know, I'm sure Sanji was a little worried there too himself. We'll take a look at the emblems here for this match again across the board. You still got that Terizla there, a little bit of reduced cooldowns for him, but still nonetheless the same tanky Terizla. I know Wolf was mentioning the Terizla plus that Galacticos there, so they come through, and this is going to be mainly that front line that obviously helps the Fredrin in the hands of Carl TZ. This is going to be a much different game for Carl TZ, but it's not a foreign game, man. He's played the Fredrin so many times up to this point.
In this very stadium with a Fredrin in his hands, he won his 2nd World Championship. Let's talk about the gold lane matchup. A genius stroke here by ONIC to switch it up. We could have sworn mid lane was going to be Lunox.
Oh, Will with the turtle up. They're going to go for the control here, so both gold lane are staying up top, but Keyboy not having the tech charge just yet. They're going to have to fight for this.
Shocker from Kai. JP already using Revitalize very, very early on as Carl holds onto it. Sanford is getting poked down to 1/4 of his health, but it goes and regions back to half. Carl claims the turtle for free. ONIC do not want no smoke.
Our panel referred to this in a couple of matches back, talking about how Liquid was playing very Filipino in the Swiss, but now they've reverted back, and to their advantage, look at this. They push ONIC deep into their Tier 1, and I don't know how this whole readjustment of pace is going to affect the Sky Kings.
That's why I love best of 5s, man. You know, when we get into a best of 5, you see very different kind of play styles and obviously compositions throughout those games, and that's been the story here so far. Now that we've got to Game 4 with this, again, this is a bit of a different game plan for Team Liquid, and they can go ahead and play for mainly objectives, at least for right now, because, again, their ultimates that are going to be available for fighting into those objectives, especially when we get to Lord territory, is going to be a little bit tough for ONIC, I feel like, to deal with. You got to avoid the penalty zone, you got to avoid, of course, the feathered airstrike constantly, and then trying to get away or run away from an AOG from JP are all part of the plan. But even on the flip side, ONIC has a lot of utility themselves. A tech charge, man, that's probably been one of the most impactful ultimates we have seen throughout M7. This Grok is sometimes unstoppable, man. And so in the hands of Keyboy, that's who you want it to be with. Keyboy is known to being a playmaker, and when he gets roams like this, these heroes, you can pretty much count on him to go ahead and set things up for ONIC to shine on.
All Liquid has to answer back is, in my opinion, that penalty zone. You can't rely on the AOG. The AOG is for re-engaging. The AOG is for saving the back line sometimes. Fortunately, OHEB has a Purify, something that they really did rock in the series prior that ended in 11 minutes. So now Liquid understand, ONIC is playing with fire. We have to respect what the Sky Kings have on the tempo breaker game. Turtle spawning, it's Lutpi just scouting out. I wonder if he knows that there's 4 here.
Yeah, it has to be a double whammy with the AOG, right? It has to be a penalty zone first and then maybe an AOG.
Turtle's up. Looks like it could just go in the hands of TL here. They're looking for something else.
Yeah, they're looking for a trade, but Sanford is able to escape there with a flicker out, even with the tech charge coming in. 2 turtles now for Team Liquid.
Making it slow. Yep. Liquid is trying to step on the brakes and the clutch to change gears at the same time, while ONIC are just going by. Yes, we're not getting any kills, but in my opinion, if this continues, this should benefit the cavalry. Because again, they're waiting for oil to come online.
This is the, you know, the old way of doing things, basically, when we were back in the utility meta.
The old way.
Yeah, it's the old way, right? It's going back to how things were with the Fredrin. Not the unbreakable they were looking for.
Respect, dispersion rotation. JP can be caught here, has the AOG, won't be cancelled, and he gets out with the Revitalize as well.
All right, so he tried to make a play, not going to happen, able to get away, but also pop the Revitalize again, so there's a whole lot of that happening where, you know, ONIC gets something out. But again, look at this. The gold lead is pretty much gone. It's not really anything big.
Dissipated.
It's dissipated. Dude, this is the thing they want to watch out for, though. That first item from Skylar was the Divine Glaive. He's keeping up with OHEB in terms of gold, farming up. So if a fight does break out, Skylar is actually going to have enough damage on this Lunox to kind of burst the right targets down if he needs to. So that's something why we're seeing why Team Liquid kind of wants to take things... Oh, OHEB.
Damage. Oh my god, he just popped OHEB! Big damn! Mountain Shocker and the last shot from Skylar picks up first blood for ONIC, and they transition into a possible conversion, but it won't happen because Sanji was there. Lutpi trying to steal red tree from Carl.
Not even surprised. The most surprised person here is OHEB. He wasn't expecting Kyrie to be in that brush, and there's no amount of lifesteal nor regen from Demon Hunter Sword, which he doesn't even have yet at 6 minutes, that could save you from that kind of burst.
That's why I was saying, you know, Skylar picking up that Divine Glaive is just devastating to deal with. He is going to have some poke, though, but still, he's got to be cautious, and that's the whole game plan here for OHEB. Scale up, get to that Trinity. Usually, we have been seeing that before that 10-minute mark for them, but with this turtle coming up, OG.
They're doing the airstrike now. Also, on Sandy tries to go for the dispersion, but it's not enough to get him enough shielding to escape there. Sanford now holding the lines, has the penalty zone. Lutpi trying his best to create an angle for Kyrie to walk up now. Mountain Shocker lands on Sanford. A traceless back, Carl TZ on the turtle. This looks free. There's no way for ONIC to really walk in unless Keyboy gets a big tech charge, and that won't happen. Perfect turtle for the GOAT.
A little bit of a silver lining on Liquid's part, given that they got 100% on the turtles. But still, that gold lane situation is just getting worse. They lost that tier 1, and they're going to have to find something else on the map. Keyboy, you're not going to survive. Tech charge gets a shield, he's fine.
Keyboy got away, Skylar caught in the midst of it all. Pops into Brilliance in time as Lutpi holds them down. Penalty zone from Sanford.
Looking for a taunt, not going to need it. Skylar falls. Liquid happy with what they got.
Well, they force a fight or a response from ONIC. They get a couple of flickers down, and right now TL looks to continue to put pressure under there and between the tier 1 and tier 2 turret. But man, I'm surprised that Keyboy, you know, for the most part survived that. That was a kind of aggressive play from Sanford, but that's kind of what you expect here, especially when you're on a Terizla. So it's back to the basics right now as OHEB goes and farms up and continues to scale up.
Liquid now kick it into 3rd gear. They're moving up in the world, no longer on scouting duty, again, despite, I think, one of their major problems, and they blast Skylar out of the sky!
What is going on here? The amount of burst. No, Sanford.
Tech charge. Getting on Sanford. It's Kyrie who picks up the kill, so it ends up being 1-1, but a taunt in the bottom lane lands on Lutpi. OHEB doesn't want to go in.
All right, what I'm saying, better that Liquid surprises ONIC, because Liquid has, compared to what ONIC is playing with, zero vision. What can you do? Throw a BMI into a bush? Randomly throw spells out of Sanji? Send JP, send Carl, send Sanford to check these bushes? So no, compared to the Mountain Shocker, compared to the random spells Sans can throw out, even Skylar's relatively free. As long as you know that there's no crowd control in there, you can Brilliance your way out of safety. So Team Liquid, vision is their #1 enemy, and I think for the past 8 minutes they've been battling that. Lost once again, that kill onto OHEB.
Yeah.
Deserve to do that. I think if they continue down this path, they should be fine.
Well, Lord's up here. Look at the rotation happening here on this side, though. They want to potentially try to make a play. JP's charging up the Unbreakable.
Uh-oh, Kai going to be caught. Diversion trying to get him away from the airstrike there on Kai. He gets taken out by JP in time, but a diversion saves Sans. Lutpi goes in alone. Carl TZ on the Lord.
They tried to get him out of there with the diversion, but it was just too late. And so now this opens a window to take the Lord here.
A play with 100% conviction. Liquid were all in on that one sequence, and they took Kyrie out. The flicker from Sanji and the Federal Airstrike was enough. Now Carl TZ able to cure the Lord. Keyboy just setting it up. Did not have to commit. Tech charge out of there.
Great plays. Again, this is what TL looks to do when they can capitalize on getting a pick off, on making a play across the map, and they made the timing perfect for them. Now, this is just a bit of a lead for them, 2,000 gold ahead. They've got the Lord in their favor. ONIC's lineup will still let them defend it pretty well and potentially set things up around Keyboy's tech charge. Now that it's available, they just have to play this right. And part of this too, again, with Skylar being on this Lunox, that was flexed throughout the draft. you know, you're going to have to start to pay that stock pretty much. And he's got damage. They clear out the Lord. You can see that. They deal with it well. They take the diversion. They go for Sanford.
Penalty zone on the AOG there. Sansa able to flicker out the safety before the Rig will get to him. Sanford taking low. Keyboy, no tech charge. Going to be locked down. Appraiser's Wrath having to flicker out. Keyboy. Oh, they'll keep their Holy Shields alive for now, but that's a big cannon minion to take the Holy Shield down to the mid lane.
Liquid wasn't playing ONIC, they were playing the map, distracting the Sky Kings from defending and stopping the forward momentum of those minions in mid. Now top lane gonna be up next. Thankfully, they got a minute left on Holy Shield, so bottom and top should be safe. OM commits Grand Theft Orange. There really isn't much that this squad has been doing except for taking down turrets in the past 11 minutes, so they're fine. Liquid, they're comfortable where we are in the mid game.
This is a great pickup here now for Skylar, as I was mentioned. He's got his Holy Crystal now with the Divine Glaive, so he's going to be a pretty big threat in terms of damage, but look at the gold gap between him and Oheb. Oheb has been farming like a madman. Just absolutely. So Oheb's got his Trinity. JP providing that vision, like we were talking about. It's crucial for TL's lineup to work, and they want to put pressure around this purple buff.
Now this kind of vision is aggressive. They're coming in!
Penalty zone of the AOG. Ludwig goes in for flying. Sarmu gets disintegrated by Oheb! And now it's Keyboy holding the lines. That's a tech charge landing on 4, but a Purify comes down as Carl's able to taunt him down. Keyboy taking low, cooling down. Oheb with a blazing duet gets 2 as Sky trades for it with a tier 2.
2 kills for Gal1. Up top, Kyrie making some leeway for ONIC ID. So nothing comes for free. The long lane is taken care of. ONIC ID, despite the 5,000 gold gap, I'd say can still dance. I think they can still partake 30 seconds from now because of the singular factor that is the Mountain Shocker. And of course, the diversion. Because if in case they were losing, they can just skedaddle.
Yeah, the diversion is always going to be a big component that any team that has a Luo Yi can play around with. We're going to look at the replay for this. Again, penalty zone starting things up. Oheb popping off the damage like we mentioned. And this is, you know, unfortunate for ONIC because they just didn't have the members for this fight, right? You have Kyrie pushing into what he can. Sans earlier was part of this. Whoa, Lord is up. They're going to fight for this before.
And for penalty zone into the back. Kyrie able to trace a Sanford again, jumps in, and that's the hammer down from JP.
JP closing off the exit. Keyboy with a tech charge. That is a desperation move as ONIC retreat.
Blazing Duet canceled earlier. They're still able to kite back, but they've lost Kyrie. And look at the timing. It couldn't have been worse for ONIC. The Lord spawns in the Land of Dawn.
Almost clairvoyant-like game sense on Sanji. One might look at the angle and say, why would you take the Fairy Strike far away that way? But no, he was reading where ONIC was going. And that was almost just as important as all the damage on Kyrie that took him out of the equation, that keeps him going. Lord for ONIC, what's not gonna be done? Liquid takes it and take down Keyboy too.
Buy one, get one, Lord, and a free Keyboy.
Oh man,
in the lane.
That's unfortunate. For, you know, ONIC now, Keyboy up in about less than 20. They're gonna have to face the fact that these base turrets might fall here.
Actually, what were they doing down there?
I have no idea.
Was ONIC hoping that maybe Kyrie could catch up and then they could snatch a little free Lord? They're inside the base, mid lane cracks.
In the base here, Lord is making his way down into that mid lane, and Keyboy will be up for this defense. Does it all end here with almost a 9,000 gold lead for Team Liquid as they approach the base?
Oheb with the BMI backwards, Ludwig holding in on the Lord right now. They can still go for the defense. They have Sans, they have Skylar, they've dealt with it now. Feather airstrike in the bottom lane. That's going to be Oheb going for the siege as tech charge gets used defensively for Keyboy. AOG! Kai gets out with the Traceless. And that's it. TL say, all right, let's back.
Slowly does it as Liquid is aware that there is no wave up top to push for the inevitable 3-lane push. The waves have not equalized. So they're going to go look at this Lord coming up in about 100 seconds, a minute and 40. And this is correct, resources for ONIC, but they're just not in a position to find those fights anymore. When was the last time we saw Sans pull off a diversion that actually did something?
Honestly,
I don't even remember it. Not a single time, I feel.
He tried. He tried to save, you know, a couple of his teammates here and there, but ultimately I feel like Sans has essentially not been able to do much on this Luo Yi pick. You know, yes, there's been a couple. Oh no, Kyrie, is he going to be in trouble here? Loopy's there around the corner.
The taunt is short. Sanford doesn't want to go for the penalty zone, but look at Sanji.
That push up top.
Airstrike. 1, 2, Skylar! Brilliance! And that's it. I thought for some reason Sanji was going to flicker in there to look for the kill.
Welcome back to Tennis Indoor Stadium here in Senayan, Jakarta, Indonesia. We are going to be your panel and casters for the very final series of today. Renmar, Leo, Gideon, and you see our casters, Naisu and Mirko there. Before I get to you two, you guys, were you guys casting earlier? You were casting earlier.
We were
casting both casting earlier.
We were casting with that gentleman right next to you.
You guys were casting. So yeah, reactions real quick for those who may have missed it, what you felt about the series with Team Liquid continuing their chance for the Golden Road.
I am glad because I feel like the Golden Road story is amazing. I think it's one of the best stories that we have here in M7. So, you know, I'd like to see that come to fruition. It's just unfortunate that the lower bracket ended up being such a hectic lower bracket, probably one of the most contested that we've seen so far in an M series. But nonetheless, that was just the better team for TL.
Yeah, for me, it was definitely conflicting, right? As an Indonesian, I'm so ONIC, but for some reason, I've always kind of leaned into TLPH. So I was happy either way. Prediction was right there. Unfortunately, though, it was just sad to see ONIC lose in the fashion that they did, because it almost seemed like they learned nothing from MSC 2025, losing to TLPH in the semifinals, 3-1 in the exact same fashion. First 2 to TL, then a sneaky 1 game in, and then the closer.
Yeah, in the Philippines, we have this term that we call liquid when they're angry. Galit na liquid, or angry liquid. And it seemed like angry liquid still continues to be one of the most unstoppable teams in global MLBB, Leo.
I'll tell you now, even losing that 1 game made them even more angrier. Mas galit na liquid, and that's the team that will be playing through the lower brackets as their brothers in Aurora, their rivals, some might say, will be going through the top, and with a giant standing in their way, literally. We'll see if the Filipino versus Filipino Grand Finals that was last seen here in Tennis Indoor Senayan will be possible in 2026.
It is very much possible, and I think especially with the lower brackets, nobody wants to touch that death zone. So especially if you're thinking whether you're a RORA fan or a SRG fan, please vote for your teams. They need the energy.
So let's talk about these two teams. Selangor Red Giants from Malaysia. have stood out to be one of the strongest and one of the most feared teams here in the M7 World Championship. But out of nowhere, Aurora are gaining so many more eyes, reminding the rest of the world as to why they dominated MPLPH, of course, before losing the Grand Finals. They're back home. So let the world see the first M7 Grand Finalists. Two different teams. One side, you get a champion of Malaysia, dominant on their four-peat now, if I'm not mistaken, while Aurora still hungry to look for that first championship.
It's one of those things that you're hoping works out the way that everybody imagined. Because don't get me wrong, as much as I love SRG, as much as a Malaysian I am, I believe that Aurora deserves an opportunity to actually make it to a grand finals, to prove themselves on the world stage. Too many fans out there have made their voices vocal, and all I have to say to you is look up. Because when you look up, all you're going to see is lights.
But also when you look up, you see the Giants. Sounds weird that I'm the one talking up SRG, but historically, I think there is a discourse that people aren't talking about. This is the most dominant form of a Malaysian team that we've ever seen in the history of MLBB esports to date. And if I may say, in the near future, I'm thinking like 2029, 2030, teams will still struggle to follow what SRG has done. And here tonight, they're about to make history. You know what? Contrary to my own prediction, I think they might be the first team in the grand finals.
Also, you're predicting RORA, but right now the vibe, you feel like there's a deep feeling in your gut that this could be going SRG's way. Of course, SRG chases a historic breakthrough for Malaysia, while Aurora looks to maintain the Philippines' dominance on the world stage. The Northern Lights of the Philippines versus the conqueror of MPL Malaysia. Just to remind you all, the story of the M series. In M1, it was Indonesia versus Indonesia. We got the legendary Myanmar versus Philippines series in Burmese Schools versus Red Esports. And then, after that, just a whole bunch of Filipino flags and Indonesian flags. You have yet to see a Malaysian team in the grand finals of M series.
And I think, this is going to persist. There's a reason why everybody looks towards MPLPH as the dominant standard amongst the big three. And yes, Indonesia was part of the question. Sometimes other teams do show up every once in a while, but at the end of it, who ends up becoming the champion? It's always the Philippines. And that's why when I look at Aurora and after the game against AE, it inspires confidence on a different level, because not only can they break out of the textbook, they have evolved from the textbook.
Talking about a different level, last night we saw SRG be taken to the limit by Aurora Turkey. And tonight I'm scared of who Aurora might face, because this is a much stronger SRG. They learned a lot.
Yeah, they were definitely testing against Aurora Turkey. But when you go up against one Aurora team, what if maybe you're facing the same Aurora teams? But first, we can watch a few clips as it's going on in your screens right now. Of course, just to remind you, Aurora's journey here, the series against Alter Ego. I think it was unanimous, the feeling amongst the community that they did evolve. Trex put it together the best, I feel like. It's the butterfly coming out of the cocoon, finally realizing your new limits, the forms of what you can bring. For SRG, because of them being tested against Aurora Turkey, should we be a little bit more worried about what they bring to this series? Or, as you mentioned, do we really just look at the positives of, hey, them being tested is actually good for them?
I think it's the latter. We're done worrying. We've seen what can happen if a team from out of Southeast Asia plays this tight. Last night, SRG walked into the arena and people were saying, oh, this is an easy sweep, whoever comes out of AE versus Aurora, that's the real challenge. No, little did we know that was going to be a 5-game slobber knocker. And that might have been the last thing that SRG needed to unlock their full potential, to finally get into world champion mode.
Then why was their unlock so underwhelming? Why did it feel like they have to struggle so hard? And even when they turned into that beautiful butterfly, nobody was stunned with that performance, compared to Aurora on the opposite hand, who is also going to get hope and information from Aurora Turkey. How? Well, they're part of the same organization, they share information. Clearly, there has to be a strategic advantage when you're this close.
Well, when we saw that M Series Grand Finals list previously, it's a lot of Philippines and Indonesia, Philippines. But this adds another chapter of Philippines versus Malaysia. The rivalry that began in MSC 2024 when SRG defeated AP Bren and carried over by the SRG versus Team Liquid Philippines Grand Finals in MSC 2025. A lot more analysis is going to be coming your way. We're going to be diving into the details. But as always, it's time for us to dive deeper into the stories and the feelings of these teams as we head into this match.
It's fate at this point. SRG took down Team Liquid, took down Aurora Gaming, and now they're up against Aurora Gaming PH. Another Filipino team, another Aurora.
Gusto namin makalaban sila kasi di pa namin sila nakakalaban sa... Ngayon pa lang di kami magkakalaban.
SRG has a history of winning Filipino teams. Falcon City Brain in MSC 2024 and ONIC PH in MSC 2025. But they won't beat Aurora in M7.
Against Aurora Turkey, who reminded me of our first MSC, right? Where we actually had the same tough situation against the very same team. And at the time we went 3-2, and then we learned a lot from the game. After defeating one Aurora, we're gonna face against another Aurora, but we will make sure to turn off their light.
In the past, I would have said Aurora Gaming, a Philippines team, would have been able to take it. But SRG has been the most dominant thing we've seen this coming M7. So for me, they have to be the favorite here.
Yes, I would like to get revenge on SRG because they beat Aurora and Liquid. In PH, I was in RST, not in Aurora. We were called like Kingslayers, you know. So we took down some champions and also someone who has winning streaks in MPLs. So it's normal for me to be called a favorite slayer.
I think being able to go to the grand final is going to mean a lot to me and my team because last year we did not manage to achieve it. We broke down in our hometown, but this time we want to make sure that we are in the grand final and we want to win it all.
For the Monkai, I hope you don't play jungle tank. Better we just play assassin so we can have a good match and have some fun.
This is the first time that we meet each other in international tournaments, so good luck and maybe pick more YSS and your chance will even be higher.
Everything comes down to this. Our first M7 grand finalist will be decided here.
You see the lights in the sky, but can you hear it in the distance? Yes! The footfalls of the Giants! SRG! SRG! SRG!
Selangor Red Giants!
Malaysia, Selangor Red Giants!
A lot of SRG fans in the crowd with Auroras have come out in force as well. We've welcomed the players and we've welcomed the teams. And you see the beautiful faces of the crowd here ready to roar for either Aurora and SRG. But we have to welcome in the coaches, guiding them through this match. For Aurora Gaming Philippines, on your screen right now, they have Coach Master the Basics. For Selangor Red Giants, it's Coach Arcadia and Coach Ozora Vecchi. They're going to be guided down by Gary Our Marshall as well. Get a good look, as only one of these two teams will make it to the grand finals first. Philippines versus Malaysia. We don't have the same length of history as Philippines versus Indonesia, but it is a rivalry to watch out for. Tennis indoor, I want to hear you make some noise!
Impressive how the Auroras from all around the world, mostly from the Philippines, have come out, flown out to show support for their team because they are but one best of 5 away from making it to the grand finals. A best of 7 to take home the whole damn thing.
The pressure continues to rise here in Indoor Stadium Senayan. Family, friends, even the fans feel it. One of these teams will be crowned and making it to the grand finals.
Let's look at the lineups again. We have to look at the Kite brothers for Aurora Gaming PH. Domikite and Demon Kite are integral to their play.
Now, most people are going to be looking at these guys and saying, hey, why are these names so similar? What are they, Shotokons? No, absolute monsters in their own roles. With Edward Demon Kai, Yue Light, and Domenkai, the Turtle Demon Kai, the Turtle Slayer, #1 with a total of 21 among all players in M7, tied with TNZ.
Got a very strict diet.
He only wants neutrals. That's what he's gonna get.
That's where the protein's coming from. And that's what that's the kind of jungler you need in the jungle to be able to take care of the whole map. And that's one of Aurora's main strengths, the fact that they take care of all the lanes and they play such a foundationally good game of MLBB. It's hard to take them down. #2 in all total assists in M7. That's a Light.
On the other side, Light will have to go up against Yums in the Roam, who has been stellar so far in the M Series.
Keep in mind that Yums is literally just behind Light in those stats, and that's not all. Even Innocent and Sakai's are putting themselves up on the leaderboards.
That's right, Innocent is #2 in total kills, next to Sakai's and Demon Kite. They're all tied, but #1 is Sakai's. 57 among all players in M7, not just in their role. I'm looking at Sakai's, I'm putting a spotlight on him, also known as the Sky Prince. His breakout performance in MSC 2024, his first time in Saudi Arabia. I want to see this young man shine because last night it was all about Yums, it was all about Innocent, it was all about Cram. Tonight, I want to see the Sky Prince fly.
I don't see that happening here, not when you have the statistics to back it up. The fact is Demon Kite is going to be securing a lot of these neutral objectives with the rest of his team. With an early game-centric play, this is what the meta demands of us now here at the tournament of M7.
So now that's the major question, potentially heading into this matchup for SRG. Can Sakai's shine and rise above expectations? The rest of the 4 members of SRG have had their fair share of stellar performances. Yes, Sakai's has had MVP performances, even pointed out by Demon Kite in the introduction with YSS. But we don't really see him carry the team. It's the rest of the team making sure that Sakai's is comfortable enough to farm, and he'll be there. I'll give that to Sakai's. He is very dependable.
Well, I mean, dependable is one thing, but how many games had he thrown? How many games had he bought 6 minutes given over to the opposing team?
I'll tell you now, 2 last night, 2. And you know what they say about second chances, right? He had a 3rd chance. And fortunately, that's all it took last night to unlock another level of play for his team. And in the metagame. I don't know if it took this long, but last night, my eyes were opened. Finally, I am a Leomord believer. I want to see this hero come in. And I think, you know what, that was a little bit of a smoke and mirrors, what Demon Kite said in that interview.
Yeah.
Like, yo, pick Yusuk Shinmore, you might win. Did he watch that performance last night? I'll be the first to say, hey, yo, real talk. Maybe avoid the EECA. Takes a little too slow to come up.
Yeah.
Play the Leomord.
Exactly. But that's the thing. Aurora Gaming Philippines has also shown off that their Leomord can be an option for them. Yes, we did not get to see it as that early to mid-game snowball dominant hero. But the fact that they were able to play a Leomord in the lineup that also had a Claude with it, held on despite Demonkite losing the jungle, losing all of his farm, yet still got to turn it around after as much as an 8,000 gold lead by Alter Ego. That just shows how much Aurora has grown.
I think better yet, Aurora is really well positioned against SRG. They saw the composition that they played against Aurora Turkey, and I think they're going to take full advantage of the information that they got, on top of the fact that I think that Domenkai right now, while he is not only flexible, he's pretty good at these fighters. Innocent ain't going to have an easy time.
Hey, Innocent was first to the front line. Innocent was who invited everyone to go, hey, yo, look, jump on the Sora bandwagon. It's real. So with that said, I think we have to look at elsewhere on the map. Have we talked enough about the mid lane? Yes, we know Stormy's Farce is scary. Will Aurora play with the fact that they might trade for that? Trade for the Eve, trade for the Zoo shit. Because we know that this trinity of heroes in mid are still what dictate the pace.
Here's my counter argument. If we're not looking towards the mid laners, you gotta look at the supports, because again, Yums was a very big detriment in the first 2 games of their previous match. I don't know whether his performance is going to maintain, considering that Light has been able to bait out battle spells with just his presence.
That he was, I'll admit. Just like Yisun Shin on Sekai's, Cho on Yums needed a little bit of a cooldown. So, if I may, Yums, focus on vision. Early in the series, if you can make sure that your team gets into the groove, your 4 younger brothers find their spots on the map easier, then you can go that route. With what kind of hero? I'd say something like, I was just say Cho. You revert back to the easy hero.
Yeah, just go for it. I mean, both of them can play it really well. Okay, Sora taken out, Juicing taken out as well. Will SRG just default into picking up a Kaleo Rush here as their first pick, or a Claude maybe if it's going to be open? Considering that they banned out, and look, SRG, I feel like they struggled so much with the roam mid trio of Aurora Turkey yesterday. Look at the bans for SRG. They take away the Eve, as mentioned earlier. They take away the Grok, very disruptive to anyone. And they even respect ban the Fredrin First Sight Blue.
I like a lot. And this is what I was wondering, whether their first pick was going to lean back into what we saw the past couple of days of Claude, and how exactly are we going to go around it, whether you have access to Sora or not, both of which have been taken out. So the flex picks are kind of out of the question, leaving SRG only with Leomord. Now, Leo, you're the Leomord believer here. I'm on Aurora's side. I'm thinking, what's the disruption that we need? And I think it's the signature Cho.
That's right. Again, just as important as it is for Yums to get the Cho, it's important for Light to take it. And again, you use the D word, disrupt what this Leomord does. That's the worst thing in my 18-hour study of Leomord. Hands-on, I'm a new convert, folks. I suggest you pick heroes that kind of stop him from just rampaging through the front lines. And this is a good alternative. Instead of the Cho, the Kalia. How about you hug? Wait. Yeah, no. You hug that Leomord even before he gets on that horse, and you take him out.
So, Leomord getting rush picked here. The control of the Kalea. SRG, will they double down on picking up their mid laner? Because I feel like the mid laner trade is going to be getting smaller. The Lunox Farsa are still going to be open, but then after that, you're going to have to go into the nicher picks like Lo Yi, if I really think about it. I'm sure Aurora is even thinking about the Lo Yi right now, considering that they have the Claude with them. A pick that, combination that opens up the map well. SRG are leaning hard into the very aggressive lineup. This is SRG showing, with the Frey and the Farsa rounding up the Leomord as well, that they want to take control early.
But just as important, I think RORA have allowed these 2 picks. More the Freya, because again, you don't just pick Claude blindly, assuming that your opponent won't do this. So that's why I like the Kalea. The Kalea answers both the Leomord and the Freya.
I'm all for it, right? But at the same time, now that we see that the Farsa is already in, this was the expected pick from the side of SRG. With a lot of burst on their side, with a lot of fighting and diving power, I think what Aurora need right now is a frontliner, somebody who can actually peel, somebody who can look for that information rather than sending in your boy Light into some dangerous territory. Yes, I will admit that at least the Battle Mirror image can get things done. This Boxia might do even better.
Okay. So Aurora get one of their most stable picks in MPL Philippines Season 16. They love to play aggressive with this. So it's going to be Aurora matching the aggression of SRG in the hopes that the lead doesn't swing too far to SRG's favor, because that's always the risk of Leomord, Freya, and Farsa together, that Dom and Kite will have space to farm. That's going to be the main focus of Aurora here. But that means they need something else in the mid lane as well to make sure that you have that bridge to go to the mid to the late.
And you need a combo with the Kalia. It's kind of weird, just like, all right, I'm gonna Tsunami. What are we doing with this? Because the Box and the Cloud aren't that.
Yeah, and there's not a lot of heroes that can actually fulfill that role at this stage of the game now that the major ones have been kind of taken away at this point, right? If we're talking about just like raw bursts, I don't think we're gonna go into the Selenas just yet, but there's still a possibility of it, right? Because priority is important. When you have a Boxia, what's the worst thing that you could be doing? Sitting in your own jungle and farming? No, you want to be farming in an opponent's jungle. And I think this time, Aurora, now that we've kind of seen a little bit of mid-duo, we've already seen what Domengai is going to be put on, they might lean into the EXP just a little bit more. Compromise Sakai's, and as well as Cram, this game gets significantly easier to get on top of Stormy.
Got him lined up in my sight.
Okay, SRG still decided to ban out the Kimi. Yeah, the Kimi could have been a good bridge for the mid to the late game for the Claude, but I feel like it is going to be lacking that impact that they would need, because that would mean that the mid trio plays as if Demon Kite front, Light, maybe just try to peel for the Kimi while the Kimi's trying to free hit, which doesn't scream impact to me. That's a little bit slow compared to the Leomord, Freya, and Farsa together. But what I do like is that Aurora, in terms of their mid lane options, they have a deep pool that they are willing to play into. We've seen it. Yue is very dependable, no matter pick that you give to his hands.
Very good bans here, very good bans here for the side of Aurora. They don't want Cram to sandbag the lane, specifically with Blue, who's able to disrupt, and more importantly, just make sure that Boxia can't get in and out of the fights really, really easily, which does leave a lot of dive lane EXP laners, Yuzong, Lapu, still wide out in the open.
Arlott, you can also what SRG needs now are like heroes that are okay with holding down either their lane or just taking it to the face. That's what the Gatot is, that's what the glue is. So Aurora are reading into that. And by taking out the glue very specifically, yes, you still have the Arl and the Lapu Lapu open. But I think they're protecting a possibly soft mid lane.
Yeah, it's got to be Kadita, right? What else kind of fits the bill to work together with the Kalia, something that can maintain that lane, not knowing what Yums is going to play exactly, while still being able to kind of bleed its influence into the side, right? You don't necessarily have to win the lane, you just need to hit level 4.
There was a very American voice that, in my head that sounded like it said Savior. What about that?
I don't know how possible a new hero from out of nowhere might come. I hope that voice appreciates when I say Gord is more likely. Because you need a battle mage. You need a hero that is kind of ready to go. But I like this more. This makes more sense. We didn't have to go too far.
Yes, we didn't have to go too far, but the big issue with Lunox is that, again, the Feathered Airstrike completely outranges her. However, there's a lot of snowball capabilities with RORA now, right?
Yeah.
If Yue gets 2 kills within the first, what, let's say 6 minutes, I'll be generous, 6.5 minutes, holy, this game is going to really close out quick.
And it's a good enough dynamic. You need a hero that can kind of both be there and not be there. That's what the Brilliance gets you. That's what the Darkness dash in and out gets you. So there is some play there between her and the Farsa.
Yeah, and the Kalia and the Lunox together are quite difficult to kill in the center of the map, especially when the minions are there. Both of them just have so much regen together. As expected, the aggression through SRG. They'll pick up the Cho and they pick up the Lapu Lapu. SRG, they're not hiding anything about their lineup. They want to go full aggro. That's why they took away the Lo Yi as well. One of the best picks that could have stopped in terms of crowd control and damage. Edward's pick here needs crowd control. This is what's severely lacking right now from the side of Aurora. Did they just go Alice? No. I don't want to see the Alice Lapu matchup against a lineup that is very full on early to mid.
You're going to get kicked and shoved 6 feet to the ground so quick.
Oh, Glue got taken out as well. Uranus doesn't have enough control. There it is, Arlott.
Huh, wow, this is the most... Okay, you know what? If Aurora are willing to say, hey, Edward, we're not going to be able to give you too many resets, do the work, sir. Edward nods his head to his coach and says, yes, I will.
Another look at the final 2 lineups. You know what, I have this weird, strange optimism towards the Aurora lineup, despite the stats telling me not to feel that way.
It has better utility. There's a lot more things they can do when they decide to do it, while Aurora is just playing with sheer firepower.
Keep your eyes on Sakai's and Cram, because I think that's where Aurora are going for the attack. If they can surgically remove them from this game, man, expect 13 minutes. That's when it's going to end.
Game number 1 in this best of 5 series. First winner, first entrant into the grand finals of the M7 World Championship. Naisu and Mirko to call the action.
All troops deployed.
Call the action we shall. Here we go. Jumping into the land of dawn. It's a best of 5 and a ticket to the grand final for one of these teams here. It's me, Naisu, and Mirko to bring you this action. And now, man, I'm going to tell you what. These are lineups that at this point make clear sense. The R-Lot, interesting that was the last pick, but have to agree with the panel on how they kind of went about this and that what the R-Lot will provide, and you can rely on someone that's Mr. Consistent, man.
Yeah, when you have the Baksha in the jungle, when you have a utility jungler, you want to have a little bit more damage, a little bit more carry potential on your XP, and that's exactly what you get when you have Edward on the Arlet, right? Like, even though most Arlets, and I think even Edward here will probably go for just a Fury Hammer into tank, that's enough damage. You deal enough base damage, and it's all about the resets, which Light can get you too, and he's already doing a good job in the mid lane with Yue to pressure Yums and Stormy.
Yeah, the pressure that's going to happen here early on, especially in the mid lane, is going to also come from Light, like we just saw, especially when the Tsunami Slam is available, and they can kind of rotate around that. Again, with this dangerous grass map being a little bit faster, Light's going to provide some information and get on out of there. This is one of the things, though, that we have seen throughout M7 is that Claude building. Oh, Dominkai. Okay.
Indeed, by Innocent there.
Yeah.
Straight into the BMI after. But who got the gold crab? Did you see?
I didn't. I think it was Dominkite. I could be wrong. I think still. Oh, whoa. Mid lane?
Yeah. All in over the Skies. And he baits the Phantom Steed. Skies wants to go in, but asking the Jiku no. Landing on 2, but no further initiation. So Aurora Gaming Philippines, they got what they wanted. They wanted to just bait out the Phantom Steed. Now it's going to be Edward. Not in a bad spot. Ah, too clean with the Vengeance.
Okay. Demon Kite's there, too, around the corner. So no push through or follow through there. Turtle's going to be up now, though. So plenty of members on both sides here. We'll see some rotating. Whoa, mid lane.
All in there. Valkyrie Descent coming down. Innocent taken out by Yue and Light. Great read in the rotation is in the bottom lane. There's a bit of skirmish. Edward jumping with Vengeance again. Cram going for the slices. Now with a stun as well.
Oh, he gets stunned. Edward's gone, and now they're going to be going for more as Light falls. They're still going.
Now it's Demon Kai pocketing the Poisons. Yue going for the Brilliance now, but Sky's going to be on it right now with the Feather Airstrike as well. Purified to get a bit more movement speed. Sky's going to go down a Demon Kite.
Wow, it is a bloodbath. All before they could even go for the turtle. They go and get a couple kills on both sides, 3 for 3, and a little bit of extra gold over to SRG off that turret. Man, this is what we've been seeing today, Mirko. I mean, just a whole lot of fighting even before an objective is taken.
We have leveled up in the M-Series game, and again, this is what having a Swiss stage and then a double elimination gets you in a tournament. There's so much time for these teams to understand the meta, and even if they don't, they can go through that grueling 0-2 bracket, 1-2 bracket, so many more best of 3s you can play to understand the meta. And honestly, that's how we get to see the best MLBB possible.
For this first turtle, I'm not sure if they're going to be fight for it. Whoa, we got to go back here.
Yeah, the way the dragon there was used up. Now good stun from Edward. Final slash as well. The turtle was already taken. Now Edward jumping with Vengeance again as a Valkyrie Descent will deal a lot of damage with Cram as well now. Tsunami Slam coming down. Sky taken low. He gets the kill.
Yue's gone. Seki's is next. Sakai's goes down. And they disengage. So it's a trade. The 1-for-1 actually here. Turtle secured though for Aurora Gaming Philippines. Man, these fights for the turtles breaking out, the adjustment of the meta so far that we've seen, I mean, it's all kind of brawly, but still, you're talking about a Baksha versus a Leomord at that. But then you also have a counter over in the gold lane, right? Innocent later on should be able to go ahead and help beat out Dominkite unless he scales up enough. Okay, a little BMI.
Yeah, that was a bit too close for comfort though now. Phantom Steed, Cram walking up as well. Edward, able to space away. Can he get away? Sky is just going for it, and Cram, popping a recalls as well.
Cram's like, you see that? I hope you could see that, Edward. And Edward not having the best time on this R-Lot right now.
You want to get Edward angry though.
Hey, Right now, they might be angry in the mid lane. That's a tsunami slam bringing down Yumes.
Good stuff from both these teams. Selangor Red Giants really punishing the small mistakes that Aurora Gaming Philippines were making. Again, Edward walking up too aggressive with no vision on the map. And it's the same for Selangor Red Giants, for Aurora Gaming Philippines, I mean. Punishing them on the top side river, noticing that there were members rotating into the bottom lane. It really comes down to where you find advantages on the map and how to utilize it in every single situation.
Yeah. Again, with this kind of build-up already in the early game, you've got some of those first items locked in, of course. A little bit of different path here for our mid laners. Yue going with that glowing wand. He's going to need that to help with some of this sustainability that comes out from this lineup from SRG, but also the lightning transit there for Stormy. Stormy has been on fire for the most part in the game. So the kick.
Reggie Kundo on the way to Dragon again. On top of that, Cram actually stole the XP grab, so a little bit more damage on top of the physical one. It's mental damage now. It's going to be Light walking up now with help of Innocent as well with the Valkyrie set. Now Tsunami Slam to bring him under turret.
Oh, in trouble. Yumes trying to get away. Disengage, but he falls to Yue. But Turtle secured by Sakai's. So all part of the plan, at least to get the objective. So they traded out. Man, I'll say this. It's okay if Yumes goes down and trying to set up a play. Edward, on the other hand, he has been having a hard time. So I think the question is it, do you want to get Edward mad? I think at this point he's mad, man. Like, you know, but what we have seen with Arlots when they are picked, wow, look at the damage, by the way, from Stormy on this Marsa. Back to the Arlot is the final slash. You went? Oh wait, he's got brilliance.
Go for the stun. Liquor as well, Purify out. The slash has come down under tier 2. But was it worth it for the shutdown though?
I mean, is Cram just trying to make a point or what?
That has to be it, right? I mean, you kind of want to just assert your dominance, but I feel like Aurora are the type of team to be like, sure, you can have the dominance, bro. We'll take the shutdown. It's all G.
I mean, I don't. He's 4-1-2 now. Unnecessary death just to assert the dominance or not. You know, might get checked here.
Yeah, Tsunami Slam, instant Purify coming down now as Yumes is able to go for the way the Dragon over on Demon Kite. Pops into Poison's in time, but look at the damage coming through over on Demon Kite. Still, it's Edward trying to save him. Demon Kite caught in the bad spot. Oh, plays into one from Doming!
Oh, and they're still going Cramp trying to run it this time after losing it. 2 members in the fight. Aurora Gaming Philippines. Hey, you know what? Forget Edward being mad. The whole team's mad.
Oh my goodness. Stun coming down. Cancels out Light's jump. Now has to go back into that wave, but the turret in the mid lane falls, and Aurora finally get a lead in the game, like an actual 1K lead now.
Actual lead. Domain Kite as well, by the way, has just been able to go ahead and farm up the way that he wants to. On this Claude, we're already starting to see that damage come through. Turret's gonna fall mid and top. So now you've got the space to work with if you're Aurora Gaming Philippines to go ahead and lead into this next objective. Turtle comes up, last one of the game, and they'll get in position. Once again, Yumes has continuously done this, setting up with the Cho, but this time it might be a little bit tougher. Domang rotating down too. He's gonna go ahead and clear out these minions in the mid. But look at the Light, trying to set things up potentially here before this Turtle even breaks out.
They really want to shut down Innocent, dude, and they've done a good job at that. In this game so far, Edward can be caught for the airstrike coming down as well. Edward, pops into Vengeance right as the way the Dragon came through, so it got canceled. Now Edward in the back line, finds the final stack, but again, it's Innocent who goes in, blazing duet coming in from Doming. Innocent barely spacing out from position. It's Grab going through, CC immune. He's got, gets the stun on 3. Skies walks up, not enough damage.
Oh, Doming chasing down Sakai's, he can't escape the guns. And now another to fall as Stormy goes down on top of it.
The instant burst goes to Selangor Red Giants, but the long team fights go to Aurora Gaming Philippines. Domeng Kite again. The guy who we've been talking about, I think, for the most part, right?
Yep.
When can he step up? He's stepping up now, finally.
Hey, that's what you do here. Now he's going to get another turret. He's got the Trinity locked in on the 10-minute mark, too. Taking a look at the replay here. Again, this fight was started up.
Beautiful.
And you'll notice Innocent jumping in too. Cram goes in, doing what he does best on this Lapu Lapu, but the fight gets separated here.
And it's all about the little things in the fight, because again, they were able to bait so much time, bait so many resources because of Edward. Yes, he's 0-4-4, but that Vengeance to cancel away the Dragon, him just staying alive for a bit more, really baited out more resources that Selangor Red Giants were comfortable to actually use in that team fight.
Top of that, a little bit more damage here for Yue, picking up the Divine Glaive, and that's crazy that Edward's able to do that, man. Even after going down multiple times, he's got an Oracles, he's got the Fury Hammer like you mentioned, some tough boots, and then he's got the Ice Shield pretty much, right? Like, and that's just how the R-Lot works, especially with the Brave Smite emblem and that Festival of Blood. So it's a little finicky to try to kind of kill him. Oh no.
Stormy pops into Purify, but Demon Kite goes for the chase. That's a stun. Poison's coming down, and Stormy will be taken down under turret. Cram and Sky is going at it, but it's only onto the Baksha as Yumes will lose his life. That's a stun onto Demon Kite, but he's still alive. Now Light coming in with a healing tsunami slam. Domeng!
Oh, and again, they're trying to get away. Cram under the turret. Demon Kite chasing down. There's the follow through as they pick up 4 kills for Aurora Gaming.
Aurora Gaming Philippines are striving in the chaos. You wouldn't expect to hear that before you watch today's match.
Ooh, that's the adaptations that we have seen throughout the Swiss stage until now. They're playing a different game, and it's funny because it's a utility jungler, right? Oh, okay. Well, Lord secured. Selangor Red Giants are going to have to wait on this defense. They do have decent clear, but man, I feel like this Freya pick for Innocent just hasn't been able to do much in this game. A lot of times when he pops the Valkyrie form and he goes and jumps in, he's pretty much just taken care of really quickly here. Because of the front line position from Aurora Gaming Philippines, even the ability to go ahead and bait out some things with the brilliance from Yue, it's just a whole lot to deal with. And again, if you're afraid and you're jumping into the fray of things, Edward is there, man. He'll final slash you for the team. A Lord's going to go ahead and charge in the mid. Holy defenses are still up here as they pop in the mid lane. Aurora going to choose to force a fight.
But the airstrike there. It's a Tsunami Slam to catch Hume. He's going to be caught. Vengeance already down. Demon Kite was able to take him down there. The Lord will be cleared out. Innocent can't go for the Valkyrie Descent anymore. You already used it to clear up the wave, and RORA want to go for round 2. Into the mid lane base turret they go. Yue already on it, trying to siege it down, and they will crack the base turret open. Domeng doing so much damage. Has to respect Stormy, though. He's been caught by a few of those skill ones. Man.
Yeah, that's still impressive, though. First Lord, already a base turret down. Sometimes we see teams just with the First Lord, they'll get the Holy Defenses down, if that. But one base turret down for Aurora Gaming Philippines. Taking a look at the items here, too. You can see the gap between the gold lane specifically, man. 3,000 gold for Domeng Kite right now. He's got the Wind of Nature, too, building into the next. And also, on the other side, you've got Demon Kite with quite a bit of a lead.
And like, this is the thing, right? You pick up the Freya to counter the Claude. The fact that the Claude is 3,000 gold ahead. Oh man, it's going to be really tough. Innocent might have to use a Purify here at the start of the fight. Valkyrie to send backward, Purify out of Tsunami Slam. Yumes going to the back line, but Domeng again able to go for the win, the dragon from Yumes.
And they're still breaking out. Yue trying to get away. He pops the Brilliance, and Stormy on the wings will engage.
Cram going down to Edward. Now it's just Stormy. He has a Purify. That's a shield unity into the Purify out. Edward won't go in. They'll hold the lines for now, but there's 18 seconds on Yumes, and RORA are knocking on the baser up top.
They're still going to go. Edward, final slash of the minions to help clear them out, but they might just have enough time to take out a base turret, and off of that initiation, now 2 base turrets down for SRG with the Lord coming up in 30 seconds. Aurora Gaming Philippines has essentially controlled the course of this game already up to this point. And for SRG, are they going to choose to actually contest against this Lord? They've got firepower, man. I mean, especially like we've seen with a Farsa in their hands, but it just seems like all the options that they had in the early portion of the game have kind of run out here.
That fight earlier was a bit too close for comfort, I feel, right? Obviously, Aurora Gaming were still able to get the win, but the fact that it looked really good at the start, and then Yumes all of a sudden was able to get away to Dragon onto Domeng, putting him in a tougher spot and actually shutting him down. That means Selangor Red Giants, they have ways and avenues to actually still outplay a Wind of Nature, Purify up Claude.
I'm just wondering, man, at what point are you able to turn the tide completely here if you're SRG? You know, Malefic Roar now picked up for Innocent. Sometimes it might just be able to get enough damage off, you know, on with utilizing this Freya pick. Lord's going to be started up. Look at the positioning from Aurora Gaming Philippines as they go ahead and spot things out. Light has the flicker available. If he chooses to set things up, that can work. But this is also something you always have to worry about with a Claude against you, is if there's an off-lane push. A quarter of the health here on the Lord.
Valkyrie Descent coming in. Now it's going to be Light still able to dash away. Sky's going to go for the Retribution now, but he's actually going to go on Edward instead as Demonkai wins out the Retri battle. Yum's able to flicker around the safety and out for the air strike!
Yums! Oh, and Innocent jumps in. It's a shutdown on UA. Sakai's able to find Demonkai's in trouble.
The minions are at the base. Edward going to go into the bottom lane. He's going to try to barge in through as the minion is still there, but the turret is still alive, so Edward won't risk it. They'll instead back away. At the end of the day, it's 3 for 2, but Aurora won out the Lord. Innocent able to pick up a tier 2 in the bottom lane as Edward's too afraid to go 1v1 against the Beast.
Mirko, I asked, when is Innocent's Freya going to be able to pop off, find the right targets, and with that play around the Lord, yeah, sure, they lost it, but like you mentioned, they're showcasing that they can team fight against Aurora Gaming Philippines, and now they're going to go ahead and finally get some of these turrets down. They'll take down the tier 1. Up top is nearly down as well, and that's what SRG needs, man. They need some space to work with here in this game. And I'll tell you what, it just seemed like everything had to fall into place for them in utilizing this composition. You see it here, I mean, their fighting capability is really good, especially around objectives, right? You've already got, like I said, Stormy's already pretty much damaged. He's where he needs to be in big damn department, dude. He's got Holy Crystal, Divine Blade, Lightning Truncheon, and working on the next tier. Same thing with the Freya, and now to the point where you have some defensiveness for Yums, where he doesn't get blown up on a kick. Oh, Demonkai jumping in.
Great Shunpu to cancel the shield unity, and now they're all in with Cram jumping with Raven Spider. But look at the Tsunami Stab catching Skies in the back, but he's able to dish out a bit more damage in the end.
Oh, they're going to chase down in the jungle. Does Demonkai decide to go? They're going to re-engage.
Cram able to flicker out. Innocent jumping away, able to get the knock-up down as Domain goes in with the Blazing Dew and a double for Yue. Now it's Yums caught in the bad spot. Yue actually dies. Aurora are also low. Cram and Stormy able to clear out the waves.
They can clear out the waves. I mean, even when... Oh, Cram jumping in. Final Slash going to be used. Edward just keeping things here. This is too risky, man. They're so low health for Light and Demonkai. What do they want to do here? They're going to heal back up with a Surge of Life. They're going to try to push it in.
I think that was a mistake. Now Cram doesn't have to brave a Spider. He's trying to hold out the waves. Tsunami's time to take him away from the waves. That's a Final Slash to cancel the airstrike. Stormy is trying to defend, but it won't happen. There's too many waves in the base. Aurora Gaming Philippines takes game number 1.
What a game 1 to start us off in this best of 5. It was a bloodbath. Just how it should be to get to the spot of the grand finals here. But man, oh man, Aurora Gaming Philippines and SRG put on a showcase. Just when you thought that Aurora Gaming Philippines was going to take that game completely in their control, Selangor Red Giants showed what is possible, what they've done many times before, man. I mean, if you guys watch the Swiss stages or any of these games from SRG in the past, you have seen what they're capable of doing, but this time, Aurora Gaming Philippines made it work in game 1.
It was the constant build for Aurora. Again, despite SRG's big win, they couldn't get the Lord, and therefore, they didn't have the waves to really capitalize on that win. On top of the fact that Aurora could be like, all right, we can reset, we still have more of the structural advantage to utilize. Those base turrets ended up being massive because look at how many minions just kept pouring into SRG's base.
Just an amazing game here to start out the series. Almost could have been anybody's game, really, but man, we're gonna have to let the panelists break this one down because game 1 was intense. Let's see what they have to say about game 1.
Oh no, TP pa! It is probably what Edward was thinking there in the end. Reminded of the little duels that he had with Crab all throughout. I will admit for a second there, I forgot that I was on the English broadcast. There's 2 Filipinos close to this setup here.
You're sandwiched.
Yeah, I'm sandwiched. Oh, what a victory by RORA, but damn, what we expected, the aggression of SRG really tested RORA early on, but they had the right heroes to deal with it.
I think better than that. I will admit there were some things that I did get wrong. I unfortunately, it wasn't 13 minutes. It was a little bit longer than that. And more importantly, the heroes that they were targeting, the roles that they were targeting, not exactly what I thought it was going to be as well, right? Because this time, SRG starts attacking on the opposite side of the map, and it's clear that Aurora was making sure that Innocent couldn't play the game, on top of bleeding that lead even further by neutralizing Yums in the mid-game. And I think that was a very good decision coming in for Light.
I hate to dogpile on the already precarious situation SRG is in, but you're right. Where they decided to attack and the pitfalls that I wish they would dodge in the draft, they kind of walked into. Number one is they decided to play on the utility spectrum. You know what I mean? They let through the Baxia, but they banned the Fredrin. They played the Leomord, and again, between a Leomord and a Baxia, like who's really going to do good when it comes to trench fighting and major objectives? It's the latter. And not just good in taking objectives, but also getting a lot of kills. I can't believe Demon Kite was close to getting double digits in that game. Second is, you mentioned Edward.
Yep.
And we're looking at Cram as an anchor for the game. I think it took so quick for him to forget that he needs to hold down the lane and to do more than just win duels and these little ganks. And again, even when they were losing, he kept on picking fights.
Yeah, we could call back to the mid lane where Cram, yes, he went after Yue and it tempered the farm a little bit, but eventually Yue got to quickly get kills and eventually caught up. But Cram ended up giving up Shutdown, which gave Aurora just a little bit more gold to catch up to SRG. Just a little bit. It wasn't a major swing, but at this point, with the caliber of these two teams, every little detail matters.
Yeah, no, I think people can debate about it, right? I personally think that actually it was cash money, right? Giving over a Shutdown over to UA, sure, it's probably not the worst thing in the world, but at the same time, what did he get rid of it? What did he get rid of? Number one, he got rid of both ults. Number two, he also got rid of the Purify, which could have potentially set up for a later play for Yumes. We gotta be thinking long-term here, because even when we look at the draft, right, the Arlet felt very independent, and it felt like Coach Dexter and Master of the Basics looked at him and was like, I'm sorry, you got to take your licks.
Yeah.
And after he took those licks, neutralizing the Freya became so much easier when you have a Baxia on your side who not only mitigates her damage, but at the same time reduces her most important ability, which is to sustain through it with her auto attacks. Not to mention, Arlet, consistent CCs. I'm not going to let you auto attack for free.
Yeah, I'm going to even swipe you away when you get in range, and I think that's one of the keys here. You stop the half-man, half-beast from just becoming a beast. He's just, what's up, man?
Yeah. I mean, we were looking for a little bit more crowd control from Edwards Arlott, and yeah, eventually down the line it was utilized really well. But with Light and Yue together with the Kalea and the Lunox, I think that is one of the biggest reasons why a lot of these trades happen in the early game. We talk about the healing provided by Kalea and of course the self-sustained healing of the Lunox. When it came to the big fights, I think Yue saving the Brilliance, saving the first ability to be able to heal himself, and then maximizing every Darkening so that Chaos Assaults are extra hard for the counter punch. That's why for majority of the early game it was like 2 for 2, 3 for 3, and Yue was standing, or if he goes down, he takes a bunch of bodies with him.
And that should be the game plan every single time. Because again, it's a very precarious situation when you're trying to play at the edge of the Feathered Airstrike while still mitigating the overall damage. I think that Yue played one hell of a game here, and not to mention, Light as well. Great peeler and great eye. Really small details he was picking up. Oh, you shouldn't put a little too early. Tsunami Slam instantly.
But at the end of the day, it's still Doming Kite as our MVP. There's two kinds of MVPs, ladies and gentlemen. Setup and payoff. Doming Kite was the ultimate payoff MVP. He literally picked up everything that everyone set up for. We already mentioned Demon Kite, Yue, Edward, Light, and what? 7-8 minutes? Like, before the last turtle, he was already coming in with lethal blazing duets.
Yeah. I mean, this is what the condition we laid down for Aurora. As long as you can keep it close so that Domikite has space to farm, that's your dream scenario. And that's exactly what happened with all the trades that they kept forcing, that they were somehow able to get wins. Once that first big blazing duet came in, it became like a harsh wake-up call for SRG of, wait, we did not disrupt this Claude enough. Where's this damage coming from? This early to mid-late game is gone for us. We now have to just keep duking out and try to hope that we win team fights.
Well, but that's the thing, right? As much as Doming was able to get a free lane, he was playing a strong laning phase. He was making mega impact in the backline, making sure that Stormy is always feathered airstriking at the maximum possible distance. All of this was enabled by Demon Kite. Where is he going? Looking to initiate, not only to get on top of this Farsa, but poses the question to specifically Sakai's. Hey, I will pose the question. If you do not initiate, we will get an answer very quickly.
And the initiation from SRG is, how do I say, fragile at best. If you don't get a perfect kick from Yumes, they have to find another way to get at you. They have to find another way to find an initiative and to go into proactive position. And their only secondary way to do that is, I'd argue, with Cram. But Cram is too busy going into the back line, hunting down softies.
And that's why this entire game boils down to, hey, the question is who needs to initiate? It's never going to be RORA in these cases. It's always going to be SRG because of their draft.
Yeah, and Light eventually read that so well. As much as you'd want to be the one setting the tempo with the Kalea, Tsunami Slam after Tsunami Slam, the surprise initiations with the Tidal Strike, a lot of value from the ultimate of the Kalea in this game came from the fact that if someone decided to reach the back line of Aurora, whether it be Cram, whether it be Yumes, you've just wasted your dash trying to entry while I Tsunami Slam you and you have no way out.
And that's why in that moment, about 2 or 3 frames back in the Lord Dance, Light was so willing to just show himself. It's because he knows that it's never on me. I just have to wait for y'all to make the mistake of crossing this threshold. Amazing understanding of macro dynamics and the team fighting just back and forth, the give and take. I don't know if these stats are true, but ladies and gentlemen, the matchup between Lunox and Farsa in mid is still, I don't want to even say heavily, it's literally Lunox favored, 0-7.
It hasn't been going too well for Farsa in these types of matches. Again, both scale really, really well. Both have 2 separate ranges, but one has iframes and can also become a machine gun when the other is just artillery. At the end of the day, SRG is looking to try and go for the takedowns, right? Aim for the knees. RORA just got to judo that weight over to flip them on their back.
Really like sports.
I love it.
Well, I couldn't think of a sports analogy. I'm gonna get you guys
that
later.
was too quick.
Yeah, that was a bit too quick. I was thinking of like, okay, what am I gonna dish out for the next analysis? Sports references. All right, let me write this. Nope, I was way too invested into the analytical point, and now I've completely lost it.
No, I think that's exactly what happened to SRG. Is they were committed to team fighting because that's again at the heart of it all. Yeah. Sure, Malaysian MLBB has been influenced by heavy macro, but y'all still like to fight.
We like to fight. We're the in-betweeners between the two, the 2 big regions of Indonesia who love fighting.
They love fighting.
And PH who likes to take it cool, calm, collected, but there is purpose. Finding a good balance in between the two is why I thought initially maybe SRG was posed very well for the meta, but it seems like RORA, they've broken the ceiling.
Yeah, the difficult thing also with how Aurora decided to draft this, and the lineup that SRG eventually fielded, I didn't have problems with it. It's just that it seems like Aurora was able to prepare the right heroes to deal with the main thing, which is the burst of the Farsa. Farsa tries to burst someone, but you have so many heroes that can survive burst. Yue, even if he gets bursted down, can still get so much value by using Brilliance out and still being able to Chaos Assault. Light will be able to provide the heals. It seems like the only ideal target is if they could completely burst Dominkai down and then majority of the Aurora damage is gone. But then they still have a Lunox to play through.
And that's the thing, they cannot burst Dominkai down. He's so slippery. He has a Purify, he has BMI, and I don't know what the last words were before their coaches left them after the draft, but I'm pretty sure it's, you guys know that we're playing for the counterattack. And that's the play style, that's the principle throughout this whole 16-minute game. I was watching the fight, 10 seconds in, I'm looking at SRG, yo, why is no one dying, right? With all the damage, why is no one dying? And I look at Dominkai, he still has Blazing the Wet. That's how well Aurora understood the dynamic here. And I think SRG should do well to reset going into game number 2 and consider maybe playing a little more to the spectrum of macro.
Well, I don't know, because again, I think the draft was really well done from the side of Aurora, right? Because let's have a little bit of empathy, right? You know, let's put ourselves in the position of this Farsa on Stormy, the Mage Prodigy. What are you scared of? You're scared of a Blazing Duet. You're scared of a Final Slash. You're also scared of getting Tidal Strike or Tsunami Slam. That's a lot of abilities you have to keep in mind while trying to be able to artillery the backline.
I was the bird. Oh, so you were very... I was wondering, it's like Farsa doesn't flap.
You're Farsa.
Why am I Farsa? Why can't I... I'd rather be the bird than... Actually, no, I'd rather be Farsa. That's fine.
So decided.
Well, SRG, I feel like this is a big warning shot. They started off this series with an idea of let's be aggressive. Let's show Aurora that, okay, we mean business. We want to destroy you guys. But they couldn't get that, and Aurora counterpunched perfectly. So now I'm interested to see what will happen for the next few games of the drafts, whether or not SRG will decide to put Innocent out of the fighters and then maybe lean a little bit more towards the marksman as well to be able to carry, or will they still double down on this idea, just refine it a little bit. But before we move on with the games, of course, as always, we want to say thank you to some very special friends of ours that we love so much. We all know M7 would not be possible with Secret Lab. Secret Lab is what's keeping the tushies of our players all comfortable and warm as they're playing on the stage.
Now imagine all the legendary moments you've seen here at M7. Every single time you've made a play, every single time you've seen a championship go into the hands of these players you see before you, what are they sitting on?
Secret Lab.
He's got it. And not only that, the Titan Evo allows for ergonomic ways to sit on this chair, multiple different comfort zones on it, not to mention the GU leather on top of it. Hey, if you're a sweaty little boy, you don't get to sit on my Secret Lab. I want to make sure that GU leather lasts until the next generation.
It's not just for chasing World Championships, it's also for climbing up to Mythic Honor, even higher, and of course, it's there to elevate your tournament-grade ergonomic support. The very same that, again, these pros are using on stage.
Yeah, so get yourself a Secret Lab, scan that QR code on your screen right now for a little bit more information, but I've got some information as well that a lot of y'all look really cool in-game. Except for the Cyclops SpongeBobs, you guys don't look cool, you guys just look pretty funny. But still, respect to you. I'm just jealous I don't have that SpongeBob skin. But I'm not jealous of the Patrick Glue users, because I have that myself. And people say I do look like Patrick, which I take as a compliment, not an insult, because he is hella cute. So don't forget, it's available in-game now, and don't miss it. You do get stronger as a glue when you use Patrick. It is scientifically proven.
Women love him, boys wish they could be just like him. Get your Patrick skin here today.
I don't think Patrick has ever lost on the M7 stage, has he?
He has,
unfortunately.
I guess I'm just blind to the fact that Patrick loses, because in my mind, Patrick wins.
It's the nostalgia. It gets in the way. It's like fog.
Yeah. Did Patrick lose that fight when he fought SpongeBob? That wrestling fight?
No, where they got buff?
Yeah.
No, they just hugged it out.
All right, it ended up in a draw. Okay, but clearly this is not going to end up in a draw. There can only be one winner here. And in this game number 2, this will set the tempo, because remember, this is only a best of 5, ladies and gentlemen.
It is best of 5, but I think that the blue side draft right now is kind of getting a little wonky, right? Because again, these are two teams who have elevated both blue side and as well as red side. SRG initially started off with saying, hey, blue side clogged, we've solved that problem, and now the elevation from RORA on the red.
In my opinion, it's less about blue side having trouble. It's more of a blue side having flexes that aren't being used. We've seen a lot of teams in blue play weird and decide to change up where they shouldn't have. Here, I think, in game 1, again, hindsight is 2020, SRG may have decided too hard and did not flex in accordance with the RORA. They let RORA dictate so much from red, which is why now going into game 2, I think it wouldn't hurt if they were in either side. I just want them to make smarter choices.
Hey man, the sheep are only going to follow the shepherd. They got rid of both the CC alongside with the natural counterpick of Sora, which is what we were expecting Innocent to eventually get his hands on. Without those two flexible picks, they really have to just be nurtured into the pen.
So let's see who's going to be taking the blue side, and if that might continue the trend of the a little bit more problematic side in the draft, as the red side seems like low-key they can just determine a little bit more. SRG still sticks with a blue.
That's what I'm saying. They know that they had more choices to make in game 1, and they're saying, we go again.
Okay.
Did they get
to the last one? Still a Fredrin ban.
I'm thinking whether or not they have to take into consideration getting rid of the Boxia as well, because that Boxia absolutely shut down the Freya.
Yes, just to encapsulate all of our opinions on the Boxia and it going to the Leo Mord in game 1, just avoid the utility matchup.
Yeah.
Force Demon Kite to press buttons better against you. Sekais, you're not a much younger player, but you're a younger dude. I think your fingers are faster.
I don't know. I feel like Boxia is one of those heroes which require you to have a high APM just because you're just spamming it every half a second.
I take that as a compliment. Thank you.
Spam those shields.
I got hundreds of games on Boxia.
If you mistime that shield unity jump, you're screwed, bro.
I feel like I'm 15 again.
Yeah, you should add a TZ to your name when you play Boxia.
Oh,
that's
God.
The next Lancelot.
That's the only way to play this game. Now, Grok getting banned out on the blue side. This is still following towards the general standard we were expecting from blue side bands. On the opposite end, I wonder if Aurora is going to do something similar to what they did yesterday, right? It's a matter of escalation, slight adjustments. They don't. If it works, sure, we don't have to fix it, but let's make it a little more complicated. Let's make SRG think a little bit more.
If SRG decides to ban out the Claude here, that could be a big sign that they're going to lean towards the Eve first pick. Or if Aurora don't even ban the Juicin, then SRG will have to think, okay, which one do we get? Do we get the Juicin or the Eve?
Yeah, CC, Juicin or Eve might be open, or we revert back to the Baxia.
I'm still going to double down on the opinion of SRG should take away the Boxer, though.
So you'd rather have the mid lane gamble, like just trade that, like, okay, it looks like the gloves are off in mid.
Yeah, trade the mid lane. I mean, both of them already showed that they're willing to trade it out, but again, coming from MPL Philippines, Aurora's Boxer just hits diff and they do respect it.
There it is.
I like it. I like it a lot. Thank God that Sakai's not looking at coach saying, sir, give me Boxia. Nope, ban it out.
So, ban the CC here, go for the Juicin Eve trade.
Okay.
That's probably their best bet, right?
Yeah.
It's either you leave both open or you ban both. There's no in-betweeners here.
Oh, actually, yeah, Aurora might be leaning a bit more towards with backline heavy static and then Assassin in the jungle because they banned out the Hilda as the second ban in red. Probably already projecting to SRG that we're expecting you to ban the Baksha.
Oh.
So now we're going to go Assassin.
That is some I know you know, but what am I?
Yes, do you know we know that they know.
There it is!
They do know!
They do!
Really good call here, but now the first pick is going to be what matters the most. Our two mid laners are wide out in the open. The counter picks towards them might be a little bit all over the place at this point, because at the same time, we still have to answer the Claude question.
I'd say Juicin. And the Claude question is still alive, you're right.
Yeah.
Freya Claude Freya. There she is.
There.
Gotta take the Juicin.
I really like the Juicin first pick. I know that Eve is a great hero. She's really feared, but I think with the playstyle of SRG, with how Stormy likes to move around the map, that's a little bit more SRG by my books.
Yeah, I'm guessing that this is going to be Eve Claude, because if you're giving one or the other is just natural counter matchups to be.
But there's no need to rush the Eve.
Yeah. If they want, they can get greedy with it, get both of your carries. Oh wait, no, you're not going to go YSS Claude. That's way too greedy.
You go...
Someone win with that.
Claude Kalia? Claude Kalia, Claude Cho,
I like... Generally, Kalia, I think I really like. Oh, but what if they took away the Hilda and then they just go ahead and pick up the Cho? Yeah.
That's the thing. I'm also thinking whether Khalid is going to be an option here, but if they go with the safe opening of Kalia alongside with the Globe, which I'm totally fine with, but SRG, are they still going to go back and revert to that Freya one more time?
Oh, yeah, that's the really tough call here by SRG. Are you going to have enough crowd control to really chase it? I think if SRG are expecting that Aurora is going to go Assassin, then they take a page out of the Aurora playbook. Pick a Khalid here.
Into the Kalia? Okay, I mean, the Khalid is really good at helping the Juicin kind of move out of the lane, which is all for. The question is, what do you pair it with, right? Are you also looking to try and have a deterrent to the real world manipulation that you should be expecting coming out in the following turn, right?
Yeah. So they do get the Freya right away.
They didn't want to risk the whole Freya gets banned, Granger gets banned. Now what do you do in a sense?
Still, they're going to go for the Leomord. So it seems like the only thing that has changed is the mid lane pick. Instead of the Farsa being a bit more static. This time, of course, having the Juicin means that your team fight is a little bit more stretched out. You're not relying on making sure that the Feathered Airstrike hits. And if ever Stormy builds a Sky Piercer, then that's a lot of value for your aggression.
It's a better re-engage.
Yes.
So they're investing more in the what if this fails. SRG, they're iterating. It's not exactly reinventing the wheel from game one. And I think that's a good start because for a good part of game one, they were actually winning.
Yeah, which begs the question, right? Do I want to see RORA play the Farsa, or do I want to play the Eve, or do we just go back to going into Lunox? They're going to take the Eve straight off the bat just to make sure that they can peel for everybody else, but that does mean that they will need some raw burst damage in other departments.
Yeah, is the burst going to be coming through the EXP then, and the jungle? Then a lot of the jungle picks take time. I mean, they can still go for the Lancelot. We've seen the Lancelot. It's as long as you're not allowing the Leomord to go overboard and you, the roamer and mid, are being aggressive, taking the pressure to the Leomord,
then the Lancelot will just have the space to farm. Exactly what we saw in the Team Liquid series earlier against ONIC.
Maybe SRG looking to kind of ban out other jungle heroes, just to kind of put Demon Kite, force him onto a Yi Shin of all things. That way it's like, oh, you don't have a choice. Your presence is pressing one button until you have 3 or 4 items.
If they go YSS, then that's going to take so much time. There's only going to be, say, maybe one miraculous EXP lane pick that can turn things around, and that's the Lapu Lapu. Because if you lose early on, then that late game is looking at 14, 15 minutes for Aurora.
Yeah.
Is there room for another Arla for Edward?
I'm thinking, again, Mr. Consistent is so good on it to the point where I'm like, he can just be independent. He will be fine as an independent player. The Gwyn gets banned out, and this is what I'm expecting from SRG. Get rid of the other junglers. Force him on the Yi Shin.
This is one of those picks that overlap between both Auroras that they played with. Last night, Aurora Turquie. Tonight, Aurora Gaming PH.
Is it a Harley ban next?
You know what?
Yo, what if Demon Guy shows up with a Harley, man?
Not too crazy. That is not too crazy. Again, we're talking about if a usage is too slow. How about a hero that literally just needs like 1 item, 1.5 items, to start bursting pools down?
I don't think it's the worst idea in the world, but I think that RORA is also taking...
Right. I'm glad that we mentioned it, because what if it does happen?
I mean, there's a possibility, don't get me wrong, but at least the Gato gets banned out here. Really, really good stuff from RORA on this second half of the bans.
Joe Gato ban screams joy pick, but they really shouldn't.
I mean, they can if they want to, because at least with Joy, you can get in and out and kind of run circles around everybody else, except for the Zushin once the stacks are full. So it's one of those things where it's just timely attacks.
Isn't that a little bit more complicated to then handle? I mean, I'm one of the dudes who always look at it as, okay, after analyzing which lineup is simpler. If Aurora go Joy, the SRG lineup is significantly simpler compared to the lineup of Aurora, which means in the big picture, easier to pull off in the team fights and in map control.
Oh, good.
Dang, this is some tough stuff. As much as we talk about the meta, as soon as we start talking about the big regions, and more importantly, as we get closer to the Grand Finals, the qualification for the Grand Finals, as a matter of fact, it's so targeted towards your opponent.
With all the theories thrown, not really throwing away all the theories, it's going back to the key theory of it all when it comes to this genre of video game. Whatever they're most comfortable with, we don't want to go up against.
I think this is just going to revert to like a Lapu Lapu.
Yeah.
You can't Uranus. I don't think there's a room for Uranus here.
I would have liked the Uranus.
I don't think it's that bad, because Esme's a lot better here. I think that SRG, because once again, Esme does well into both Lapu alongside with the Uranus. I think it's the most over-encompassing EXP lane.
It wins whatever's left out there. Okay. But this also still doesn't close the door on Harley. Or a Lancelot. You know, those are just safer.
Oh, man.
I think Harley Kite.
Is Harley Kite real? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Not until I see it up on that screen. That's when I'm gonna believe it.
Guys, brother, more Filipinos are watching this match. If you play Harley here, we're gonna have to deal with that back in our server.
Tonight's RG's ladder is gonna be weird.
Okay. Uranus.
All right, these 2 picks almost instantly block out the Harley. Yep. Like, all the more they should not do it, but just the same, I'm here for it if they do, because they can just kind of ignore these 2 big chunky dudes and burst down the softies.
I personally feel like it's actually quite worth going for you. Like, what are you supposed to do, right? Oh, Fanny! Of course, Fanny! But at the same time, you're already playing into the high loss, and we saw the last time that Fanny showed up. That 1 second makes the difference.
And they did it! It was them who stomped out Fanny.
But we also have to consider, this time around, the Fanny isn't against a Claude, it's with a Claude.
No, the ego pick. This is This is Kite saying, Coach, bigay mo na.
Yeah.
This is for the season in Malaysia.
And they got it. All right.
Coach, give me the Fanny.
Is that ego enough for you to say that you're leaning towards Aurora for this draft?
I'll give the benefit of the doubt to Aurora, sure. You don't do that when you're not sure.
Gideon?
I'm gonna say, knowing and witnessing Demon Kai on this Fanny before, I've got high hopes. I'm going RORA on this one.
All right, let's see if it is going to be going towards RORA to go into match point, leading this 2-0, or will the little adjustments of SRG be enough to turn this into 1-1? Nice-Sue and Mirko, what do you guys think?
I'll tell you what I think, guys. I'm going to have to say, I like the adjustments from SRG here with the lineup. It wasn't too bad from the last one. I feel like the adjustments with the high-lows, bringing the high-lows, for example, was a good switch-up. Now they've got the Uranus as well. What do you feel like, Mirko?
I still feel like Cram on the Lapu Lapu would have been a bit better. It's just he needed to take a chill pill a bit, you know? A few of those shutdowns, a few of those deaths just really felt... okay, the recalls were necessary, super necessary, but the deaths weren't, right? You can have Flare, you just can't give the bounty over to the enemy team. But with the CC that they have on Yums and Stormy, I understand why they just put him on the Uranus. And this time, take a look at that, Innocent! Yeah. Vengeance on the Freya. Red Tree win for Skies, obviously on the Leo Mord for the lethal.
Okay, take a look at the... hold on.
Wait a second.
Demon Kite.
Oh my god.
Gonna just take this away?
Sneaky, sneaky.
No problem.
He's gonna take it. There's no way for Selangor Red Giants to react in time. Demon Kite steals the purple buff.
Oh my goodness. Sakai's knows it too. He's like, that Demon Kite, man.
That guy.
That guy.
What a guy.
Hey, when you can cable on around and move like that, you might as well take advantage of it. I'm pretty sure you're faster than a, well, technically he doesn't have his Phantom Seed yet, so you are faster than him.
That's true.
At least for now. But yeah, that's one of the things is it, if I remember right, Fanny's win rate was pretty high. There was a time, I know it's been played a couple more times since this, but when it was picked up 4 or 5 times, it was at 100% win rate. I'm not sure if it still is.
I believe it was high in the Swiss stage.
Swiss stage,
Knockout stage, it's been pretty bad. Yeah, because like Han played it in this first match in the Swiss stage and lost. I believe we saw a few more Fannies losing after that. Even Yuzuke yesterday, against Aurora Gaming Philippines. So Aurora are the ones now on the Fanny. Let's see if they're the ones to make it work. Good stun coming down over on live, but look at Demon Kite. Look at the cables there. Sky's playing with it so well. Heck, I would say Yums preemptive revitalize there. Didn't really need to use it.
He didn't need to. Maybe just kind of, you know, making sure that better safe than sorry. Right now, they've got control around this turtle, though, so let's see if Aurora decides to do anything. Demon Kite's not even here, so it looks like they're just going to give it up. He's going to go ahead and prioritize the buff, which he should. Again, the Fanny's definitely needs that.
Yep.
So Turtle secured here for SRG.
That's the thing about the Fanny, though, right? You're a good pick if you can get those early kills, then you snowball out of control, and then there's still a possibility that you make a micro mistake, which is very, very believable. Yeah. It's such a difficult hero to pull off in the biggest of stages, and this is it. Skies will not fall for that again. He knows to go for the purple buff before the orange buff. But yeah, I think for Aurora Gaming Philippines, they can take a chill pill. They have a Claude, they have a Yves, and an Esmeralda, so they don't need to be that far ahead. Light's gonna be caught here, and that's a bit more troublesome. Skies bringing you back, forcing to break around. Demon Kite comes in with a cutthroat, but again, Skies on Barbiel, too tanky.
I like how you're like, they can take a chill pill, and as soon as they're like full sending it into the mid lane, man. You know? But I think it's still kind of just testing the waters here, at least for Demon Kite, to see if he can get some snowball happening on the Fanny. But you know, again, you've only got the Fury Hammer right now. You definitely need to go ahead and scale up. They're still going to play into the whole game plan of let's let Demon Kite get to where he needs to be with the Trinity on this Claude. But I feel like even so, the fact that Innocent ran it back with the Freya, hold on, top side.
Consecration. Yeah, it's a Uranus. It doesn't really matter how much damage you have. In the early game, it's going to be really, really tough if it's a Fanny and an Esme. Though I will say, I think this is a double down by Innocent. Like, he's like, okay, I lost lane, which is pretty unacceptable on a Freya against a Claude, so I'm going to double down and go for vengeance. But, having said that, Doming has gotten all the gold grabs, bro.
Yeah. Demon Kite very comfortable on this Claude pick right now. Looks like SRG wants to put their own pressure. Wow, Demon Kite actually going to be forced out of the jungle on that side. They're going to have to fight for this purple buff.
Yeah, the RBM was used earlier. Now Tsunami Slam blocks guys down as he pops in a Phantom Steam, but now it goes in! Too much damage for Aurora Gaming Philippines to handle.
Wow, you can't blade and cable and cutthroat through that. When you've got Yums in the way blocking your path, a glorious pathway on top of it, plus a Revitalize. You saw how healthy they were, and then again, you're fighting into a Jushin here. So it's not favorable for Aurora Gaming. I mean, they just got pretty much dismantled in that fight. There was no winning moment for them there, and now for the second turtle of the game, it goes over to SRG, plus a whole ton of gold down in this bottom lane.
There's no way to sugarcoat it, Naisu. They got curb stomped in the previous purple buff battle. And it's because of Cram initially going in. Oh, great stun on Demon Kite. But it was because Cram baited out RWM.
Yeah. And this is why the panelists were sharing their sentiments. I mean, even Gideon himself was like, yeah, I'm surprised. Still went with a Fanny, despite a high-lows here, too. Oh, Hold on, Light. Is he actually going to pull the trigger? There's no way they do.
Way they go in, but it's onto Yums right now. Pops Glorious pathway under turret. Demon Kite still able to go for the cables out again, but look at the tempo on the map. RORA are forced back. Meanwhile, SRG, yes, they do lose Yums, but they can capitalize on this by taking gold crab for Innocent, by really pushing the tempo even more.
There you go. Innocent getting the gold crab.
Finally.
I didn't think they'd actually pull the trigger on that, but again, when you can tsunami slam over the wall, you might as well. And so interesting here. Innocent, Cram, they're on 1 and 2. Stormy also. Look at this pressure once again. Purple buff.
Phantom Steed. This time Light doesn't have the tsunami slam, so it's gonna be free. Demon Kite, there's no way he walks up, right? Yeah. Skies with the red tree secures the purple buff, and there is no threat of a trade. Turtles up in 40. Demon Kite can only just go up top and look for farm in the side lane.
This is a feels bad, man, because Sakai's is like, all right, I'm not letting up anymore. Like, you got that first one, you took it away from me, and now you're not getting any of your buffs, Demon Kite.
Yeah.
And that's what's happening here. I mean, they're timing it perfectly when that purple buff does come up, and as you all know, you've seen it many times when the Fanny doesn't have the purple buff. It really makes it more difficult for Demon Kite here. Not impossible, but he is starting to fall even further behind. You can see him, he's 2 levels behind Sakai's right now. And that's just it's not a fun place to be, especially when that window of opportunity for a Fanny to approach this kind of composition that SRG has is so low. I mean, look at this. Oh no,
They're taking everything. Oh, the orange buff take, the green cap, every single thing, and even Cram earlier denying the minions.
Yeah. Forcing him back away now. Turtle will probably go to Selangor Red Giants, especially after Cram spots the Fanny going top again. It's a cut from Cram. And Skies is already going onto the Turtle right now. Edward getting poked as well. Purple buff will be up, so oh my god, Stormy 2v1! 2v1, Innocent as well, and Toman Kite just duking it out here, but the Turtle for the taking, they got full control over it, and that's going to be 3 for 3 in the Turtles for SRG. I thought Demon Kite might try to pressure that purple buff from SRG, but instead he's like, let me at least get mine, but Glorious Pathway. Again, over on Demon Kite, finds a stun, or RWM in the back, but Innocent is able to jump in with Valkyrie's Descent. Now on to Domeng, who's able to BMI out. That's going to be the Crimson Beacon from Stormy, now going to be lifting Edward up, throwing him back into the fray. Everybody following it up, but Edward gets a flicker out. There is just nowhere for you to fight if you're Aurora into that composition. Demon Kite finally swung around, and he's like, well, I'll at least take this purple buff, man. Yeah, at least. But you're seeing it happen here, and I'm not sure how long SRG can maintain this advantage when it comes to the team fights, especially when they're all clumped up, right? You would think this is the best. Oh, you've got an Eve on your side, you've got a Fanny, but you're seeing them. They just don't have enough damage to really kind of get through that pressure that is with this lineup from SRG mid lane. Getting that flicker out. All right. That's it. Really good win there. Phantom Steed for Flicker. But yeah, I think for Selangor Red Giants, they can continue this pace all throughout the game, really. Because Demon Kite, he has a purple buff, but he's going to go in, get stunned up by Yums earlier. And now the Falling Star move from Edward. Gets a shutdown down. And is Innocent now bobs in, but it's RWM coming down onto you as well. It's still Edward taking for free. Tsunami Slam purified out of. And Innocent wants to go for more. Demon Kite gonna go back in, Blazing Duet, but Vengeance to respond to it! Oh, they don't have enough firepower, even with a Blazing Duet from Doming Kite and Demon Kite going on through. You're just seeing how durable this lineup is for SRG, man. They're so tanky. Whole lot of defensive items here across the board as well. And that's just the struggle right now. That's the struggle for Aurora Gaming Philippines, and it's gonna be that way for a while. Not only about getting these purple buffs, but getting the scaling that they need. Demon Kite, he's got Retribution. He's going to use it. Skies wasn't there, so it's going to be free. But again, now, who's really going to burst the Uranus down? It's going to be Claude, for sure. Yeah. But we are quite far from that, I think. It's going to be a minute and a half, probably, or at least a while here. I mean, you usually see that with the Claudes anyway. Usually they're able to get the Trinity before the 10-minute mark. Doming Kite should be close. But it's just, even so, like, even if he has those 3 items, if he has a Trinity locked in, it doesn't necessarily mean that they can just turn a fight in their favor. It's going to be difficult for them. That's why earlier you saw the value that Innocent gets on the bench. Whoa! Crimson Beacon just with Light walking up there. Innocent still holding the angle. No Demon Kite's going to be there. There's going to be the knockup coming in as Demon Kite's able to go for the cables, but he's going to be caught! Oh, clutch! With the cable to actually get away. Sky's already using a Phantom Steed, and now he's going to be back on foot. Oh, Cram! With a dive under tier 2! That was a big move, and they're still going for the Lord.
Innocent, Bomb and Vengeance going on to Domain. Blazing New Weapon goes in through it. Innocent still climbing away against 2 members. Still staying alive for a bit, but gets void blasted down. Skies goes back on a Phantom Steed, now on Barbiel. It's a free Lord as Cram is still able to dish out some damage up top. Edward all alone, isolated, and taken down by the horse.
This Jushin pick is paying dividends in that draft for SRG.
Whoa.
Oh, are they going to go for UA? UA? Okay, he's got Flicker, he's going to be fine, but the turret's going to fall in the tier 1, and that was just a great fight from SRG, man. Even for Cram, you know, that one we'll accept right there. That is 100% worth. Jump into the turret.
Whoa.
They got Demon Kite, the fight for the purple, though.
Demon Kite.
All right, he's got it, but man, dude, even if they have the purple buffs, it is just getting a little dicey here for Aurora Gaming Philippines. For this to work, they have so much ground to cover. Now, nearly 6,000 gold behind. It seems like those minor adjustments that were made for this composition from SRG from game 1 are really helping out. Oh no, Demon Kite.
Oh man, no damage whatsoever. Glorious Pathway now. Good Falling Star Moon by Edward to stop them from going further. Now it's Demon Kite trying to get a bit more poking, but again with Skies and Cram there, especially with Skies on Barbiel, that ain't gonna happen. Domain gets it with a nature, so at least there's that. But right now the problem is they just don't have enough damage, and now you see why. Domain prioritized with a nature survivability over the corrosion side. Stormy just gets out with the Crimson Beacon, Phantom Steed coming down. UA having to flicker out of the real world manipulation, canceling it, and now he doesn't have that.
Doesn't have that available. They are going to keep this Holy Defense shield up. There's no re-engage here from Aurora Gaming Philippines. They've just got to kind of buckle in and wait and get to the point where they have the itemization to really turn some of the tides of these fights. Because like you mentioned, Cram's doing a phenomenal job on this Uranus, playing up front, blocking a lot of things for them. And then Yums as well. Again, there's so much frontal threat. Oh no, Demon Kite.
Stun. Skies with the Phantom Steed, and he gets the kill on Demon Kite. That's what we call the double horse on Fanny combo.
That's 2 horses in 1, man.
2 horses, 1 man.
That's man and horse.
But he's technically a half man, half horse, no?
Technically, there's.
So that's
it'd be like a human.
We're not good with numbers.
Yes, we're not great with numbers. But you get what we mean, right? That's a whole lot. Now they're gonna have to deal with this push into the base.
Uh-oh, like when they Cram again in the back. That was Stormy picking him up. It's a killing spree for Skies on Barbiel again. Barbiel has crazy stamina, man.
Oh, he's going and going and going, and right now, they get what they want, everything they want for SRG. And it just seems like this is almost in that situation. I hate to say it, but it's like, all right, go next for Aurora Gaming Philippines, because there just doesn't seem to be much that they can do. They're literally in the situation where it's like, you're playing for Domain Kite. Well, even if Domain Kite, now he gets the Corrosive Scythe. So he's delayed with the Trinity by about 3 minutes-ish plus. So that is not where you want to be. Again, he prioritized, right? He prioritized some defense because he had to deal with this, but it still puts them in a really tough position to even contest these objectives.
Exactly, and the initial delay for the corrosion side was already a delay on the power spike. Now you're gonna have to get Melfic Roar before you really start to deal damage, because you need penetration against these dudes, dude. You can't go through Uranus without penetration.
Hey, you need the penetration, all you can get, man. Right now, Lord secured. Not much that Aurora Gaming in Philippines wants to do aside from put Demon Kite on the other side of the map, let him push a little as he can, catch up what he can. Now, you have to go ahead and look at this lineup as they get ready for the base defense, right? Like, what is the actual potential here? Oh, no. Demon Kite, he's just going to take one out, man.
Yeah.
Oh, no. I don't know if he's actually going to be able to get out.
Oh, he gets it. The read on Demon Kite.
Oh, they're all catching up.
Oh, my God. Everybody on Demon Kite. Now it's 4 dudes on the Fanny.
They just played a relay race with Demon Kite.
Bro, what? What's up with them and Fanny, man?
I mean, they were there with opening arms for Demon Kite, man. That is not what you want to be. And now with 4 members of Aurora Gaming Philippines, they have to defend the base.
Oh my goodness. Cram dealt that much damage on the Claude. Now it's about to descend over on Edward. A tank, a big knock, but Domain goes in for the Blazing Duet that does no damage. Flick around as well. That's a Tsunami Slam.
Oh, Lord's still going to be worked on. They're still pushing in. They're defending for now, but can they end it?
Oh, Sky's going to go down. Edward's still there. Stormy with the pickup now, but it's getting the all in. And Stormy bouncing through the big and UA flickers in. Stormy going down. Oh my goodness. Now it's Steven coming to walk up again. Innocent against everybody. Innocent.
Oh, and they're still coming. Innocent going to the full Valkyrie form.
What?
He's still alive!
Oh my goodness, he gets a double Cram now, going in again. That's probably going to be another base turret as Cram is still here alive, and there's no one who can take him down for now but Aurora. How did they defend and get 4 on top of that?
Oh man, Aurora Gaming Philippines somehow defends.
No,
I don't know, man. Some way, somehow.
dude. It's just so sad. After that play, DMK was like, finally a purple buff, he cables, and there's a small K. He's like, damn it, man.
No.
Not even.
See, that's the... There's a benefit and a curse to being Uranus players out there, man. You're tanky as hell. Yeah. But the curse is you gotta watch majority of the times your team die. Because you're not dying, you know? It's kind of like having immortality. Like, you're gonna see everyone grow old and die. Well, unfortunately, that's the life. Yeah, no, that's Steve, man, you know? Hey, fighting for the purple. Oh, Yuke's.
Oh, it's a Yuke! Yuke's able to find it now. RWM, they're all fighting for it, but Skies in the flag goes for the flag, and look at the combo! So much AoE! Now it's like to lose immortality as Demon Kite recalls like going down!
And Edward can only dance to the death of the team here. Demon Kite is up, but can 2v5 work?
Edward, he's trying his darn best, but there's 5 on him. Now it's a Fanny again, who has to deal with 5 members of Selangor Red Giants. And they wipe Aurora Gaming Philippines out in game number 2. We are level on the board, 1-1.
I gotta say, man, SRG games just keep delivering. I don't know what it is, but I like to see it. 1-1 in the series against Aurora Gaming Philippines, and those minor adjustments that came through from the draft just seemed to, I mean, work so well. There was a minor change here and there, but the execution was great. Not only that, but I do have to say, the Fanny picks seemed to just kind of shoot themselves in the foot for Aurora Gaming Philippines. It was almost too easy for Yums to just be like, I'm going to post up here, I'm going to stun you, and like we're just going to go from there. And then they passed around Demon Kai, man. I mean, it was tough to be in.
Yums pulled a KSI, bro. He was straight up, I'm on a horse. Dash, dash, take a look at me.
In the thick of it.
We saw him, man.
And he was caught in the thick of it.
He was caught in the thick of it, man. When you're trying to get away from 2 horses, it's just too much to deal with. 2 horses, 2 men, or 1.5 men, whatever it is. This was just SRG's game right here. Just well executed, phenomenal draft for them, and overall, just a game that SRG needed. Let's throw it over to the panel to break down our game 2.
Minor adjustments with major repercussions, and Selangor Red Giants even up the series after Aurora Gaming and SRG battled it out in the first game. Back and forth, back and forth. This time was clearly SRG's playground to shine with. Gotta say, picking up the Fanny, way too difficult to pick Fanny in that kind of lineup.
Okay, I know I didn't say anything, but I told you so. You shouldn't have done that. That was. Did I say it? I did. I said it out loud. It's all. That was ego. That was an ego pick, and it might have been too much to expect that it was gonna work, especially in the face of a Hylos and the Hylos. That's it. I think the Hylos were the main pain in the side for this Fanny. Demon Kite was playing a different game.
I think there's a little bit more to it than just, you know, the high-lows being in his face. Because I mean, I was thinking, all right, yeah, sure, this is an ego pick, but this is Demon Kite of all people. He should be, of all people, he should be the one who's able to kind of get away from it all. So the question is, what was the innate problem? The fact is, he literally had 5 above-average members just slapping him across the face. 2 of them hung like a horse, and the other one to block up the back door with Uranus. It's really frustrating to deal with overall when you don't have your own purple buff, and the opposing enemy's purple buff is forever will remain uncontested.
It literally hung around Aurora's backyard, the jungle, and as early as, what, 4 minutes? Demon Kite was already starving, and I know that we brought up the whole argument of, oh, yo, this is a different approach to it because they have a backup carry in the Claude. It didn't really make a difference. Yeah. Demon Kite was just as starved. Yes, he was getting away with a little bit more, but that's because, in my opinion, SRG let him. SRG was, yeah, no, we have a Freya. Don't worry about that Claude. Demon Kite will be fine as long as we're starving this Fanny. It's literally a 5v4.
Yeah, and to give Aurora a little bit of credit, it started off with Demon Kite stealing away the purple buff, right?
Yes.
And I was like, okay, that's a right call. But then it just goes to show how SRG sided the lineup was, that despite that trickery that Demon Kite pulled off early on to make sure, saying, yeah, I get your buff, everything is going our way. Wait, why are you going towards my jungle? Get away. It's like, they have nothing to stop them, man. It's just continuously beating down and bearing down on the jungle of Aurora. SRG gave Aurora zero breathing room here.
A lot of it just comes down to like the way that they lane, and I love the fact that the adjustment coming in from Freya is, hey, give me vengeance and it's all over. What are you going to do? You're going to try and gun me down? We made mistakes in the earlier stages. The vengeance ensures that I live even if I get hit by the tsunami slam, which again, great adjustment. But let's look at our upcoming MVP, because let me tell you about him. SRG has been playing a phenomenal game, but without Cram not only dominating the lane, opening up the map, and just being the plug at the end of that flood, oh my goodness, how do you get past him?
This is his hero. I think more than anyone in recent memory, maybe I'm thinking about Flap, M5 World Champion. Cram is Uranus. This is a hero that's built for what this athlete is really good at, and that is cutting lanes, going deep into your lines, going deep into your base, going deep into your formations, and just being annoying as hell.
Yeah. When Uranus can plug all entry points, it's way too difficult for Fanny to find any opening in the map. Even in those little team fights, Cram can just show up in front of close to Yue, and Demon Kite's wondering, is this still worth it to dive, to try and retry? I don't think so. I gotta stay back. There's nothing I can do here.
This is literally one of the best heroes to cram your opponents with.
Yeah, no, really, just the penultimate rear end, as some may call it. And I think that, especially when we start looking into the highlights, we just have to keep in mind that shouldn't the heave be the answer to this? I mean, that's the truth, right? Once you have that Wishing Lantern, all of a sudden you lose a lot of that value from that Uranus because you just can't sustain through the poke anymore.
Yeah. But it never got to the point where the damage of Yue was terrifying. He got his Divine Glaive 10 minutes in. That was a Divine Glaive rush. But then as we saw, when you have a high loss with you, when you have the Phantom Steed that you can ride on, once the Glorious Pathway is down, they don't care about formation. They don't care about the poke. They'll be able to regain that health anyway through the team fighting that they have. Cram, of course, with the Consecration and how the Uranus just works with his passives, means he doesn't have to worry about health. He will regain it there in the end.
Yeah, by thinking, oh, the Lantern should solve this, the Glowing Wand, if somebody somewhere built a Dominance Ice or a Halberd, you're still just solving one part of the equation.
Yes.
That's literally just Cram, and I think that's how big of a game changer he was for his team. Again, in game one, he was on that Lapu-Lapu. If he overextended, it was so hardly punished. Here, if you overextended, I can just flicker out and then Consecration, do it again in 10 seconds.
And that's a really good point, because when we look at a lot of these fights, how exactly is Aurora actually turning it around on these base defenses and then losing the following fight immediately after? A lot of it is just posturing against your opponents. For SRG, with their lineup, they're not exactly like a tank. They're a little bit more flexible at taking those front-to-fronts from any direction in comparison to Aurora, where, I'm sorry, I am a tank. I must be looking at you to gun you down.
Way too tough. It seems like across the board, the adjustments that Selangor Red Giants did end up working for them. Let's take a quick look at Stormy. He didn't even need to build a Sky Piercer. He went full utility here. He realized, you know what, I'm not the cleaner here. We have the Leomord. I'm just going to play for the utility that I can bring. The anti-heal, the slight slows I can dish out, and then I'm going to be able to keep myself alive as well. The shield that she can get herself through the Juicin Crimson Beacon, the Spell Vamp through the Ice Queen Wand, and even just rounding out the Clock of Destiny. Something you don't see a lot of Juicins do, but then it was just a little bit of an extra, You thought that they couldn't kill the other four, you also cannot kill the Juicin. It only died once.
It only died once, and because of the Juicin, almost guarantee a battle spell off of your opponent. What are you trying to do? Peel me? No. Good try. I'll lift you up, pull you back into my team, and then Leomord will do the rest to displace you. That's why you saw that Light was not getting into as many positions as he wanted to, mainly because I got to peel for somebody else. My life is a lot less worth it compared to theirs.
Now that we're putting the spotlight back onto Aurora, there is a glaring lack of vision for this draft. Again, that Fanny really demanded so much more control on even their side of the map. So if they did not snowball, this was inevitably going to happen, right? They were going to lose control of the map. They would lose their resources and they could not check if it's worth going into certain parts of certain fights. That's literally the story. The only clapback that they found was inside their base, almost literally when they were kicking SRG out on the defense. So going into game number 3 here, if Aurora want to gain back a bit of the momentum, because again, even if they did win game 1, I hope that they should really consider and reconsider getting a little bit more of free vision. Just heroes that really can check bushes, heroes that can kind of make sure that the coast is clear, because here they weren't so sure if they were going to counterattack or be the aggressors.
Yeah, I'm always a fan of the free vision, but I'm going to go towards the very simple MLBB math here. Maybe a little bit more damage early on, much quicker, would do really well. Theoretically, the Eve is not a bad pick with everything that SRG had, but a part of me is thinking SRG won the trade because it was their decision, juice in or Eve. They said, okay, we'll get the juice in because we know what we're going to build around it. Well, if you see the juice and you know what's going to be coming at you, I still wish they had considered the Lunox, or at least went towards the Lunox. Yes, there's a lot of dive, but we saw in game number 1, all of that dive was managed by the damage output of a Lunox.
Yeah, and I think the Lunox has a little bit more flexibility, because RWM, you are a stationary target. Yes. The Brilliance, you can play, you be a little tricky with it, you can stick your foot out, hope that maybe they paint you like they're French girls and decide, you know what, I'm going to take a full step back, gun you down, take you for everything that you're worth, and then send the rest of my squad to clean up.
Interesting decisions by these two teams for their drafts. After everything that we saw, do you think that was a little bit more of a draft? I don't want to say issue, but is it a draft focal point or an execution focal point?
I think it's both draft and something else entirely. It's a principle matchup. It's a dynamics in respecting what both teams bring in. Aurora knows SRG is very aggressive. Aurora knows that they like to fight. If they find themselves in a position where they can't fight back, that's already a non-starter. So think of how your draft will be able to fight back, and then you're off to a better start than what happened here in game 2.
We're going to talk a little bit more amongst ourselves about what potential drafts can come through, but now it's time to throw it on over to Rose with an interview with Solos. So looking forward to hearing from them.
Hey guys, Rose here, and right now in the M7 arena we have Solos, a former pro player from Malaysia, and of course an MLBB icon from Malaysia. Hi Solos.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Good.
How do you feel in this arena in M7?
Pada punya arena punya scene memang shock, fun. Dia bagi saya dia menarik sebab dia boleh punya ni kan tournament kan, so bagi saya best excited.
That everything's exciting, everything ecstatic, and of course because it is a world championship, everything is just super intense, no, Solos? Now, talking about intensity, how do you feel as a Malaysian seeing that SRG is now playing in the upper bracket finals in M7? Because if we look at it, this is a history in the making. If SRG were to win this match, they are heading to the grand finals. And that's never been done before by a Malaysian team.
So bagi saya macam last time SRG, so diorang dapat nombor 3 kan. Jadi apa yang saya nampak daripada day 1 sampai ke hari ni, so saya rasa excited sebab saya tengok macam SRG ni boleh break diorang punya record last time. So kemungkinan besar boleh masuk ke grand final, so kita harap SRG boleh buat yang terbaik .
He said that comparing SRG's journey in the M6 last year, he feels that this time around they have what it takes to enter the grand finals. You know what, Solos, compared to before, especially for you, right? You've been in the MLBB ecosystem since potentially even season 1 of MPL MY, right? How do you think the MLBB esports in Malaysia has changed and improved over the years?
So during saya punya scene, memang banyak beza . Dia bagi saya bukan changes tapi dia ke arah improvement. So compare waktu saya dulu, kita tak ada sources yang banyak . Compare daripada sekarang dari segi interface, UI apa semua, dia jadi lebih mudah untuk bermain. So dia boleh main dari usia muda sampai ke tua. Dia mudah untuk main. Jadi bagi saya sumber ataupun resources untuk belajar tu dia banyak. Compare waktu saya memang dia terhad. Ini semua terhad.
Okay, now Solo said he's watched MLBB actually develop into what it is now. He's been playing since MPL MYSG Season 1, and right now we are in the M7 World Championship. Compared to before, there was not much resources available online, and of course the UI and the graphics, everything has changed. But of course it has changed for the better, because now everything is practically available at your fingertips. If you want to watch a tutorial, all you have to do is just search it up, right, Solos? It's so much easier now. And of course, is there any shout out to the Malaysian fans watching right now? Because I see in the arena there's a lot of Malaysians in the venue, but back at home as well, we have a very big M7 watch party. Anything to say to the Malaysians?
So buat fans Malaysia, teruskan bagi sokongan sebab diorang boleh pergi jauh ni. Jadi teruskan bagi sokongan, doa. Yang paling penting sekali, enjoy M7.
All right, Solo, say to everybody who's actually watching, don't forget to keep on supporting SRG, because he believes they definitely can go for this M7. And of course, don't forget to keep them in your prayers. Thank you very much, Solos. I hear the Malaysians in the arena. And with that, let us enter the third game in this series. Who will take the win? There's only one way to find out.
Great to hear from Solos, and of course, there are a lot of our Malaysian fans in the crowd, so thank you to each and every one of you who flew out here to Indonesia to show your love for Selangor Red Giants. Equally also matching the support of the Filipinos in the crowd as well. But the SRG fans definitely excited about the results of the previous game, so let's go back here now to talking about what to expect potentially for the draft. Real quick, game number 3. Should be a shake-up here, because even though the Cloud was really good, I have a feeling that maybe SRG have already read into Cloud-centered lineups.
I think that Vengeance is such a deterrent. Yeah. Because, like, how many times, like, if you really think about it, when can Cloud really power through the Vengeance? Little to never, if we're really being honest here. And even with the Trinity build, you could see that Domeng was very hesitant. He noticed his health bar going down a little bit. Because of that Vengeance, he instantly takes the BMI back.
Yeah. So, with one piece now to consider for the draft. Mid trio already really good as well for SRG. No, I feel like we're going to need a little bit more time to think about this. So, in just a moment, we're going to be thanking some friends. I got really lucky last night, by the way. Just wanted to share. Really? Because cards. Yeah, what were you expecting? Yeah, so of course we have our little collaboration through One Play, the official MLBB M Series tournament trading cards came out. Oh, you have a pack. You have a pack.
That I do.
You have a pack. Are we gonna open that pack? Should we open that pack?
I wanna count down as I open this pack?
Okay.
All right. Give me a 10 count, sir.
All right, I'll start from 5 because that's all I know. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, what do you pull? What do you pull?
I have here.
Oh.
That is 10 from Zeta, a wildcard player. We have, who's this? DFYGZ.
Oh, okay.
We have.
Ooh!
That's Zing from CFU.
Okay.
Got that cool treatment. It's foil.
Oh, that's a foil. I didn't get a foil from the ones I pulled. That's cool. Okay.
I think he could have made it to knockouts. Just close.
And fire.
Hold up.
It'd be funny if you get like a signed card suddenly.
I got Leon Esports Juviana.
Nice.
These are all wild card dudes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's pretty interesting because this is a new way to celebrate esports highlights, man. I mean, the official MLBB M Series tournament trading cards which bring premium design and modern tech together. Available this January. Head to oneplay.com for early access or grab yours and hold a real piece of the M Series legacy.
Yeah, we're the ones that I pulled last night. I got Oheb, I got Kyrie, I got Yue, and I got Kazu. So I'm very happy with the pack I got. I didn't get any foils though. I wonder how rare those are.
Yeah, this is the first foil I'm seeing.
Yeah,
and
even the other packs that we opened in the previous days of the M Series, we did not get a foil.
Ooh, that's very nice. I like the holographic of that one. Again, many more to earn for anybody out there. So please, pick it up while you still can. And honestly, I'm curious if anybody has a full collection yet.
I'm pretty sure someone already just got all the boxes. Or I assume wherever factory they made it, I'm pretty sure someone already has it.
22 teams. 20 with about 7 or 8 players and coaches each. That's a full set, sir.
Oh, are the coaches? Do the coaches also have cards?
I mean,
I thought it was like all the players.
For sure, it's all the players, but again, you'd have access to them.
Ooh, All right.
There are team cards.
Okay. By the way, I'm not going to be giving away anything if you give me packs other than my gratitude. So if anyone wants to give me packs, I would appreciate that.
One play, you got our numbers.
Yeah, that would really help me. Okay, let's talk about the draft here. So we talked about the Claude. Is Freya now, if ever Aurora end up here on the red side again? Actually, no, even in blue side. Whatever side Aurora end up with, should they now consider banning out the Freya?
Personally, I think that it might just be worth it, but then you're left with a different problem. Sure, you don't get the Freya. Oh, CC shows up and same problem, she's going to take vengeance.
Yeah.
It's still going to be a bit of a pain to deal with. Personally, I think first things first, we start with, hey, let's quickly go on to the blue side just to get a bit of a scouting analysis of what SRG tends to ban on red side, because that's going to show a lot of things that they feel is important, and that should be able to kind of smoothen things over for the rest of the series.
I think Aurora can also latch on the idea of, not to discredit Demon Kite, and I do not doubt that he can carry with whatever hero that he ends up with. It seems like the best forms of Aurora that we've seen, even in MLBB, is when he plays a little bit more of a backseat role, a facilitator.
A role player.
A role player, so that it's Yue and Domenkite who can actually come in through to the carries. Yes, SRG already acknowledged that by taking away the Baksha, but if they can manipulate the bans in such a way that they'll have a utility hero available for them, or something that isn't a little, that can just help facilitate, even Lancelot in a way is a facilitator alongside being a carry.
That's what I'm saying. Game 2, that last pick could have really been a Lancelot. I would have even expected a Hayabusa.
Yeah.
Like with the burst and the early damaging field control that RORA was rocking, an assassin that was a cleaner would have definitely worked. But now going in dangerous grass, yeah, I think they are once been twice shy from that Fanny.
Oh, look at it. RORA on the blue side, Sora ban, Freya ban, and from SRG, they respond in kind, get rid of the Grok alongside with the Claude.
I love how SRG after the Sora and Freya ban go, yeah, just get rid of the Claude. That's what they want to do. They just want to put it all on Doming and then just build around him. RORA did that last night. Good read by SRG.
You think we're going to end up with like a Harith v Granger, the good old classic?
Yeah, I was thinking that too, because like, what if RORA decides to ban out the CC and say, keep it honest, innocent, we're not playing fighters in the gold lanes anymore, let's just go back to Granger Harith.
Old school rules.
Yeah, there we go!
Yep. Now the question is, SRG, are you comfortable with Yves, and are you more comfortable with Yue going on to Jushin? That's one hell of a trade-off.
Yeah, because I feel like going on the idea that we posed for Aurora with Demon Kite being able to facilitate alongside Yue, then Jushin is not the pick that you'd want to give if you're SRG. And they do ban it out.
This does leave open the Kalia. I think first pick Kalia.
I like it.
Would be good.
Yeah. Don't need to rush the junglers here. You don't need to fight for the others.
Or do they look at the Eve?
Yeah.
Or do they get the Eve and say, go again? All right.
But my only worry for this is... Wait, Stormy would rather pick up the Farsa over the Lunox, though, correct?
Oh, that one depends.
It really depends.
Yeah, generally I would say Farsa, but this time around we're going to see Sakai's back on the Yi Shin with his 57% win rate, but they're also pairing it up with the Hilda in anticipation that maybe RORA is going to go for an assassin. I don't think they are, if I'm being completely honest.
Baksha and Fred are open.
Yep.
Pick it now.
I would honestly be okay with just picking up the Fred early on. It allows Demon Kite to facilitate, as we mentioned. If they can just, they already have the Eve, so just go Fredrin Cho or Fredrin. Oh no, they can save the Gatot or the Gatot Hylos or Cho for later.
Baksha, Cho. If you're just super aggressive, like you just really want to stick it to them.
Oh my goodness. Oh, it's their turn. They're gonna go Leomord Cho.
There.
Yeah.
Okay. With the Leomord, it's going to be easier to chase down this Yishin overall, but pre-level 4 is going to be annoying because you're expecting Yums to be in your face all the time. Now that you've got your mid lane kind of secured, and more importantly, being able to kind of fight for that priority instantaneously without much damage, then you can start putting the hurt into the Hilda if ever he tries for a second invade.
Okay, down the line, I feel like SRG can slot in the Phoveus because Aurora might be leaning towards them picking up the Harith for themselves. It's all very divey, but if you look at the box and all the combos that they can dish out, very good. Also, SRG pick it up for themselves. Good block, and now they can ban out the Granger.
And I think that they should. The Granger fits so well into what RORA wants to do. If you take out the Granger, what's left? Carry?
I was like, carry, I'm not gonna lie.
That's it. So you ban both.
Unless, and Aurora doesn't even have the room to go for fighters because if they're gonna be Leomord and multiple fighters, yeah, very slow.
I mean, it's not as meta as it used to be, but there could be an argument for Moskov, and I think it's an interesting way to play because this could potentially open up saying, hey, maybe Arlo gets passed through into the EXP lane, and now you have one more addition of CC to help out Edward.
I was actually thinking that maybe SRG would want to ban the Esmeralda because they can still slot in an Esmeralda Gold, but they read it. So yeah, I think I'm a little bit more on the Moskov boat now. That might end up becoming the pick for Aurora later on.
It looks like it's the only one left. What else has Dominkite played?
Looking at the gold, Freya's already been banned out. No more CC. Sora also gone in terms of the best ones. I don't think they're no fighter. Yeah.
Claude, Granger, Freya, Harith, Carry. That's it.
Yeah, and they're gonna need basic attack. I don't want them to even consider something like a Lunox to go to deal with a Harith. You don't need to do that. Just play it safe, play it slow. You already have a Leomord Cho and Eve anyway to bridge you to the late game.
I like this a lot from Coach Arcadia because now he's taking advantage for the fact that he gets the ban first in the second phase. So he proposes the question, Esme, instantly getting a response from Aurora saying, we have to get rid of the Uranus. Yeah. Now, what we're left with is no more sandbags in the side lanes. This is going to end up being Lapu Lapu. This is going to be potential Yuzong as well. Something a little bit more fight-oriented for both Edward alongside with Cram and with the Lunox ban as well.
Yep.
Wow!
Even the compromised pick he would rather not deal with. Yeah. So he's saying, hey, Carry, take it or leave it.
Carry, Granger, pick.
Yeah, the Granger was left open.
So Carry, Granger, take it or leave it.
Yeah, they decided to play into it.
Why are they letting the Granger through? Is this a telegraphed Yuzong?
I'm thinking, yeah, maybe, because what if... I mean, Hilda's already most likely going to the roam. I mean, most Hildas in M7 did go into the roam. The ban of the low Yi.
Really good stuff, really good stuff. I thought maybe that might slip through the draft for SRG's side, but now I think this is a little bit of a compromise, right? What are they going to do at this stage of the game? With Hilda on your side, and there's not a lot of like mid laners, of course, self-sustaining when you're facing off against Eve Cho, you're going to lose mid priority almost straight away.
If Aurora really want to focus on their box team fighting theory and then just play it slow in terms of managing the lanes, they can pick up a glue depending on the matchup. If the XP lane is already shown here, so you'll have a glue and then you round it out with a Granger. I mean, theoretically, with the Eve, you're going up against a Harith. It makes sense, but that's only if you see the matchup. Because if you blind glue, it might be really tough.
Zetian.
Vision. There's so much vision.
I mean, double the vision, double the fun, am I right? But
yeah, they see everything.
And it's not like SRG is denying RORA. RORA's making their picks here with full freedom. Yeah. They're just not investing in it as much as SRG.
This is a really interesting draft, right? Because again, you would have imagined that they're looking for multiple win conditions. And right now, the two clear win conditions for SRG is going to be Yishin Shin alongside with the Harith. The Yushin is interesting because her passive, super useful at actually denying light entryways with a third hit of the G Kundo because it knocks him back, so he's not going to find the angle.
They do get the Granger and they get the Lapu Lapu, so they get the instant impact right away, and Edward gets one of the iconic heroes for Filipino EXP laners.
This is Aurora playing an old meta lineup featuring Leomord.
Yeah. It's like if that was a Lancelot, you just said, hey, you mistyped Lancelot, and Leomord eventually became the pick.
Or a Fredrin.
Yeah.
I like that buff guy. What, the horse guy?
Oh yeah, Leomord.
Both of which fits. I think here, blue, probably. I mean, it feels weird if you go into the Yuzong because now it's like, now we have a potential coin flip that we have to worry about. Alice, even more of a sandbag. It's still looking towards that team fight.
Sexier Uranus.
Oh, this is gonna be a tough one for Aurora. I give it to them though. The lineup does have the possibility of suddenly spiking up when Dominkite gets the stacks on the Skypiercer. But this is the thing you always have to watch out with an Alice though. It might get to the point where you just can't deal with it.
Well, just a little bit of, you know, anti-regeneration is going to go a long way, but I think right now SRG, their composition requires a lot of economy, which is why I'm leaning more towards RORA.
Leo?
Damage profile, I like RORA's more. This is not optimistic. This is actually just brass tacks we're talking.
So let's see if Aurora can actually push this to 2-1 for them. Or will SRG be the first one to go to match a point? Welcome to game number 3. The series has been great so far. SRG has delivered bangers, so has Aurora, and I'm sure that we're going to have fun. Naisu, Miracle, let's go.
Welcome to
We are
Mobile
going,
Legends.
and I'll tell you what, this is dangerous grass. This is a dangerous lineup, man. I would say from SRG. I like what they did. They got the Hilda. They've got a couple of grounds covered. Whoa! That's what I'm. Oh my
God.
saying. It's dangerous.
Yeah, it is. It definitely is dangerous. You walk in, you never know. There's a sneaky Hilda in the bush, but the fact that they also got the regen means Yue will go down to Stormy. You have to respect the 100% win rate. Zetien, Yue's regen was popped. He should have recalled, dude.
Dude, you get that's dangerous range too. That was what I was gonna get. I mean, look at.
Oh my goodness. Dude, Light, don't stay! Please, go home! Okay.
Yes, Light. That range from Zetien is pretty crazy.
Oh.
This is what we all experience now, especially on the buff. That technically, what do you do? Like, how do you lane? What do you lane against that?
Maybe don't walk into the bush against a Hilda first level 1, and then recall after your regen gets popped, right? Like, there are 2 steps before that, or before we get to this position. But now that we're here, yeah, I don't know how they're gonna lane against the Zetien, dude. We were talking about instant prio, but if you get poked that much, there is no instant prio here for the Cho and the Eve.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, dude.
I mean, on top of it, like Gideon mentioned, you know, during the draft, one of the great things about the Zetien is you have that passive built in to kind of, oh man, it just looks like they're playing range everywhere. Oh, okay.
For a second, I thought he had flicker because damn, he's going in aggressive.
That's why I was saying this lineup is dangerous in itself because SRG is able to go ahead and capitalize on a lot of that. And not to mention the amount of vision that this lineup gives them too. So what this means for Aurora Gaming Philippines is that they have to choose their windows of opportunity very crucially. They got to be on point with it. They've got to be able to make it work. But because this early game pressure was already put onto them, they're not going to be able to contest this first turtle as it's already secured up by SRG. And here comes the pressure in the jungle. Edward?
So the purple buff light goes over to Jikudo, but Stormy's able to flick around and he gets the kill too. Now throwing a ruin onto nothing but they won already.
Nothing but air right now, Cram though. He's going to wait for the Gleam to come up. You know, but that's the thing. That's what I was saying. Light goes in. He doesn't have a level 4 yet. Didn't burn the flicker either, but he just got destroyed as soon as he went forward. So, you know, one of those things that Aurora Gaming Philippines, I don't know, is he going to go for Domikite?
Yup, he wants to go for it. Oh my god, the Secret Vision as well! A flicker out as Light goes in with Jikundo, but there's no way the Dragon now needs to be caught in the Zaman Force. He become the steed. Yum's able to flicker out of safety, but Innocent's now going to be caught all alone. Pops in a Purify, and now gets shredded back.
Oh, Innocent. What? Not going to be able to get away. He almost did. Light will take that kill secured for Aurora Gaming Philippines. So at least able to find something on the map here. They've been struggling. Oh, there it is.
Jikudo flicker. That's Light giving the kill over to Domikite. And finally, he has some space to breathe, dude. He's already 2 levels down on Innocent.
Yeah. Oh. Oh. Is Domikite going to be able to get away? Okay. Very close.
Oh my god. They don't want to stop, guys! Shoots Domikite down with the arrow.
Domikite's just let me play, guys. I'm trying to get out of here. He had so much attention towards his lane, but that's exactly what you need to do if you're SRG. Put the pressure on Domikite or elsewhere because you have so many opportunities to be able to do that. You've got so much vision to play into. So now with this bit of a lead that they built up, Turtle's going to be up at about 15, and they'll be in a good position for that. And, you know, Aurora Gaming Philippines has to kind of go back to the drawing board with this lineup and just kind of slow down. Part of this lineup is allowing that scalability to happen because they're losing the range battle. A lot of this is because, you know, you have to rely on the Cho. Now that you're around level 4, you have a little bit of protection, of course, with UA's RWM. But they want to go and contest this turtle.
Look at the poke. Before the fight even starts, Light is already down to a quarter of health as Cram holds on to the turtle. Now Phantom Steed coming down for Demon Kai, but it's going to be Cram zoning him away with the help of Humes. Bravest fighter from Edward. Doesn't get it down. Fury of the Phoenix, though. Humes doing a ruin on Demon Kai!
Oh, that was a great take. Domikite and UA are here to set up. Humes might be able to actually get away. Still, Light goes under the safety of the turret, but second turtle goes in the hands of SRG. Oh no, this is tough. I don't think they're just forcing them to take the long route, man.
Yeah, Yums wants to stop the recall again, and he does! Light has to move. That was a feint from Yums. He didn't even know.
It's a dangerous Hilda, man. I'm telling you. Like,
it's the most annoying Hilda I've ever seen.
It's the way it's meant to be played. Yums is doing great work here, being a threat, especially on those, you know, those spaces around the jungle where Demon Kite is trying to go ahead and try to get some vision or contest these objectives, but Yums providing so much information to SRG's lineup just kind of gives them an easy time to take objectives, and honestly, that's probably how the next turtle is going to go as well. Aurora Gaming Philippines, in the meantime, have to go ahead and play in to pick off potential. The problem with that is, like I said, who are you going to pick off? Well, most of the time, you're going to have to try to make a play either in the gold lane, because trying to find out either Yums or Stormy and get through that passive is hard enough. So that's why Light has to just kind of protect Domikite and pick off Innocent if you can, but then you also have a Purify there.
So that's the rapid boots for Domikite, and he actually went 100 strikes. So no Sky Piercer yet, and it makes sense. Demon, oh my lord, that is a tilter. Phantom Steed used after, what, 2 shots on a Mountain Shocker. Innocent in the bottom lane winning hard in this matchup as well. This ain't looking good for the Northern Lights.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying, man. It's losing on all fronts right now if you're Aurora Gaming Philippines, and you know, you kind of see it in the way that they're moving around the map, some of the decisions that they're making, and SRG knows to continue to put the pressure where they can. Demon Kite isn't falling too far behind in terms of levels or anything, but it's more so of, you know, what can this lineup actually do at this portion of the game, and it's just not too much yet. So it's kind of more of a survival strategy for Aurora right now. This last turtle of the game is coming up. Selangor Red Giants will go ahead and swing on forward. It looks like Aurora still wants to go ahead and show face here, but Domikite less than half health.
Yep.
It'll be really hard to pull off.
Yums is 1v1ing there. Light, oh, he goes for the way of the dragon early with Zikuno as well, but he couldn't find it. Now with the throw in the ruin and the Fury of the Peaks, Demon Kite zone. Yums again giving it to the kill. At least they're able to pick up a kill back on Skies, but Demon Kite zone completely away.
Zoned away, and Edward falls in exchange. That turtle's going to be there to take Demon Kite, and Light trying to get away, but Cram and Yums are there, and Demon Kite falls for the second time in the game as a third turtle is secured for SRG.
The Red Giants are just stomping through Aurora Gaming Philippines. Skies died there, and still, they weren't able to win it out. Innocent. Perfect turtle. Light goes in, wants to go for the Jikuno, but he has to remember Stormy has the passive, and Yums is right there. Domikite to walk in, man! Hilda going for the damage against Stormy, able to survive! And now it's Light going in, he has enough damage! Stormy will fall, Light gonna be taken low, and he actually does get away. But man, for the price of Domikite, and now he dies as well!
Oh, Light's trying to run, but Yums is locked on target, and Light will survive. But yes, they lost Domikite for Stormy. And Domikite is who Aurora Gaming Philippines has to kind of rely on to have a chance in the late game here. Right now, you're looking at, man, look at the difference in the gold lane.
Naisu, it's becoming a problem now. Why? Because look at Domikite, you know Sky Piercer. He's like, yeah, nah, that ain't working. I need more damage right now because if I don't farm, I won't even have enough bullets to get those executions.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to see a Sky Piercer at all. If we do, maybe.
Probably, yeah.
Second to last item or last item is somehow Aurora Philippines gets control of this game. But right now, from the start, it has been no control at all. They just kind of, they're on the roller coaster of SRG, and they've just buckled in, basically. Like, it's really difficult to make this composition work because of just what is provided with the range, the vision, and everything else like we mentioned for SRG. So for Aurora, they're almost in this moment where it's like, all right, Domikite will protect you with everything we have, you know, and hopefully that Granger will scale up. Same thing with Eve. I mean, Eve can also scale up pretty well. We've seen some great Eve RWMs change the tide of these games or team fights. But so far, there's been no chance around objectives, and this Lord's coming up at 10. They have no turrets on the map. They're absolutely...
Hellcurt, what?
Whoa! I didn't know we had a Hellcurt.
Dark Knight Falls.
Oh, hold on.
This could be.
This could be.
The Undertaker? I don't know. What else can we hint at when it comes to this, you know?
All right.
Hey! Don't you worry, folks. This is what we call...
What do we call this?
Sometimes you just gotta go blank.
Sometimes you gotta go blank.
The way the screen went. Oh, Innocent.
Innocent, wonder what he's doing.
Look at those fingers, man. He's going in. He
looks like he's
tapping on the Harith.
That's definitely a Zound 4 somewhere.
You know, how's life?
How's life going, you know? Oh, wait.
Lord slain by someone.
Who got the Lord? I don't know if they're... Well, you know what? We can just take a breather here, man.
We can take a breather.
I don't think the players are. Honestly,
Okay,
the players
they're
are.
smiling, so it should be Selangor Red Giants.
Yeah. Selangor Red Giants must have the Lord. Okay, so...
Okay. And it seems like Selangor Red Giants is going to go through it. I don't know, 5,000 gold lead before
that happened.
Went to the Hellcurt Ultimate, Dark Knight Falls. Someone turned on a torch on the phones, you know, because like usually that's how you...
Come on, we can make something happen here. Right now, I mean, they're still in the game, so...
Oh, Light's looking at...
Yeah. Based on this, it looks like Aurora's on the defense. Like, they're going to have to defend here. If that really was that Lord secured, Mirko, I mean, this is tough to really see what's going on, but...
Yep. Trying to find out what's going on right now.
Okay, yeah, we see the items. Gold, but that's about it, man. The Lord went to SRG, it looks like.
Does look like Dominkite is actually, going to ignore the Sky Piercer completely, by the way. He goes straight for the Sea Halberd after the Mill-Pick Roar. So it's really all about putting in more damage here to deal with Selangor Red Giants'
UA is dead right now. It looks like they traded somehow. Yums and Innocent are dead, from what we can at least see here. And again, we're kind of looking behind us, guys, and unfortunately, we're gonna have to wait
too.
Yeah, for this the technical difficulties to get set up here because Yums is up. Is Innocent. Everybody's back up. I'm not sure. They must have just cleared the Lord out, man. I'm assuming. I'm assuming they got the Lord cleared. They probably had a base defense.
Aurora just used all their ultimates. They're going to go in, I think.
They must be.
Big fight ensues.
You know, I almost wish we had game sounds too, so we could. Unfortunately, we don't have game sounds either, guys, right now. So
please be patient with us, boys. We're working through this right now. We got a technical issue.
All right, some items.
Oh, we're back.
We have a transition here.
We got the fans in the building.
Oof. Well. Are the players still playing? I mean, behind us, we lost the information that we had.
Okay.
They are still playing, man. Can we get a camera behind the players?
Can we understand what Doming, like, expression-wise? How do you play Granger when you get... We're back, folks!
We're going back to the game, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for being patient. Here we go.
We're back!
13 minutes in. Where are we here? Okay.
12 minutes in, about to be 13. Lord was already taken earlier. No baser is taken, but the top side baser is already really low. And SRG still have a 6,000 gold lead, so they built 1K over the course of the few minutes we were gone.
All right. Lord is up. SRG still in control. Nothing changed. I mean, that was quite the long ultimate from Hellcurt. That's not even in the game, but hey, we're back. RORA seems to somehow defend their base turrets at least, but now they're going to have to do it again with Lord security here for SRG. So we'll see. I don't know if they bought enough time, man, because, you know, part of this was, where's the scaling for Dominkite? Is he going to be able to catch up? It looks like he did pick up the Sky Piercer, though. So after he went the Hunter Strike, Sea Halberd, and the fifth item, he goes the Sky Piercer. And if they hold on long enough, maybe that Sky Piercer, once it gets some stacks, might be able to change some of these fights.
See, the thing I would love to see right now is Dominkite's actual stacks. Not the Sky Piercer stacks, but how many bullets he has, because the way Selangor Red Giants have been playing the entire game, it really feels like they've already taken out the biggest threat of a Granger in the late game, which is the scaling. He's died 3 times. He was denied so much gold. He's 2 levels down on enemy gold lane.
Well, we'll see if this actually plays a part. They're going to be able to clear out that mid lane, but they still have to deal with the Lord up top.
Yeah, they're going to crack this open now with the help of the Lord charge. And that's about it for now. Aurora Gaming Philippines did a good job clearing out mid and bot, and now for SRG, they're going to have to wait for the next waves to come through. Lord will be cleared for free. Dominkite getting those stacks. You can already see them trying to funnel as much of those stacks to Domin.
Mid-wave push, Dominant Force drop down. They're going to initiate here. It looks like Edward taking a brunt of the damage, but they'll clear out the waves and maintain the mid-base turret. So Aurora Gaming Philippines, despite being down 7,000 gold, SRG still respecting what the potential could be there. We've seen it before where you fumble a 7,000 gold lead or 10,000 gold lead and things turn around. So right now they want to take the discipline route, keep it safe if they can, but it looks like Mount Tracker is going to be used. And still, it's just Aurora Gaming trying to scrap up what they can. An anti-crevasse now picked up for Light. Maybe going to make his, maybe it'll allow him to stay alive a little bit longer once he's trying to get those kicks off. But also there's a whole lot of now magic damage and penetration that SRG is able to utilize because of the fact that you have the Divine Glaives to worry about and even that Holy Crystal Divine Glaive over here for the rest of the lineup. Now a little bit more defensiveness for SRG as well.
Let's take a look at the items here. Okay, so Innocent's already fully built up as well, and somehow, again, Domenkite, it's through those waves and the lures that they were given that they are able to actually climb back up, because I think it was a bigger lead earlier for Innocent, probably because he also died. So he's building towards that last item, and I don't know if that's Blood Wings? I assume it is Blood Wings.
Blood Wings. Yeah, maybe potentially Blood Wings. Not sure what else he would want to go here on the Harith. But nonetheless, you got quite a bit of scaling. I mean, even looking at Cram, he's got a Guardian Helm plus the Ice Queen Wand to go ahead and help slow down the members of Aurora Gaming Philippines once he jumps on in. And he's tanky enough to just soak up a lot of damage. So this Alice might be a problem. That's why Light's job right now is pretty difficult. You know, he's got to be able to go ahead and find a way, not just to find a way, but also provide the information that's needed here, because we're seeing how difficult it is for Demonkite as well to make use of this Leomord, who's been such a strong hero pick throughout the M7 World Championship right now, but it looks like they want to go ahead, potentially contest this if they can find the angle they're looking for. Light swinging on around.
Whoa.
It's going to be a reset on the Lord, though.
Yeah, look at Yums. RORA trying to get control over the Lord. They're actually going to be able to take the aggro, but Yums gets a really good flank here in the behind. That's the Mountain Shocker coming down, and Yums has a position on Domenkite. Fear the Phoenix coming down, and it's the Skies Mountain Shocker!
Domenkite is gone in an instant, and now Aurora's on the run. But with those 2 kills as Yue fell as well, SRG gives the call. They want to push down the bottom lane.
That's the problem when you play a clean front to back. Yums doesn't care, and it cancels out the recall of Demonkite. What a read by Yums! And there's no way Demonkite can go for the 1v1 here. It's gonna be Innocent jumping into Zaman Force over on Edward. He's trying to buy some time. Light doing a good job at forcing the minions to the mid-turn, but he will fall.
Oh, they clear out the minions so they stay a little bit longer. Demonkite still being chased down, and he just wants to buy enough time. You have Edward still alive, but can he delay this further?
Now it's Innocent again. Zaman Force coming down. Edward already used the Bravest Spider. He's going to go down. And Selangor Red Giants are a game away from etching their names, their region, into the history books.
SRG came out swinging once again in this Game 3 against Aurora Gaming Philippines, and they made it look so good. Just a great performance. Again, synergy as well on display here from SRG. And you can see the faces here of Aurora. They have a lot to consider with this one. From start to finish, just was not the way that they wanted to make things happen. And you gotta say, man, this was a composition, a draft. Great things there, especially from Coach Arcadia to make this draft work. The range aspect of this and that dangerousness, as I like to call it, on dangerous grass, was so good here on display from minute 30 seconds into the game. And we look at the highlights through this, I mean, they just had full control and took what they wanted.
It's so beautiful because Yum started that off with the Power of Wilderness, and then they chained it together so well with the Fury of the Phoenix, and then Sky's Mountain Shocker, the nail in the coffin for Domenkite and for Aurora in Game 3.
Such a great performance here once again from SRG. We got to go ahead and throw it over to the panel to break down this game, because there was a whole lot here that happened, and especially what we didn't see and what we did see. Let's throw it to the panel.
Again, what we did see is that SRG had all the vision in the world to work with. The Yi Sun-Shin, the Zetian, and of course Yums being relentless with reading the rotations of Aurora. It there's a cruel irony to it. It was a Zetian picked up by Aurora Turkey that helped deliver the major win for them in the beginning of their series against SRG. Now it's Stormy on a Zetian delivering a crucial victory for SRG. They now go to match point with a Zetian.
That's what I was saying earlier before this match even began. All the learnings that SRG needed, they took from last night. The hard-fought 5-game series against Aurora Turkey taught them a few things, and I was smelling it. There was something else besides the overabundant amount of vision. The reasoning as to why they were willing to give RORA the Granger and the carry was because they were planning for this all along. We're in dangerous grass. The Hilda is naturally going to be jumping into your face.
Yep.
They have the Zetian. They can set up these long-fought initiations from the Alice. And not to mention the Harriet. They were going to rotate towards the Harriet's lane very early on.
I don't know, but I think I speak for a majority of RORA fans out there. I call espionage. I think that something is wrong here because, again, the vision is good, and I agree that the Dangerous Grass has not been RORA's favorite map because there's too many times where a single, well, most of us would say, hey, that's a miscommunication. They literally couldn't see some people, and that's very frustrating to deal with, especially when you have a quote-unquote global vision composition on the opposite end.
Yeah. I feel like the Eve is just not working out for Aurora, mainly because SRG are willing to play into it. They really don't mind. The 2 games that we've seen Aurora play that Eve, SRG knew what to do, especially with the initial trade. Everything began, I feel like, because of the initial trade in the center when we started seeing the Cho and the Eve just struggle to handle the lane against the Zetian. The little missed time of Light deciding to go elsewhere, of course, can't blame him for that, but Yumes waiting in the bush, jumping onto Yue, bringing that Eve down low, and then meaning that Stormy just dictates the tempo of the mid-trade.
That's the thing. I really believe that, especially at this level, there's a lot of feints. There's a lot of expectations when you start walking into your lane. Consider this. Consider that there's already a Hilda on the opposite side. What's more likely to happen? That you would spot Hilda out in the river checking either maybe the orange, maybe the purple buff, or is he going to show up in the lane? That's the 50-50 risk that he takes when he walks up into these bushes. Although I will admit, RORA didn't do their due diligence. They should have void blasted into one of those bushes to kind of give you a rough idea of what was going to happen. But besides that, it then devolved into something else. Edward left on an island by himself. A majority of the fights happening towards the gold side of the map. And even then, Domeng got 0 action of that gold.
I think the whole situation that SRG put Aurora into exacerbated the fact that there's no vision. Multiple times in this game, these players, these very talented athletes from MPL Philippines, in their own environments, relish in the fact that it's very macrocentric. Here, they have to always think of, oh wait, SRG might be in these random corners, they want to fight, and then that kind of just melds into the background, and they forget, now, oh, I have to watch out. Remember that little bush down bottom near the turtle where Dominic just randomly walked in, like, oh no, there's dudes in here! That happened like twice. And that's twice too many times.
Of course, gotta acknowledge, and of course, we apologize for the technical issue encountered during the 3rd game of Selangor Red Giants versus Aurora Gaming Philippines that went on for about 3 minutes. Rest assured, the tournament integrity was maintained and the game was played fairly. As you could hear with our calls earlier on, the game continued, the players were still playing, and what happened from our vision did not affect what happened in game. Thank you, each and every one of you, for sticking with us. We appreciate your patience. Again, we humbly apologize for that. We can now continue talking a little bit more about what happened in this game with what we did get to see. The first Lord did go to Selangor Red Giants, but even with the 3 minutes missing, we already got a very clear picture of what happened. Before that moment, the first 8 minutes, it was a clear story of the mid lane trade was not handled well enough by Aurora, and that eventually bled into the rest of the map falling apart. They did get a pick off onto Innocent early on, but also Innocent did a damn good job of beating the Dominic lane straight up with that Harris.
Oh yeah, no, it was not even fair at a certain point. I think he won straight up at level 2 when we first saw the initial, forthcoming of the Hilda coming in from Yumes, who I hope is going to be the MVP of this game because my goodness, does he grind these professional players' gears to bones and dust. Unfortunately, a lot of recalls were called. Well, honestly, I do feel that RORA should have recalled a lot earlier in a lot of these moments, but that's why there's a lot of feinting involved. There's a lot of, do I really know that something's going to happen? Not really, but we'll probe the response first.
Which is hard to watch if you're used to seeing them play in MPL Philippines and you know that these players should know better. Because in Game 2, all right, SRG's first win, it's clear that Fanny, they serve it up to the Fanny, all right? The mistake was clear. You can point it out. Here in Game 2, rather their second win in Game 3, you can still kind of do that. You can say, oh, you were lacking this, the Zetian answered that, you made a mistake here and there. But where does it end? And where does RORA find their way back in? Because SRG are now counting their chips saying, all right, I think this is enough. We can go all in on Game 4 and end it now.
Well, I'm glad that you brought that up because I think the end-all, be-all is the outmaneuverability that we've seen throughout these past couple of games. Why are they winning? Every single time it just comes out, they have one of the strongest mid laners in existence in the meta so far on this eve, but they always somehow get behind him. Yeah. Once again, game number 2, we saw that Barbiel, with the help of Sakai's, get right onto the RWM at the crucial moment. Same here, except even better now that you have Zetian as well as the Yishinshin giving you vision to guarantee, hey, they have no idea we're here at all. Let's punish it.
Yeah, going back to the idea that we presented in the very first opening panel that we had yesterday, this metagame demands perfection. You slip up on one thing, it crumbles the rest of your game plan. Everything else becomes so much harder, which is why yesterday, and for the longest time, we've been putting so much importance in the mid-trio trading. How Roam and Mid handle their lanes, play around their shrubs. It's important. You slip up and then you lose, especially up against a Zetian. Zetian is that pick that we've discussed before that, yeah, if she's not getting wins, she's pretty much just there. Great ultimate, cool, vision, very nice. But when she's winning, you felt the pain.
And here's the thing, SRG won against a Zetian. Well, they played away from the Zetian and didn't even have to ban it. So I'm hoping that Aurora go into game number 4 here without that sense of panic, which is, again, some would argue, what really took down Indonesia's champions earlier in tonight's broadcast. So I'm hoping that Aurora look into this and say, yeah, it's not the Zetian, but something else entirely. The Zetian was just, part of the symptoms, not the true disease that needs to be cured. In my opinion, what needs to be cured here and the real thing that's ailing Rora is the fact that they're not dancing to the tune that SRG is putting down. They're disrespecting, again, this mid-trio trade, the economy of the jungle, if you will. They're not thinking, oh, this is the kind of threats I'm going to be facing. I need to be prepared for it.
Yeah, no, I think a lot of it just comes down to just finding first positions, right? Because so far, based on what we've seen in these games, SRG are the ones moving out of their lanes first, being able to position right on top of the lore in ideal spots without having to maintain too much aggro from this neutral objective. RORA, on the other hand, actually don't mind their opponents sitting on top of it, but then who are the big hitters, right? Lapu-Lapu wasn't in a majority of these fights, and by the time it actually happened, that's when SRG can make a very cool, calm, collected decision of, we back away, we take a pick, we come back in the fight once more.
Ooh, I want to play a little game here, just thought about. Gideon, can you hold this?
I got it.
Mirko, could you pass us that hammer there? Okay, nice who heard me and said, nice, could you pass me that hammer real quick? Just throw it.
Hammer me.
I'll catch it. Oh god, that's terrifying. Okay, it's scarier with Naisu. Okay, first, real quick. This might be a little bit spicy, but should we just go back to the Lunox? If you agree, slam it down. You want the Lunox back?
I think the Lunox is the safest way to go because it has a safe laning phase, it's got great scaling, it does everything that you want while still having playmaking capabilities that isn't instantly punishable.
Okay.
I don't think it's all in on the Lunox. That's why I did not immediately go. I think there are other solutions.
All right. Actually, I just got word that we still do have footage of the 3 minutes that we missed out on. So we're going to go back to that. Are we going to end up casting the missing 3 minutes?
Maybe. We'll see. Let's just break it down first, all right? We don't know what to expect here. So this was the missing 3 minutes, right? And we're going to follow Yums because, again, once again, I'm pretty sure he's going to be the MVP by the end of this, but mainly the way that he opens up the map. And we look at the mini-map as well, we have a very good idea because what the heck? Where is Light in all of this?
He's doing the old Light signature flank. again, that's one of the few ways you can win an unwinnable match is if you find an unfair pickoff, but Yums wasn't having any of it.
Yeah. Of course, just to remind everyone who may have just hopped onto the stream now, this is the 3 minutes that we were not able to witness. Again, it did not affect tournament integrity and the play of the players, just us who saw it. So now we get to see that missing 3 minutes and this Lord fight that did go to SRG. So with what I'm seeing here, Innocent and Sakai's were unbothered. All of the zoning provided by the Alice just gave so much value for them. Edward got close though.
I mean, he's kind of close, but look at the back. Like, Hilda is getting absolutely beat down while this is all going, while this is all happening, right? Even Light gets back into the middle of the fight despite getting chunked out by Yums early on in the matchup. So I think this is where we saw that Lord take, and then almost immediately after, there should be a 2-for-1 trade at some point.
There it was. Well, we saw it. It was Yums for those two.
It should be Yue for Harith and Hilda.
That's another one then.
Yeah.
Look, we're about to get to that point, but for now it's all SRG. So this is what the first minute elapsed.
Okay, as we're watching this footage, I don't know if they'll be able to pick up the hammer squeaks behind the scenes, but I want to ask another question. If that initial trade in the mid lane, if that went well,
we're talking early game, right?
The early game. Would this have been an early game Aurora win?
Oh, I had to think about that for a second. I was gonna say absolutely yes, but I think the mid game would have been a lot easier to manage if Yue didn't miss out on his level 4 that early on, and worse yet, for that first to second turtle.
No, I'm not even going to say, oh, it's because I think, no. Regardless, I think SRG would have found a way to get into this end game scenario, get their winning image, and still call the shots. We would end up at this 10, 11 minute mark moment, but maybe at 12, 13, if still you change the early game outcome.
Dude, look at this sweeping motion here, right? Because again, all of these fights have been like predetermined, and then yes, it's really, really sick. And this is finally that 2-for-1 trade that we were looking for at the very end, and when they were pushing towards the base. But at the same time, right, before this fight, Yums has already kind of scoured the entire bottom side before they even use any of the global ults.
And that was a great formation with how they entered. It was sort of like a pincer as well. They were coming in from all directions. Okay, another spicy question. Sora, Freya, and CC, we were happy about those bans. But considering this is dangerous grass and knowing the tendencies of SRG, should Aurora Gaming PH have banned the Hilda instead?
Oh, I want to say yes so bad. You are putting me on the edge with these hard questions. I don't think so. I don't think so.
Okay. Yeah, I think there was a way to play around it. And again, by maybe investing in some modicum of vision, that would have been possible. I don't know if the answer is, you know, putting the usage into the hands of Demon Kite, but yeah, no. It really was a matter of both. It's what you got and how you used it.
Yeah. Well, of course, again, I'm still seeing a few questions in the comment sections. Yes, this is a replay of the 3 minutes we were not able to see earlier. So this is just to make sure that everyone is a little bit clearer in the story of what happened behind the, well, during the game that we couldn't see.
Pixar didn't happen.
Yep.
Yeah.
Pixar didn't happen, but also look at the conditioning here, right? Every single interaction and fight has either happened in one of two important places. Either it's by the river, just by entrances of SRG's river or Aurora's river. If not, right here at the base of this chokehold that we see Domenkite standing in front of, right? Every time they're caught in that chokehold, it is a losing fight for RORA.
And here's the thing, RORA can never choose where the fight happens. Sure, Light can find these weird angles, but usually he's outnumbered. Because again, the vision diff.
Yeah.
So, not just that it's dangerous grass or it's Hilda, it's because our SRG just know more. SRG can just plan better. And one huge proprietor of that overabundance of vision and intel is none other than Stormy on that Zetian.
Yeah, I think it's unanimous here with how he handled the early game, and even the Fury of the Phoenix came in as a setup after all of the vision provided by Yums. Great timing by Stormy, well-deserved MVP.
Well-deserved MVP, and I think this is one of the few times when you look at a Zetian, you're thinking like, how exactly does she get ahead in this game? What is the conversion? Because she doesn't scale that well, it's about opening up the map because her range is ridiculous and she can cover literally entire bushes with her first ability.
I think she's proving to everyone why she deserves a little bit more respect. In addition to Zushin, Zetian is another, I'd say, mechanically unique hero that provides utility in a different way. Again, just to double down, she doesn't deal enough damage, yes, but she provides vision, she provides wanton CC that no other hero can do with just the press of a button.
Let's not forget that she also has Magic Shred. Anybody who has MR gets loosened just a little bit, allowing things like Alice and Harith to really hit hard.
Not to mention self-peel. Again, maybe that's why Leomord or by Demon Kai could not catch a breaks because you could finally find the source of all your headaches, the bane of your existence. You're like, oh, what is this?
Yeah. We also have to credit Storm. Sue Storm. We have to credit SRG for not giving Aurora a lot of openings. So now let's see what opening Aurora will get to fight in this draft, the crucial draft, as SRG are 1 game win away from sending Malaysia to their first ever M-Series Grand Finals. We go into Flying Cloud, and I'm sure that's going to change the picture of the draft, and this might end up becoming longer games as teams in the M7 World Championship want to play a little bit more cautiously and a little bit more aware with the risks of being overly aggressive with Flying Clouds active. Aurora still in the blue side, still the same bans.
Feels like Rora's just happy that it's like not dangerous grass anymore. There's just a couple of things that you don't have to worry about, but they still need to get rid of this hill though, because let me tell you, that Yums was really frustrating, right? Every little mistake you make, Yums, it amplifies it unnecessarily from Rora's POV, but that allows SRG to have more time to rotate, more time to steal away caps from Demon Kite.
So then now, is it worth it to go for the ultimate risk? If you say that Yums is one of the more annoying pieces of the SRG lineup to deal with, do you just take his Cho away?
I mean, I don't know. Give him his Cho. We'll play Kalia again, right? We want to replicate game 1.
I think it would be valid to give away the Cho if you're playing utility. Because that gives him what? Less targets, less valid targets at that. So for Aurora, I wouldn't say take the Cho away by picking it now, because you still have that Eve. But are they going to die on that hill? That's the question. Is it worth it to go again? Fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice? Wait, we're past that. Never mind.
Yeah.
It's happened already.
Aurora might even be willing to give the Eve Kalia because Aurora played an Eve Kalia and they struggled with it.
Oh,
they go for the Yu Zhong.
It's time. Edward wants to put his stamp on that world stage.
It's been a while since we've seen a first pick Yu Zhong.
Yeah.
I'm struggling to find the thread. This is 5D chess.
Yeah, I'm trying to go back to when I think it was literally Swiss Stage Day 5. It was Team Liquid PH versus Yangon Galacticos. No. A little bit sooner. We saw it in the knockouts. Yeah, Aurora Gaming PH versus Team Liquid PH. Okay. So they go Cho. As expected, Yums will end up with it. The last time Aurora Gaming PH first picked the Yu Zhong, they went Cho Kimmy to pair up with it.
Would I be okay with that? Because at the end of the day, right, when you see Yishin Shin on the opposite side, especially from SRG, how do we deal with it? A lot of it just boils down to taking away his farm, really accentuating the fact that you need a lot of economy to make this work. And now that RORA are now looking to play a utility jungler on top of this Yu Zhong, they need to have mega support. And now their side laners are prioritized here.
Okay, good to see Aurora adjust to that. They put a Fredrin into the hands of Demon Kite. And the Granger, I think they're just going for that easily accessible early damage output. And then just seeing the coast is clear, like there's no Claude, no Freya, no Sora. There's a CC still though.
That's what I'm concerned about, that Aurora decided to just lean in already, picking up the Granger this early on. There's so many ways now that SRG can treat this. It's their decision.
This is a tough one, because they could go like Uranus and sandbag the lane, but Eve is still wide out in the open. Their gold lane is going to get punished in the second half of the draft, I would imagine. But then CC is still open, so yeah, they just gotta lean into the gold.
Yeah. I mean, we saw earlier that Innocent handled the good laning against Granger very well with this Harith. Oh, I think SRGs are going to cook up so many responses to this Granger. That's what I'm worried about.
I know, but at the same time, it's like, why would you open with the Cho Yishin knowing, especially seeing the Yuzong, especially knowing that you could easily kind of pivot your composition to play it in a more earnest style, right? Go back into the Leomord once again. Maybe arguably there's even a Boxia opening for you as well. Knowing Sakai's, yes, he doesn't want to go Boxia, sure, but the Leomord?
Yeah. It's interesting because I feel like SRG did not need to have to worry about this gold lane trade. They have to worry more about the mid lane trade. That I feel like they could have had more cards of value with if they picked up their mid laner at red 3, then just change the bans around so that it's a bit more favored for them towards the matchup.
I think they just rather win whatever comes through. They're giving RORA the onus, the responsibility. Hey, what are you letting through in mid, or else we pick the best one that's left at red 4. But yeah, this doesn't answer the question of why the sudden priorities in the first 3.
Yeah. Well, Fandom War is up. When you type in your answer to the question of who will win the series, RORA versus SRG, see the Selangor Red Giants fans leading the charge right now. Yeah. Type down your predictions for the upcoming picks that could be shown by these two.
It's tight though. Literally,
like a Toiger.
That's a Malaysian national animal.
Yes, it is.
Like a Malaysian Toiger.
They call it the Harimau Malaya.
Oh, okay.
I did my research. All right, one more ban here. SRG, they have to make their bed. Do we ban one mid? Or do we just let it all out in the wild?
When I give the word.
Both light picks.
Yeah. They understand. So instead of tackling the mid laner, they tackle the roam pick. Which now with the hilt, they're going to end up playing something slower like well, the Gotcha is going to be open for them. Kalea is also still open.
Hylos. In case you really just want to find that Harith, find that Yusun Shin, find whatever they put in mid.
I still would want Aurora to just double down on the Kalea Lunox. Again, it worked out for them earlier, and it worked out earlier in the day as well.
Yeah, I think it does work, but I think Coach Ark has kind of recognized the pattern here, right? Again, this is the first time that we're seeing so many light bans in the second phase. Usually they would aim it elsewhere, knowing that UA is going to be the usual secondary win condition for RORA in the first place, right? So I think that SRG, especially for Coach Ark, you see these first 3 picks in, well, RORA, they're looking to play comfort. Let's take away the comfort picks. We're already in our head.
Mid-range. I don't think Aurora will, at this late in the tournament, at this stage, will bring back an old combo in the Mathilda Fred. They got the speed, but it might just be too risky. They might just have to settle for something like a Gatot or Kalea.
There's the Farsa, but I think now this is where you go for Yves, right?
You gotta have that range diff fixed up. And by doing that, you put the Farsa in extra trouble. You have a Black Dragon in the skies. So if that's an Eve, what do you put in light?
Kalea Gatot.
Does it have to be Kalea?
Kalea, Hylos, Gatot.
In terms of the picks that we've seen, so Kimmy, as expected, the Mathilda will not work here. So
wow, Eve gets snubbed.
Yeah. They go for the high loss.
Interesting that they want to go. All right. So yes, like you mentioned before in Game 3, we were looking for bridges, right? And Kimmy did inevitably get banned in that game as well. So this time round, UA really has to do a lot of good work here. Because again, you're facing off Fars Cho in the lane itself, which is hard enough. Luckily, this time, Light can't get punished that hard on the high loss.
So the last pick here, it's going to be going to the EXP lane. What's Cram going to end up with? Usually we've seen some teams just back up the Uranus and just go, yeah, let's just have a body to hold. But then the Kimmy, the Granger, the Yuzong, because Uranus is one of those guys that really don't care. He's like, okay, I'm just going to be here, sandbag, it's fine.
Just needs a shred, right?
Yeah. Oh.
Works as well. I like this a lot because now Fredrin is going to struggle to fight for these neutrals.
A clear go signal if the Fredrin is standing your way, the Kimmy and the Granger's positioning is compromised. Oh, we're gonna see Patrick Star wreak havoc.
As a Filipino, I'm going to say it's going to hurt if SRG wins this and we lose to Patrick. And to see the Malaysians go first to the grand finals, but it is a perfect pick to round it out. Real quick, Gideon, SRG or Aurora?
I think the SRG need to win their lanes. If they win the lanes, they will win the game.
This is a perfect last pick just to ruin what Aurora set up in 5 picks. I think SRG's got this. Aurora's trembling.
Will it be a caster's bless or a caster's curse? Will it be SRG sending Malaysia to their first M Series Grand Finals? Or will Aurora force a game number 5? We are getting closer to history with Mirko and Naisu to help tell the story.
Welcome.
I would be trembling as well, going against the Patrick Star in a potentially last match here.
Oh my God,
it's him.
It's him!
What better way to get to the grand final for the first time for Malaysia with that skin, best skin in the game now, Mirko.
Oh my God, Skies, no way. This is dirty! Dirty, you pick up the glue and you go level 1 invade! Hume's gonna go for it as well. He's gonna bait out the Retribution. Demon Cat with the Retri already. They don't know it's happening! Grand Theft Orange level 1 Skies gets stunned up by Light. So at least there's a bit of... Oh my God.
He's able to get away.
Okay. But now what happens? Where does Demon Kite go? Because he's cooked either way. He just goes lethal. He knows he's cooked. There's no orange buff.
He knows it, so he's going to go ahead and just keep things under control, right? He's just going to go ahead and just admit, all right, I lost my orange buff. I'll let it be. Sakai's, though, great start. You know, going into Demon Kite's jungle, you can expect that. Again, this is kind of what you want to do anyway. You're the YSS. You're moving a little bit faster than the Fredrin, and you're just going to have to deal with it. So Aurora Gaming with this kind of lineup, as we look at the emblems here, this is something similar to what we've seen in the past, right? This combination with the Fredrin and the Kimmy specifically works really great. The traction pulse plus the amount of crowd control that this lineup has. Also, mind you, the Yuzhong first pick, the priority here for Edward could change these early skirmishes that might even break out before the first turtle. As you can see, just how much focus right now is allowing Demon Kite to get his side of the jungle after losing that orange buff.
Yeah, but Skies, this is a 3-buff start. He might be level 5 by the time the turtle spawns here. He hasn't even taken the green caps up top. Yeah, he's taking it slow. Doesn't look like they're in any rush. Domeng, wow, over 1v1 over on Innocent, but this could be the gank up top with the Mountain Shocker as well. Domeng, did he make the wrong call? It's a free kill on Skies. Almost a trade, but Innocent stands tall.
Okay, stands tall, the fight for the turtle, they're gonna go for it anyway. What? Whoa! Edward is slain by Stormy. Yes, they'll get the turtle for Aurora Gaming, but you lost 2 in the exchange.
Make it 3 if the purple buff counts as well. Skies with Retri, and he gets it despite it being a bit short.
What just happened? I mean, the aggression from Domeng Kite, maybe he just wanted to go for the solo kill, but then, you know, with a flicker down, by the way, he then gets caught in the lane. They make a play up top. I'm surprised at how fast Edward even went down, but that's the damage like this from Stormy.
Uh-oh, the pullback into feathered airstrike range. Edward 0-2-0.
Dude, Stormy is locked in. He got his Farsa. The Prodigy right now on this pick is just making it happen. 2-0 right now early on. You're scaling already in good control of the early game. SRG has everything happening across the map. Think about it. It started in the jungle with Sakai's taking the buff, continuously putting pressure on Demon Kite. You're winning the lane up top. You're winning bottom. Here we go again. Oh, Edward.
Great read on the Fierce Dive, but again, it's going to be the all-in onto him. 0-3 is it, Edward? Will fall again. The turret juggle is perfect from Selangor Red Giants, and they've taken the Dragon out of the equation.
The Dragon, Agent Zero, Mr. Consistent, throw all the names out there. SRG is handling him. Innocent might be next.
Traction Pulse, now the Purify out. Glorious Pathway coming down as Innocent pops into the Mon Force, but he's going to be stunned up, and that's going to be the Jade CC for Domeng to at least get a kill back, but look at the turret down below. SRG took it.
They had to get something, man. Aurora Gaming Philippines cannot let this continue to happen on all fronts of the map. And so at least they make a play there. They have to go ahead and kind of slow this down. The Giants literally are already coming into this game, trampling around, taking what they want, and they continue to do so. Edward's gonna have to play catch up.
Whoa.
Oh man, he's got a bob.
Oh my goodness. Look at that Stormy. All right, Flickers in. What a risk taker.
He's risk-taking because he's ahead like the way he is, man. Fight for the turtle.
Cram's gonna go in. That's the way the Dragon is zone him away, and the mount down as well from Patrick, aka Cram. It's an all-in over on Demon Kai. Big bomb on Yums. Domeng able to get the shot down. Traction pulls. Cram pulls back in, and he's gonna go down to Yue.
Oh, Edward. All right, he pops the Black Dragon for him, but I don't think there's going to be any follow-through, just checking things out. They want to go ahead and get this extra gold off this top turret. So with that, that's a great swing back in favor of Aurora Gaming Philippines, but it's not in there entirely just yet. But that will be some crucial gold and pickups that they needed to go in the right hands here.
Gold's back to level on the board. Domeng Kai with the gold crab here. Certainly it will be... Whoa! 1,000 gold lead for Domeng Kai in the gold lane.
Dude, he knows that he's going to be a big part of turning this around. Look at that early first item. Chastised Pauldron picked up now for Demon Kite. Starlium Scythe over here for Innocent.
Whoa.
And this, oh no, Yums.
Jikudo on the way to Dragon now. Over on Domeng for the air check coming down. The lethal ignition is taken, and Yums takes him out. That 1,000 gold lead was too much. SRG said no.
No, not today. Yums, I gotta say, man, his play-making ability throughout this series have been so good. Edward, okay, he's gonna get away. But look at this, tier 2 turret.
Oh my god.
Nearly gonna be knocked down. Actually will fall here, and RORA will lose more crucial real estate on the map right now. This kind of lineup too needs some time to cook, but SRG's not giving them that many opportunities. Oh, Glorious Pathway just to force Stormy out of here, man. Stormy, like I said, I don't know what he had for breakfast today, but he is locked in throughout the series. And even though he's 2-0, I mean, think about how much damage he's doing. I'm not sure if we're going to get to see the damage meter just yet, but he's definitely at the top. Feathered Iron Strikes are hurting. There is a Sky Piercer now locked in for Domeng Kai. Much earlier this time in this game than the last one. So we'll see if he's able to build up the stacks that he needs here.
It really is going to be all on Domeng and Yue. Because Demon Kite with the Chastised Powder, you know exactly what's going to happen here. They're all just going to be peeling for the backliners. The thing is, though, SRG can attack from so many different angles, and your front line is going to be brought to SRG's burst or away from the backliners of RORA. Yums in the front, Demon Kite with a two-man taunt now onto Cram and Yums, but it's Cram popping in the pass, now goes in for the slam. Over on Demon Kite, puts the stacks on him. Remember, he can go for the mount down on him. So that's a big problem. Black Dragon form already used. Turtle gonna be very, very low, but Cram pops in the pass again. Sky's gonna be zoned away by the Black Dragon form as Yums rotates over. Appraiser's Wrath with Retribution secures the Turtle. But it seems SRG don't even want to fight.
That's quite interesting that they didn't want to. I guess they just didn't have the favored position that they wanted, because they definitely could have started the fight, but they end up giving over that Turtle, essentially allowing Aurora Gaming Philippines to buy a little more time. The purple buff is up. Yums is there providing that information, but you'll actually be able to secure this one. Demon Kite getting a little bit more tanky. Now Glorious Pathway dropped down. They're going to chase down Stormy.
No flicker earlier. The peel coming through, but Stormy's going to be gunned down by Yue. And now it's Cram looking for the play onto Light. Not going to happen. Innocent in the bottom lane.
Okay. Right now, Aurora Gaming Philippines is choosing these little ones across the map, giving Demon Kite some confidence to go ahead and start invading this side of the jungle if he can, forcing Sakai's back. It looks like they go for it. Yums in trouble, can't get away, it's too much. Crowd control, and there you go, a kill going to Domeng Kai.
Big stack. It's just 10, but it's a build right now for Aurora. It's a slow build for them. If they can constantly get these small wins, it will build up. That 10 stacks will help him execute even more, and the gold lead now is back to 1,000 between the gold laners, despite the fact that Innocent was sent down below to soak in as much farm as possible.
Yeah, oh man. You can see this too. It just, the way that things started for SRG is not the case anymore. Aurora Gaming Philippines really itemized for that. They now have got a couple of defensive magic items as well. Aegis over here for Edward. He's dealt with the brunt of the early game struggles, so he's going to be able to survive some of that damage from Stormy, and then also you have the Radiant Armor now for Demon Kite too. So, and a Malefic Roar over for Domeng Kite. So that's why his damage is starting to be felt by those front lines, especially when Yums tries to set things up, or Cram, for example. So it's a good adjustment for Aurora Gaming. They still have a lot to cover. Wow, look at the, what? This is what I'm talking about, man. After that Malefic Roar was picked up, even Cram has to be a little careful in how he approaches this.
Yeah, okay, so Cram only has the cursed helmet and the brute force breastplate, so Now we understand why it's doing so much damage. There's literally only a brute force breastplate with, again, minimal physical defense versus the Melfic roar of the Granger. Domenkite in this position. Divine Blade picked up though for Stormy.
Okay, Lord's up here, half health right now. Kram making his way as well. SRG and full force, traction pulse.
Only onto Kram, slam pass, and for the airstrike coming down to the UA right there, but he's able to escape. Now as the sun comes in and Domeng is able to get the shot now. Petrifying the Pierce dive now. As Sky's going to be able to get the peel from Yum. He's able to go for the Traceless now as Innocent jumps around with his Amon Force on Light.
Oh, Light's going to be in trouble. He's trying to get away with the rest of the team. They're so low here, but Kram leading the charge. Does Yum go forward? No, they trade it out again. As Stormy went down, Lord secured though by Aurora Gaming Philippines and another stack to Domenkite.
I've never seen a Dragon go 0-3 and be this useful, bro. Edward is having an amazing performance despite the early deaths. Yes, it looks bad in KD, but over the course of the last 3 team fights, he's been more useful than Kram on the glue, which is surprising.
That is the nature of XP laners. Glorious Pathway dropped down. Okay, Demonkite won't catch him with the Energy Eruption, but as I was saying, man, the XP laners, that's their job. I feel like they are the ones getting pushed around, beat up a lot in these matches, but still, the use of them is really what it comes down to. So even if you have a rough start, you can still be quite useful for a team. This Lord's gonna go ahead and charge in up top. A good check with that feathered airstrike, so that turret actually might not go down unless that, okay, that Lord doesn't get that last swing in. So not too much off the Lord, but what it does do, essentially, is allow Aurora Gaming this window. They might even just go for a tier 1 turret as they do. They know they don't want to take these fights just yet. It's more so about opening the map, getting that real estate to move around the map.
3 turrets left and right. Aurora Gaming Philippines really punishing Selangor Red Giants for, I would say, hesitating a couple of times during the turtle fights. Again, not wanting to go in, not wanting to take the risk, wanting to build on their lead further instead. And it has only given Aurora more time to scale up. With a Granger and a Kimmy, that's a problem. And again, SRG, even if Kram goes for the mount down now, they don't actually have enough damage to burst through the Fredrin.
This is why the power spikes are always so important. Oh, whoa.
Skies? What? Walks up alone and he gets caught for it. Everything used. Fury Side Petrify a taunt as well. What was... Did he just get the wrong info? Why was Skies there?
I don't know if he just didn't have the info. Yeah, he went in, getting caught blind here. He's going to lose his purple buff.
Oh my god. Still able to get out with his Amon Force, but that's a big ultimate burn down as Kram goes in over on Demonkite, but there's again not enough damage to take the Fredrin down, and Edward is now picking up turrets on the right. Tier 2 falling for free.
Being useful as can be. He also has a chastised Baldrin now too. So he's got his grounds covered a little bit. Little feathered airstrike drop down. They want this tier 2 turret.
Get canceled by Light on the feather airstrike in the bottom lane. It's a 1v1 between the XP laners, but again, in the mid lane, it is a free turret to Aurora. They just keep on getting these freebies.
Virgo, it's surgical is what Aurora Gaming Philippines is doing. They knew they had to play from behind, especially in the early game. They've made the adjustments up to this point. They put themselves in a very good position to go ahead and take this Lord and start marching towards a potential Game 5. It's still early. SRG can still turn a fight around. They have everything they need. You can see the positioning here. It's all about that target acquisition. Light's gonna go ahead and spot them out, so that's not gonna happen for SRG. The fight for the space around the Lord is gonna break out here. Half health right now for this Lord.
Stormy is still in the mid lane though. He's trying to deal with the wave in the bottom lane, but I feel like that wave is gonna push back anyways.
It's gonna do here.
Right, so yeah, he ends up just having to rotate, but he's gonna be late. Gives with the wave of the dragon, locking him down. Skies goes in, but a Petrify locks him out and one! Steals the Lord! And he goes on Skies now. He's able to get the Rose Gold in time, but Edward wants the 1v1 and Skies? Traceless isn't forward. Yu is gonna go for the chase in Skies. He's trapped all alone against 3. It'll be Edward who walks up and he gets the kill onto Skies.
Skies goes down, Yums as well, and Edward secures the Lord. And now Aurora Gaming Philippines with a massive swing in favor will head to the base of SRG. They still have a great defense, but can they keep it together?
Let's see, the feather airstrike coming down on UA. He's able to flick around at the Glorious Pathway as Light gets mounted down and brought back into the Crystal, but Innocent's holding it.
And they go, Light in trouble, popping the Revitalize, they still have to fight.
Innocent.
Yums is back up.
Innocent doing so much damage, Light's gonna be taken down. Kram again, now solo, Tomei, looking for the shot, can't find the last one, Yums. G Kundo forward. Selangor Red Giants defend their base, but it costed them 2 big structures.
It was messy and bloody, but still SRG will stay in this game. They lost a lot of the base turrets, holding on to just one. But Aurora Gaming Philippines just showing, you know, if they want to go for a fight, they're able to go ahead and take it. If they want to find the round, the objectives now, they can take that as well. More physical defense here for Demon Kite. He's been nearly unkillable. Yeah, he lost some of his jungle in the early game, but there's been no answer to deal with Demon Kite. Edward as well, he's got defensive items enough now to just kind of throw himself forward, and that is all allowing Doman Kite to space. Oh, there's the energy eruption.
Oh no, Cram's gonna be left all alone. He pops in a pass, and he flickers out. That means it's 2 battle spells, Naisu.
Yeah.
Down.
2 battle spells out of the equation right now. Now they still have plenty of time before that Lord comes up, so those battle spells should be available, but the cooldowns on the ultimates are going to come up faster. You can count on Aurora Gaming Philippines to try to potentially get a pick off. You can see the difference here between the lanes. A Holy Crystal now online and available for UA, so he is going to hurt even more. But look at the difference in the gold lane. Innocent has definitely struggled on this Harith pick in being able to be utilized with the fights. Mostly dropping down the Zaman Force in these fights, trying to turn the tide, but it just seems like a big portion of the damage has been pretty much handled with defensive items. Yums providing that vision on light. Just going to check things out. They want to go ahead and take this purple buff.
And the control is gone for Selangor Red Giants. It's Aurora Gaming Philippines who are occupying the map. The map's blue. The 16-minute mark of game number 4. From the start, it really looked like, okay, it was going to be Selangor Red Giants' game for sure, right? A level 1 orange buff take. Oh! Another airstrike onto Domeng. Now Sky's gonna go for the chase as well. An instant flicker from Domeng. He saw the invisible Cho and he reacted. Now that's an even bigger spell to lose out before a Lord fight. Your main man.
Oh man, that's actually big to not have that flicker available. And you can't just wait a minute and a half for it to be back up. So now Doman Kite, they're going to be pressured into this fight. Once again, where's Yums and Sakai is going to go here? Light is also on this part of the map.
Stormy
going to get caught here. He's going to, is Light going to actually go for the stun?
He's going to go for the stun. Where does Stormy go? He's able to flicker out, but again, that's what they were looking for. They were only just trying to look for the flicker. It was just a feint. It was a threat right there.
They're like, Doman Kite doesn't have his, now Stormy doesn't have his flicker.
Yes, sir.
It's fine.
Now it's level.
Oh, right now, the Lord still up. Half health. Demon Kite holding it up alongside Cram. What are they going to do here? Stormy as well. Jordan the fight. Sakai's still off on the wings in the mid lane. They're going to have to force something here.
Black Dragon form as well. Demon Kite still holding on to the Lord. This looks really, really good. And again, the zoning coming in from Edward as he jumps in with the Petrify as well. It's an all-in over the skies as Cram's able to survive, and he goes in for the mount down.
Edward gets kicked, but he goes to the back line.
Edward will fall. That's Yums on the G Kundo, and the Feather Air's trying to follow it through Yums. Able to flicker around. Light pops in to revitalize. And Aurora got what they sought out for. They got the Lord.
As I said, both XP laners are the punching bags for the teams here, as is. They both go down, they're both traded out, but Aurora Gaming Philippines gets the advantage. Lord makes its way down that mid lane as Yums takes the flying cloud, and now SRG on the defense. Can they clear this out once more?
Man, that traction pulse force Innocent to go for the Zaman Force, and now it's going to be big again. Innocent going to be caught in the taunt, has to purify out of it. The mobilization used as well. Yums in the back line, able to go for the amount of shocker landing on Light. Yums cancel out by the taunt of Demon Kite, and a big bomb with the Appraiser's Wrath to shut him down.
A great attempt from Yums to make something happen, but it still does allow SRG into the game, and they haven't lost the last base turret just yet. Can they clear this out still? Aurora Gaming Philippines might still look to punch it in.
The pace is down to half HP. Skies' Rose Gold Meteor gets procced by Domeng Kite on the Granger. And now that he has Flicker, I don't think Selangor Red Giants can get to him, dude.
Ooh, Domeng Kite has all the space in the world to work with too, man. I gotta say, Aurora Gaming Philippines has done a great job at providing that space and protecting and peeling for Domeng Kite. This is now and has been a game of resources, right? The battle spells, the ultimates on both sides, but SRG is still showing that even at this point, almost 20 minutes into this game 4, that there's still potential for them to turn around these team fights. It's more so not having all those battle spells down or those ultimates used too early on. This purple buff is going to be taken over. Sakai knows that he's not going to see this for a while, so it's more so just what can they get? What can they get around the map? How can they continue to build up? Nearly item locked over on both sides, still working on some of those last items, but man, you gotta respect what SRG's lineup is still capable of doing here.
The mortality for Yum, so he wants to go for more of those plays, but this time he's just like, even if I don't get it, I want to bait more resources. I want to make Aurora Gaming Philippines think a bit more. And again, for Aurora Gaming Philippines right now, the advantage that they got, the turret up top, it's so unfortunate that the Lord has spawned the top twice now. So again, they can't really utilize the far lane. Selangor Red Giants can still clear it out. It's just Stormy needs to be decisive, brother. Yeah. Last time, he went bottom lane, even though it was going to push back to Aurora Gaming Philippines, and that's why Aurora punished instantly.
And I mean, look at this, like, almost expect Aurora to potentially try to catch Stormy, or if it just means another flicker being used. Because obviously with this Lord being evolved, it's going to take a little bit longer for this dance to kind of break out here, but Aurora is going to get in position, and SRG will go ahead and clear out that bottom wave. They got to manage these waves and get ready to fight. A Divine Glaive picked up for Cram here. Nearly half health on the Lord. Once again, very similar positioning.
8-3-4 stacks.
8-3-4 stacks for Dome and Kite right now.
Yeah, those bullets are not going to run out, man.
Whoa.
Oh my god, he gets away the dragon! Straight into the mountain chugger, Skies! What a timing by Skies!
Dome and Kite is gone, and the fight still breaks out. Stormy falls too!
Innocent still able to survive right now. Yue goes in, and it's going to be Demon Kite going up over on Yums, going for the stab, and Yums will fall to Demon Kite!
And they're still going. Cram separated from the team on the run, and Aurora's going to hunt him down.
Cram, can he run? He takes a turret shot. Yue is getting him down, and it will be a slow, painful death, and he falls in the end. Sky's in the mid lane trying to save this game. He clears out the wave. What do Aurora do? They see a wave up top.
They've got a wave up top to walk in, and Sakai's is left alone for a little bit longer. Aurora, can they end it here?
Mountain Shocker coming down, Light unable to get the stun. Yue in the mid lane, already clearing it out, but there's a big wave up top that's going to be used. No glorious pathway. Skies able to trace this away. Pops in Mountain Shocker. Now again, it's going to be Sky. Chase CC down. He buys the immortality, but the base is wide open, and Aurora Gaming Philippines will take us to a game 5.
We wouldn't have it any other way. For a spot in the grand finals of the M7 World Championship. We need 5 games, we get 5 games.
Oh my God. The road to make it to the grand finals will not be an easy road, both of them. This is a bloodbath. It's a slugfest, and it's exactly what we wanted for an upper bracket finals. Again, brother man, Edward on this Yuzong. 0-3-0 start.
I ain't hear no bell. That's basically what he said, man.
There was no towel, there was no bell. He kept on going.
That's what you gotta do, all the XP laners out there.
How do they win this with Domain completely dead? Look at him.
Yeah.
He got shot, that was perfect timing from Skies.
Perfect attempt and pickoff.
Oh my God.
You take out Dome and Kite, but this fight still doesn't go their way. I mean, just phenomenal team fighting from Aurora Philippines here to make this work. And it really tough for SRG because they started the game strong. They started off on the right foot, but then it all just kind of fell apart, man. I know it was a really decisive and disciplined way that Aurora approached this to turn things around. So just again, very solid game 4 we got there. We're gonna throw it over to the panel to break down our game 4.
We are going to a game number 5! Aurora have pushed the envelope. That man leading the charge suffered 2-3 deaths, multiple losses early on, but miraculously getting the Lord, holding on as a team, playing for Dom and Kite, means that all of the efforts of SRG to piss off Edward was just wasted away.
Not just piss off, but turn off Edward J. the Padap. Mr. Consistent, only the second player in all of M7, according to stats, to have broken the Uomi 2 deaths under 5 minutes rule. Usually whenever a Yuzhong is beaten down this hard, suffering 2 or more deaths before the second turtle, usually it's game over. But here, again, the question stands, how did Aurora come back from that? Well, the devil's in the details.
The devil is in the details. I mean, when we get to the item build, I think we got a lot to talk about there. But for the most part of things, it's really just maintaining control and composure. But there was a lot of weird motions. I don't know about you guys. Number one, we saw that Aurora playing a pretty standard game. But do you feel like SRG kind of just let a lot of things go? Yep. First Lord, you let it go. Torrents, let it go. First, whatever. We'll give whatever is necessary. And Sakai's, by the time he got his 3rd item, that's when they finally started to participate. Felt really awkward.
In addition to just letting things go, I think they let themselves go.
Yes.
How early was it that Stormy down bottom was just wanton throwing out these flickers and trying to kill Edward over and over again, despite the man already being down with nothing but the clothes on his back, and it led to nothing.
If I'm innocent, I'm honestly going to be quite annoyed here. It's like, all of the motions of SRG, yes, it was to turn off that Yuzhong, which was, in the bigger picture, going to be very problematic to deal with when it comes to the team fights. But then it got to the point of like, yo, aren't you guys forgetting you have a gold laner you're supposed to help out? It was getting kind of like, why? Why keep continuously going for Edward? You've won the lane. Sure, they broke 2 towers. But then Innocent lost lane because of the overcommitment of SRG. Because Aurora said, sorry Edward, you're gonna have to like eat that for a while. We're gonna help out our gold laner. Edward, back in the corner, is like, all right, sure, let me try. And he did. And he got that first Lord somehow too. And that was like the perfect ironic punch to the gut to everything that happened in that game.
Oh yeah, for sure. Because again, it's when you are that Yuzhong, especially for EXP laners, you're targeting junglers when you're fighting for those neutral objectives. And I think that on this Yuzhong, and funny enough, a lot of chain of bad reactions happened for Sakai's just because of that. Oh, Black Dragon form nudged me into the knockup, which followed up by the Furious Life on top of the Petrify, so things could have not gone worse for him.
And none of these things go, even if you beat down on the Yuzhong ad nauseum. Even if the Yuzhong was at 0, 8, and 2, it could still do that to a Yi Sun-shin 20 minutes into the game. So I think that's one of the things that Edward held on to. And just like one of our favorite comic book characters, Batman, he said, I can do this all day. And I think that's why he deserves to be MVP. I don't know if he's going to get it. We're about to find out. Indeed he does!
1, 4, and 7. Everything that he suffered, but him miraculously getting that Lord and then eventually leading the charge for Aurora. This tactic of SRG would have worked if they were up against an assassin in the jungle. But now they're up against a Fredrin. And even if you take out that Yuzhong, you have that Fredrin you ignored.
They got to stop giving them the utility junglers, because right now Demon Kai is just making sure, you know what, not only am I facilitating the fight, I am pumping up 2-for-1s time and time again. Energy eruptions that's landing not only on towards Harith, but also manages to get the guys at the same time. Like, how many times can he keep reproducing it? And the answer is an infinite number of times. He's done it so consistently to the point where I think it just deserves a ban. It is not worth letting go.
Yeah, that, or just in general, the realm of utility junglers. You don't want to face Aurora when they are in an atmosphere where they've thrived. This is still the DNA of former world champions Blacklist International running through their veins. Edward was a part of that lineup. Demon Kite fought through the time wherein they were in the shadow of the M3 World Champions. So they know what it's like to be this oppressive. And talking about oppression, that Yi Sun-shin could not play. Despite them having a great start, this is one of them. Oh my god. 10 minutes since Sakai's hasn't died, that doesn't tell you the story of how hard it was for him to secure anything.
More so, why did they take the fight there? Why did Stormy decide to release the feathered airstrikes, watching Edward walk by through the river as if he didn't have his ult? And then a couple of other moments like this where, yes, you do get kicked. Yes, Edward is taking a lot of damage. But then notice the back line, right? Golmankite's still alive with his flicker. They can set the boundaries as the anchor continues to move forward time and time again.
All right, hammers up real quick.
with what they did in the early game and with what they forgot, was this just straight up disrespect by SRG? They were thinking, we already want this, let's just play around maybe just a little bit.
Easily. A lot of weird motion. I mean, even me and Leo were talking about this in the middle of the game. It's like, what's going on here?
Yeah, very un-SRG. We were mentioning how some moments last night between Aurora Turquía and SRG were non-SRG moments. This might be the biggest one of them all. They let go in the early game. They played dirty MLBB with no rhyme or reason. And I'm hoping that this does not get rid of their mental constitution. I'm hoping that they don't beat themselves up hard for this, because I could have sworn that the first, 3 minutes of this game, we were going to see Malaysia in the Grand Finals for the first time in the M Series.
Yeah, again, to tell the story of what happened early on. Yeah, they got a lot of kills onto Edward. They started it off also with a beautiful steal on the orange buff of Demon Kite by Sekai's. And then it seemed like, okay, there's going to be no room of recovery here. But then Aurora doubled down on, hey, they keep going to the bottom lane. Let's just farm the opposite side. Let's get our orange buffs through the buffs of Sekai's in the orange side that they're not getting. I also really like the itemization of Edward here. I'm not really sure if he got to complete that War Axe. He never left the Ogre Axe. He went into the Fury Hammer, Hunter Strike, built the Pauldrons to help deal with the attack speed of Innocent and of course Sekai's, and then he gets his Spell Vamp through the Queen's Wings.
And then we look on over to the opposite side. What are those items from Cram? This is like a public rank game build that we see time and time again, and the only thing that he's missing is a Flame Shot instead of Flicker.
Yeah, that is the first bot that came in even before the Divine Glaive. The Glowing Wand alone, the fact that you allotted that much economy when you were losing consistently for 10 minutes now, you still decided to do that? I'm hoping that it's a team decision. I'm hoping that he ran this through the squad saying, yo, I'm gonna go this way, all right? I'm gonna try to play a quote-unquote assassin glue. Let's see if this works out. He went in too deep. He went and built the Divine Glaive too.
As one of those RG players, yeah, sorry, I'm one of those guys. Let me add a little bit more of a thought of what Cram is thinking here. In the team fighting, your job is to jump on the Fredrin. Divine Glaive, Glowing Wand, happy to help take down that Fredrin's health a little bit more. But only if the rest of the team focus on the Fredrin. The rest of the team want to focus on Domikite because that's who Yooms is looking for. Yes, he got a lot of kicks on the Demon Kite to delay his take, but where's the rest of the damage going to? It's going to Yua, it's going to Domikite, meaning that those items that Cram built, Demon Kite's just like, alright, thanks for the faster charge and my Appraiser's Wrath, I guess. Bonk onto Yooms.
So the growing theory is he communicated it, but not completely.
Guys, I'll take out the Fredrin. Okay, says the rest of SRG, and this is what we're left with. Personally, for me, I don't deny that there is a little bit of logic, but it's very counterintuitive, right? Because yes, you want to get on top of people like Demon Kite, for an example, but with all of these items, you're not really going to kill him. If you're on anybody else, though, maybe you'll be able to chunk him out pretty hard, but for the most part, majority of the members from the side of Aurora will be running the Flicker in the first place.
So here's that gold curve, the story of how the economy swung so clearly towards Aurora. This is heartbreaking because for what? Apparently not just the first 3 or 4 minutes, for like 8 minutes, up to about 8 minutes, SRG was in control. It was that slow of a burn, and then suddenly the turn, and then too little too late.
Let's also notice that in terms of the gold curve, right, the maximum and as well as the lowest, the deficit wasn't too crazy. We never got to see 4K, we never got to see 5K, and of course, obviously the big old 10K where the game's basically over, but it really just goes to show that Aurora is just more efficient with smaller leads in comparison to SRG, who are waiting for clear timings rather than playing as adaptive as they usually do.
SRG played to their conditions and they were satisfied with the first tower break and already Edward suffering 2 deaths early on. This could have been a different story if they then turned their attention to, if they can't disrupt the jungle pathing of the Fredrin, which a lot of teams actually cannot do, then at least help Innocent out. But then they couldn't. And then in the end, it's Aurora who forced the game number 5 because of the overzealousness and the overcommitment of Selangor Red Giants towards the EXP lane of Edward. But we also have to credit Aurora's comeback here. Fundamental, man. How they just decided to tackle the rest of the map despite all that pressure.
that was beautiful Mobile Legends. Bang, bang.
Yeah, it really was. And it's extremely expressive as well, right? I think if anything, if anybody forgets the entire series, just watch the laning phase between Cram and Edward. Because my God, there's some kind of hostility that's going on with Cram feeling like he's trying to punch above his weight and trying to kind of set himself in stone at an international stage. And Edward is just like, just you wait. Just you wait. I didn't say it was over yet.
There is a way to harness that kind of aggression. I'm hoping that Cram has reset well enough after Game 4, after that 22-minute loss, to be able to use it the right way. I'm hoping that he just doesn't shut down and plays like a very Mom Esmeralda or something. I hope he's still that same aggressive team captain.
Yeah, I mean, one of the best qualities of Cram is that aggression, that in-your-face style that gets into the mind and under the skin of a lot of teams. So hopefully we don't see Cram and SRG change up too much, because I'd want to see a very competitive game number 5 between these two. Aurora Philippines and Selangor Giants are on the brink of making history. But for who? We're going to theorize just a little bit more behind the scenes about drafts and picks and whatnots and strategies. But for now, let's toss it on over to Eterna with an interview.
We are now down to the final game, but before we get into that, we are going to get a little bit of time to talk to each representative from each region that is fighting for that final ticket to the grand finals, the first ticket rather, to the grand finals here between Hans as well as Mars.
Hey!
Guys, I gotta say, behind the scenes, this has been the most chaotic duo, and we're gonna talk to them about it right now. All right, let's start with you, Hans.
Okay.
We gotta ask. All right, first game, it was looking good, and then back-to-back wins from SRG, and then Aurora was able to take it back in game number 4. How did that momentum shift happen? How do you feel about that?
Bro, I can't even lie to you, like, we got nervous, because, again, SRG, we understand that they're a pretty strong team. Aurora, we eventually knew that they were going to fight back. I guess on a serious note, it really comes from the draft. MTB and Dexter really did a great job trying to figure out that it's not just about Innocent and Cram with that team. You got to respect that entire squad if you want to win this series. So, yeah.
So, yeah. So the draft's execution as well was amazing coming in from game number 4. But I got to ask you, do you agree? What happened with SRG in that 4th game? Because technically, SRG had the chance to close that out 3-1, Mars.
Yeah, my perspective is, from a business side, this is good.
Business side?
You know, because the more matches we get, more views we get.
Okay, more games, better views.
More better views, more money.
That's true.
Okay.
Yeah, for us, this is good. I really appreciate the players. Very competitive, you know.
That's true.
Not just by competitive, but we make it very competitive until we get the views much more.
Yes.
So
Mars,
this is good for business perspective.
Mars,
Keep supporting us.
Thank you, Mars.
Yeah. Because my vision is not just only the battle between SRG and Aurora.
Agree.
PH. Okay. This is about us.
Yes.
This is about let the world see us.
Yes.
Let the world see us.
We are one family.
One family. No, that is true. That is true. You can hear the arena agreeing with him right now. We are one family. So SRG, like, did it on purpose for more?
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. I don't care. I'm not the analyst. They did that on purpose.
You have something to say
because
about
we are
that?
winning.
Well, I guess we'll just make the most out of every opportunity. If he thinks that that's the case, well, you know what? We're here anyway. We might as well win it, right?
You see, everything happens for a reason. Because of that draw, we are on this stage, you know, for the Clippers to clip us.
That's true. We weren't supposed to be here.
Yeah.
But we were here because of one reason.
Yeah.
Aurora won Game 4.
Yep.
And today, at this very moment, we're gonna see them again.
We are.
Yeah. Yes,
we are, because it's a best of 5.
Yes.
And we have one more game.
Yes.
Right? So one more game is ahead of us, boys. Do you have a message to Aurora PH and do you have a message to SRG? Yeah. We'll start with Mars. Right.
Message.
Yeah, message for SRG.
Oh, usually I message using WhatsApp, but it's okay. I'm sending this message for SRG. Do your best because winning is easy. Just win. That's all.
Winning is easy, so just win. Thank you, Mars. That was very wise of you. Hans?
Yes. My message?
Yes.
To Edward, I love you, bro. To To Yue, you're my Pookie Bear. To Demon Kite and Doming Kite, you hold the 2 parts of my chest and the entirety of my heart. And to Light, you are my vision. When you have no fans, I am not here. When you have fans, we are all here.
Give him space.
If I am here, you have a fan in me.
Yes!
And I...
For Light, do better!
Thank you.
For Dominic Kite, do your best!
All right. It's getting super chaotic up on stage, but you can feel the passion from these 2 representatives. Thank you, Hans. Thank you, Mars.
Thank you.
And thank you for the passion of the fans that are in the building right now, because this has been one of the wildest crowds we've seen here in M7. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like the players are now ready. Who will take the first slot to the grand finals? Only time will tell. Let's throw it over back to our casters.
Count on Mars to give out of this world entertainment. Count on Hans to get the job done. And it was great to see both of them. Interesting dynamic. I kind of want to see more. Not gonna lie. I want to see more of Hans and Mars together.
We need an MPL podcast, and those 2 are the ones handling it.
Yeah.
Just to see what happens, just for funsies, maybe for an entire season.
Our belated birthday boy, happy birthday, Hans, got the full-on copy pasta.
Yeah.
I don't think Mars was informed that you could go long.
Yeah. He decided to just wait. I want to jump in on that.
That's not fair.
That's not fair. Let me help you glaze the Aurora right now. But again, thank you, Eterna, Hans, and Mars for that. But now, we got to get down to the nitty-gritty details of this game number 5. It's game number 4. Again, we were going into the game thinking the glue, perfect pick. Early game, perfect. Wait, what's this over-aggression? But then that's the interesting thing here, because it's that little decision, that little close detail that could have made or break that game. Turns out we're gonna have to delay just a little bit the deep discussion for this series, because we're gonna have to thank some friends, and by reminding you that if you want that, well, in-game as a skin, but if you do want that, make sure you play your pass, the Thunder Ascendant skin. Ooh. Actually, that's not the Thunder Ascendant. This is the Prime version.
Yeah.
This is the level 75.
Yeah. The easier to get one, literally upon buying the pass, is the just as cool, but it's not this one. It's just similar though. All right. Just by getting Thunder, just by getting the pass, you get Thunder Ascendant immediately. All right.
It's like saying, yeah, we love him, but he's not our youngest son.
But we love him.
We love him, but
which one of your kids would you save in a dire situation? Ideally, all of them, but I think that at least this time around, the figurines, I was a big fan of the Yuzong one. I was also a big fan of the Roger one. This one kind of smokes them. Really, really well detailed. Look at all the intricacies of it.
Oh, yeah, I thought the Yuzong and the Cloud one were sick, but this is really special.
This is on a whole nother level.
Yeah.
This is Ascended.
Just to say that we were supposed to talk about the Thunder Ascendant skin, but we just ended up glazing the
Cosmic Finality figure.
Yeah. Who has their pass to level 150 already?
Make some noise.
Okay, no one yet.
No one in the
Thank God. Now I don't feel this bad.
No, but Trex does, right? He flexed on us earlier and said that he already got his pass to 150.
Yeah, but he's a capitalist, so it's like, you know what I'm saying? Because if you can't just buy everything. It's not going to just come to you that easily, especially when it comes down to competition. Well, maybe you could buy some friends to join the MRO, the MLBB Rising Open Season 5, because it's already back, still open to everyone and flexible to join now with major updates. Earn hero power from victories based on your weekly champion rank, and team up with friends to form a 5-player team to complete rewards and stack win or lose. Earn MRO coins to redeem permanent skins, exclusive avatar borders, and more. Climb the weekly championship to qualify for the championship. Win bigger prizes and keep the M7 passion alive.
Yeah, buy your friends. I mean, tell your friends. Gather them together and complete the MLBB Rising Open.
Hey, if you're good at ML, I'm sure you have a lot of friends. A lot of people want to be your friend.
For sure. Hi, friends. Hopefully you're still cool.
I play a mean Yuzong. Anybody?
And a really good Leomord as well.
Oh, I was Edward. I was pretending to be Edward.
Ah, okay. Oh, wait, no, where's our Edward mask? They took it away from us. They should give us a player masks back, because now we're going to be heading to the game number 5. Side will determine flow. First 2 games, SRG.
previous 2 games, it was Aurora. So who goes where? If you have the choice, if you're Aurora, would you want to still go blue or would you want to switch it up?
I think it's SRG who chooses though.
Yeah.
So should we ask that question?
Okay, let's ask that question.
Ready? If we're SRG, what side? 3, 2, 1, blue.
Easily, because again, a lot of it feels like red side is a lot more telegraphed if you are in SRG's position, right? You're expecting them to ban out the Freya, you're expecting them to ban out the CC as well, which allows you to kind of open up the options even more. And if by chance they do happen to get the Jushin, they're more than happy to first pick it.
Not to mention, by being blue, you're able to set the pace for yourself. You're able to dictate what you're allowed to trade for, and even if you are losing that red side second phase flex, versatility, and openness, you get to close up your draft first by going blue 4-5 and sitting on it. I think that's what SRG needs because of what happened in Game 4 where they were so loosey-goosey open about it. They have to tighten up their game. They do that by going blue.
This flying cloud again. It was a difficult time in the dangerous grass for Aurora, and SRG will go blue. They banned the Bucknuts and the Friend. The 2 wins of Aurora in this game have been through a utility jungler.
Deserved bans from Demon Kite's penultimate performance on both of these monsters.
Gideon, I'm getting mad deja vu. It was in this very same arena about 3 years ago where it's these same heroes that were wreaking havoc in the jungle.
Frustrating as it is, it's very true as well. And coming into this, I do want to see what the adjustments is going to look like, right? Because now, looks like RORA has to make the decision on either banning the CC or getting rid of the Jushin. On the side of SRG, what else is actually worth banning at this point?
Let me just say, before it happens, the only other legit threat as a utility pick is Redmar's favorite hero.
Give me the Panda.
The Akai?
I mean, I thought we were going to see it. I mean, I never want to be hopeful over an Akai because it seems like lately, every time the Akai comes up, it just doesn't do that well, so...
But it's been like here and there, you know, as a roamer, as an exterminator, but in the jungle, the Akai is a legit threat. That's one of the few other options that RORA has left if they want to play in the realm of utility junglers. That or the Barats.
If you want to really run it back, but I don't think we're going to get to that point. Juicy gets taken out. Will it either be the Eve or Kalei as a priority for SRG?
Kind of tough to say here, right? Because if they do lean Yums back into the Kalea, the Yve all of a sudden falls into the hands of Aurora, and they've dealt with the Yve many times before in the previous games, and they know that you just need to get behind them. But it does force out a bunch of Purified as well.
What if they go Yuzong this time? Oh, they don't. Oh, I actually didn't want to pose this possibility. Because if they go Claude here...
Freya's open.
Aurora are willing to give that Claude up, meaning that they are probably going to go for something like the Leomord style aggressive lineups.
Or they go Freya, Ys, and Shin.
Oh, so that it isn't a little bit too Gila with the aggressiveness and they balance it out. You still need a little bit of farm.
Yeah. This could be potentially scary, right? The Freya would be interesting to see. They go for Kimmy alongside with the Khalid to double down on that mid lane, completely omitting the matchup and saying, you know what, we can wait, let's pose a different problem.
There's no need to rush it. We know that the Claude is here. How Gila would SRG be to lock down both just to fix that matchup? There's no way they're going Claude Freya, so they're open to play whatever they want, and this is... What does this say for Aurora? Are they going for speed? Are they going for the throat here?
I think they want to minimize Yum's impact because they're dealing with Yum's playmaking capabilities. Now it's about how much impact he has in the game. With the Hilda, it's high impact. But now, when you have access to the Khalid, even if you give the Yve on over, hey, you hit me a couple of times, that's fine. I'll heal back up, I'll still clear waves faster than you, and I will always be a threat.
They pick up the Zetien without the Cho or without the Hilda available. Aurora can just spend the next 2 bans here, taking out the best heroes he can pair with the Zetien. As I mentioned, the Cho, as it helps clear out the minion waves much quicker. You know, those heroes that want to pack a concussive blast so that they can get that fast clear. Will they pick up the gold laner here so that they don't have to worry about it too much? And they will. They want a Dominant Guide on the Harith that for a good amount of 2025 was the most feared pick in the hands of Aurora Gaming Philippines.
Does mean that Aurora needs to start thinking about the second half of the draft now. They could go back into a sandbag style of EXP laner, but considering the Yuzong performance we saw the last time, the Zetien is going to be a little bit harder to deal with overall, especially when her passive is up.
Yeah, if anything, it's SRG who has room to play maybe the Yuzhong. Again, you're already ruining the formations with the Fury the Phoenix. What more? A rogue dragon flying around. I think Aurora should consider taking out EXP lane options. There's one. There's the Esmeralda.
Yeah. Not only EXP, but Flex as well. SRG still has some room of flexibility for their roam and EXP combined. So
I don't know if they're worried about damaged EXP laners, right? Because when I'm looking at the lineup, they're like, yes, there are people who are susceptible, but they also fall to the same tragedy of Alice at the end of the day. And that's something that we've seen SRG whip out multiple times.
And I'm worried because Aurora may have gotten overloaded. A lot of Cram's favorites are still available. The Uranus, the Phoveus,
Yuzhong, Alice,
Arlott.
And Arlotts usually are one of the responses.
They can't ban all of those.
Yeah, exactly. So it's damage control for Aurora. Well, for Selangor Red Giants, they will be very happy that they have a wide pool of EXP laners that they could go for. Especially if Aurora decide to show their EXP laner already on blue 4 in the hopes of trying to minimize what Cram can pick, they might just end up with a better matchup.
If I'm reading the draft correctly, Red 4 is going to be for Demon Kite.
My kids.
And then they'll try to win that EXP lane matchup via Red 5. Because again, if Cram doesn't play well, I think it's safe to say, Gideon, you can back me up, SRG just do not take off.
No, not with the ban on the Alice here. I think they're going to go Uranus instead and then hold up for Fanny to maybe potentially attack Stormy in the mid lane pre-level 4.
There you go. They can't ban everything, but they can narrow it down.
I wouldn't be so confident with picking up the Fanny if we are gonna let Yumes get the Cho again. You get Cho Zetien together. That's very fast wave clear to set up for Sakai's.
That's why Red 5 is open. That's what RORA's hedging on.
There's the Arlott. I like the Uranus because then SRG would want to pick up the Lapu-Lapu, but they won't really have a lot of the damage to annoy that Uranus as much. But hell, it's Edward. He might just end up saying, Coach, give me something explosive. Give me something that can set up and be aggressive.
If we do see the Uranus here, I think it's going to be Kalia Lapu or Kalia Yuzhong for the side of SRG. Oh, they take Lapu. What?
I think it is what I said. It was like, Coach, let me be me.
There's room for the Yi Shin still. So I think they're both protecting the Yi Shin and just picking up good peel. And again, taking it away as well from Cram.
It just means that Rora is going to be playing towards the gold side of their map, right? Because they don't know what the Lapu-Lapu is going to deal with. He's kind of going in blind into this draft. So whether he quote-unquote wins the matchup or not isn't really up to him.
And I think SRG can also just pick up the Uranus so they can kind of stop this imminent Yi Shin threat.
But what if it is going to be utility for Aurora, though? I mean, they are going to be lacking the vision, and the Mountain Shocker would be great against a Zetien. Yes, I will say it now. Yi is the most likely pick. But what if it is utility? What if they are looking at Lapu-Lapu and Kali thinking we have enough physical, let's set up for our magic damage dealers and let's pick up utility in the jungle.
Wow. Left. SRG here, lock in the CC for Cram and the Gatot for Yumes. What utilities left besides the Barats and the Akai? Even Guinevere got banned.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Just give me my Panda. I mean, yeah, again, Wise is most likely, but just give me my Panda.
Because I'm also 50-50 on this. I'm
here for the return.
There it is! There it is! We alluded to it! Oh, we're pretty good at this. We could be analysts.
Oh my goodness, yeah. Again, really good call here. If they went for the Yi Shin, it would just be too much economy to invest. But what a composition. And I think even from the side of SRG, they were alluding to it with the CC.
They look deep for this.
I will say this now, though. This is so close, and I'm glad that the stats show it. Early to mid-game potential leaning towards Aurora. Late-game potential, a little bit more SRG recovers there. The stats are leaning towards Aurora. But this is definitely one of those lineups where you cannot mess up. Perfect MLBB is what's needed. Who are we feeling for these drafts? Real quick, Gideon.
I'm going to say SRG on this one.
I didn't call the Akai for nothing. Let's go, Aurora!
I'm guessing Rora here. This will be legendary. This will determine who makes it to the grand finals first. Mirko and Naisu set the stage for us.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the last game of the evening. We've had a hell of a series, and now it's come down to this, a game of 5 to get to the grand final. Will it be the first ever for the Malaysians to make it an M-Series grand final, or will it be RORA to make it their way to be the first Filipino team in M7 to get to the grand final spot? Here we are, it's me, Naisu, and Mirko to bring you this game 5.
And either way, Naisu, what a story. The first Malaysian team to make it to a World Championship, or Aurora Gaming Philippines, a team coming into this tournament with a narrative of the chokers, the ones who always fail when it matters most, the one that finally get to shine the brightest in the world stage.
Be massive either way, man. The story couldn't be better for either team to make it through, and you know, to even go through this draft and bring an Akai, for example, a utility hero that doesn't get picked up pretty much at all. But because of the way the draft and the bans went, and because there was a really hard focus on Demon Kite's utility picks, he goes to the Akai. And you always have to remember, like, this hero alone could either work for your team or against it.
Okay. I thought it was going to be a big miscalculation there, not hitting level 4, but he ends up getting the XP crab anyways, so really, it's all good. Emblems-wise, I don't think there's anything too crazy here, right? Yeah. It really looks like just the standard stuff. The Impure Rage for Demon Kite, I guess he's just thinking there's not going to be any invades, he's going to be fine because he's up against a Leomord, not an Assassin, right? Skies, Phantom Steed over on Light, has the Flicker, will use it, and now Phantom Steed is down, so Aurora have a chance.
Yeah, that's actually pretty good. Even though the Flicker was used by Light, Turtle's up, Demon Kite's going to go ahead and start it up. Cram hitting that level 4 too, so they'll get in position for the first Turtle of the game, but without a Phantom Seed, this might be a little difficult.
And all in over on Humes, Fury of the Phoenix coming down, 4-man stun as well. Cram now from the side, pops in the current call, does a bit of damage over the Demon Kite, but the retreat is there for him to claim Turtle 1.
It's all they need, clean and steady right now. First objective secured. Nothing too fancy with this kind of lineup. That's not what you're going to see here. Now for SRG, they might be the ones to be a little more aggressive because of the fact that they brought the Leomord in play, plus they have the Zetian that they can rely on. And again, Innocent going on this hero that he's played so many times, is able to go ahead and scale up really well on this Claude. The same could be said for Demon Kite. There was a thing, you know, back in the MPL Philippines, he was the best Harith in the league and probably the best still. So this is such a great matchup, you know, that Harith, that Claude that we've been seeing so much throughout the Swiss stage, and even now, even though he was kind of slept on a little bit in the beginning stage of the knockouts, Claude is still a menace to deal with. And so with that, again, you're just going to see a whole lot of poking back and forth. You know, this is a little bit different too, because we've seen so much of Cho, for example, where you're playing around that level 4, the Kaleas, right, the pick-off potential.
He's going to be caught on the Raging Sandstorm there. Good timing by Doming. They're actually waiting around the BMI, and he actually gets the resets too. So I'm not even sure if Innocent actually got the Gold Crab, but he lost that on Purify, and now he's low.
Yeah, he's low right here. He's going to have to rely on SRG just in case they need to support him up here in that gold lane. But Doming Kite fine, unless they go for something else. SRG might be looking for a play elsewhere. They still have 30 seconds for that turtle to be up. Demon Kite, again, tanky enough. One of the players that still really likes to lean towards utility junglers if they can. I mean, we saw a really good kind of back and forth between the utility compositions, but teams were still pretty much, I would say, like almost 80% of the time, maybe 90% of the time, pick up assassin junglers. Demon Kite, a specialist, I would say, as utility jungle. So buff secured, Turtles up, second one of the game. Aurora Gaming Philippines already in position. Light has the angle here if he wants to go for it. Traction Pulse.
Yeah, lands on Stormy, a bit more pro coming down as the Brave Spider gets used up by Edward. Now with the stun on 2. Fury of the Phoenix as well. Sky's looking for the opening now, but Demon Kite goes in and it's giving the retry win. He goes for the heavy spin. Now Sky's gonna be pinned down over the Turtle.
Oh, Sakai's pinned down. Can't get away. First blood to Demon Kite and the second Turtle.
What a pin up top. Doming gets a shot down. Oh my goodness, he might be going for the dive, but he misses the Synchro Fission and he calls it quits. Demon Kite up top with the pressure. This is the systematic Aurora Gaming Philippines in a game 5, bro. They went back to their comfort.
This is back to the roots, right? Oh no, Yomes, is he gonna get zoned in here?
He escaped. I don't think Aurora want to bite on this pick, yeah. Instead, they rotate back. They just go for the turret now. That's going to be the shots coming in from Stormy as Demon Kite gets taken low, but Selangor Red Giants can't push in forward.
They had to do that, though. At least Yums was there to go ahead and keep that turret alive, even though it just got a sliver of health left. They keep that going. Now, looking at the itemization here, first item's already locked in for the gold laners, DHS for Innocent. You got the Starlium Sights now for Demon Kite. Defensively, too, things being a whole lot of tough boots, of course, to deal with that crowd control, but only that Fury Hammer, and still Sakai is working on that first item here for this Leomord. And same thing, I mean, Stormy on the Sentinel, whoa, they're not stopping.
1v1, BMI out with the Blazing Wind already used. Light now comes in with damage, Raging Sandstorm from Light. The Fury of the Phoenix catches him on their turret, so at least there's a trade as Demon Kite's gonna be chased down as Skies pops the Steed. But again, he just rotates up top, he will deny the turret take.
Great response, but a better trade for Aurora Gaming Philippines. You know, you're trading out your gold laner for the roam. Light goes down, but here's Yums.
Heavy spin, pinning him down, pops and revitalize in time, but can he escape? No, the Synchro Fission pops him through.
They got the payback for the roam right there as they lock down Yums. So a great response once again. That turret's still gonna stay up. Third turtle of the game here in a few seconds. Now the War Axe available to Skies. He's got that. He's got his buff as well. He actually wants to go ahead and contest this though. As Demon Kite's grabbing his purple. Light's giving the information over here, but they're going to be able to rotate just in time for this turtle.
That's so much damage on Skies. Half HP. AOG coming out with Raging Sandstorm from Light. And Demon Kite with the retreat gets it. Innocent pops in a Blazing Duets.
Demon Kite's done it again, and now they're going to be going for Yums.
Cram in the midst of it all. Pops in a curtain call. Now going for the chase, but it's going to be the Kite away. Now it's Edward onto Stormy, forcing the flicker out as Domeng goes up top. Doesn't have some on force. Light goes in over the Cram, but it gets away in time with the sprint. Meanwhile, Edward in mid again, holding Innocent and Yums down.
Ooh, it looks like SRG is just trying to catch their breath in this game 5. If it's not Demon Kite securing the objectives, it's Edward crashing on, forcing battle spells down. Light on this side of the map, behind enemy lines. There's Demon Kite.
Finds Innocent, Purify out there. Fear of the Phoenix coming down, but Domeng gets the turret. Now Cram looking for the trade, pops in the curtain call. Edward in the midst of it all. Now 2-match done by Edward. Sky still able to escape with the help of the Yums. Demon Kite goes in with the headbutts.
Oh, Sakai's is gone. This is all on the side of the jungle of SRG. They'll capitalize another kill and the buff. Aurora Gaming Philippines is not letting up at all. They've got control of this game.
And with every fight they take, they push the lead a bit more towards them. It started off as a 1K gold lead. I swore in the early game, it looked like, all right, SRG are going to scale, they're going to try to play it slow, but then they go for these fights and you're like, okay, it looks even, some of these trades. Then Light comes in with a big Raging Sandstorm. Edward gets a big chunk of damage of AoE with the slashes.
These are some of the most comfort picks that Aurora Gaming Philippines has played in the last professional season of the MPL Philippines, and they're showcasing it here today in Game 5. And even for SRG, you could say these are comfort picks too, to an extent. But right now, they're just getting outmaneuvered around the map. And that's the power always of when you think you have this utility jungler, you can move the way you want to move around the map, you can find that lockdown that you're looking for, and it just layers so well. So for SRG, if they want to approach this in the best way possible, it's all on that scaling for Innocent. He's got to be able to get there. He still has plenty of time. He is behind though, right? You're at the 9-minute mark. Again, that Trinity for the Claude usually before the 10-minute mark. He does pick up a golden staff, so he's down 1 item on this. And that's very difficult. Here's the Lord fight though. Are they going to take it?
Light was able to bait out the passive of Stormy already. Look at how fast they're blitzing the Lord. Traction pulse over Innocent, able to bring him back, and that's Demon Kite securing Lord 1. Aurora pulling no stops.
Man, I don't know how you stop this Panda, man. Demon Kite on the Sakai. It's one of the better heroes. I know it's slept on in the draft, but it's still one of the better heroes to go ahead, secure objectives. If anybody gets close, you can usually heavy spin them away to get that retribution off. And they're going to take this tier 2 tower up top as Demon Kite just stares down SRG, threatening them to force a fight if they want to. Holy Crystal now online. Over here for Demon Kite. Just checking things out with the Raging Sandstorm.
Wanted to bait a few resources, right? Innocent just backs away with the BMI. But again, this lead is getting to a point where it's a big problem. Like Selangor Red Giants, they have Innocent to scale. Zetian, I'm guessing as well. Traction Pulse baits out the BMI, but they don't really have a body right now. Sky's a 0-3-0. I don't think he can pull off an Edward on Yuzong type of 0-3-0, Brian.
Yeah, this is going to be way more difficult to make it worth for Cram and the rest of the team of SRG. You know, you waited 10.5 minutes. You got to start to make something happen here because you're in this last game, this game 5, with that potential chance to get to the grand final on the line here for both of these teams. But look at the difference in itemization across the board. It's tough, man. Yum's probably the closest here amongst it all. Yeah, he's only 600 gold difference, but I'll tell you what, the impact of Light right now in this Khalid is just doing so much more than what Yums is capable of doing. If that means just getting the passive out from Stormy, if that means getting some of the battle spells, and even then, the Raging Sandstorm is threat enough, and Light knows it. And that's why they're able to go ahead and play that upper hand. Also, on the gold lane, you still need so much more time for Innocent here. He's building into that Corrosive Scythe. But even so, if that Trinity is online, it's going to be a hell of a time to get into the fight, man, because of the fact that you have Nakai to worry about. You have also Light there peeling for the team, or starting things up in Edward as well. So now this purple buff for the taking from SRG. You're still plenty of time, 40 seconds away from this Lord to come up.
And now SRG are forced to, again, group up together. Stick is 3 into the bottom lane. They're being starved by Aurora Gaming Philippines right now. There's no way for them to actually just brute force walk into their own jungle alone. And Light's been able to take these poke like it's nothing.
Yeah.
Stormy, this is a 100% win rate Zetian, right? Is it still a 100% win rate? I believe so. So, oh my, Innocent? PMI already. Light wants to go in. Raging Sandstorm! Innocent pops in the Blazing Duet, and he pops in a Purify as well. That's Big Edward! 2-man stun with the Bravest Fighter. Now goes back. That is all they need.
Oh, okay. Fury of the Phoenix used there too. Keeping things under control. But the Lord is up now. Battle spell down. That's the Purify for Innocent. And so, if SRG is thinking about contesting this Lord, it's probably not going to happen.
They cannot. Not without a Purify on the main man.
They just got to wait. They got to buckle in as Lord is going to be secured here for Aurora Gaming Philippines. At the 12:40 mark, Divine Glaive picked up now too for Dome and Kite. And they have everything they need to approach this base of SRG. I'm not saying they can end it here, but with this kind of lead, 8,000+ gold at this point, this type of itemization and this composition could potentially end it off of a first Lord push.
Demon Kite, over the course of, I would say, the run to get it to upper bracket finals, has been behind against Carl Teasy in gold, losing out individually against, again, I feel like also against Izuki, losing out individually in gold. And it's usually because he's on a utility pick. Now he's on a Kai, and he's 2,000 gold ahead of Skies.
Like, who else is going to play the Akai? Other than maybe Demon Kite and, I don't know, Carl Teasy.
Can't think of anyone else who's still in MLBB.
Right? It's one of those things, yeah. There's Renmar. I can hear him in my ear, man. Renmar will probably play it too. He is him.
Gotta get that check.
Gotta get that check. There's the Lord pushing into this bottom turret. They want to go ahead and potentially force this.
Innocent already with the BMI. That's gonna be the Lord taking down the base turret in the bottom lane. This is quite big, but it's not the worst for Selangor Red Giants, just because, again, Lord's gonna be spawning in the bottom lane, so they'll be able to handle it here. Light!
Well, look at Sky. He's going on this off angle too. Is he actually gonna initiate a fight? From this angle, no. They cleared out the minions. Lord is cleared as well. They lost one base turret. And so this, more than anything, is Aurora Gaming Philippines knowing that they're up 10,000 gold, but sticking to mastering the basics here, man. I hate to say it, right? But they are doing exactly that. They're sticking with the basics. They're sticking to the fundamentals. And every team will go ahead and say how important that is. Even when you have this kind of lead, you can't lose that focus. And Steed.
Steven Kite in with a headbutt. That's gonna be Light caught on the back spot, taunted down as well by Yums. Here the Phoenix locking him down to AOG as well onto Edward, but he is CC immune with the Bravest Spider.
Yums does not want to, okay, he doesn't have AOG. This is interesting though, SRG just kind of keeping Aurora Gaming in check, but here's the re-engage. Zaman force drop down, and it's just the answer, the response from Aurora Gaming.
How is it still so tense with a 10,000 gold lead, dude?
The crazy thing is 1-5 in terms of the kills, right? But there's this tension in this game 5 between these two teams. because I just think it's at what's stake here, Miracle. It's that grand final spot. It's a huge story for both teams to get there, and SRG they understand that we got to go ahead and just buckle in. We need to go ahead and scale up. Like I said, your Innocent is nearly there. He's got to get a little bit of defensiveness. Obviously, Win of Nature, we've also seen Winter Crowns pop up too. Might be the case in this sense if they can extend it. I don't know, 5+ minutes. They got to get to the 20-minute mark, I feel like here. Divine Glaive picked up by Stormy though. This fight for the Lord, looks like they want to actually contest this Lord though, if they can.
But can they? Traction Pulse already baited out there. Light already backing away. Now the bottom wave. They have to deal with it, but Domeng and Demon Kite are still holding on to it. Selangor Red Giants say, we cannot contest. Aurora Gaming Philippines secure the Lord. Huh? Oh, Skies.
I think the Phantom Seed might have been just thrown out there just to see if he could get the orange buff. I'm not sure, but nonetheless, they knew they couldn't fight and contest. So they'd rather go ahead and defend into the base. Malefic Gun actually picked up here.
Wow.
Now. 4 Innocent might be just saying, you know what? Let's just make this defense count. Let's make this one potentially turn it around. We need a crucial defense to stay in this. As Lord makes its way down the bottom side, Conceal's going to be used.
See the pop as well, though. Edward goes in with the Brave Spider, now jumps all the way into the backline, but Innocent's able to pop in a blazing when it gets sustained. Winner crown already from Edward, and now the base. Beauty of the Phoenix.
Oh, they get stunned here. Check, the Lord is going to be worked on. Wow. And it looks like SRG, even with 11,000 gold deficit, will still be able to defend.
That was... Wait, Yums takes a long route over. Kwan dives onto Edward with a curtain call, but now he's caught in a bad spot. He has to sprint. He's able to get away. Light with the Raging Sandstorm and the Flicker. Now it's Cram turning things around with the help of Yums as well. He goes for the taunt as Innocent's right there. Domeng!
There's a jump on the defense. They want to disengage, and it looks like Aurora wants to do the same. Oh. This is the tension we've been talking about. Wow.
Folks, my heart is beating so hard right now, and it's not the Red Bull. It's not the Red Bull, it's the game.
Oh man, this game has wings. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't even know how SRG has been able to go ahead and have such great base defense. Aurora Gaming, even playing around that Lord, man, they just haven't been able to get much use out of the Lord.
At least now it's value, because even with that Lord not getting anything,
yeah.
Look at where the next Lord placement is. It's up top, so they have the far lane control in the bottom lane without having to do anything, right? So that's a win still for Aurora Gaming Philippines. The only loss they took there is the scaling of SRG. Now, Innocent has more time to build up to either a Winter Crown, probably Winter Crown, not Win of Nature here.
Mirko, the impressive thing is SRG doesn't have anything on the map. Like, they've been able to defend in the base despite...
Not a single turret, you're right.
That's what I'm saying, not a single turret is down. Nothing has gone right in terms of objectives for SRG. But what has gone right is the fact that they've somehow buckled in. They're nearing that 20-minute mark, and that's where I was saying that was the crucial point for them to potentially turn a game around. That's why we always say, even when you're down this much gold, depending on how your composition is and the items that you have, you can still be a threat to this team. And that's why Aurora Gaming Philippines, we say it's discipline, but at some point, at what point do you say, man, they waited way too long. They hesitated too long to end the game. They weren't able to end the game. They love MLBB that much.
They love MLBB, dude.
Almost 20 minutes here. Lord up, evolve this time. This might be the first time that SRG actually decides to contest a Lord here, but Stormy's so far away, Light's going to be able to spot this out as Aurora Gaming Philippines holds on to the Lord. It's under half health.
That wave's not good. Stormy has to rotate, but Light is holding this position already. They're holding it in, just barely at the edge of it. Edward with the Bravest Spider coming down now. Skies also behind the Phantom Seed. Light in the back line, able to bomb into Purify. Phoenix likes to be caught. He's able to heal in time. Good stun by Edward. Demon can't get him, but now Cram walks in forward. Light pops in, Conceal. Aurora Gaming Philippines get the Evolved Lord.
That is a massive Lord to walk in to potentially end the game. And as I've been saying for SRG, they have defended time and time again. The Giants will not have their fortress taken so easily. Can they do it again? They have to. That's the only option they have. Light still has an immortality. The Lord finally spawning and making its way down the bottom side here. How can they pull this off? SRG, they've got to almost have a miracle for this one.
They played it perfect in the last Lord fight, but it's hard to do it when it's an evolved Lord.
Yeah.
Aurora can just stack up around the Lord. And look at the turn in the mid lane, it's so low.
Half health here, under half health for that mid turret. Lord makes it down the bot. They've got to deal with it here.
Traction pulse doesn't land on anyone. Now it's going to be Innocent, trying to deal as much damage as possible as Edward dives into the back. Innocent pops into the lazy win over on Edward, but this raging stack just comes through. They're fighting on the Lord. Demon Kai already using a heavy spin. That's going to be Yums jumped away from Fury the Phoenix.
Fury the Phoenix is using, they're still going.
They deal with the Lord, live with the raging Sandstorm. Yums still able to survive Innocent. BMI to the back as Storming already uses his Amon Force. Mid lane base turn with ball. How the Selangor Red Giants hold on to this game?
Selangor Red Giants won't have the base taken so easily.
Against an evolved Lord.
Man, they still do it. They don't have any space to work with, no base, no turrets down. But they're still showing that they can defend and fight against Aurora Gaming. That is an evolved Lord that was dealt with in the best way possible.
We are still at 6 kills!
That hasn't changed in a while, Miracle. I mean, 6 kills, no turrets.
When was the last time one of them died, dude?
I'll tell you what, I don't know if that's the pro of having this kind of lineup for Aurora Gaming, or for SRG, and the con of Aurora Gaming's lineup. It works so good in the beginning, but you know, at this point of the game, they're having a difficult time actually punching it in and ending it, you know? And we have seen this when it has been utility compositions and that require a setup that has to be perfect. This is the trouble. Winter Crown now available for Innocent.
And a rose gold too, nice Sue. He sold his boots. He's bootless. Man's barefoot.
Barefoot Claude. A Winter Crown 2 for Sakai's. Fight with this Lord again. Look at Light's positioning. What are they going to do? Traction pulse thrown out?
Wait, Cram already used the curtain call. It's on Yue. Light has a very, very good flank on him. Zetian, does he spot him out? He's able to spot him out now as Edward goes over to stun. Fury the Phoenix, locking him down. Edward losing immortality. Now Sky's going to go in as well, but he's going to be pinned down by Demon Kai, and no one's there to actually dish out damage. Skies will fall to Yue.
They take out Sakai's, they can get the Lord.
Blazing new weapon from Innocent with the Winter Crown as well. Demon Kai's going to be taken very, very low, but he's able to buy immortality in time. Dumping in the back as well, doing this with the stop. Cram still there doing damage in his heart.
Innocent's still alive, and he gets the space, but Demon Kai will take him out.
He got cooked by the Chrono Dash. Domeng has all the shields in the world. Now it's Yums who falls. Cram has immortality. He's going to fall as well. Involved Lord in the mid lane as Cram dishes out damage to Light, but he's going to be gunned down by Yue.
And that's going to be it as the Lord makes its way down the mid with Aurora Gaming.
The stage that once haunted them now rises for them. The Northern Lights do not fade. It ignites the grand finals.
That ignition, that light will be witness to the entire world. A chance at redemption, a chance at history, and a chance to prove the doubters wrong. Aurora Gaming Philippines makes it to the grand finals in an epic 3-2 series against SRG.
Oh, the chokers, the failures, the boys who were doubted, the boys who were never meant to be, have just made it to the grand finals. Defeating Selangor Red Giants, who to this point were undefeated at the M7 World Championship. They were the ones to get to match point first, yet Aurora PH stayed consistent. They built, they endured, and now they'll light up the grand final stage.
Again, one of the best matches we've seen here. And again, it's not over for SRG. They still have an opportunity, a chance to get to the grand finals. They go down in the lower bracket, man, and I'll say what, like Aurora Gaming Philippines grinded for this one, and they made it happen.
Nice. that lower bracket is literally, figuratively, in all sense of the word, is hell. We got Liquid down there, Spirit, Alter Ego.
And now, SRG.
Damn, bro.
Hey, if you guys have just joined us for some reason in the knockout stage, I'll tell you what, M7 World Championship has been so far the best games we've had in a long time, maybe in ever. And this is just a showcase of how good the teams have gone over the course of the years. And yes, it's still the Philippines getting to the grand finals first, but I'll tell you what, I don't know who's gonna end up there in the second spot.
Last time we were in Jakarta, it was a Philippines Grand Finals. Will it be the same? Liquid are still down there. They are still hungry to complete the Golden Road.
We'll find out. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, it's me, Naisu, and Mirko that has brought you this series. We're gonna throw it on stage to hear for our winner's interview.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your first M7 World Championship Grand Finalist, Pilipinas! Give it up for Aurora Gaming Philippines! What an intense series. And of course, we have the entire team with us here. Demon Kite, after last year's early exit, you guys have completely turned the tables around to redeem yourself and reach to the grand finals. How important is this victory to you and of course to Aurora Gaming Philippines?
Sobrang importante kasi kumbaga ito yung namin yung revenge namin dun sa last run namin ng M6 So sobrang importante sa team and yun, sobrang saya lang na nakapag-grand finals kami.
You said that this win actually means so much to them because it's practically a revenge from their run back in the M6 last year. And of course, they're very much happy on this incredible run to make it to the grand finals, Aeterna.
We could tell. Right as the winning moment happened, they were still busy looking at their own gameplay. So even up until this point, even at this winning moment, they're still considering, I think, what's going through, what happened in that earlier game. But now we go to Light. Light, in your first season with the team, you were able to go all the way to the grand finals. And now here, take to M7, another grand finals. Light, could you talk to us about the hurdles or the challenges that you faced that led you to this point right now?
Sige, Light, Tagalog.
You can speak in Tagalog and Rose can translate.
Alam yun eh. Ano ba yung hurdle?
Parang anong pinakamalaking pinagdaanan
Challenges
nyo?
na kinarap ko, ganun. Hindi siya madali since per season. Tapos yung pinalitan ko rin kasi magaling naman talaga si Rere. Tapos marami rin siyang naano sa team, parang na-achieve sila together. Tapos ako napapasok na bago, ganun. Siguro yung mga dapat kong malagpasan na challenges is yung pressure and also yung magiging open sa kanila kasi ako yung bagong salta, so medyo kailangan talaga siya matimbang ng mabuti, ganun.
He said that actually it wasn't easy, definitely, because he entered Aurora Gaming Philippines. He had definitely big shoes to fill after Renegade, who has shared and helped the team so much. So the biggest challenges he had to overcome, of course, it was the pressure, and he had to be open to, the four-man who has already built their chemistry.
That's definitely understandable, Rose.
Yes, I agree. And I'm pretty sure, and I heard from the Swiss Stages interview that Light is actually the light of the team. So I think he blended in just right. And of course, Yue. We know that this series is definitely not an easy series because SRG was already at match point. And oh my goodness, that was insane to watch. But Yue, how are you guys able to maintain your composure knowing that potentially the first ticket to the grand finals was on the line?
Siguro yung tiwala namin sa isa't isa is nandun pa rin. Then yung composure or yung moral namin is hindi siya bumaba. Tapos yun, nilaro lang namin, laro namin.
He said actually they just trusted each other really well, and despite being at match point, their composure and their morale didn't actually drop down. They just had to play like how they usually did. And you know what? That got them their first ticket, Eterna.
And honestly, not a lot of teams can do that, right? When they're under pressure, when everything is on the line, especially one chance to get to the grand finals, not a lot of teams can reset. Again, the fans are going crazy in the building, but I want to talk to Mr. Consistent. Yes, Mr. Consistent, Edward. This is your 5th M Series appearance, and you were able to secure your 3rd grand final appearance here right now. We gotta ask you, what makes it different for you this time around?
Siguro ngayon, iba na yung nakakasabay na lahat ng team, lahat ng bansa nakakasabay na. And lahat nag-step up na. So, yun siguro.
He said the biggest difference this time around is that all the regions are actually stepping up. And when everybody's stepping up, of course, the competition does get tighter. And when the competition does get tighter, it's definitely harder for all the teams participating. And I do agree, we see so many of the dark horses coming to rise this M7. Yeah. And of course, Dominkite. Coming into the M Series, there were so many doubts surrounding the team after your run in M6 last year, and even the team recognized that. But with this victory, is there anything you would like to say to everybody who has doubted your journey?
Sa lahat ng doubters, wala eh. Ganyan talaga yung mga yan eh. Kasi wala, pagpatuloy lang nila pag-doubt sa amin and pinapakita naman namin sa game eh. Kung ano yung dapat pakita.
He said to all the doubters, he can't do anything about that because, well, that's them. They'll just doubt. What they can do, however, is prove them otherwise in the game.
Potential champion mentality?
Potential champion mentality indeed, Eterna.
And with that, before we let you go, boys, we gotta ask the final question to each and every one of you. All right. Who do you think you will be facing in the grand finals? Or rather, who would you rather be facing in the grand finals? We still have a few teams left looking for that final slot in the grand finals. We have Alter Ego from Indonesia, we have Team Spirit, EECA, SRG, Aurora Turkey A, and of course, TLPH. Let's start with you, Yue.
For me, TLPH.
TLPH. What about you, Light?
It's either SRG or TLPH.
Ooh. Edward?
TLPH or SRG.
Ooh, still similar opinions here. Doming?
TLPH and SRG.
TLPH and SRG.
Oh my, Eterna. This is honestly a potential grand finals that everybody don't want to miss. And of course, Edward, now that a Filipino representative finally has a ticket to the grand final, is there anything at all that you want to say to the Filipinos in the arena and those back at home?
Yun, maraming salamat sa patuloy na pagsuporta sa amin sa Aurora. And bumili na kayo ng grand finals tickets.
Is that thank you so much for the continuous support for Aurora Gaming Philippines, and don't forget to get your grand final tickets.
Nice, promotional. Very promotional.
Definitely. That was an intense upper bracket final match, and of course we will throw it back to the panel to dissect what happened in this amazingly crazy series. Panel, we're throwing it back to you guys.
History is made and Aurora Gaming Philippines goes to the grand finals! To all the Auroras and to the Filipinos who showed up, thank you for all your support. But of course, for the Malaysian audience, we have the SRG fans. The run is not over yet. They are still in the lower bracket finals, waiting for the team that will challenge their potential stake in the grand final slot. That was a massive lead by Aurora, but the tension was thick in the air because it got to the point where SRG could have turned things around, man.
I'll take it from Miracle himself, right? He was feeling that tension. All of us here in the arena were feeling that tension. You could cut it with a knife that was that palpable. But when we look at that final game and really break it down, it's a battle of wits, it's a battle of mental, and clearly Aurora just maintained rock solid like cement, did not budge.
Aurora threw back to plenty of the old hits, the greatest hits in terms of Filipino MLBB. They started by drafting very ube. They threw back to an old hero that literally none of us thought of up until that very last moment of what if. It was the Akai, and indeed it was. And that allowed for them to play very similarly to the M5 World Champions, AP Bren, now Team Falcons PH, where it's a battle of attrition. They were literally just taking all of the resources away from SRG, slowing down the potential comeback, and responsible for keeping forward that momentum, and then in the late game just ruining the back line is none other than their newest addition, Dilan Katipon, light on that Khalid.
What I could never understand is why there were just so many people doubting this team with so many good players, so many staples. It was just a matter of time before they achieve international greatness, and Light has been waiting for it after his time with RSGPH, winning MSC, and then never seeing an international until this very day. He's in the grand finals on a Khalid of all things, and better yet, ruining Stormy's day, making sure he never had his passive, making sure every step that SRG made across the bottom side of the map was visible.
Now it's time for us to see who the player of the match is. How poetic that it's Light leading the charge in this series-winning game. And the player of the match is the man himself. Poetic. The Northern Lights led by Light on this Khalid. You mentioned how Stormy had a lot of difficulty here, but I think it was the entirety of SRG who eventually felt just how annoying it is to try and find position in the map when the Khalid is going everywhere.
Yeah, very similar to a Hilda that can do all the things you want a roamer to do plus more. In the late game, even in the late game here in the twilight of that match, you can see that when Light finds Stormy, when even Light finds Innocent, they're threatened to die. That's how scary a Khalid is, and if I'm not wrong, he did not build a single damage item. He was literally just using his full kit and what was that, a blade armor.
He was trying his absolute best to make sure that the backline was never great, because when you look at this composition, right, they cannot win a 4v4. You need the full 5, and that's why you're seeing Innocent walk up in really dangerous positions, because Zitan is nowhere to be found to actually do the peeling, do the poking. He needs to build up stacks anyway. He might as well put himself in a dangerous spot.
We posed that question, that what if for SRG, that what if the loss from game number 4 affects their mental and we don't get to see them play the way they do. The coach master of the basics in Dexstar said, let's add another layer to that. Let's pick up heroes that forces that to happen. You doubt everything in the map when the Khalid is around. You doubt how you team fight objectives when an Akai is around. And that Akai pick, and no, this isn't my Akai bias because that is my favorite hero in the game. We've seen it in all throughout MLBB history. When the game is close, when there is even a slight lead on the Akai side, heavy spin just rattles any team's mind.
And just to add on to the throwback, the walk down memory lane for Aurora, thrown back to all of the old Filipino meta favorites. They also went back to just hard macro, no deaths.
Yeah.
All we're literally going to do is get to play the game. For about 15 minutes of that game, they only had 6 kills, and that's it.
Yeah, this was a throwback, a massive throwback to history here in Tennis Indoor Stadium, Senayan in Jakarta, Indonesia. It's Aurora making it to the Grand Finals first. Edward back once again in the Grand Finals. This time, what if the story of Aurora wasn't to win at home, it was to win in another country, continuing the legacy of the Philippines. But to hearken to what Mirko and Naisu said, this lower bracket is literal L.
Yep, it's dangerous. I think this is one of the few M series that nobody really knows what's going to happen at this stage. And I think, as you heard it from the man himself, every region has stepped up. Every region has bolstered themselves, but only the best move on. Aurora has proved themselves. The question is, who's going to be joining them? Is it going to be Aurora Turkey, their brothers from across the seas, TLPH, AE, Team Spirit, and of course, SRG waiting at the very end?
You know what? Looking at the lower bracket, that's all champions. The finest from Turkey, the Filipinos champions, and of course the people's champions in Alter Ego, and of course the Dragons of the North, EECA's finest, Team Spirit. You'll see them all in action tomorrow.
We will be starting at 3 o'clock GMT plus 7. So make sure you mark your calendars and your timers perfectly. 2 more teams will be saying goodbye. 2 more teams will be advancing in the hell that is the lower bracket. I will stand with my statement before we headed into the knockouts. This is the most grueling, most competitive, and craziest lower bracket that we've seen. Last hammers, put them up, ready up real quick. Overall, with how the bracket looks in the matches we've seen, is this the most competitive M series? That is a unanimous yes. The quality of matches. Real quick before we go, any last quick words from Gideon and Leo?
Well, honestly, I think I'm very happy to see the development of Mobile Legends esports to this level after watching since M1 to now. God, it feels good to feel what these players are doing on that stage rather than just being entertained and in awe of them.
I'm barely over what happened tonight, but tomorrow saying goodbye to one of those champions is going to be more difficult. Folks, we all better prepare.
On behalf of everyone involved with the broadcast today, Miracle, Naisu, Trex, Godney, of course, Rose and Eternal, our hosts, Leo, Gideon here, Renmar, good night, good fight. We will see you tomorrow.